Prologue. The planet of Ares. Ares, belonging to the metal element of the five elements, transforms energy into punishment, a harbinger of misfortune. Ancient text star calamity from the pre-solar era. For decades, Earth has been embroiled in a protracted war with the colonial merchant fleet of Ares, enduring three cataclysmic battles that have left the planet ravaged and numerous cities in ruins. While Earth remains in the nascent stage of space exploration, the denizens of Ares have advanced to a rudimentary level of interstellar civilization. The invasions of Earth were merely the actions of the Ares colonial merchant fleet, yet for humanity, they posed an existential threat. 30 years hence, Earth's technology experienced a monumental surge, allowing it to forge ahead in the crucible of war. The world's foremost scientific minds and resources coalesced to create the United Space Fleet, heralded as Earth's iron shield. In the year 103 of the solar era, the Ares fleet approached the solar system from a distant star system, this time not as a merchant fleet, but as a formidable military force. The Fourth Great War was upon us. Faced with the impending threat of the Ares fleet, the authorities of the Earth United Government deemed a preemptive strike too perilous and, in a bid to conserve strength, commanded all Earth starships to remain docked at the spaceport. The spaceport boasted the most advanced defensive systems, and the authorities believed that stationing the United Fleet there would ensure safety while deterring the enemy. Among them, the second-generation Earth Starship Revival also cowered in this sanctuary. Yet, a young officer aboard the Revival detected ominous signals. The disparity between Earth starships and the enemy fleet was still considerable. The spaceport, despite its formidable appearance, could not offer absolute protection. Should the enemy approach and appear nearby, it could unleash devastating consequences upon all starships within the port. He endeavored to persuade the authorities, but his words fell on deaf ears. In desperation, he took the captain of the Revival hostage, coercing the starship to flee the spaceport. As fate would have it, three Ares vessels eluded human detection and suddenly materialized at the spaceport, detonating a planet-class nuclear weapon. The three Ares ships were obliterated by the spaceport's defensive systems, yet half of the starships within were shattered into fragments, scattered across the vastness of space. This event would later be referred to as the spaceport incident. The young officer's actions spared the Revival from destruction, but he was subsequently sentenced to 15 years in prison for violating starship regulations. Many years later, scholars would speculate that had the Earth United Fleet been stationed at Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, forming a multi-layered defensive perimeter and employing a strategy of mobility and attrition, they might have had a significant chance of winning the war. But that is a tale for another time. The Ares forces invaded Earth once more. Despite humanity's fierce resistance, the Ares fleet suffered heavy losses, yet Earth's starships dwindled in number. The war spilled onto the ground, with Ares occupying numerous cities and establishing military bases. In response, humanity retreated to the few remaining cities, fortifying them into bastions of steel. As for the young officer, after spending several years in prison, he voluntarily joined the scavenger program, becoming a scavenger amidst the ruins, ultimately gaining parole. During that era, although the war between Ares and Earth had reached a stalemate, every human knew that the Ares fleet was traversing the cosmos, heading straight for Earth. Having lost the majority of their starships, humanity faced extinction when the Ares fleet would inevitably return. Thus, Earth initiated the Doomsday Strategy, pouring all resources into constructing massive starships in preparation for the final battle. Years of warfare had led to a regression in light industry and agriculture, and with the advancement of the Doomsday Strategy, Earth now lived in a state of scarcity, tightening its belt as it struggled to survive. This dire situation gave rise to the scavenger program. Cities across Earth organized scavenging teams, typically comprised of criminals, who ventured into the devastated urban landscapes to salvage energy and resources from the ruins, alleviating the survival and resource crises faced by their respective cities. Life as a scavenger was fraught with uncertainty, as many of these obliterated cities resembled hell itself, with severe nuclear radiation and becoming lairs for monstrous creatures from Ares, which viewed scavengers merely as sustenance. Chapter 1. The City in Ruins. Lin Fan brushed off the black dust from a corner. He called out to the man ahead, "Wait, something feels off about this city." "What do you mean?" The leader paused momentarily and turned back. Lin Fan removed his protective helmet and brought the dust to his nose, gently rubbing it to detect a peculiar scent. His brow furrowed slightly as he said, If you wish to survive, do not rush in. This black substance is their excrement. How do you know that? I once served in the space fleet, I understand them. Just picking up dirt from the ground and spouting nonsense. The leader adjusted his glasses, snorting disdainfully. Let me tell you, drones have been scouting this area for a week, and no abnormalities have been detected. He was Lee Wagwa, the captain of Scavenger Team 1523, age 50. Once a philosophy doctoral candidate, he lost his academic title due to inappropriate remarks and, in desperation, joined the Scavenger Team, rising to its leadership. Before Lin Fan could respond, Captain Lee Wagwa had already moved on. The other scavengers stood a short distance away, sizing up Lin Fan with mocking laughter. Have you served in the space fleet? No, neither have I. He just claimed to have served in the space fleet? Indeed. How did a crew member of the space fleet end up as a scavenger like us? Among the scavengers were both deeply indebted individuals and notorious criminals. Yet none had ever heard of someone from the space fleet. If such a person truly existed, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. The crowd regarded Lin Fan with derision, each person dismissive of him. Without a doubt, Lin Fan was the outcast among the scavengers. He held himself aloof, preferred solitude, and was not well liked. Even scavengers knew that serving in space was an esteemed endeavor in this age. Only those who were well-educated and exceptionally capable could ascend to the starships. Upon returning to the surface, those who had served in the space fleet were universally respected. Even high-ranking government officials dared not treat them with disdain. No one among the scavengers believed Lin Fan's words after a few jeers. They followed Lee Wagwo's lead. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation and followed suit. Amidst swirling sands and howling winds, the city before them was now known as Heavy Iron City, its name from the pre-solar era long forgotten. Situated at the foot of a mountain range, it was once a thriving metropolis with towering skyscrapers a century ago, but the war 3 years prior had laid it to waste, leaving it in a state of desolation, devoid of any human presence. The scavenger team, numbering over 10, entered Heavy Iron City. Their objective this time was to locate rare earth minerals, essential for addressing the resource needs of starship construction. Clad in rudimentary nuclear radiation protective gear, the team trudged towards the city center. In the lifeless city, the only sounds were the whispers of the wind and sand, devoid of any other noise. Lin Fan's protective suit bore the number 17, marking him as a scavenger. Unlike his peers, he was taciturn, often indulging in covert drinking, his eyes perpetually clouded with gravity. Heavy Iron City stretched 80 kilometers deep, with rare earth deposits nestled within its depths. Following its downfall, nearly all roads and bridges were destroyed, rendering heavy trucks incapable of traversing beyond 5 kilometers. Yet, the operation proceeded smoothly, with accurate intelligence guiding their efforts. After a day of searching, they arrived at the old city hall in the center of the city, where they discovered rare earth materials within a downed transport aircraft. 10 tons of rare earth awaited them after clearing the obstacles. 2 heavy trucks were dispatched 5 kilometers away, and the scavenger team utilized forklifts to transfer the minerals onto the trucks. The scavenger team's task was complete, yet they did not depart immediately. The execution of this mission had been remarkably smooth, surpassing everyone's expectations. Radiation levels in Heavy Iron City were nearly zero. No lurking Ares beasts were detected, and the drone surveillance yielded no discrepancies. Lin Fan's assertions were once again proven erroneous, earning him the label of coward among the scavengers. His claims of having served in the space fleet became a source of ridicule for the rest. Human desires gradually unraveled the bonds of reason, even in this perilous era. They were the first scavenger team to enter Heavy Iron City, though the city lay in ruins. The debris still harbored many valuable items. With 10 days remaining until the mission deadline, the scavenger team resolved to continue their search within Heavy Iron City. In a time of resource scarcity and hardship, humanity was compelled to seek survival in the crevices of existence. Though scavengers were officially prohibited from hoarding items, they always found ways to salvage a few treasures. Scavenging was fraught with danger, and each year, some would meet their demise amidst the ruins. To promote scavenging, the Scavenger Bureau of Stone Helmet City tacitly condoned such behavior. The winds howled fiercely, shrouding Heavy Iron City in a gray haze, yet it retained an air of tranquility. To the scavengers, this city was immensely alluring. While the other scavengers delved into the ruins in search of treasure, Lin Fan, however, was disinterested. He sat alone in the truck, removed his protective helmet, and retrieved a bottle of strong liquor from his pocket, taking hearty swigs. At that moment, the truck door swung open, that a frail old man ascended the heavy-duty truck. His true name was unknown to anyone. He was simply referred to as the Old Blind Man. For his left eye had long since succumbed to darkness. He seized a bottle of liquor from Lin Fan, inhaled its scent, took a sip, and inquired, "Where did you find this contraption?" A rare smile graced Lin Fan's face as he replied, "I discovered it in the warehouse. This substance has become a rarity since several decades ago." What substance? It is known as wine, a fascinating invention from the pre-solar era, capable of numbing the senses and allowing one to perceive the surrounding hell as a paradise, Lin Fan explained. "It sounds like it would lead one into despondency," the old blind man remarked. "Do not succumb to despair. Come, let us scour this city for salvage. This is a rare opportunity. Heavy Iron City is devoid of monsters, and several individuals have unearthed valuable treasures amidst the ruins, which could fetch a handsome price on the black market. I have no interest in money." Lin Fan gestured for the old blind man to return the bottle to him. "You obstinate fool. It seems you are destined to live such a pitiful existence for the rest of your days." The old blind man shook his head, donned his protective gear, returned the bottle to Lin Fan, and ventured back into Heavy Iron City. As the old blind man departed, his sightless eye seemed to gleam with an unusual light. Perhaps this foraging expedition would yield rewards, enough to sustain him for a while longer. About half a minute later, roar! A shrill cry pierced the air, shattering the silence of Heavy Iron City and causing the heavy-duty truck to jolt violently. Lin Fan sprang up, peering through the truck's window to behold a towering shadow, looming 50 meters ahead. A canine-headed winged beast. The old blind man had met his untimely end. The beast's claws had torn him asunder, its sharp beak feasting upon his skull. This creature was a native species of Qingyang star, whose elemental composition closely mirrored that of Earth, yielding a diverse array of carbon-based life forms. The canine-headed winged beast was both ferocious and cunning, resembling Earth's bats, yet vastly larger. A fully grown specimen could span 5 meters in width, and scavengers were its favored prey. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. He was all too familiar with these creatures, known for their unrelenting savagery. During the era of colonial incursions, the inhabitants of Qingyang Star had unleashed them upon Earth, allowing them to proliferate and wreak havoc on the planet's ecosystem. Canine-headed winged beasts frequently launched assaults on the remaining human cities, abducting numerous innocent lives. Humanity had undertaken repeated extermination attempts, yet these beasts ultimately established their stronghold in the ruins, continuing to vex mankind. The creature before him was merely a juvenile winged beast. However, these beasts were social creatures. The presence of a juvenile suggested that adults were surely nearby. Heavy Iron City was highly likely to be their lair. Lin Fan suspected that in recent days, they had ventured out to hunt, which explained why drones had failed to detect their presence. Now was the time for their return, and the scavenging team had undoubtedly trespassed into their territory. Alone and unaware of the fate of the others in the scavenging team, Lin Fan refrained from acting recklessly, concealing himself in the shadows of the heavy-duty truck. At that moment, bang! A tremendous crash reverberated, causing Lin Fan's eardrums to throb painfully. The heavy-duty truck was overturned, and Lin Fan's body collided with the spherical steering wheel. Struggling to stabilize himself within the truck, he caught a glimpse of a colossal eye appearing before the windshield. Lin Fan was horrified. It was an adult winged beast. Clearly having spotted him, it slammed its head against the windshield. Though the truck's shatterproof glass could withstand the force of a typical explosion, it nonetheless developed a few hairline cracks. Judging by the sounds, there were likely more than one beast outside. Lin Fan, possessing a deeper understanding of these extraterrestrial fiends than the average person, discarded the bottle and climbed into the driver's seat. He started the heavy-duty truck and activated the high beams, directing the light towards the beast's eyes. The creature's eyes were highly developed, enabling it to track prey even in darkness. However, they were also overly sensitive to light. The truck's headlights were more powerful than those of an ordinary vehicle, and the bright illumination caused the beast to recoil, momentarily blinded. It withdrew its head. Yet this effect was fleeting. The heavy-duty truck lay on its side, rendering it impossible to drive. Lin Fan found himself trapped, a sitting duck in this predicament. In mere seconds, the winged beast regained its sight. This time, it was wiser, first targeting and smashing the truck's headlights. Headlights were not as resilient as windshields and shattered upon impact. With its obstacle removed, the beast felt emboldened, free to pursue its prey without restraint. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the beast outside and activating the marker lights atop the cab. The lights began to blink. The adult winged beast, having just been thwarted, grew increasingly irate, charging toward the flashing lights. Bang! The beast repeatedly rammed its head against the top of the cab, shattering each signal light in turn. With each collision, the heavy-duty truck was righted once more. Chapter 2: The Metal-Eating Piglet. In that instant, Lin Fan released the handbrake and the clutch, flooring the accelerator. The 10-meter-long heavy-duty truck surged forward, hurtling directly at the juvenile, canine-headed winged beast. The juvenile beast remained preoccupied with feasting on the old blind man's remains. But the massive truck's front end struck the juvenile beast like a bullet, careening over its head. The dozens of tons of the heavy-duty truck crushed the beast's skull, deforming it grotesquely. The creature soon succumbed, uttering a mournful groan as it met its demise. "Old blind man, I have avenged you, may you rest in peace." Lin Fan's expression remained impassive in this hellish world. He had long since cast aside any regard for life and death. He swiftly reversed the truck, once more orienting it towards the adult winged beast. The adult beast, filled with rage, began to call out. In just a few seconds, similar cries echoed from different corners of the city. The silhouettes of its kin appeared against the gray sky. Lin Fan understood. The scavenging team was likely in grave peril, and the winged beasts were converging upon his location. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the heavy-duty truck charging forth like a ferocious tiger, barreling towards the beasts. As he approached, the winged beast flapped its enormous wings, taking to the low sky to evade the truck's impact. Then it swooped down, crashing into the back of the truck. A sizzling sound erupted as the truck's electrical systems faltered, and externally, the vehicle took on a warped appearance. However, Lin Fan paid no mind to these issues, swiftly unhooking the trailer, allowing the heavy-duty truck to execute a drift. The cab swung around, colliding with the beast's spine. The adult winged beast form was not to be compared with that of the juvenile, though it emitted howls of anger. It sustained no serious injuries. This was a fierce confrontation between Lin Fan and the beast. The adult winged beast had never encountered such tenacious resistance from a human fury ignited in its eyes. Ignoring the pain coursing through its body, it charged violently at the windshield. Seeing the danger, Lin Fan activated the driving protection system. In an instant, the windshield shattered under the beast's assault, but fortunately, the protective shield enveloped Lin Fan, shielding him from the shards of glass. The truck's cab was flung several meters away, the windshield in ruins. Due to the vehicle's shock absorption system, Lin Fan sustained only minor injuries, though he felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The cab momentarily out of the beast's sight, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to disable the shock absorption system. He squeezed through the gap in the broken windshield, retreating to the roadside and taking refuge behind a nearby barrier. The adult winged beast remained oblivious to Lin Fan's escape, continuing to batter the cab, which became increasingly concave under the onslaught. The beast, realizing the heavy-duty truck could no longer move, let out a low growl. Roar! It seemed to declare its victory. Then it leaned forward to peer into the cab. Yet within, no trace of humanity was found. The creature instinctively sensed danger, but it was already too late. The trigger of an old-fashioned rifle was pulled. Bang! The bullet struck the energy core of the heavy-duty truck. Typically, the energy core of such a vehicle is well protected to prevent explosions during operations. However, Lin Fan had deactivated the protective measures when he abandoned the truck. The bullet from the old rifle ignited the energy core, resulting in another explosion. Flames soared skyward. Layers of fire illuminated the gray, murky air of heavy Iron City. The roaring flames and thick smoke engulfed the winged beast. It struggled desperately, yet ultimately succumbed to the grip of death. The adult winged beast lay slain. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished that a scavenger wielding an antiquated weapon had managed to slay a winged beast. Yet, 4 or 5 more winged beasts circled above, heading in Lin Fan's direction. Lin Fan inhaled deeply and sprinted towards a nearby skyscraper. The beast's possessed eyes keener than those of humans, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Fan to escape their clutches. He had trespassed into the territory of the winged beasts and killed one of their kin. Lin Fan was not merely their prey, he had become the target of their vengeance. The body of the winged beast was far too large to enter the building. However, it relentlessly collided against the walls, sending vibrations throughout the entire structure. This assault persisted for a duration of 30 minutes, ceasing only when the creature grew weary. Yet the winged beast showed no intention of letting Lin Fan escape. It patrolled the vicinity of the building in shifts, intent on exhausting him. Lin Fan possessed a far greater understanding of human architecture than these extraterrestrial behemoths, having already discovered the building's drainage system and made his way to the underground sewer of Heavy Iron City. The sewers of Heavy Iron City were remarkably developed, resembling a vast subterranean world. Following the passage, Lin Fan emerged at an exit several kilometers away. He concealed himself in a corner of the ruins, aware that the fate of other scavengers remained uncertain, although it seemed likely they had met with misfortune. He fell into deep contemplation. Continuing the mission alone was an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the thought of abandoning Heavy Iron City left him feeling discontented. As night descended, Heavy Iron City was enveloped in darkness, save for the eerie creaking of rusted iron bars, which amplified the desolate atmosphere. Fatigued and hesitant to ignite a fire, Lin Fan sought a safe spot and succumbed to slumber. At that moment, a round creature emerged from Lin Fan's backpack, crawling up his shoulder and whispering in squeaks at his ear. Lin Fan remained oblivious until the little creature poked at his ear, rousing him from his slumber. Upon switching on his flashlight, he discovered it was the round creature, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The creature, no larger than the size of 2 palms, bore a striking resemblance to a pig, complete with a snout and ears akin to those of swine. Its limbs, however, possessed 6 digits and boasted 5 joints, rendering them vastly more agile than human fingers. Its fur was black, adorned with rigid spines along its back. The creature could stand upright and mimic various gestures familiar to humans. At that moment, it pointed to its belly, indicating its hunger. "Why are you awake at such an ungodly hour? If you're asleep, you wouldn't even know you're hungry," Lin Fan muttered, wishing to drift back into slumber. Yet, the creature was relentless, tugging at his ear and patting its emaciated belly, gesturing in a flurry of movements. It conveyed its desperate hunger, lamenting that it was too famished to sleep. "How did I end up with such a troublesome companion?" Lin Fan grumbled, though a smile crept onto his face as he retrieved some compressed biscuits from his pocket for the creature. The round creature took the biscuit but exhibited no interest, promptly discarding it. Its eyes rolled dramatically, and it wrinkled its snout in disdain, clearly unimpressed. Lin Fan scratched his head and sighed, "My apologies for forgetting. You silly creature. You don't eat biscuits." At that moment, a subtle shift occurred within Lin Fan's pupils. Unbeknownst to outsiders, a holographic projection manifested within his gaze. Interstellar Scavenging System has been activated. Scavenging Pig, offspring advanced civilization species from the TAS galaxy. The scavenging pig is currently in a state of hunger. If not fed promptly, it will fail to develop normally. Understood, Lin Fan murmured. Now, not only was he engaged in scavenging, but he also had the responsibility of finding food for the round creature. Host command received system, shutting down automatically. The holographic projection vanished, and Lin Fan rubbed his temples. This so-called interstellar scavenging system was as perplexing as the creature itself, seemingly embedded within his mind, frequently manifesting such system windows. Reflecting on the origins of the system and the creature, Lin Fan recalled that it was a month prior when he stumbled upon a small pig while scavenging at the garbage disposal site of the Doomsday Fortress. The pig had been rummaging through the refuse for sustenance. At that time, he mistook it for an oddly peculiar pet and took it in. Little did he know, this creature was no ordinary pig. It was foraging for metal amidst the debris. Simultaneously, the interstellar scavenging system had identified Lin Fan as an Earth scavenger, inexplicably attaching itself to him. Since then, system windows would sporadically appear, leaving Lin Fan feeling somewhat disoriented. He nearly convinced himself he was losing his mind. In truth, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to scavenging. Had it not been for his desire to avoid permanent confinement in prison, he would never have resigned himself to the role of a scavenger. The notion of interstellar scavenging seemed utterly ludicrous. Gazing at the surrounding ruins, he realized that even leaving Earth felt like an impossibility, a distant fantasy. When Lin Fan turned his gaze to the round creature, his frustration deepened. This so-called scavenging pig was not easily appeased once it became hungry. It would wail, protest, and throw a tantrum. Anything metallic he acquired during his scavenging expeditions was destined to end up in the creature's discerning snout and mouth, which troubled Lin Fan greatly. Each time, he struggled to fulfill the scavenging team's tasks, incurring considerable criticism as a result. The scavenging pig feasted solely on metal, refusing anything else, its insatiable appetite leaving it unchanged in size despite consuming metals for months on end. Lin Fan had attempted to chase the little creature away or return it to the garbage site, but it was cunning enough to always find its way back. Faced with its pleading eyes, he found himself helpless, ultimately resigning to keep it. In this moment, Lin Fan gazed at the turbulent city and remarked, "You must listen carefully. This city is unlike the doomsday garbage site. There are many colossal creatures here, and we must tread cautiously." The round creature nodded vigorously, signifying its willingness to comply. It then climbed up Lin Fan's pant leg and settled on his shoulder, pointing in a particular direction and gesturing excitedly, "Let's go, this way."
Chapter 3. The dream of returning to space. The orb, contrary to its appearance, is not a mere pig. It possesses an extraordinary intellect. After merely a few days of companionship, it has learned to comprehend all of Lin Fan's words. Adeptly masquerading as a pet pig in the presence of outsiders, at this moment, under the orb's guidance and cloaked by the veil of night, Lin Fan approaches a nearby corridor where a dilapidated truck is parked. "Are you particularly sensitive to metal elements?" Lin Fan inquires, giving the orb a gentle pat on its head. It squints, nods eagerly, and leaps from Lin Fan's shoulder without hesitation. To humans, the truck may seem substantial. Yet to the orb, it merely offers a meager sustenance, enough to barely satiate its hunger. Ascending to the top of the truck, the orb exhales vapor from its nostrils, its eyes radiating a bluish light akin to a turbo. A wave of heat emanates from the orb, causing the surroundings to blur, prompting Lin Fan to retreat. The orb's tongue caresses the metal exterior of the truck, its mouth resembling an electric arc furnace. With its tongue akin to a welding machine, though the temperature likely exceeds that of any earthly forge. The truck's metal shell glows a fiery red, swiftly liquefying like molten candy, effortlessly consumed by the orb. In the desolate wasteland of the apocalypse, the orb had scavenged with restraint, mindful of the human presence. Yet, in this city of ruin, it relishes the freedom to indulge. Lin Fan muses that if the orb were to consume metal with the same fervor, it could easily evaporate him as well. Approximately 15 minutes later, the orb astonishingly devours the front of the truck. Lin Fan ponders, what compels this little creature to consume such vast quantities of metal daily? Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated, projecting a holographic image within Lin Fan's vision. Report to the host. The scavenging orb is currently in a developmental stage, consuming metal elements to construct its bodily framework. The system communicates directly into Lin Fan's mind without the need for spoken words. Lin Fan questions the system. The orb has no excretory function, nor does it appear to grow. What is the explanation for this? The physical strength of the orb is beyond human comprehension. Do you understand the strength of a white dwarf star? Its current physical resilience is akin to that of a white dwarf, rendering the metal it consumes trivial in comparison to its own strength. As it continues to grow, its physical fortitude will further increase. Lin Fan gasps in astonishment. As a former astronaut, he is well aware of the immense strength of a white dwarf, which can reach dozens of tons per cubic centimeter. With such weight, how could the orb bounce around without being crushed? The system clarifies. The four fundamental forces of the universe, strong force, weak force, gravity, and electromagnetism, are unified. The scavenging orb is a creature of advanced civilization. After billions of years of evolution, it has mastered these forces, generating an electromagnetic field within its body that easily counteracts gravitational pull. Lin Fan, having heard of the four forces of the universe in passing, mutters, "So, the scavenging orb is such a powerful being. Indeed, it belongs to an advanced cosmic civilization, while the beings you fear, the Qinyang people, are merely part of a primitive civilization in the grand scheme of the universe." "And where do you and the orb originate from?" Lin Fan asks. The system pauses momentarily before reciting a poetic verse about the cosmos. "From the vast expanse of the universe. From the end of time, When the final chapter of destruction resounds and darkness envelopes the entire star system, Lin Fan interrupts, "Enough with the poetry. What is the universe truly like?" The system replies, "The universe possesses a lifespan. Every civilization faces an end, yet new civilizations continuously emerge. However, even those who reach advanced civilizations ultimately succumb to annihilation. This is the nature of the universe. And Earth, how does it rank among civilizations? The Earth is still in its enlightenment phase, yet to fully transcend its solar system. What about the Qinyang people? The Qinyang have entered the era of primitive civilization, rendering them akin to ants that can be easily crushed by intermediate civilizations in the universe. Yet, to Earth, they represent a formidable adversary, one that will usher in a brutal war." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan falls into deep contemplation, sighing, "What is more than brutal is that it is already the apocalypse." "The apocalypse?" The system retorts. "That is merely a very minuscule conflict in the corner of the Milky Way, hardly deserving of the term war." "Have you witnessed the apocalypse?" Lin Fan asks. "Certainly. Compared to the true cosmic apocalypse, the crisis facing Earth is but a drop in the ocean. Human civilization is indeed so insignificant." Lin Fan pauses and inquires, "Can I truly return to space?" Of course, the system assures him. "You could even possess your own fleet." "A fleet?" Lin Fan contemplates. Only nations have the capability to command starships, and the notion of assembling a fleet is almost unfathomable, even for a regime. Sensing Lin Fan's skepticism, the system insists, "Every word I speak is the result of careful calculation. I would never deceive you. Interstellar scavenging differs slightly from your terrestrial scavenging. In the vast cosmos, wars between various civilizations never cease, just as between Earth and the Qinyang. Countless derelict starships drift through space, many of which can still be salvaged. Are you suggesting we venture into the cosmos to gather the wreckage of those destroyed starships? Indeed. The universe is boundless, filled with artifacts from primitive, intermediate, and even advanced civilizations. Some relics would even send shivers down the spines of the Qinyang. Why not embark on a journey of cosmic exploration, collecting valuable treasures for your own use?" Gazing at the ruins surrounding him and his own destitution, Lin Fan queries, "How do we depart from Earth?" Indeed, the aspiration to return to space has long been his desire, yet as a mere scavenger, the challenge of breaking free from Earth appears insurmountable. Repairing those abandoned spacecraft, he muses. The scavenging orb is your loyal companion, the most exceptional forger in the universe. Once it evolves, it will be able to repair them. A forger? Lin Fan murmurs to himself. A creature resembling a pig capable of mending spacecraft? What a ludicrous notion it would be if shared with others. Nevertheless, as he gazes at the metallic wreckage nearby, he finds no humor in the absurdity. Before long, the massive truck has been reduced to a mere tenth of its original form within half an hour. The orb clutches its belly, burps, still unsated. What an extraordinary spectacle, according to the system. The orb is currently in its developmental stage. Once it reaches a certain threshold, it will truly become an extraterrestrial forger, capable of repairing anything on Earth. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. As the scavenging orb continues to devour, it will also grow, with its forging capabilities amplifying upon awakening. The scavenging orb emerged 1 billion years after the universe's birth, thriving by consuming the free-floating metal elements birthed alongside the cosmos. This civilization evolved under extraordinarily harsh conditions, yet the outcome of natural selection has allowed this life form to develop an advanced civilization. The scavenging orb transmits the forging knowledge it acquires across generations through a manner akin to genetic inheritance. With such a being of advanced civilization, embarking on a journey of interstellar scavenging is certainly not an impossibility. Moreover, the current city is strewn with various abandoned aircraft and tanks. If the orb can indeed repair them, it may well be possible to assemble a small force to combat alien monstrosities. As for the system's claim of constructing a fleet, it will undoubtedly not be a simple task. Earth's space fleet is the culmination of humanity's collective efforts, the product of countless individuals laboring in silence, a testament to the intellect and dedication of innumerable scientists and engineers. That night, Lin Fan gazes at the windswept sky, lost in thought. He has endured years of imprisonment. Now reduced to a scavenger, his life has been fraught with sorrow, yet as the doors of fate close, it seems another window has opened. Deep within his sorrowful eyes, this man has never relinquished his struggle. He refuses to await the final cataclysmic war passively. Suddenly, a hissing sound jolts Lin Fan from his reverie. He whips his head around, discovering the orb's snout has already extended towards the truck's fuel tank. No, Lin Fan tries to intervene, But it is too late. The orb's mouth has melted through the fuel tank, and with a resounding bang, the truck wreckage is engulfed in flames in the ensuing chaos. The cry of the canine-headed winged beasts resonates, and shadows flit across the dimly lit night sky, swooping down. The orb is thrown back by the force of the explosion, its body covered in thick, black soot, yet it remains unscathed. It scurries back to Lin Fan, clutching his leg, pointing at the winged beasts overhead, chattering in distress, fully aware of its transgression. Chapter 4. The busy orb. Lin Fan scoops up the orb and swiftly retreats to the underground waterways of the city. He knows the canine-headed winged beasts are still on the hunt for him, and should they sense the slightest disturbance, they will converge upon him. Lin Fan is not in a rush to return. The Iron City is now besieged by the winged beasts. The path to becoming a true interstellar scavenger remains long and arduous. Iron City proves to be an excellent location, with its abandoned industrial zones devoid of human presence, an ideal environment for the orb's development. As for the task at hand, he has 10 days remaining. The following morning, the spherical creature remained in a deep slumber as Lin Fan carefully tucked it into his backpack. He stealthily pried open the manhole cover and peered into the city beyond. A ray of morning sunlight pierced through the dust-laden air, illuminating a decaying billboard, remnants of a once thriving past now consumed by the desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. Several dozen meters away, atop a building, a winged beast surveyed its surroundings, akin to a sentinel stationed in the heart of Iron City. Its remarkable acuity surpassed that of the eagles on Earth. Lin Fan felt akin to a burrowing creature, scuttling through the underground passages while the beasts held dominion over the surface routes. The moment he dared to emerge, the winged beasts would unleash a lethal onslaught. Estimating that there were at least 10 winged beasts within a few kilometers, he feared the actual count might be even greater. He understood that as long as the canine-headed winged beasts remained, he had no hope of escaping Iron City alive. However, within this lair, even a well-equipped human soldier would struggle against such tenacious foes. Lin Fan muttered to himself before obediently retreating back into the sewer. After a day of observation, he noted that the winged beast sentinels to the north were significantly fewer in number. Though the reason eluded him, he recalled that after the Qiangyang aliens took control of Iron City, they established a base in the northern industrial zone. Following a year of fierce conflict, humanity successfully dismantled the Qiangyang base and expelled its occupants from Iron City. Due to the extensive damage to the city's infrastructure, humanity lacked the resources or energy to rebuild a large urban center, effectively abandoning Iron City. Although the Qiangyang base had been destroyed, remnants of useful materials might still linger. Moreover, the northern sector, being the industrial zone, was likely to harbor the food that the spherical creature favored. Thus, Lin Fan navigated the underground passages towards the northern industrial area. The city was vast, and the sewer system was not entirely interconnected, preventing a direct route to the northern industrial zone. After traversing several kilometers and evading the winged beasts patrols above, he discovered an entrance to Line 5 of the subway, which led to the base. This subway station had once been a hotspot for clashes between the remnants of human soldiers and the Qiangyang aliens, where humans concealed themselves within the labyrinthine tunnels, launching surprise attacks. This provoked the ire of the Qiangyang, who ordered the destruction of many subway entrances, leaving only the Line 5 route to the Qiangyang base intact. Before the city's ruin, it had been repurposed by the Qiangyang as a crucial supply transport corridor to evade human airstrikes. As Lin Fan traversed the long subway corridor, he finally arrived at the Qiangyang base, a towering fortress standing proudly in the heart of the industrial zone. Surrounding the fortress was a circular walkway supported by 12 grand pillars, encasing a colossal command bastion. Above it loomed the remnants of damaged aerial particle beam weapons. The command bastion resembled a turtle shell, albeit one riddled with breaches caused by human explosives, its dome shattered. Surrounding the Qiangyang base lay a vast expanse of open ground, once a parking area for robots and a battlefield for human Qiangyang confrontations. Now, it resembled a hellscape, with the scars of war indelibly etched into the landscape. Remnants of downed Qiangyang and human aircraft scattered about. Since the conclusion of the last battle for Iron City, no one had returned to this forsaken site. The Qiangyang base loomed ahead, but a canine-headed winged beast had settled in the square. Lin Fan was taken aback, suddenly understanding the scarcity of winged beasts to the north. This particular beast was unlike the rest. A pronounced horn had sprouted from its forehead, marking it as a formidable leader among its kind. The abandoned Qiangyang base was evidently its exclusive territory. Its keen eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, ready to treat any approaching human or animal as prey, even deterring its fellow winged beasts from encroaching upon its domain. A leader-class winged beast posed an immense threat. As long as it lived, it could launch an attack on Lin Fan at any moment. His only option was to eliminate this leader-class beast to secure a foothold in this area. The hierarchy among winged beasts was rigid, and this leader's death would ensure that no ordinary beast would dare to trespass into its territory for a time, rendering the area relatively safe. Compared to confronting a horde of winged beasts, Lin Fan found it more prudent to seize control of this leader's domain. However, he possessed only an antiquated rifle, insufficient to fell such a beast. Armed with binoculars, he scrutinized the terrain of the Qiangyang base, devising a plan to turn the fortress into the leader-class beast's grave. Lin Fan roused the spherical creature from its slumber in the backpack. It blinked, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Roundball, I intend to slay the monster in the square, but there exists a crucial task that requires you to traverse the square and execute it, enabling our escape from this place, Lin Fan declared. Execute a task? The spherical creature blinked again, its fear evident as it gestured towards the fearsome winged beast in the distance, inquiring if Lin Fan would accompany it. No, my target is too significant, and I would be easily exposed, Lin Fan replied. The spherical creature shook its head vigorously, gesturing insistently. Completing the task alone will result in being devoured by the monster. Based on my observations, a creature your size would hardly register on its radar, Lin Fan explained, whispering his plan near the creature's large ears. The Roundball blinked once more. This task posed no difficulty, yet it harbored a genuine fear of the fearsome beast in the square. Clutching Lin Fan tightly, it was reluctant to let go, fearing abandonment. Lin Fan hesitated briefly before pointing outside. Little one, do you think there is an abundance of metal in this square? The spherical creature nodded. However, the monster guards a massive metal warehouse, filled with various metals piled high like a mountain, far superior to the scrap outside. Is that true? The creature's eyes gleamed as it gestured, questioning whether Lin Fan was deceiving it. Lin Fan solemnly swore, if I lie to you, I shall go 3 days without food. If you complete the task, a grand feast awaits. The spherical creature's eyes widened in astonishment. The thought of Lin Fan enduring 3 days without sustenance struck terror within it, as it had not anticipated such a harsh vow. Believing Lin Fan, the spherical creature finally acquiesced to undertake the task. Invigorated by visions of various delectable foods, glancing at his watch, Lin Fan noted that it was precisely 4 in the afternoon. You have 1 hour. The operation will commence in about an hour. The Roundball gestured confidently. For a scavenger pig, billions of years of evolution had endowed it with an understanding of atomic motion, akin to a human biological clock, albeit far superior, allowing for precise calculations of time without the need for a clock. Little one, do your best. Once you complete the task, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Upon hearing the words grand feast, the spherical creature nodded eagerly, then darted from Lin Fan's backpack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It flitted across the square, just as Lin Fan had predicted. The winged beast remained oblivious to the tiny creature's movements. Lin Fan continued to observe the spherical creature through his binoculars. The Roundball climbed the bridge pier, scurrying up carefully, concealing itself in an inconspicuous corner of the walkway. Without a meticulous search, it was indeed difficult to spot it. Lin Fan recognized that this little creature was diligently toiling away. An hour later, as the sun set, the ruins were bathed in a warm glow. Checking his watch, Lin Fan noted that the time had come. Through the binoculars, he saw the spherical creature waving its little hand, signaling that it was ready to proceed. Lin Fan returned a similar gesture, a smile gracing his lips. The hunt was on. Emerging from the subway entrance, Lin Fan stealthily made his way onto the square. Not only was the Roundball, still in its juvenile stage, filled with trepidation, but Lin Fan too felt a shiver of unease in the face of such a colossal beast. Taking a deep breath behind a rusted armored vehicle, he steadied his rifle and aimed at the beast's head. Bang! The winged beast was caught off guard by the bullet, turning its gaze toward Lin Fan's direction. This creature was far stronger than the ordinary winged beasts. Standing an impressive 3 meters tall, resembling a war machine, its eyes filled with murderous intent, Lin Fan emerged from behind the scrap metal, tauntingly declaring, "Come at me, you bastard!" A howl erupted from the beast as it registered the intruder, momentarily startled before its fury ignited. How dare such a diminutive human challenge it within its territory? This was a death wish. With a powerful thrust of its wings and hind legs, it launched itself off the ground, soaring low towards Lin Fan. The approach of such a massive creature was nothing short of terrifying, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Lin Fan pivoted and fled towards the walkway. Chapter 5. The trapped winged beast within this shattered wasteland? The dominant winged beast prowled in search of its prey, an aura of menace permeating the air. Lin Fan dodged and darted, much like a mouse scurrying through the debris, utilizing the bombed-out craters and the wreckage of downed aircraft. He engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with the winged beast. Despite his nimble movements, his heart raced with trepidation. The weapon in his hands felt no more significant than a mere matchstick against the formidable beast before him. Should there be the slightest misstep, one would be ruthlessly torn to shreds by the winged beast, becoming mere sustenance. The creature crashed through a derelict tank, rummaging through the scrap metal, yet found nothing. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Here." Following the sound, the winged beast turned its gaze, discovering Lin Fan had already appeared at the periphery of the military stronghold. In that instant, Lin Fan leaned against a massive column. The overhead corridor towering 40 meters high, with the 12 great pillars nearly reaching 50 meters. Following the battle from years past, the circular corridor was already riddled with wounds. Although it had not collapsed, it was in a state of disrepair, teetering precariously. The wind whistled as it passed. The severed cables at the fractured points of the corridor emitted a hissing sound. At this moment, the winged beast was merely 50 meters away from Lin Fan. The area surrounding Lin Fan was desolate, with only a single bridge pier offering any semblance of cover. The winged beast let out a low growl, its sharp beak agape, revealing its fangs. It took to the air, charging fiercely towards Lin Fan, cornering him. Clearly, Lin Fan was a sitting duck, the distance between him and the winged beast practically negligible. Lin Fan swiftly sidestepped, ducking behind the large column, circling to the other side. He raised his rifle and aimed directly at the beast's eye, pulling the trigger with determination. Bang! The gunshot echoed. However, the winged beast seemed to have anticipated Lin Fan's ploy, tilting its head to evade the bullet. Emitting a triumphant hiss in its eyes, this human was merely prey, and his actions represented nothing but a futile struggle before his inevitable demise. Yet, unbeknownst to the winged beast, a wave of danger was rapidly encroaching. The creature did not realize it was the true quarry, having unwittingly stepped into a trap laid by humanity. The time to ensnare had arrived. Boom. A sound of shattering echoed. It was the sound of the circular corridor fracturing. The winged beast failed to react in time. A circular corridor, 50 meters long and 10 meters wide, descended upon the beast like a colossal shackle, crashing down upon its head. The impact forced the creature's head to the ground. Its entire body pinned beneath the corridor, shattering the stone slabs beneath. The circular corridor had transformed into an enormous trap. Originally crafted by the Qinyang people, it was exceptionally sturdy. However, having endured countless bombings during the war, it had become severely damaged. The sides of the bridge were already fractured, held together only by numerous cables maintaining a tenuous connection to prevent collapse. Under Lin Fan's strategic machinations, the spherical device had stealthily severed more than half of the cables stabilizing the corridor, unbeknownst to the beast, creating a trap for the cornered creature. The sphere had calculated the stress distribution at the moment of the bridge's collapse. Just as Lin Fan's gunfire sounded, the last and most critical cable was severed. In that instant, the winged beast, lost in the thrill of the hunt, remained oblivious to the trap it had entered. A howl of despair erupted. The massive corridor descended upon the dominant winged beast with pinpoint accuracy. The ground shook violently, a cloud of dust erupting skyward. As the dust settled, the form of the dominant winged beast was revealed, battered and bruised, its wings crushed beneath the fallen corridor. Success! Lin Fan, hidden behind the debris, inhaled deeply. The spherical device crouched behind him, glancing at the pitiful form of the dominant winged beast. Scratching its head, it then poked Lin Fan, gesturing animatedly. The little creature was eager for Lin Fan to take it to find food. Lin Fan understood that without the assistance of this peculiar orb in creating such a massive trap, he would have truly been at a loss against the beast. However, before entering the base, Lin Fan had one more task: to ensure the winged beast was utterly defeated. He raised his rifle, aiming at the creature's neck, the most vulnerable spot. Typically, the winged beast would guard this area fiercely, but now, it evidently lacked the strength to do so. A series of lead bullets could inflict severe damage to its blood vessels, swiftly leading to its demise. Just then, the winged beast slowly opened its blood-red eyes. Fixing its gaze upon Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Remarkably, it had not perished, yet the dominant winged beast seemed to have resigned itself to its fate. Despite the diminutive stature of the human, It recognized its defeat. It neither flinched nor struggled against the human weapon, awaiting its final destiny. Ding! Lin Fan's vision flickered as something materialized before him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. It was the holographic projection of the Interstellar Scavenging system. A line of text appeared in Lin Fan's vision. Canine-headed winged beast, a species from Qingyang, capable of being tamed, with a moderate difficulty level. System, why did you take the liberty to appear? Lin Fan communicated with his thoughts. Master, the canine-headed winged beast can be tamed. Tamed? Lin Fan replied. It is far more ferocious than any beast on Earth. The Qingyang people have successfully tamed a portion of the winged beasts to serve as their patrol units. The system responded. Its size is larger than that of ordinary winged beasts. Lin Fan pondered momentarily, concluding, this is undoubtedly a Lord-level canine-headed winged beast. Master, it is not merely Lord-level. It is of an even higher tier, the Overlord-level winged beast. Overlord-level? Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. Such a classification was unheard of. Overlord-level winged beasts were seldom seen on Earth, and yet here was one before him, the system added. It is merely in a developmental stage. Once it matures and spreads its wings, its wingspan could reach 7 to 8 meters. Its muscles becoming exceptionally formidable. With the trap you devised, it would be incapable of being contained. Then I must eliminate this unequivocal menace. Master, your current strength is still too feeble. Become a true interstellar scavenger. The only path is to accumulate power. Heavy Iron City is a suitable location, abundant in resources that could serve as your first base. Oh? Lin Fan set down his rifle. If he could tame this Overlord-level winged beast, it would mean controlling all the winged beasts in Heavy Iron City, rendering the city as good as his own. However, killing it would make dealing with the other winged beasts exceedingly difficult, let alone dominating Heavy Iron City. Yet, as Lin Fan scrutinized the massive creature before him, he could not help but marvel. Its head was nearly the size of a car's front. Should it succumb to its primal instincts during the taming process, it could easily swallow him whole. The stakes were high, and caution was imperative. He then inquired, is there a risk in taming? Yes. How does one proceed? You must first gather certain items, then I must hurry. The Overlord-level winged beast is unlike ordinary ones. It possesses a profound sense of pride. After being reprimanded by Lin Fan, it intended to summon its kin. When it saw Lin Fan lower his weapon, it initially exhibited confusion but then grew angry, baring its teeth and hissing. Upon Lin Fan's intrusion into the territory of the Overlord-level winged beast, it perceived the human as a challenger. For a high-ranking winged beast, a challenge was a sacred ritual. It was solitary and proud. Having failed in a challenge, the price was death. Moreover, it was vanquished by a mere earth creature. This was a tremendous humiliation. Death would be its best release. It was almost pleading for this fragile being to end its life. Yet, Lin Fan continued to walk away without a backward glance. Chapter 6. The decision to tame beasts. The abandoned base was dim and cold. A wasteland strewn with metallic wreckage and debris. Lin Fan entered the stronghold through a breach created by a bomb. This stronghold had once been a colossal factory for war robots, housing numerous war machines, serving as a site for assembly and repairs. Following the last battle for Heavy Iron City, the robots of Qingyang had been dealt a devastating blow by humanity, reducing them to mere scraps. Here, remnants of robot bases and scattered parts were still visible. Lin Fan remained vigilant, wary of any surviving robots. One should not underestimate the machines of the Qingyang people. They could inflict catastrophic damage upon humanity. After a thorough search, Lin Fan finally relaxed. Apart from fragments of robotic components, he found no signs of living robots, not even a single intact remnant. Lin Fan surmised that after human forces had taken this place, they must have stripped it of all useful weapons, while any robots that had survived were likely captured and taken to human laboratories for scientific experimentation. The war with the Qingyang had inflicted grievous wounds upon humanity. Yet they had tirelessly endeavored to learn from the technology of their foes. Countless scientists and engineers worked day and night to study Earth's weapon systems, leaving no stone unturned. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. The future apocalyptic war would inevitably arrive. Although Lin Fan could not find anything useful in the base at that moment, the steel fortress made the spherical device's eyes gleam with excitement. To the sphere, all the metal was a delectable feast. It even detected numerous rare metallic elements. Lin Fan had indeed not deceived it. The sphere repeatedly nudged Lin Fan with its head, unable to contain its eagerness. Its development required a constant intake of various metallic elements. Consuming only a single type or a few would lead to malnutrition. Many metallic elements were exceedingly rare, unattainable from ordinary vehicles or construction materials. Yet within this fortress, these rare metallic elements were palpably present. The little creature was utterly enchanted. Merely inhaling the scent of these rare metals, it began to drift away, as if meandering through a symphony of elements. Each metallic element striking exquisite notes to go forth. The spherical creature, famished, lunged toward a battered robot repair platform like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. The metallic blade, crafted by the unparalleled forging skills of the Qingyang aliens, was remarkably hard, capable of effortlessly piercing through the robot's steel plates. The sphere's eyes shimmered with an ethereal blue light, and after being licked by its tongue, the metallic blade turned a fiery red under extreme heat. Becoming soft and malleable, it tirelessly devoured the metals of the base, its growth scarcely perceptible. According to the description from the Interstellar Scavenging system, the greatest talent of the scavenging pig lies not in its consumption, but in its ability to repair and forge virtually all items from civilizations across the cosmos. High-tech weapons and spacecraft are no challenge at all. Much like its affinity for metal, the scavenging pig reaches an almost frenzied state when it comes to forging. Through billions of years of evolution, the scavenging pig's body has become a furnace brimming with immense energy and a powerful forging tool. As this little creature matures, a certain gene-like substance within it will awaken, elevating its forging and repairing abilities to a higher level. The growth of the scavenging pig encompasses at least 4 stages: infancy, growth, youth, and maturity. Each stage further divides into initial, mid, and advanced phases, with each period possessing distinct forging and repairing techniques. Currently, it is in the early phase of infancy. When the sphere reaches the mid-infant stage, it will not only consume but also repair. What do I need? Lin Fan inquired of the system. A sonar capable of emitting infrasound. Sonar? Can this subdue the winged beasts? Indeed. Observing Lin Fan's lingering confusion, the system continued, allow me to elaborate on the winged beast race. For the winged beasts, a strict hierarchy exists. Lower-tier winged beasts will submit to their higher-tier counterparts. When they submit to a particular entity, a remarkably potent spiritual contract forms. The winged beast lords outside have not forged any spiritual contracts with individuals. Master, you need only force it to submit and establish a spiritual contract with you, and it will forever be subservient. Moreover, this spiritual contract is unbreakable. How can one establish a spiritual contract? Lin Fan asked. The dominant winged beasts are exceedingly proud and will not easily enter into such a contract. But they possess a fatal weakness. They are highly sensitive to infrasound at a frequency of 1 Hz. The infrasound resonates slightly with the sensory organs in their heads, and once subjected to this frequency, they will undoubtedly suffer immensely. While it is tormented by the sound waves, the master can seize the opportunity to coerce and entice it. Once its mental defenses crumble, it can be compelled to form a spiritual contract with you. Is that really possible? Lin Fan, astonished by the system's explanation, asked, did the Qingyang aliens use this method to compel it? Aside from employing this primitive method, the Qingyang aliens prefer to tame the winged beasts through genetic means. However, our current conditions do not permit that. Aside from using infrasound as a deterrent, there is no other way to make it yield. Additionally, the master must first spend 200 scavenger points to unlock the lower life. Interspecies communication consciousness simulation technology. What is that? This is an integral part of the interstellar scavenging technology tree. The technology tree is divided into 3 branches: exploration, warfare, and civilization. Upon acquiring scavenger points, you can unlock skills in these 3 domains. Such a thing exists. Indeed, at different stages of scavenging, various technologies can be unlocked. You currently belong to the novice scavenger category. What about the interspecies simulation technology? The interspecies consciousness simulation technology is a skill in the civilization domain for novice scavengers. Effective against lower life forms. It can decode the streams of consciousness of lower intelligent and semi-intelligent beings, allowing the master to communicate with them. Are you saying I can communicate with the winged beasts? Precisely. The Qingyang canine-headed winged beasts fall under the category of lower semi-intelligent beings. However, unlocking it will require 200 scavenger points. A holographic interface appeared, displaying Lin Fan's scavenger points as 210. What are scavenger points? Lin Fan inquired. Scavenger points are a virtual value accumulated by the master through scavenging, determined by various factors such as the civilization level, technological content, and rarity of the materials collected. After all my hard work, I only have 210 scavenger points? Master, you misunderstand. Of those 210 points, 200 are a gift from the system, while the remaining 10 are what you have accumulated through scavenging. What? Only 10 scavenger points? Lin Fan felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this. Goodness, after all this time, I have only garnered 10 scavenger points. I've been in this field for several years. Very well, Lin Fan said. Then unlock that interspecies simulation skill you mentioned. Ding. Lower life. Interspecies communication consciousness simulation has been activated, consuming 200 scavenger points. Attention. Most lower life forms that the host can currently interact with primarily transmit thoughts through electrical signals, so direct contact with the target is necessary. When the host needs to engage in interspecies communication, they must first physically contact the target, and the system will invade the target stream of consciousness. Once the target's language encoding method is understood, the host can communicate with the target species. I need to make contact, Lin Fan paused, yet he hesitated no further. However, he could not concern himself with such details. The apocalyptic war was an insurmountable hurdle for Earth's civilization, and the Qinyang fleet might descend upon Earth again at any moment. That could very well be Earth's final battle. Lin Fan hoped to contribute in that conflict, yet, in his current state, he was too weak to create even a ripple in the tide of war. He needed to rapidly amass his strength. Taming the winged beasts would be his sole means of controlling the ruined city, and he was willing to face any danger for that. Chapter 7. The Indomitable Winged Beast at Dawn. The wind and sand spread through the air, and heavy Iron City remained lifeless. The wounds of the dominant winged beast were already healing, showcasing its tenacious vitality. When Lin Fan appeared, the dominant winged beast assumed he was there to finish it off and remained surprisingly calm. To it, death represented a form of liberation. The winged beasts revered the strong. Having lost to Lin Fan, it respected him. As a defeated creature, it was prepared to accept the winged beast tradition, the baptism of death. The dominant winged beast was mistaken. Lin Fan had no intention of killing it. Instead, he tossed an electric wire towards it, making contact with its body in an instant. The system had established a mode of consciousness communication with the winged beast. Relying on the system, Lin Fan projected his stream of consciousness directly into the winged beast's mind. My apologies, big fellow. I had no choice but to injure you. The dominant winged beast was taken aback. After all that time, Lin Fan had neither killed it nor harmed it, but instead chose to communicate. However, it ignored Lin Fan, snorting defiantly. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Submit? The dominant winged beast was initially perplexed, but then it became utterly enraged. With a fierce growl, it exhaled a breath that forced Lin Fan to retreat repeatedly. Though the dominant winged beast, the victor deserved respect, but that did not equate to submission. Submitting to another race would be an even greater insult, especially to a species as diminutive as humans. It would never yield to a human out of fear of death. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing the dominant winged beast's resoluteness, and gestured towards the sphere in the corner. The sphere was hiding behind an old sonar, its fingers poised over the sonar's power input system. Electrical currents surged within the sphere, activating the sonar, which successfully emitted a 1 Hz infrasound attack. A sound wave inaudible to humans spread from the Qinyang base. That moment, several kilometers away, the winged beasts also sensed the infrasound. Frightened and fleeing in panic, the dominant winged beast approached the source of the sound, wailing in distress. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its head drooped slowly, evidently tormented by the infrasound. Lin Fan projected the message urging its submission into the winged beast's mind. Resisting will lead you to endure endless suffering, ultimately ending in death. Yet the dominant winged beast's eyes widened. Turning blood red, it howled at the sky, the sound forcing Lin Fan to cover his ears. The winged beast's voice was laced with anger and defiance. The infrasound was its Achilles heel, strangely, rather than shattering the dominant winged beast. This sound, more terrifying than death, only ignited its resistance. Gradually, the dominant winged beast lost its rationality, its muscles tensed as it gathered strength to break free from its restraints. The entire corridor began to tremble. Yet the corridor was far too heavy, and it was already exhausted. Ultimately, it could not escape its bonds. What is happening? Lin Fan snapped back to reality amid the winged beast's roar. Master, this winged beast is resisting too fiercely. The infrasound seems unable to induce its submission. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. That moment, the channel of information exchange between Lin Fan and the overlord winged beast remained unbroken. Strangely, fragmented streams of consciousness from the overlord winged beast infiltrated Lin Fan's mind. On a vast and desolate planet, winged beasts roamed freely. 2 colossal adult winged beasts stood majestically atop a mountain, with a smaller winged beast trailing closely behind. All was serene until several aircraft appeared, deploying infrasonic interference. The winged beasts were mercilessly slaughtered, the adult beasts ultimately perishing, while the juvenile was captured by the Qingyang people. Subsequently, within the memories of the small winged beast, Lin Fan glimpsed shackles and confinement. It endured daily assaults from infrasonic waves. Despite the torment, it never yielded to the Qingyang people. A seed of hatred had long been sown deep within the juvenile's heart, a seed that sustained its will to survive. Lin Fan distinctly sensed that the infrasonic waves incited boundless hatred within the overlord winged beast towards the Qingyang people. This hatred overpowered fear and anguish. The overlord winged beast realized that this wire was the root of its communication with Lin Fan. With a powerful flap of its wings, it broke free from the wire, terminating the interspecies exchange. Lin Fan shivered at last. He emerged from the overlord winged beast's memories, yet he felt utterly unwell, his head pounding and drenched in sweat. He was internally alarmed. The infrasonic waves had proven ineffective against this creature, instead igniting its defiance. Without hesitation, Lin Fan gestured for the orb to sever the sonar connection. Once the sonar was disabled, tranquility returned to the overlord winged beast's realm, yet its gaze towards Lin Fan now brimmed with wariness. Master, the probability of taming this overlord winged beast has diminished to 0.07. The system's voice resonated once more. If the master feels pity for it, it is advised to end its life soon. I understand. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then added, however, I wish to try once more. Master, be cautious. Lin Fan slightly crouched and took 2 slow steps towards the winged beast. The fury in the overlord winged beast's eyes escalated. Its fangs bared, unwilling to permit this peculiar human to approach. Lin Fan recognized that if he advanced recklessly, the winged beast would undoubtedly launch an attack. After a brief pause, he called out, Orb. Bring the sonar closer, and no sooner had he spoken than the observing orb emerged, pushing the infrasonic device into the winged beast's line of sight. The winged beast clearly recognized the source of the piercing sound. Its eyes ablaze with unending loathing, filled with deep-seated disdain for the device. At that moment, Lin Fan grasped the rifle slung across his back and aimed at the infrasonic device. With a resounding bang, the bullet penetrated the device. The winged beast was momentarily taken aback. Yet Lin Fan did not stop, firing several more shots until the device lay in ruins. His actions left the orb in a state of shock. Scratching its head in confusion, uncertain if it had erred, as the overlord winged beast witnessed the destruction of the sonar. Its internal rage subsided somewhat, and its hostility towards Lin Fan diminished, at least from the winged beast's perspective. Lin Fan had clarified his stance, severing ties with that abhorrent contraption. Lin Fan understood that he had achieved his objective. The winged beast refrained from any further aggressive reactions as he set down the rifle and continued forward until he reached the creature's side. In that moment, although the winged beast could not attack with its head, it could still harm Lin Fan with its wings. Fortunately, it chose not to. Lin Fan directly placed his hand upon the winged beast's body, reinitiating the interspecies consciousness simulation. This time, the overlord winged beast willingly transmitted its consciousness to Lin Fan. Why do you approach me? Do not worry, I shall not harm you. I merely wish to inspect your wounds. The winged beast remained silent, ignoring Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan crouched down, focusing on the beast's abdomen, where several deep scars marred its skin. He gently traced the scars with his hand, remnants of the Qingyang people's aerial weaponry. Beyond the scars on the winged beast's body, Lin Fan also discerned a distorted information code etched into its neck, likely inscribed during its infancy. Lin Fan inquired of the system, Can you decipher the information code from the Qingyang people? Affirmative. Subsequently, the holographic projection of the Interstellar Scavenger system reappeared, automatically translating the Qingyang's information code into text. Danger, danger, this beast cannot be tamed. Do not approach. Lin Fan comprehended the origins of this formidable creature. Through numerous encounters with winged beasts, he had already grasped their cunning nature and organizational structure. This overlord winged beast exhibited intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary winged beasts. Its capture was likely due to underestimating its adversary. Lin Fan had always shown no mercy towards these extraterrestrial entities, yet upon learning the background of the overlord winged beast, his murderous intent began to wane. He sighed deeply, realizing that it too was a victim of the Qingyang people's persecution. At that moment, the overlord winged beast transmitted its consciousness once more. Kill me, Lin Fan reciprocated. I have seen your memories. Your kin and companions perished at the hands of the Qingyang people. You were imprisoned during your youth. The winged beast slightly turned its gaze. Now, you are employed as a weapon, cast upon earth. Lin Fan paused before continuing. Do you truly wish to die worthless in my hands? Have you never considered avenging your kin? The winged beast remained silent. However, a flicker of emotion rippled through its eyes. Though it vanished swiftly, Lin Fan recognized that his words had made an impact. Lowering the winged beast's wariness further, I will not kill you, nor will I coerce you into submission. I know threats are of no consequence to you. You are perceptive, the winged beast emitted a low, rumbling breath. Lin Fan continued, I have witnessed your past, the torment you endured, the trials you faced. Those are memories of immense suffering. We are alike. The invaders from Qinyang are our mutual foes on that barren planet. Your parents fell to the Qinyang's hands, just as my relatives, friends, and comrades perished under the assault of the Qinyang fleet. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, declaring, blood stains our hands and hatred occupies our souls. We have not been defeated. Only through slaughter can we cleanse the shame. Human, what do you wish to convey? We are not enemies. We can unite. You possess formidable combat strength alongside your companions, while I command the mightiest race on Earth. Lin Fan scrutinized the overlord winged beast before him. Its expression became increasingly complex, perhaps contemplating the validity of Lin Fan's assertions. Nonetheless, such a proud overlord winged beast could not be expected to yield to humanity in an instant. The overlord winged beast slowly closed its weary eyes, disregarding Lin Fan entirely, burying its head in the ground. Chapter 8. The silent city. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan observed the overlord winged beast before him, releasing a deep sigh. The creature kept its eyes firmly shut, showing no inclination to engage. Collaboration seemed a distant dream. Lin Fan understood that maintaining this stalemate was futile. After considerable contemplation, he reluctantly made a reckless decision to set the winged beast free. The sun sank gradually, casting its golden rays upon the dilapidated base. Lin Fan approached the flank of the overlord winged beast, establishing a bridge of interspecies consciousness. Dear friend, you and I bear the weight of endless humiliation and rage. Today, you refuse to cooperate, yet I cannot bring myself to slay you. Lin Fan spoke softly. So be it. I shall set you free. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the winged beast's eyes as it questioned. Do you not fear that I shall kill you once released? If you intend to kill me, you may do so now. Humph. The winged beast exhaled heavily, expressing its dissatisfaction with the human who dared to probe its intentions. Lin Fan held the authority to make decisions, yet the labor of dismantling the traps fell to the somewhat foolish orb. The orb appeared dejected, having toiled to create the traps, now tasked with their removal. Its body was feeble, lacking vigor for the task. A faint smile crept across Lin Fan's lips as he recognized the orb's sentiment. He promptly called out, If you do not work diligently, you shall forfeit your meals. Upon hearing this, the orb immediately complied, hastily climbing onto the fractured bridge and accelerating its work pace. Although the orb's height barely reached 30 centimeters, its mouth was akin to an electric arc furnace, capable of melting even high melting point materials like stone. The orb sliced the bridge into several segments, rendering the trap that ensnared the winged beast less formidable. The overlord winged beast sensed the shift in pressure upon its body and gradually extricated itself from the trap. It had assumed its demise was imminent, but was astonished that Lin Fan truly dared to release it. This course of action was decidedly unwise. From the overlord winged beast's perspective, even injured, it could easily dispatch the human before it. However, the overlord winged beast possessed dignity and refrained from such actions. It had utterly lost this challenge and acknowledged its defeat. According to the ancient traditions of the winged beasts, this territory no longer belonged to it, and it had no choice but to depart. In truth, the overlord winged beast was unaware that its actions had been analyzed by the system. Before proceeding, Lin Fan had instructed the system to conduct a risk assessment, which concluded that the probability of being attacked upon releasing the winged beast was below 10. At this moment, the winged beast was utterly exhausted, struggling to flap its wings and laboriously flying at low altitude. Before vanishing beyond the horizon, it cast a glance back at Lin Fan, after releasing the dominant winged beast. Lin Fan returned to the base with the orb. The orb had certainly indulged itself in a hearty meal. If it went any longer without sustenance, it might very well stage a revolt. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated, and a line of small text appeared. The dominant winged beast has departed. The host has completely occupied the abandoned base of the Qinyang people and has acquired their first scavenging stronghold, earning a reward of 500 scavenging points. 500 scavenging points. Lin Fan was secretly astonished. He recalled toiling for 2 months to earn merely 10 scavenging points, which underscored the difficulty of acquiring such points. Scavenging points were immensely valuable, as they could unlock the scavenging technology tree. Master, 500 scavenging points is not a small sum, the system reminded him. Not a small sum? Without at least 1,000,000 scavenging points, the master would not even possess enough power to venture into space, and stepping into space was merely the first step in interstellar scavenging. That's how it is. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. 1,000,000 scavenging points. When would he ever acquire such a sum? It appeared he needed to hasten his scavenging efforts. However, the most pressing task at hand was to complete the rare earth scavenging mission. With 7 days left before the deadline, the other scavenging team members were likely in dire straits. Lin Fan would have to rely solely on himself to transport the rare earth out of Heavy Iron City. After the plan to tame the dominant winged beast fell through, this endeavor would be exceedingly arduous. Yet, Lin Fan was not deterred by difficulties. Trapped here, he might as well give it a try. On the following day, Lin Fan made some preparations and stealthily made his way toward the city center. Oddly enough, he encountered no sign of the winged beasts along the way. His movements were unexpectedly smooth. Lin Fan even began to wonder. Had these creatures left Heavy Iron City in search of food? Nevertheless, he had no time to delve into the matter. Since the route appeared relatively safe, he needed to act swiftly, not wishing to repeat the misfortunes of the scavenging team from days prior. After nearly half a day's journey, Lin Fan returned to the vicinity of the old city hall where he had slain the winged beast days earlier. Although one heavy truck had been destroyed, another heavy truck remained, containing half a load of rare earth. Upon acquiring the rare earth, Lin Fan opened the system interface and noted that indeed, the scavenging value had increased. Acquired rare earth ore. Adding 10 scavenging points, a mere 10 scavenging points for the rare earth. Yet unlocking the superspecies consciousness communication simulation cost 200 scavenging points. Lin Fan muttered to himself, to ensure absolute safety, he did not set off immediately, instead lying in wait at the old city hall for 2 hours without encountering any anomalies. Still feeling uneasy, Lin Fan sent the orb ahead as a scout. After a brief reconnaissance, the orb confirmed that there were no winged beasts lying in ambush nearby. Finally at ease, Lin Fan climbed onto the heavy truck and drove north toward the base. The mission must not fail. This truckload of rare earth was the last of the stock. He could not allow the truck to become the target of a winged beast attack. Strangely, the entire ruins were eerily quiet, let alone the sighting of a winged beast. Where on earth had they gone? As dusk approached, Lin Fan maneuvered the heavy truck to a spot 2 kilometers from the base. However, at that moment, Lin Fan heard the cries of the winged beasts. He turned to look and froze. 2 winged beasts appeared atop a distant crumbling skyscraper, soaring toward the base. They had not shown themselves until now. And now there were 2 of them. Lin Fan slammed the accelerator, only to see a dilapidated pickup truck kicking up clouds of dust in the ruins, speeding toward his direction. It dawned on Lin Fan that the winged beasts were not directly charging at them. Instead, they were in pursuit of that pickup truck. He raised his binoculars and discovered that the vehicle was occupied by a scavenger. Number 15. It was unclear where number 15 had scrounged up a pickup truck. Though it was battered and misshapen, with the engine roaring, it was still moving at a fair pace. Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Number 15 had taken him as his last hope, chasing after him. If the pickup truck overtook him, the winged beasts would surely choose to attack the heavy truck. Lin Fan reacted quickly, flooring the accelerator to speed up the heavy truck. He absolutely could not allow number 15 to pass him. If number 15 lured the winged beasts over, the heavy truck would replace the pickup truck as the prey of the winged beasts. Losing one's life was one thing. If the heavy truck were destroyed, the mission would be utterly doomed. Lin Fan and number 15 both exerted their utmost effort, racing to see who could run faster. The heavy truck, while not slow, was laden with rare earth, making it somewhat cumbersome compared to the pickup truck. Before long, number 15 had left the heavy truck in the dust. As Lin Fan had anticipated, the heavy truck was now fully exposed to the sight of the winged beasts, becoming their quarry in place of the pickup truck. Sweat beads broke out on Lin Fan's forehead. In the rearview mirror, he observed that the 2 winged beasts were clearly fully grown. With his current strength, he had no means to contend with them. There were no tall buildings or structures nearby to provide cover. This fellow, number 15, was truly a calamity. Lin Fan realized that his only option was to drive the heavy truck into the base. The area surrounding the base was the territory of the dominant winged beasts. Only by maneuvering the heavy truck into the base could he hope to evade their pursuit. Unfortunately, with the accelerator pressed to the floor, the heavy truck emitted a buzzing sound. This was its limit. However, the two winged beasts had no intention of letting Lin Fan succeed, diving down in unison to catch up with the heavy truck. They landed one in front and the other behind, forcing Lin Fan to a halt. Was he to abandon the truck? This was Lin Fan's final strategy. If he could not drive the heavy truck out, he would have to abandon it and use himself as bait to divert the winged beasts, thereby avoiding an attack on the truck. With no other choice, Lin Fan grasped the old-fashioned rifle and jumped from the vehicle. Hiding behind a broken wall, strangely, upon seeing Lin Fan, the two winged beasts did not launch an attack. Instead, they redirected their attention to number 15's pickup truck, which sent number 15 into a panic as he drove the vehicle straight into the base. The two winged beasts did not pursue number 15 further, nor did they attack Lin Fan. Instead, they flapped their wings and ascended into the sky, departing the area. Lin Fan was perplexed. What was going on? Why had the winged beasts abandoned their attack? Initially, he had thought that the winged beasts of Heavy Iron City had ventured outside to forage, but it seemed that was not the case. They appear to have no intention of attacking him at all. Watching the winged beasts disappear into the horizon, Lin Fan exhaled slowly. Had they chosen to attack after he abandoned the truck, he would have been in dire peril at that moment. Number 15 returned with the pickup truck, gazing at the departing winged beasts and muttering, "God has shown mercy, God has shown mercy, and spared us both." Lin Fan paid him no mind. Number 15, the scavenger, began to inspect the heavy truck and then asked, "Is there only you in the heavy truck?" 17, "How did you survive?" "I narrowly escaped into this base through the underground passage. Managing to save my life," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Is there rare earth inside?" Number 15 pointed at the heavy truck. Lin Fan nodded. "Planning to complete the mission alone?" "Indeed." Number 15 scoffed, clearly amused. "How could you possibly transport the rare earth out of this city when we, a whole group, couldn't accomplish it? The winged beasts are lurking in every corner of this city. The heavy truck is such a large target. How do you expect to get the rare earth out? My life has long ceased to hold value. Whether I succeed or fail, it's all up to fate," Lin Fan replied calmly. "You really think of yourself as a hero. I was originally thinking of teaming up with you. But now that I think about it, forget it. If you wish to court death, I won't stop you." Number 15 mocked him a few times and then gestured toward his own vehicle, saying, "Let me tell you, I've managed to scrounge up quite a few good items in this age. What good is wealth? Preserving one's life is the utmost priority," Lin Fan replied coolly. "Have you seen what happened to others? They lost their lives for scavenging these so-called valuable items." Number 15 snorted, saying, "I see it differently. It's you who is foolishly sacrificing your life for a so-called mission, I could tell you. But you wouldn't understand. I wouldn't linger in this cursed place for even a minute. Take care of yourself." Number 15 drove off in his pickup truck, setting off on his return journey. The two parted ways. Chapter 9. Water Ghost Robot. As night fell, Lin Fan returned to the base. As before, the orb began to feed, ravenously devouring the heaps of discarded weaponry like a famished ghost. Lin Fan felt a bit exhausted. After consuming some compressed biscuits and water, he fell into a deep sleep. Just as he entered the realm of dreams, he was startled awake by the orb's panicked cries. Lin Fan jolted upright, instinctively grasping the rifle and switching on the overhead spotlight. He saw the orb frantically emerge from the pile of scrap metal, darting behind Lin Fan, too frightened to come out. Lin Fan scrutinized the heap of refuse, puzzled, and asked, "Orb, what happened?" The orb's eyes were wide with fear, its little hands gesturing vigorously. "There's a moving monster?" The orb nodded repeatedly. "But aren't you a little monster yourself? What are you afraid of?" The orb pouted and gestured again, indicating that the creature was very ugly and terrifying. "Then take me to see it." The sphere hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. It indicated the monster's location and then swiftly burrowed into Lin Fan's protective suit pocket. However, the sphere was too rotund, managing only to squeeze half of its body inside, leaving its plump head exposed. The beam of the spotlight illuminated the heap of metallic refuse, and Lin Fan scrutinized it cautiously, finding nothing unusual about the pile. It was evident that the sphere had consumed a considerable amount of metallic waste. With traces of smoking molten metal still lingering, Lin Fan cautiously approached the refuse mound. Using his rifle to sift through the discarded metal parts, he tentatively called out, "Is anyone there?" The metal debris remained silent. Lin Fan fired a shot from his rifle towards the heap, yet still, there was no response. However, he sensed something shifting beneath his feet. Looking down, the spotlight revealed a spherical metallic structure. This metallic component bore a gaping hole, emanating the acrid scent of molten metal. The construct was alive. As it raised its head, Two eyes glimmering with a ghostly blue light emerged. It seemed oblivious to Lin Fan, instead fixating in fear upon the sphere hidden in his pocket. Clearly, the sphere also recognized the creature beneath Lin Fan's feet. As their gazes locked, the sphere emitted a series of frightened squeaks, desperately attempting to burrow deeper into Lin Fan's pocket, nearly tearing it apart. The monster, equally terrified, seemed to realize that the gaping hole atop its head was the work of the sphere. With its mechanical arms anchoring itself to the refuse, it strained to extricate its body from the debris. Lin Fan lost his balance and tumbled down from the metallic heap. It was then that he fully beheld the creature. Robot known on Earth as a water ghost, a war machine from the planet Qinyang. Standing at 3.2 meters tall, this water ghost robot was not particularly large among its kind, yet it was armed with cannons and had been known to infiltrate human starships with impunity. Inflicting significant losses on human fleets, it was shocking to discover a water ghost robot still existed within this Qinyang base, albeit the one before him was only half intact, appearing rather desolate. Its weapon systems had been destroyed, and its lower half was obliterated, exposing damaged circuits and metal components. A large hole, scorched by the sphere, marred the top of the robot's head, with circuits occasionally emitting crackling sounds. Upon sighting the sphere, the robot's reaction mirrored that of the sphere. Both were frightened. Robots lacked tactile sensation, yet the sphere radiated an intense heat that posed a grave threat to it, mistakenly leading the water ghost to believe it was facing imminent destruction. As if being cast into a furnace to become a heap of scrap metal, with its lower body incapacitated, the water ghost could only maneuver across the ground using its mechanical arms. Frantically retreating into a corner, trembling with fear. Something feels off. This robot's behavior is peculiar. It neither attacks nor displays aggression. Lin Fan mumbled to himself, deep in thought. Typically, robots from Qinyang possess self-destruct protocols to prevent capture by Earth. Should they slip from Qinyang's control, these protocols would activate, obliterating all internal circuits and rendering them mere scrap metal. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated. A holographic projection materialized before Lin Fan's eyes. The system initiated a scan of the water ghost robot, and a line of analytical text appeared in his vision. Qinyang Model 2034 Robot. This entity belongs to Qinyang civilization but has sustained severe damage. Its components are destroyed, rendering it incapable of normal combat and movement. Furthermore, its self-destruct protocol has been inadvertently compromised and cannot be activated. In other words, this robot had gone rogue, exhibiting signs of disorientation and was temporarily beyond the control of Qinyang. Unable to launch an attack on humans. Yet, its self-defense mechanisms remained operational, currently intimidated by the sphere's high-energy fusion capabilities, and was in a state of self-preservation. So it is merely a loose end? Lin Fan sighed with relief. The system's voice chimed in, Master, the Qinyang Model 2034 robot can be repaired. It is so severely damaged that it can still be repaired? Lin Fan inquired. Indeed, its core processing unit remains intact. As long as the Master can locate compatible mechanical lower limbs, it can be fully restored. Have you forgotten the sphere's expertise? It is a natural forger, the system responded. Lin Fan turned to the sphere, still nestled in his pocket, and asked, Can you repair this type of robot? The sphere shook its head vigorously without hesitation. Lin Fan gently pinched the sphere's nose and asked again, Be honest, can you repair it? The sphere drooped its ears, pouted, and begrudgingly nodded. Gesturing with its hands, it conveyed to Lin Fan that while it indeed possessed the ability to repair such robots, it required more time to grow. Lin Fan remarked, You consume mountains of food daily, yet your size remains unchanged. Little one, when will you grow? The sphere gestured in discontent. Whose fault is it that you don't let me eat every day? Naturally, I grow slowly. You little rascal. Talking back, Lin Fan feigned anger. The sphere, seeing Lin Fan's mock frustration, rubbed its head against his protective suit in a bid for affection. The system clarified, since arriving in this abandoned city, the sphere's growth rate has actually exceeded tenfold. Its mass has doubled, though humans cannot perceive the change. Lin Fan then inquired of the system, if this robot cannot be repaired for the time being, what should be done with it? The sphere's body serves not only as a high-energy furnace and forging tool, but also as an energy entity capable of draining the robot's energy, thus inducing it to enter a dormant state prematurely. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan glanced at the sphere again. Sensing Lin Fan's ulterior motives, the sphere attempted to bury its head deeper into Lin Fan's pocket. Yet regrettably, it could not. Do not be afraid. This robot cannot harm you. If you drain its energy and induce it into dormancy, it will cease to move, Lin Fan reassured. The sphere clearly harbored a deep fear of the creature before them. Shaking its head vigorously, I must return to complete my mission. If you succeed, once I leave, you may remain in this city. And no one will bother you, and you can eat and sleep freely. What do you say? Lin Fan grinned at the sphere. The sphere gestured, evidently skeptical of Lin Fan's words. I promise, the entire base will be your feast. Lin Fan grinned mischievously. The sphere glanced at the robot in the corner. Contemplating Lin Fan's words, it was unwilling to return to Lin Fan's original city, where life could only be described as one of hunger and hardship. After careful consideration, the sphere emerged from Lin Fan's pocket. Standing upright, it took a deep breath, its eyes transforming into blue light turbines, and it slowly advanced towards the robot. Upon seeing the sphere, the robot perceived it as a moving furnace, its mechanical nemesis. It twisted its arms in an attempt to flee, but the sphere, agile as it was, quickly closed the distance. With a mighty leap, the sphere landed atop the water ghost robot's head. No amount of thrashing could dislodge it. Suddenly, the sphere's middle finger elongated into a long steel needle, plunging directly into the robot's chest. This needle served as an energy interface, allowing the sphere to access the robot's circuits and swiftly drain its energy. Although the sphere's development was incomplete and it lacked repair skills, it could manage the basic operation of energy extraction. Soon, the robot's eyes dimmed, ceasing its struggles, merging seamlessly with the surrounding debris. Yet, the sphere was not entirely reassured. It poked the robot's head again to confirm its stillness before finally relaxing. Well done, sphere, Lin Fan praised. The sphere turned its head, grinning broadly, then gestured again. It communicated to Lin Fan that it did not wish to return to Shirkuei City. Chapter 10. The Pact established. The dawn sunlight bathed the desolate city. Lin Fan scavenged some remnants of weapons from the base, loading them onto a heavy truck, preparing to depart from Heavy Iron City. Meanwhile, the sphere, having achieved its desire to stay, felt a twinge of reluctance at Lin Fan's impending departure. It was quite timid and frightened to be left alone, asking Lin Fan if he could stay with it. I have a mission and must return immediately, Lin Fan replied with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, pinching the sphere's nose. Do not be afraid. There is nothing here that can harm you. Lin Fan reasoned that the sphere would be safe here. Given its robust physique, there was indeed little that could pose a substantive threat in Heavy Iron City. As the sphere matured, its daily metal consumption would only increase, far beyond what could be satisfied in human-inhabited cities. Moreover, if others witnessed the sphere's ability to consume metal, it would likely attract unwanted attention, as a mere scavenger at the bottom of society. Lin Fan had neither the means nor resources to hide the sphere. The sphere nudged Lin Fan's finger with its head, still reluctant to part ways. Tioit, Lin Fan was the sole life it could rely on in this world. Akin to family, little one, be brave like a man. Lin Fan spoke again. During my absence, you must not leave this base, nor cause any trouble. Do you understand? The spherical creature nodded vigorously, then waved its small hand, bidding farewell to Lin Fan in a manner reminiscent of humans. Just as Lin Fan was about to depart, a howl, the voice of the winged beast, shattered the farewell scene, compelling Lin Fan to climb aboard the heavy truck. An adult winged beast circled above the base, flying around the fortress several times before landing in front of the heavy truck. The winged beast emitted a low rumble towards Lin Fan, appearing calm, with no intention of attacking him. Lin Fan felt a twinge of confusion, suspecting that this winged beast had not come here without reason. He cautiously approached the creature, placing his hand on its toe. The system established a trans-species consciousness simulation channel with the winged beast's brain. Lin Fan's thoughts transformed into specific electromagnetic waves, projected into the winged beast's mind. What is your purpose for coming here? The winged beast understood and relayed its thoughts back. Thus, a dialogue between two planetary beings was achieved. The system decoded the winged beast's consciousness. This is the Lord's command, my kind, can forge an alliance with you, to confront the invaders together. Though the winged beast's linguistic thought patterns were somewhat underdeveloped, Lin Fan could still grasp its meaning with the system's decoding. This is excellent, Lin Fan thought to himself, elated that the winged beast was finally willing to cooperate. With this, he would be safe in Iron Heavy City and could freely explore the city from then on. A faint smile crossed his face as he asked, "The reason I was able to smoothly acquire the rare earths, and you did not attack me along the way, is it not the arrangement of your Lord? Indeed, the Lord ordered us not to hinder your mission. So it was the dominant winged beast aiding him. Please convey my gratitude to it. However, the winged beast tribe has 3 conditions for cooperation with you." The winged beast looked at Lin Fan earnestly. First, The invaders will inevitably return to this land. You must assist my tribe in fighting against them, and of course, the Qinyang people are also my enemies. Second, you must guard our secrets and weaknesses. The so-called secret could disrupt the winged beast's infrasonic frequency. And Lin Fan readily agreed to this. As for the third, it is rather difficult. Tell, Lin Fan replied. Human, our numbers are steadily increasing, yet we face a severe survival crisis. You must help us resolve our food shortages. However, you must consider that our consumption is considerable. A human like you would barely suffice to fill my gaps. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, replying, the third condition poses no issue either. The winged beast's consciousness transmitted again. Failing to meet these three conditions will terminate our cooperation, and do not betray my tribe, or I shall be the first to hunt you down. Do not worry. As long as we unite against the Qinyang people, I shall be your most loyal friend, and you will obtain what you desire. What is a friend? I cannot comprehend, Lin Fan explained. A friend transcends species, yet is a trustworthy presence. It matters not. The winged beast's consciousness conveyed. In exchange, I shall temporarily become your guardian. To ensure your safety, I shall escort you out of this city. Lin Fan readily agreed. Thus, he became the first human ever to form a partnership with the winged beast. After communicating through the Interstellar Scavenging system, he gained a deeper understanding of this race. Despite the winged beast's fearsome appearance, its intelligence was not lacking, and throughout the evolutionary history on Qinyang, it excelled in both physical strength and sensory acuity. Lin Fan boarded the heavy truck and set off on his journey home. The heavy truck slowly exited Iron Heavy City, passing by numerous dilapidated skyscrapers. The north had once been the main battlefield, suffering extensive damage, with many roads blocked by collapsed buildings. After much effort, he finally found a drivable route. Suddenly, Lin Fan slammed on the brakes. A pickup truck was obstructing the road. It was the very one driven by number 15. The pickup had been attacked, its body marred with numerous dents and blood stains. Number 15 was nowhere to be seen, and it was uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The damage on the truck was relatively minor, but denser, clearly not inflicted by the winged beasts. He grew increasingly cautious, meticulously scanning his surroundings, but found nothing unusual, though an ominous premonition lingered. Without lingering, Lin Fan continued driving the heavy truck. Before long, night had fallen, and he reached the northernmost part of Iron Heavy City. He parked the truck beneath an overpass, turned off the headlights, and ceased further movement. The chilly wind stirred the thick dust, creating an eerie silence. Uncertain of the hour, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Open the door, quick! Who is it? Lin Fan awoke with a start. He activated the searchlight on the protective visor, and to his surprise, it was another scavenger. Lin Fan hurriedly opened the door, and the person quickly slipped inside. Collapsing into the passenger seat, gasping for breath, "It's you, number 17, the newcomer exclaimed, astonished upon recognizing Lin Fan. Lin Fan also recognized him. It was the scavenger team leader, Li Weigua. What are you doing here? Lin Fan inquired. No time for questions, we must leave now. Li Weigua appeared extremely anxious. Lin Fan started the heavy truck and turned on the headlights, only to be taken aback. A swarm of green lights appeared on the overpass. Then, a furry creature slammed into the heavy truck's windshield, and upon noticing the glass, it began to claw and snarl at the occupants inside. The irradiated mutant wolf. Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system activated, and a holographic projection appeared before Lin Fan's eyes, displaying a line of text. Irradiated mutant wolf pack. Earth species, having been subjected to nuclear radiation, have dramatically increased in size and decreased in lifespan. But their reproductive capacity has surged, feeding on carrion and gradually adapting to irradiated environments. This species retains the aggression and pack behavior of the original wolf, and despite facing human attacks, they still roam irradiated cities and other severely contaminated areas. Lin Fan glanced outside at the mutant wolves. There were hundreds. They surrounded the heavy truck, relentlessly climbing onto the hood and crashing against the windshield. The mutant wolves were twice the size of their ancestors. Their teeth particularly sharp, capable of crushing steel. The heavy truck's interface displayed a malfunction warning. Lin Fan realized the gravity of the situation, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The truck emitted a low rumble but remained stationary. The heavy truck had malfunctioned, leaving them trapped inside. The mutant wolves were cunning. Their assault on the windshield was merely a feint. Their true intent was to disable the truck. The vehicle's chassis electrical system was compromised, leaving them unable to move forward. What on earth is happening with these wolves? Lin Fan turned to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo explained. I discovered a wolf foraging for food and shot it. However, these creatures are particularly sensitive to the scent of blood, and they keep coming here in droves. After catching his breath, he continued, I hid from them on a rooftop, but there are wolves everywhere. I simply can't escape. When I saw you arrive in the heavy truck, I risked my life to find you. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Ultimately, it turned out that Li Weigua had attracted these creatures. He added, when we first entered Iron Heavy City, we encountered no wolves. They must have wandered over from elsewhere. They look famished. We are at a disadvantage. We are doomed. I thought you could take me away from this wretched place in the heavy truck, but now that these beasts are damaging the vehicle, we are both going to die here. Li Weigua removed his glasses, gripping a plasma pistol tightly in his hand. It was his only weapon, but facing the throng of wolves, he knew it was utterly futile. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Rest assured, while these wolves possess the strength to puncture tires, they are insufficient to shatter the windshield. At the very least, we will not become their meal. Really? Li Weigua asked, with a hint of hope. The only hope was that the windshield was sturdy enough to withstand the wolves' assault, leading them to lose interest and leave. But soon, Li Weigua became disheartened. Muttering, these creatures are very patient. If they don't leave, we might starve to death trapped inside. Just as Li Weigua sighed, a piercing howl echoed, and a massive figure descended from the sky, landing before the heavy truck. With a powerful flap of its wings, several wolves were sent tumbling through the air. This was the winged beast that had been escorting Lin Fan home. Lin Fan gazed at the winged beast outside. His heart stirred. These monsters from Qinyang had honored their promise in his most perilous moment. The winged beast was tasked with protecting Lin Fan. When danger approached Lin Fan, it did not easily retreat. In a mere 10 seconds, the winged beast had already slain several mutant wolves. The winged beast was proud. Every battle was a testament to its standing within the group. It spread its wings, attempting to drive the wolves away, but these wolves were no easy foes. Soon, a portion of the mutant wolves abandoned the heavy truck, redirecting their charge towards the winged beast. Though the winged beast could effortlessly rend the wolf, it was no match for the hundreds of brutal, relentless wolves that surged forward. Ultimately, it found itself overwhelmed, its wings and hind limbs ensnared by a dozen wolves. The wolves targeted its neck, a vulnerable spot for the winged beast. Realizing the peril, the winged beast understood that lingering would likely result in its dismemberment. With a vigorous flapping of its wings, it ascended with great effort, shaking off several tenacious wolves clinging to its body. Observing the winged beast still circling low, attempting to drive the wolves away, Lin Fan's expression turned grave. After a considerable time, the winged beast flapped its wings and vanished into the darkened sky. Chapter 11. Reinforcements of the winged beast's. Lin Fan closed his weary eyes, while Li Weigua nearly howled. Number 17. What time is it, and you still dare to sleep? Are you not afraid for your life? You've danced with death countless times, unlike you. I am not so precious, Lin Fan replied. If you are frightened, keep a close watch, lest the wolves breach our defenses and catch us off guard. All right. Li Weigua's eyes widened as he intently observed the situation outside. The wolves showed no intention of retreating, continually assaulting the armored truck. The truck's exterior was sturdy, impervious to their attempts for the time being. Weigua, exhausted, yearned for a brief respite but was gripped by fear. Terrified that as he slipped into slumber, the wolves might invade and rend him apart. Time passed, and the horizon began to lighten. Lin Fan gently patted the dozing Li Weigua. The moment his hand touched Li Weigua, he jolted awake, flustered. Li Weigua donned his glasses, grasped his weapon, and urgently inquired, "What is happening outside? Have the wolves departed? See for yourself." Lin Fan gestured towards the sky. Li Weigua glanced up, only to be rendered speechless. Above, a dozen winged beasts circled in the murky sky. 1, 2, 3. So many winged beasts. Li Weigua dared not continue counting, and the gun he held clattered to the ground. He crumpled, pale and trembling. Meanwhile, Lin Fan fixated on the commotion outside, declaring, "The flock of winged beasts has arrived. The wolves are no match for them." Li Weigua inhaled deeply, his voice quivering as he muttered, "The wolves. Although they are no match, the winged beasts are even more terrifying. Just wait and see." After Lin Fan spoke, he cast a glance at Li Weigua. "What more is there to look at? It's all over." Li Weigua felt despair wash over him. Outside the truck, the wolves remained. Undeterred, they elongated their necks and began to howl, their fur bristling, each appearing grotesque. This was a confrontation between the wolf-headed winged beasts and the radiation-mutated wolves. Suddenly, a colossal winged beast charged towards the ground. Indeed, it was the alpha winged beast, Tioet. The wolves were mere prey. Diving down, the tremendous force swept dozens of wolves into the air. The cries of the wolves echoed, and their companions became bloodthirsty. As hundreds of fierce wolves launched an assault against the alpha winged beast, the alpha was compelled to dodge their onslaught, hastily flapping its wings and soaring through the air. Soon after, all the winged beasts in the sky joined the fray, diving into the throngs of wolves. Though the wolves had become more formidable due to nuclear radiation and the modifications by the Eurasians, they appeared diminutive compared to the ancient lineage of the winged beasts, which had evolved for millions of years. Dozens of wolf-headed winged beasts employed their powerful beaks and fangs to tear apart. Wielding their sharp, spiked wings to slash, it was truly a massacre. The pack of wolves was no longer a contender. Retreating in disarray, each one succumbing to the appetite of the winged beasts. The alpha winged beast stood at the center of the melee, exuding an aura of ferocity that left the wolves trembling in fear. Unwilling to advance, with a deafening roar, it declared to the invading pack of wolves, who was the true ruler of Iron Fortress. Despite being a mass of wolves, their numbers vastly exceeding that of the winged beasts. They were drenched in blood by the winged beasts. The remaining wolves began to flee, still pursued by their avian adversaries. The winged beasts possessed exceptional vision, soaring high above, and no movement could escape their keen gaze. The wolves had no avenue of escape. This slaughter persisted for nearly half an hour before concluding. Surrounding the armored truck lay splatters of wolf blood and the carcasses of the slain. An eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any wolf sounds. Boom. The alpha-winged beast alighted before Lin Fan's armored truck, its immense size causing the vehicle to tremble slightly. Eli Wegwa had already hidden in a corner of the truck. His gaze vacant, the last vestiges of his will to survive extinguished. He understood that the winged beasts were not like the wolves. They could effortlessly shatter the windshield and extinguish their lives without a second thought. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fan opened the door and stepped out of the armored truck. Point 17. Are you courting death? Li Wegwa whispered, rendered speechless by Lin Fan's audacity. Lin Fan ignored him, reaching down to touch the wires on the ground. The alpha-winged beast slightly turned its head, slowly approaching and stepping onto the wire. The consciousness simulation for the superspecies activated. What a clever creature, Lin Fan murmured. He then had the system translate his words into the language of the winged beasts, projecting them into the creature's mind. Thanks to your kind, otherwise I would have perished here. Our kin shall honor the pact. Thank you. No need. You are simply too weak. Had this been an invasion by the Eurasians, you would have never awaited our arrival. Indeed, Lin Fan replied, somewhat dejected. You have bested me. I admire your courage and wisdom, and thus I am willing to cooperate with you. However, should you fail to demonstrate your strength, even if I acknowledge you, my kin will ultimately not wish to associate with the weak. Lin Fan assured, fear not, Great One. I will not make it difficult for you. I shall fulfill the 3 conditions you set forth. The last condition is no trivial matter. I hope you can truly accomplish it. Lin Fan glanced at the winged beast devouring the remains of the wolves, a faint smile gracing his lips. No problem. Our kin must depart. My companions will escort you out. With that, the alpha-winged beast flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. Other winged beasts carried off 1 or 2 wolf carcasses before departing the scene. Lin Fan returned to the armored truck, only to be stopped by Li Wegwa, whose eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Why did those monsters not attack you?" Lin Fan replied, "Perhaps the wolves have satiated their hunger. I don't believe it. The winged beasts have no aggression towards you at all." Eli Wegwa was filled with suspicion. "Can you repair vehicles?" Lin Fan inquired. Li Wegwa shook his head honestly. "Then do not impede me. We must repair the truck swiftly, or the surviving wolves may return to attack us." Lin Fan insisted. Eli Wegwa stepped aside obediently. Lin Fan rummaged through the armored truck for repair tools, crawled beneath the chassis, and spent about an hour fixing the damaged transmission circuit. While the truck's tires were also damaged, they were multi-layered. Even if compromised, they could still traverse a distance. Lin Fan started the armored truck, successfully setting it on the road. The armored truck seemed cumbersome as it slowly exited Iron Fortress. In the twilight's glow, the fortress radiated with a golden sheen. Though devoid of life, it appeared magnificent from afar. After 2 days of travel, the armored truck arrived at the first human outpost along the route. The outpost was situated in a vast, desolate expanse. Its exterior was constructed of steel, surrounded by a military fortress and over a dozen air defense turrets. Designed to ward off incursions by Arisian aircraft, the armored truck halted outside the outpost. A heavily armed soldier emerged and inquired, "Who is in charge here?" Liwegwa cleared his throat and proclaimed, "I am the leader of the scavenger team 1523 from Stone Helmet City. Please allow us entry into the military fortress for truck repairs and resupply." The soldier consulted the device on his wrist. "Command Center, please report on the situation of scavenger team 1523 from Stone Helmet City." A line of text appeared on the soldier's wrist-mounted screen. Scavenger Team 1523 has been executing a mission in Iron Fortress for 4 days. They sent a distress signal after encountering an assault by Arisian winged beasts and numerous wandering radiation-mutated wolves, with survival rates nearly at zeroed. Please verify their identity again. The soldier further inspected Lin Fan and Liwegwa's credentials. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, "You two actually escaped from the winged beasts and wolves." "Indeed, we narrowly survived," Liwegwa affirmed. "The command center has already given up on you. For you to escape from that hellish place is truly remarkable." The soldier scrutinized Liwegwa, dismissing him as a feeble figure, and turned to Lin Fan, asking, "What is the cargo in the truck?" "Strategic materials gathered from scavenging missions," Lin Fan replied. The soldier climbed into the truck to conduct an inspection, confirming everything was in order, then reported the situation of Scavenger Team 1523 to his superiors. Shortly thereafter, an officer with the rank of captain personally emerged from the fortress, accompanied by several soldiers, and ushered Liwegwa and Lin Fan into the resting room of the military fortress. The rare earth resources were transferred to another military truck to be taken away by the soldiers. After spending 2 hours in the resting room, which was heavily guarded outside, one would typically expect to be allowed to return home. However, the captain showed no intention of letting them leave. Liwegwa paced restlessly in the resting room, increasingly perplexed, and asked the captain, "We've completed our mission. Why won't you let us go?" The captain remarked, "The chief wishes to see both of you." "Who is it?" "I cannot disclose that at the moment." The captain's demeanor was stony as he allowed Liwegwa to interrogate him, yet he revealed not a single additional word. It was not until 10 o'clock that an individual, approximately 40 years of age, donned in a cloak with a dark complexion, entered the lounge. Upon seeing him, the captain saluted and said, "Chief, these two are the ones you wish to meet." The soldier gestured for the captain to withdraw. After the captain departed, Liwegwa could no longer contain his discontent and questioned, "What is the meaning of this? We have just narrowly escaped death, yet you confine us here." The soldier lit a cigar, removed his cloak, revealing his military uniform. He was a lieutenant colonel. With a measured tone, the lieutenant colonel stated, "I instructed him to do so. Do you have any objections? Do you suspect us?" The usually silent Lin Fan finally spoke. "I do not understand what you are implying." The soldier, maintaining a serious expression, replied, "Indeed, I harbor suspicions regarding both of you." Chapter 12. Promoted to captain. From where shall I begin? Lin Fan inquired. "You encountered a mutant wolf attack in Heavy Iron City and managed to escape." "That is quite extraordinary." The lieutenant colonel turned his gaze to Lin Fan. "Do you know why the mutant wolves appeared?" "No, but it seems their numbers are considerable. This is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Qinyang aliens." "Pardon?" "In an effort to sever our city's resource supply, they have deployed a large number of mutated wolves in the northwest. These creatures are impervious to nuclear radiation, roaming through the ruins of various cities, attacking transportation facilities and scavengers." The lieutenant colonel paused before continuing, "Their genetics have been altered." "Ah, I see. The combat capabilities of the mutant wolves have been significantly enhanced, and they are acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of heavy trucks, often lying in wait on crucial thoroughfares to launch frenzied assaults on passing humans. This month alone, Shirkwai City dispatched 10 scavenger teams, all of which fell victim to the mutant wolf attacks." The lieutenant colonel took a puff from his cigar and added, "However, what is truly unexpected is that without military assistance, you managed to escape from Heavy Iron City. Is that why you suspect us?" "Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable. I suspect something must have transpired in Heavy Iron City." The lieutenant colonel questioned, his mind rife with doubt. Upon hearing this, Liwegwa recalled the peculiar behavior between Lin Fan and the winged beast during their return journey and quickly clarified, "Lieutenant Colonel, this has nothing to do with me." The lieutenant colonel took another puff and asked, "Are you certain that it has nothing to do with you?" Liwegwa nodded emphatically. The lieutenant colonel scrutinized him and remarked, "Your name is Liwegwa. You were a university professor, and your performance in the scavenger team was rather mediocre. By your appearance, it seems improbable that you accomplished this task." Liwegwa adjusted his glasses and retorted, Human advancement relies entirely on technology. Do not underestimate our intellectuals. Without our efforts, Earth would likely have succumbed long ago. True intellectuals are worthy of respect. You are merely a name without substance, the lieutenant colonel replied, turning his attention to Lin Fan. Your designation is 17, and your name is Lin Fan. The information in your file is classified, so much so that even I cannot access it. You are rather enigmatic. I suspect that your ability to return from Heavy Iron City with rare earth elements is due to you, Lin Fan, am I correct? I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, but I am utterly loyal to humanity. If you suspect me, I have no further words to offer, Lin Fan stated. Do not be alarmed. I do not doubt your loyalty. It is simply remarkable that under such circumstances, you accomplished this task. It was merely luck, Lin Fan replied. I do not believe in luck. My only weapon is an antiquated firearm from the solar era, which could hardly be called a gun. Our escape was purely by chance. Very well, let us not dwell on that, the lieutenant colonel said, a rare smile gracing his dark features. My intuition tells me you are exceptional. The higher-ups are quite pleased with your actions and wish to reward you by promoting you to captain of the 1523 scavenger team. What? Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo was both anxious and indignant, exclaiming, I am the captain of the scavenger team. I am the leader, while he is merely a criminal. You just acknowledged that this task had nothing to do with you. The lieutenant colonel calmly replied, the surveillance of the heavy truck indicates that Lin Fan risked his life to seize the vehicle and single-handedly brought back the rare earth elements, while you boarded days later and attracted the mutant wolves. I have reported everything to the higher-ups. Li Weiguo's expression shifted between anger and despair. He then shouted hysterically, have you considered why the winged beast did not attack him? He must be hiding something. What do you mean? The lieutenant colonel inquired. We not only encountered mutant wolves, but also winged beasts. Yet I witnessed with my own eyes that number 17 stood before the winged beast, which showed no inclination to attack. Li Weiguo retorted vehemently. He undoubtedly has some unspeakable secret and may have colluded with the winged beast, or even allied himself with the treacherous Qingyang aliens. Collaborating with the winged beast? Aligning with the Qingyang aliens? The lieutenant colonel burst into laughter before casting a cold glance at Li Weiguo. That is pure nonsense, Li Weiguo. You are no longer the captain of the scavenger team. The subsequent matters do not concern you. Please exit. Li Weiguo hesitated. Realizing that his argument lacked conviction and that no one would believe him, he could only leave the lounge in dejection. I am uninterested in how you accomplished this task. We seek results, the lieutenant colonel stated. So, what say you? Are you willing to take on the role of captain of the scavenger team? I must decline. Lin Fan appraised the lieutenant colonel and replied. I have no interest in being the captain of this scavenger team. Comrade Lin Fan, do not hastily refuse. Allow me to elaborate. Our situation is dire, and we require individuals of your courage and capability to step forward. What do you mean by that? The lieutenant colonel turned to him, saying, since the Fourth Great War, we have lost the majority of our space battleships. Although we are in a tense standoff with the Qingyang aliens, their fleets will soon arrive in the solar system, and humanity will no longer be the masters of Earth. Therefore, we are initiating a doomsday strategy to expedite the development of weapons to counter this impending crisis. I am aware of the doomsday strategy, Lin Fan responded. The lieutenant colonel regarded Lin Fan with a knowing glance and continued. The Qingyang aliens have also realized this. They are doing everything in their power to obstruct Earth's doomsday strategy. The mutant wolves are one such tactic. They reproduce rapidly and adapt well to radiation, making the scavenger plan exceedingly difficult to execute. The lieutenant colonel paused before stating, currently, the doomsday strategy is at a critical juncture. Yet resources are exceedingly scarce. We need you to undertake some special missions. And what of your military forces? Lin Fan inquired. The lieutenant colonel took a breath and explained, if we mobilize, the commotion would be too great. Lin Fan internally chuckled, familiar with the military's tactics, which amounted to sending him to be cannon fodder while cloaking it in grandiose language. However, as a scavenger, he had limited options. The emergence of the mutant wolves had dramatically escalated the danger of scavenging in the ruined cities. In the past, Lin Fan might have deliberated over this matter, but circumstances had changed. He had formed a partnership with the winged beast. While mutant wolves posed a significant threat to humanity, they were merely a source of sustenance for the winged beast. Lin Fan declared, I can assume the role of captain of the 1523 scavenger team and undertake those special missions. However, you must agree to 3 conditions. What are your demands? Please state them, and as long as you fulfill the tasks, I shall accommodate, the lieutenant colonel said, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Lin Fan surveyed his tattered protective gear and stated, first, you must provide me with a complete set of the latest combat equipment. According to military standards, That is certainly feasible, the lieutenant colonel replied. Secondly, your unit must have eliminated numerous mutant wolves recently. Please inform me of the burial locations of their carcasses. The lieutenant colonel appeared puzzled and said, Indeed, our forces have repelled the mutant wolf attacks, and the corpses, which carry radioactive materials, were transported to remote desolate areas for burial. However, the corpses of the mutant wolves are of no use. Why do you need to know this? For me, it holds some significance, Lin Fan said. If it is convenient, please send me the locations. The lieutenant colonel asked, Could you elaborate on your reasoning? I cannot disclose that at this time, but I assure you. I will not betray you, Lin Fan replied. If you find this request burdensome, then forget it. I have no desire to be the captain of this scavenger team. Very well, I shall tentatively agree to your terms. The lieutenant colonel conceded. Lastly, I will execute my tasks to the best of my ability and remain absolutely loyal to the United Government. As for how I accomplish the tasks, you need not concern yourselves. During the execution of my missions, you shall not impede my actions and, if necessary, I will require temporary command of a small combat unit. This. The lieutenant colonel hesitated, saying, Let me report this matter to the higher-ups. As for your latter two requests, I cannot guarantee them. It will depend on their opinion. If they consent, I will respond to you collectively. I await your reply. Very well. The lieutenant colonel extinguished his cigar and remarked, Oh, by the way, my name is Chun Hu, and I am affiliated with the 178th Division of the Western Regional Combat Forces. With that, the lieutenant colonel exited the lounge. A day later, Lin Fan returned to Shirkwai City, one of the largest cities in the northwest, nestled against the Mingliang mountain range. The mountains extend southeastward. Prior to the solar era, this area was a mining site rich in iron and copper. And it was merely a small town. After the Second War against the Qingyang people, the conflict intensified, leading to a massive relocation of heavy industries to this inconspicuous little town, in a bid to evade the assaults from the starships of the Qingyang. The populace excavated the mountains, clandestinely establishing an industrial city within the mountain's embrace. Owing to its rocky exterior, resembling a suit of armor, the city was aptly named Shirkuei City. Following the Third War, Shirkuei City attracted an ever-growing population. In a mere few decades, this industrial hub evolved into a sprawling metropolis that harmoniously integrated technological research and military industry, akin to a colossal fortress nestled in the Mingliang mountain range. Although constructed within the mountains, Shirkuei City surpassed many human cities that existed prior to the solar era in size. Hidden within its ravines lay countless air defense artillery stations, and an exclusion zone along with forward outposts extended 200 kilometers beyond the city's periphery. Patrolled by a multitude of drones, this was one of humanity's last bastions, relatively secure. Inside the city, grand columns were erected to bear the weight of the mountain shell above. The dome overhead simulated a mirrored sky, soaring several hundred meters high, indistinguishable from the world outside, allowing inhabitants to forget that they resided within a mountain. The residents moved hurriedly, their faces devoid of mirth, as the entire city was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Lin Fan sat on the windowsill of his modest abode, having just opened a letter, an invitation to a wedding. The name inscribed upon it was all too familiar, Yang Xiaoqin. Without perusing the contents, he quietly retrieved a bottle of liquor from his drawer and took a solitary sip. Yang Xiaoqin had once been Lin Fan's fiancée. They were childhood sweethearts. Their betrothal had been established before he last boarded the Revival. He had harbored hopes that upon his return to Earth after completing his mission, they would unite and traverse the rest of their lives together. Alas, time had changed everything, and fate had played its cruel hand. On the eve of the Fourth War, Lin Fan, a young officer, was sentenced to imprisonment for the crime of treason after he hijacked the Revival for escape. This incident was classified as top secret, known only to a select few. Even the crew aboard the Revival remained oblivious to the true events that transpired. When he made the decision to hijack the ship, he had already contemplated the direst of consequences and now willingly bore the weight of it all. At that time, the United Fleet faced the gravest existential crisis in its history, and Lin Fan believed he acted rightly as a crew member of the Revival. He chose to shoulder the infamy and disgrace, prioritizing the interests of his country over personal honor, love, and familial ties. In the aftermath, upon learning of Lin Fan's incarceration, Yang Xiaoqin's parents insisted on breaking off the engagement. She vehemently opposed, visiting him in prison to demand an explanation. Lin Fan remained silent. Despite her declarations of waiting for him, he refused to let his mistakes hinder her life any further, resolutely proposing a breakup. Yang Xiaoqin departed, tears streaming down her face, utterly despondent. Lin Fan, too, felt as if his heart had turned to ash, silently reciting a poignant phrase. I dedicate myself to my country. What right have I to you? Years later, upon his release, Lin Fan chose the life of a scavenger, the most disparaged profession in the city. Meanwhile, Yang Shaoqin transformed her sorrow into strength, leveraging her intellect and capabilities to ascend to a position of prominence within Shirkuei City. By then, she shone like a celestial moon, admired by many, while Lin Fan was but a speck of dust in the underground, scarcely worthy of mention. Upon receiving the wedding invitation, a flicker of concern ignited within him. In this apocalyptic age, no one could predict how long they might survive. Having lost all familial ties, he recognized that, despite their inability to be together, Yang Shaoqin resembled a family member to him. After much contemplation, he resolved to attend the wedding. It had been years since their last encounter, and with the impending cataclysm drawing near, he wished to resolve the lingering threads of their past. From that moment forth, he would be alone, unburdened by attachments. Walking toward the impending war of doom, after consuming 2 or 3 bottles of liquor, Lin Fan found himself slightly intoxicated when a knock echoed from outside his door. Startled, he realized that in all his years as a scavenger, no one had ever visited him. With a tipsy voice, he called out, "Who is it? Have you knocked on the wrong door? May I ask if Lin Fan is in?" Came a polite and gentle voice from outside. Perplexed, Lin Fan thought it odd for a woman to be knocking at such an hour. Rising to his feet, he approached the door and opened it, only to be greeted by an enchanting woman standing before him. Her brows arched gracefully, her lips a soft shade of crimson, her skin as smooth as jade, and her presence exuding an ethereal fragrance. This young woman seemed to belong to an era of classic cinema, perhaps even surpassing those illustrious figures. Could he be dreaming, intoxicated by the liquor? Lin Fan murmured to himself, contemplating closing the door. No, it's not an illusion. The girl quickly blocked the entrance, her brow furrowed, appearing slightly irked. Are you truly so unwelcoming? Is this real? Lin Fan scrutinized her again, the haze of alcohol beginning to clear. I sincerely apologize, miss, but who might you be? The girl pouted, letting out a soft breath. It appears you have forgotten me. But worry not. Excuse me? We know each other? Lin Fan replied, still bemused. Do you owe me money? Not at all. Have I bullied you? Neither. With that, the young woman pushed past Lin Fan, confidently entering his humble abode and glancing around. She then fixed her gaze upon him, remarking, your place is rather small. I heard you have been a scavenger these past years? Lin Fan was taken aback. Not only had this woman sought him out, but she also seemed to know of his current occupation, while he could not recall her at all. Assessing her once more, he noticed her graceful demeanor and the insignia of the United Fleet emblazoned on her attire. With this realization, Lin Fan's inebriation dissipated significantly. He recognized that this young lady was no ordinary person but rather affiliated with the United Space Agency. His expression turned serious as he inquired, "What brings you here? I have no ties with your organization anymore." Seeing Lin Fan's growing agitation, she pouted and replied, "My name is Wang Kiki, and I currently work at the Northern Space Command Center. I merely wish to pay a visit to a senior and a visit to me." Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. With no recollection of anyone named Wang Kiki, he bluntly stated, "I doubt someone from the United Space Agency would take the time to visit me at this hour. Please leave. I am just an ordinary scavenger now, and I have no connection to your organization." Wang Kiki glanced at the bottle of liquor on the table and then at the wedding invitation. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "You and her. Enough, enough. I have no time for idle chatter." Lin Fan attempted to usher Wang Kiki out, grumbling under his breath about this unexpected intrusion. Wang Kiki, looking quite flustered, was pulled outside, and with a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut behind them. "Open the door. Open up," came Wang Kiki's indignant voice from outside. Lin Fan ignored her, lost in thought. This Wang Kiki had an impressive background. Working at the Northern Space Command Center, one of the largest space command facilities on Earth, crucial to humanity's fate. A place not meant for ordinary individuals. Yet, despite rifling through his memories, he could not recall her. How infuriating! Late at night, and you leave a girl out here alone? Lin Fan remained unmoved, allowing Wang Kiki to continue knocking while he resumed drinking. The following day, at 3 in the morning, a familiar knocking echoed once more. Lin Fan peeked outside, noticing the sky still dark. It was a struggle to return to Shirkuei City, and now he couldn't even get a decent night's sleep. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? Are you serious? Are we not allowed to sleep? Lin Fan called out, but received no response. Strangely, the knocking sounded metallic, as if a machine were tapping at the door. Instinctively alert, he grabbed an antique revolver and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, to his astonishment, a massive robotic head loomed outside, its eyes probing within. In that instant, Lin Fan's heart raced, and he instinctively raised his revolver. However, Lin Fan soon spotted a little creature standing on the shoulder of the robot. Greeting him, a Roundball. It was only then that Lin Fan opened the door. Outside stood the scavenger pig, Yuanxiu, and the water ghost robot. Remarkably, the water ghost robot, which had previously been damaged, had its lower limbs repaired. Although the components of its upper and lower limbs did not match, the robot was able to stand and walk with some difficulty, albeit emanating a foul odor reminiscent of sewers. Yuanxiu trotted into Lin Fan's room, then waved at the water ghost robot, signaling it to enter. Moreover, Yuanxiu instructed the water ghost robot to remain still and forbade it from breaking anything in Lin Fan's home. The water ghost robot appeared quite obedient, immediately curling its body and cautiously squeezing into a small corner of Lin Fan's room. Yuanxiu, why have you returned? Lin Fan inquired with a furrowed brow. Yuanxiu pointed to its own body and gestured several times, conveying to Lin Fan that it had grown. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan noticed that Yuanxiu had indeed increased in size. Once merely the size of 2 palms, it was now as large as a small dog. Ding! The holographic projection of the Interstellar Scavenging system appeared, scanning Yuanxiu before displaying a line of text. The scavenger pig has upgraded and is currently in the mid-stage of its juvenile phase, having unlocked the basic forging and repair skills. Lin Fan, astonished, asked, in the days since I left, have you consumed all the scrap metal at the Qiang base? Yuanxiu bared its teeth and nodded. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before asking, did you also repair the water ghost robot? Yuanxiu nodded again. Chapter 14. The Wedding of the Apocalypse in the Cramped Room. Yuanxiu gestured to inform Lin Fan that it had been eating continuously for several days after Lin Fan's departure. Its belly felt as if it might burst, its entire body resembling a ticking bomb ready to explode. Unable to withstand the pressure, it dozed off, only to wake up and discover that it had grown. Its body had undergone some changes, allowing it to transform into various repair tools at will. Moreover, it seemed to have unlocked fragments of basic forging theories and some disjointed, peculiar memories. Yuanxiu had found numerous lower limb components from robots in the ruins, piecing them together and affixing them to the water ghost robot. However, the physical assembly was insufficient to fully revive the water ghost robot, prompting Yuanxiu to begin tampering with its programming. It should be noted that while Yuanxiu, as a scavenger pig, excelled in forging, it had no innate advantages in programming. Lin Fan reflected that they had indeed stumbled upon a lucky break, having found this floundering robot. Yet, if it could restore the completely scrapped Qiang robot, that would be splendid. At that moment, the Interstellar Scavenging system sensed his thoughts and displayed another line of text. If the master wishes to forge and repair a completely scrapped Qiang robot, Yuanxiu must reach the juvenile advanced stage to acquire forging capabilities. Yuanxiu is an exceptionally gifted forger, yet in its juvenile phase, it requires scavenging points to unlock the corresponding technological tree of various civilizations. Thus, it needed an additional 10,000 scavenging points to unlock basic civilization robot forging and control technology for Yuanxiu. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. So it could indeed be accomplished. However, this task seemed extraordinarily arduous. Yuanxiu's growth was slow, and the quantity and quality of metal it needed would increase exponentially as it advanced. Furthermore, 10,000 scavenging points was a considerable amount for Lin Fan. While directly repairing the scrap Qiang robot was an enticing prospect, he dared not indulge in such hopes at present. Lin Fan scrutinized the water ghost robot again. It remained quietly in the corner, entirely obedient to Yuanxiu. After the internal programming was modified, the water ghost robot had surprisingly transformed into Yuanxiu's guardian, no longer capable of causing harm to either Yuanxiu or humans. Nevertheless, Yuanxiu seemed somewhat unconcerned with the modifications made to the water ghost robot. Despite the robot crouching in the low room, its upper and lower limbs remained noticeably misaligned. When it walked, it even displayed a slight waddle. While this did not hinder its movement, it appeared quite awkward. Lin Fan felt a mix of joy and concern, his brows knitting together. While it was certainly a good thing that Yuanxiu had grown and mastered forging skills, it was also unexpected. The presence of the water ghost robot from Qiang in a human city posed a grave concern. If discovered by human guards, the consequences could be dire. Yuanxiu seemed to sense Lin Fan's unease and informed him that they had stealthily entered the city through the drainage system. Despite the water ghost robot's clumsy gait, it was adept at stealth. When infiltrating Shirkuei City, It had been exceedingly cautious, evading detection. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the formidable defenses of Shirkuei City had been breached by a scavenger pig and a bumbling robot through the sewers. Do you realize how perilous such actions are? Lin Fan admonished Yuanxiu. The little creature hung its head. Looking quite aggrieved, It explained to Lin Fan that after satisfying its hunger, it had repaired the water ghost robot and missed him dearly. Thus, it had instructed the robot to carry it back to Shirkuei City. Lin Fan found himself both amused and exasperated by the little rascal. He added, "Today, I must attend an important ceremony, so you must stay at home and refrain from causing any trouble." Seeing that Lin Fan no longer blamed it, Yuanxiu perked up, obediently nodding. Lin Fan, now devoid of sleepiness, got up to wash and dressed in the scavenger team's uniform, taking a rare moment to groom himself before heading out. Not long after Lin Fan left, Yuanxiu remained in the house, pacing back and forth. Whenever it heard a sound outside, it would rush to the door to listen, anticipating Lin Fan's return. Yuanxiu remembered that Lin Fan typically did not stay out for too long. However, this day was peculiar. An unusually long time passed without Lin Fan's return. Yuanxiu poked at its slightly shriveled belly, realizing it hadn't eaten in several days. Therefore, it stealthily stood up, moved a chair closer, and, after climbing onto it, used its paw to grasp the doorknob, easily opening the door. It glanced around before sneaking outside. Hero Square lies between Hill 077 and Hill 082. Originally, it was the first-generation starship of the United Fleet, Dawn, which suffered severe battle damage. After the war, the starship was transformed into a small square. From afar, above Shirkuei City, the battered starship appeared oval-shaped, resembling a dilapidated shield. The square was adorned with statues of human heroes who had achieved remarkable feats since the solar era. They had led humanity in withstanding 4 wars, yet the crisis remained unrelieved. The Qiang would descend again, casting a shadow of oppression over the entire human world. The wedding of the apocalypse could not dispel this heavy sense of foreboding. This wedding, too, was shrouded in a sense of tragedy. The main character was Zhao Yuqing, a hero of the Fourth War, who was about to marry Yang Xiaoqin, a politician from Shirkuei City, before boarding the starship once more. Zhao Yuqing, a general with the rank of major, was one of the few survivors of the Fourth War. He had achieved great military accomplishments in that battle, for which he lost an arm. Consequently, he earned the title of one-armed general within the military. Moreover, Zhao Yuqing, being quite young and of noble lineage, was the son of the chief of staff of the Western Theater. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not breed a dog son. He had a bright future ahead and was lauded as one of the most promising leaders in future warfare. During the wedding ceremony, beneath the statue of the hero, Zhao Yuqing recited his vows to Yang Xiaoqin, while a tear slowly fell from the corner of Yang Xiaoqin's eye, cascading down her cheek. Meanwhile, a man dressed in the most ordinary of uniforms stood inconspicuously amidst the crowd. Feeling profoundly alone, he gently raised a glass, producing a bottle of wine, and drank alone. He wished well for the newlyweds and for the future of Earth. The man's face bore 2 scars, his expression stern and his gaze deep. Having endured the vicissitudes of life, although he stood apart from the crowd, no one paid him any heed. This cup of wine was different. It contained both yearning and bitterness, hope and worry. Yet, he remained oblivious to it. As all eyes turned to the newlyweds embracing and weeping, a small pig with a black mane boldly strutted into the wedding venue. Unnoticed by the security, It looked around, grinning widely. The little pig had followed the scent of the man and, upon reaching the wedding scene, sniffed the air as if searching for delicacies. Suddenly, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, the pig dashed onto a banquet table. It showed no interest in the sumptuous dishes laid out but, taking advantage of the distraction, quietly swallowed a metal fork. Subsequently, it ceased to expel the metallic fork, as if it had melted away. This little pig is known as the Roundball, Chapter 15. The Troublemaking Pig. Ding! The metallic cover of Hero Square opened, and a gray circular aircraft descended slowly. Military insignia adorned its surface. Everyone was captivated by this scene. Those who could board such a vessel were certainly not ordinary individuals. The hatch of the aircraft opened, and a stately middle-aged woman, accompanied by a black mastiff, emerged gracefully. Vice Mayor Li of Shikuiqing personally went to greet her. The guests began to murmur amongst themselves. "Do you see who that is? Don't you know? That is the wife of the governor of the Central Province." The arrival of such prominent figures from the Central Province made for a grand spectacle. At this moment, the wedding ceremony concluded, and Zhao Yuqing and Yang Xiaoqin temporarily took their leave. Madame Zhang was led by Mayor Li to the statue of the hero. The governor of the central province is the highest-ranking administrative official in the western region. Especially in these war-torn times, he wields considerable authority over resource allocation, often enough to determine the rise and fall of a city, as well as the fates of individuals. Weary from her journey, Madame Zhang appeared haggard, and the crowd hesitated to intrude. Only Vice Mayor Li engaged with her, discussing the circumstances of Shikuiching. Suddenly, the black mastiff emitted a low growl, sniffing the air before turning its gaze towards a corner. There, a figure clad in tattered rags stood out sharply against the surroundings. The scent emanating from this person was distinctly different. The mastiff bared its teeth, revealing its fangs, and barked at him. The man cast a fleeting glance but remained unfazed. As everyone present inclined to pay their respects to the governor's wife, he did not join them. Enough of that, mastiff. You must show some decorum, Madame Zhang chided, glancing at the man and inquiring of Mayor Li. Who is that individual? Mayor Li shook his head in response. I do not recognize him either. Ah, your dog is quite astute, remarked Mayor Li. The mastiff is a genetically enhanced fighting dog, combining the best traits of various breeds, specifically bred by the military to combat those mutated wolf-like creatures. In a wonder, Madame Zhang acknowledged, seemingly uninterested in the peculiar man, as she continued onward with her mastiff towards the luncheon. The luncheon was about to commence, and the food was rather simple, given the scarcity of provisions in these times. However, the mastiff sensed something amiss. It sniffed around the banquet table, becoming increasingly alert, and soon spotted a shadow lurking beneath a distant table. The shadow clutched a metallic fork. Locking eyes with the mastiff, it appeared frightened, hastily swallowing the fork and waving its hand in a gesture of goodwill. It was none other than the Roundball. Yet, the mastiff's eyes glinted with ferocity, its primal instincts awakening. Suddenly, it lunged, breaking free from Madame Zhang's grasp, and charged towards the foraging Roundball. Mastiff, return. What is happening? No matter how Madame Zhang called out, the mastiff did not turn back. It dashed through the throngs of people, pouncing on the Roundball. Sensing impending doom, the Roundball bolted. However, the mastiff was swift, and its size dwarfed that of the Roundball, quickly tackling it to the ground. Baring its sharp teeth to seize its neck, terrified, the Roundball contracted its neck, rolling across the ground and twisting its small body to escape the mastiff's jaws. The mastiff, bewildered, felt as though it had bitten into stone. Its teeth oddly loose. This only ignited its aggression as it pursued relentlessly. The Roundball, in a state of sheer panic, fled desperately until it reached the edge of Doomsday Dawn Square. In a moment of desperation, the Roundball dove headfirst into a filthy, foul-smelling trash bin. Curling up within it squinted its eyes, reasoning that this impeccably clean individual would surely not follow it into the stench-ridden receptacle. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the mastiff plunged in after it. The trash bin shook violently as the mastiff viciously attacked the Roundball. Inside, the sounds of the mastiff's frenzied clawing and biting echoed, followed by the Roundball's desperate cries for help. Then, a crack was heard, and the bin ceased its tumult. A fissure appeared. Ow! A whimper from the mastiff resonated, and silence fell over the trash bin. Emerging from the bin was the Roundball, panting heavily. Quietly closing the lid behind it glanced around nervously, then hastily slipped away. The mastiff, being a new breed of fighting dog, was known for its sharp claws, formidable physique, and rapid ferocity, capable of dispatching even solitary mutated wolves with ease. Yet, the Roundball represented a life of advanced civilization. Despite its timid demeanor, even in its juvenile stage, its physical prowess could only be described as terrifying. Once the mastiff was nowhere to be seen, Madame Zhang instructed her aides to search for it. However, after a prolonged search, there was still no sign of the dog. Where has the mastiff gone off to play? Madame Zhang mused, puzzled by its absence. Mayor Li approached, stating, the people below reported seeing your dog chasing after a pig. A pig? How could such a filthy creature appear at a wedding banquet? Madame Zhang inquired incredulously. I am uncertain. However, rest assured, there will be no trouble, Mayor Li replied. Where could one even find pigs nowadays? We must avoid any potential contagion, Madame Zhang warned. Mayor Li nodded vigorously, then summoned Old Wang, the administrator of Doomsday Dawn Square. His expression turning grave. What is going on? How could a pig appear in the square? Old Wang received a scolding, remaining silent, and merely instructed 2 security guards to search for the dog. After approximately 10 minutes, the guards reported hearing faint barking emanating from a trash bin, leading them to discover the mastiff inside. To their surprise, the mastiff was unable to move. The guards brought the injured mastiff to Madame Zhang, who found no visible wounds. However, all its limbs were fractured, its body resembling a limp heap. What on earth transpired? What exactly happened? Upon witnessing the mastiff's dire condition, Madame Zhang's face drained of color, and she confronted Mayor Li. What is going on in Shikuiqing? How is the square being managed? Mayor Li turned to Old Wang, who panicked and declared, I know nothing. Mayor Li was equally bewildered. How could such a formidable mastiff end up in this state? He had been striving to leave a positive impression on the governor's wife, only to encounter such an incident at Doomsday Dawn Square. As Madame Zhang's eyes glinted with fury, Mayor Li felt a headache coming on. Could it be that pig? Old Wang suggested quietly. The glimmer of cold realization crossed Mayor Li's eyes as he declared, It must be that pig. You must find it at once. After another 5 minutes, they indeed located a filthy pig. Initially, it proved elusive, but this creature, attempting to sneak out of Doomsday Dawn Square, was caught red-handed by the guards. The Roundball, measuring a mere 30 centimeters in length, bore a mane of black bristles along its back and 6 toes on its feet, ensnared tightly within the capture net. A crowd of guests gathered, exchanging bewildered glances. What is happening? I heard that pig bit the dog. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Can this little creature truly best a new breed of fighting dog? Impossible. The crowd found it hard to believe that such a diminutive pig could overpower the towering mastiff. Yet, at that moment, upon spotting the captured Roundball, the mastiff fell into a state of panic. Despite its excruciating pain, it struggled to drag its injured body beneath a table, too frightened to emerge. People noticed that this typically unruly mastiff now trembled in a corner, its eyes glazed over and dominated by fear. Emitting whimpers. "It was that one?" Madame Zhang seethed, nearly shouting. Silence enveloped the gathering as everyone fell quiet. Madame Zhang glared at the Roundball, her eyes filled with disdain, and remarked, "How could the people of Shikuiqing keep such a creature?" Still, no one spoke up. The attendees were all prominent figures from Shikuiqing. Who would keep such an ugly and foul-smelling pig? Mayor Li exchanged glances with Old Wang, who, feeling quite awkward, approached and said, "Madame Zhang, this pig bears no markings. It is likely not domesticated." Mayor Li continued, "An unidentified pig might have wandered in from the radiation zone. It differs from ordinary pigs. It could be a mutant born from nuclear radiation." At the mention of radiation, Madame Zhang instinctively took a couple of steps back. Covering her mouth as she said, "That makes sense. If it were an ordinary pig, how could it possibly contend with a new breed of fighting dog?" Old Wang suggested, "Perhaps we should put it down. Whether or not it was a radiation mutant is inconsequential. After all, it is merely a pig. There is no need to provoke the governor's wife of the central province over a pig." The Roundball, hearing the discussions, was terrified to the core and struggled vigorously. The guards noted that the little pig was growing increasingly strong. Strangely, the surrounding temperature began to rise, and beads of sweat trickled down the faces of those nearby. At that moment, a man's voice rang out, "Let it go. It is mine." Chapter 16. The young lady of the Wang family. Amidst the assembly of elite individuals, a man squeezed his way through. Clad in a blue scavenger uniform, he appeared unremarkable, with a scar across his forehead. The Roundball, upon seeing this man, was filled with joy and ceased to be afraid. Madame Zhang, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you?" before Lin Fan could utter a word. A middle-aged woman's voice pierced the air. "His name is Lin Fan, a scavenger from Shikuei City." Upon seeing her, Lin Fan momentarily froze. She was none other than Yang Xiaoqin's mother, a woman who had nearly become his mother-in-law. Madame Zhang scrutinized Lin Fan with evident disdain, harboring no fondness for urban scavengers. In her view, individuals of this ilk were often former criminals, far from being virtuous. Yang's mother continued, "Lin Fan, Xiaoqin is about to marry. How dare you show your face here? In these apocalyptic times, no one knows how long we have left to live. I was invited to offer my blessings," Lin Fan replied. The attendees were not ordinary folk. They were astute individuals who quickly deduced that this scavenger was once a suitor of Yang Xiaoqin. Yet, how could the scavenger be so oblivious to his own lack of standing, daring to appear here? Zhao Yu, a young man holding the rank of Major General, stood in stark contrast to Lin Fan, a mere scavenger from the lower echelons of society. Lin Fan remained unfazed. After years of witnessing the world's cruelty, he had grown indifferent to their judgment. His sole concern was for the spherical object. Watching it fall into the hands of a group of affluent individuals sent a wave of anxiety through him. He inquired, "What do you plan to do with it?" Old Wang glanced at Madame Zhang's expression and replied gravely, "According to Shikuei City's regulations, Mutated entities resulting from radiation must be disposed of through burial. But it is not a mutated entity from radiation, Lin Fan countered. What do you know? I am a scavenger. I understand radiation quite well. If you doubt me, feel free to conduct a radiation test. Lin Fan asserted. The prominent figures present regarded him with scorn, dismissing him as a mere scavenger with no right to speak. Realizing that negotiation was futile, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and commanded, Yuanxiu, let us go. Upon hearing his voice, Yuanxiu's eyes lit up as if recharged. The little creature bit down on the net, effortlessly severing the wire. It slipped away from the security guards and darted behind Lin Fan. Too frightened to emerge again, as Lin Fan prepared to flee with Yuanxiu, the security personnel rushed to apprehend him. However, he showed no hesitation and swiftly incapacitated them. If he could withstand the monsters in the ruins, these city dwellers posed no threat. Just then, 2 soldiers blocked his path. Lin Fan recognized their uniforms adorned with the insignia of the Space Fleet's Revival Point. One tall soldier glared at Lin Fan and declared, Scavenger, this is not a place for you to stir trouble. Be cautious. Do not escalate the situation. The other soldier added. The wedding attendees began to murmur among themselves. These 2 were soldiers of the Space Fleet, their skills far surpassing that of ordinary infantrymen. They thought, this scavenger is bound to suffer from his audacity. Don't worry, I have it under control. The soldier fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. Hand over the radioactive item, or you shall not leave here. Lin Fan remained impassive, silently sliding a bottle of liquor into his pocket. The soldier advanced, aiming to seize Lin Fan's shoulder with lightning speed. Yet, before he could reach him, Lin Fan grasped his wrist. The soldier felt a sharp pain and found himself unable to break free. Surprised and enraged, he raised his other fist to retaliate, but Lin Fan anticipated his move and swiftly threw him to the ground. Ouch! The soldier exclaimed as he fell flat. He had not expected this scavenger to possess such strength. Despite being among the top ranks on the starship, he had been humiliated before the onlookers. The second soldier, shocked by his comrade's defeat, rushed to assist, but a commanding officer appeared behind him, delivering a fierce kick to his backside and bellowing, Zhao Dabiao, how dare you? Get lost? Yes, sir. The 2 soldiers retreated. Chastened. The officer approached Lin Fan and murmured, Brother. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the familiar figure, muttering, Tai Dan? Indeed, Li Tai Dan confirmed. The 2 soldiers nearby were utterly stunned. This scavenger had the audacity to address an officer by his given name. What astounded them even more was Li Tai Dan standing at attention, saluting Lin Fan. Observing Lin Fan's disheveled state, he struggled to find words, unable to speak. The once celebrated young officer aboard the Revival had now become a mere scavenger, forced to endure the disdain of the upper crust. The crowd around them was left speechless. They could scarcely believe that an officer from the Space Fleet would salute a scavenger. Notably, Li Tai Dan's rank was that of a colonel, a distinction not typical of the ordinary army but rather of the Space Fleet. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired. Li Tai Dan paused, then replied, I came to Shirkuei City on a mission. Miss Wang mentioned you were here and specifically asked to see you. Miss Wang? Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. Just then, a woman approached, dressed modestly in simple attire, complimenting Lin Fan's appearance. Yet her breathtaking beauty, even in a fleeting glance, captivated the upper-class attendees of Shirkuei City. A natural air of nobility surrounded her, leaving others hesitant to harbor any improper thoughts. Lin Fan was taken aback. This was indeed the girl who had knocked on his door the previous night. Even more perplexing was Madame Zhang, who seemed to recognize her. Kiki, why are you here at the wedding? She inquired. Wang Kiki pointed at Lin Fan and replied, I came with him. After saying this, she attempted to pull Lin Fan away. Madame Zhang's expression shifted to one of surprise, as if contemplating something. Could it be that this is the boyfriend you mentioned in front of the Song family? Wang Kiki, aware that Madame Zhang might have heard whispers about her, boldly responded, so what if he is? What? Lin Fan was bewildered. What was happening? The rest of the attendees displayed similar astonishment. Who exactly was this scavenger? Not only did an officer from the Space Fleet treat him with respect, but he also had such a stunning girlfriend. The most shocked was Madame Zhang, who had initially paid little mind to Li Tai Dan. Her real concern lay with Wang Kiki. Individuals at her level were accustomed to seeing high-ranking officers from the Space Fleet, but the Wang family was an entity even the Western governor feared. The man before her was merely a scavenger from Shirkuei City, barely surviving. Even if he had some connections, Wang Kiki's family held considerable influence in the capital's military districts. A stark contrast between the heavens and the earth. Madame Zhang remained speechless for a moment, before slowly stating, "Miss Wang, are you aware of the consequences of this situation?" Wang Kiki cradled Yuanqiu and retorted, "Do you intend to meddle in my family's affairs?" Chapter 17. Departing Shirkuei City, the crowd buzzed with whispers. Few knew the true background of Wang Kiki. However, judging by her demeanor and Madame Zhang's reaction, it was clear she was no ordinary woman. Many believed the two were mismatched, akin to a frog attempting to court a swan. Meanwhile, Madame Zhang's expression fluctuated. "How could I dare to question the Wang family? However, if they were to discover you are involved with a scavenger, it could lead to chaos. I will make my own decisions." Wang Kiki interjected, leaning into Lin Fan and subtly entwining her arm with his. Madame Zhang realized that this was likely a reckless whim on Wang Kiki's part. For someone of her stature, marriage was not solely her decision to make. A scavenger, no matter how much Wang Kiki fancied him, would be impossible for the Wang family to accept. This was not just a joke. It could become a scandal that would tarnish the Wang family's reputation. Madame Zhang believed the scavenger was blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation. Yet she chose not to press further. Instead, she smiled and said, "Young man, I shall not hold this against you. May we meet again." With that, she departed, and others followed suit. However, Madame Zhang knew that this incident would soon reach the ears of the Wang family, likely causing a stir. If things went awry, this scavenger might find himself in a precarious position. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Fan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Yuanqiu had not been captured. Otherwise, his secret would have been exposed. He turned to Li Taidan, smiling. "Taidan, you've made a name for yourself now, sporting a military rank." "Brother, please do not tease me," Li Taidan replied. "After the last battle, only those like me survived in the space fleet. Yet, I never anticipated you." "What about me?" Lin Fan asked. "Should I seek someone to assist you? You ought to abandon this scavenger life. It weighs on my heart." "There's no need, Taidan. I'm doing just fine now." "Brother, back when others bullied me, you always stood by my side. Now, if anyone dares to bully you, do let me know," Li Taidan vowed. Lin Fan patted Li Taidan's shoulder, smiling. "All right." Li Taidan glanced at Wang Kiki and added, "Miss Wang, I shall not intrude on your time with my brother. I need to go greet that scoundrel Zhao Yuqing." "Go ahead," Wang Kiki replied with a playful smile. As Taidan made his exit, Lin Fan turned to Wang Kuku and remarked, "Miss Wang, our paths crossed only briefly, yet we find ourselves embroiled in such a dramatic scene." Wang Kuku, observing Lin Fan's serious demeanor, pouted and replied, "I apologize. I truly find myself at a loss. Being alone is of little consequence to me." "What that woman just said holds some truth. You are young and beautiful, with a commendable background. The implications of such rumors circulating could be quite detrimental. It was undoubtedly intended for these onlookers, eager for their gossip to spread." Wang Kuku then looked at Lin Fan, smiled faintly, and asked, "What do you think of me?" Lin Fan scrutinized Wang Kuku. Her aura exceptionally refined, a rare beauty indeed. Were she an ordinary woman, any man who encountered her would likely be lost in fantasies. Yet, with a heart heavy as stone, this scavenger, accustomed to wandering through ruins, merely sighed softly. "Miss Wang, you appeared at my home yesterday, and today you show up at the wedding. What is it that you truly desire?" Lin Fan asked earnestly. "What is your connection with the people from the space agency?" "I have no ties to them," Wang Kuku replied. Lin Fan studied her closely but could not recall their prior acquaintance, so he inquired, "Do we know each other?" "Of course we do. You are Lin Fan?" "Born in the 73rd year of the solar era, a student of the National Space Academy. You then served on the revival, only to later find yourself imprisoned, losing your bright future and your beautiful fiancée, and becoming a scavenger." Lin Fan was taken aback. Who was this woman? His records were sealed, and no one should know of his past. At that moment, a small sphere nudged against Wang Kuku's delicate arm. Gesturing towards Lin Fan, it inquired whether it could take Wang Kuku home with them. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, both amused and exasperated, and replied sternly, "You little rascal, you'll get your due when we return." "Little rascal? But I am clearly a little pig," the sphere pouted, its ears drooping and eyes blinking innocently. "Why so fierce?" Wang Kuku shot Lin Fan a disapproving glance, undeterred by the sphere's dirtiness, and gently stroked its mane, saying, "Do not fear. With your sister here, no one can harm you." The sphere bared its teeth, displaying a cute expression as it basked in her affection. Lin Fan glanced towards a figure in the distance and slowly stated, "I must go greet someone. I'll accompany you. No need. That would be inappropriate. In this era, weddings were rather simple affairs. The ceremony that day was no different. Once it concluded, guests would offer their blessings and then disperse. The square gradually grew quiet, leaving only a handful of people behind. Lin Fan turned to Yang Xiaoqin, and a hint of a smile broke through his previously forlorn expression. Congratulations, Yang Xiaoqin. Upon seeing Lin Fan, appeared momentarily dazed and asked, "You actually came?" The stone helmet city remained as peaceful as ever, but the outside world had changed. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said, "I do not know how much longer such moments will last. Perhaps this is the last time I shall see you." After a hasty farewell, years had passed. The woman before him still radiated beauty and grace. Yet she was now another's wife, and the words of apology remained unspoken, for they were no longer necessary. "Are you doing well?" Yang Xiaoqin inquired. "Fairly well," Lin Fan replied. "I must take my leave." "Please take care of yourself." Seeing the smile on her face, Lin Fan finally laid to rest the burdens of his heart. He turned to depart, knowing that henceforth, he would face treacherous paths ahead. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan bid farewell to Li Taidan and left the wedding venue, with Wang Ku trailing closely behind. The two exchanged no words. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted, turning to Wang Ku and said, "Miss Wang, I am nearing the station. You should return." Wang Ku hesitated before responding, "Then I shall return to the capital military district. If it weren't for you, the governor's wife would not have let things rest so easily." "Thank you," Lin Fan said. Wang Ku smiled gently. "You are welcome." The sphere gazed at Lin Fan with longing, gesturing once more, clearly asking if they could keep this young lady. Lin Fan shook his head. Wang Ku added, "Though we must part ways, we will meet again. Let it go. I am but a scavenger, and we are not of the same path. I do not care for others' opinions," Wang Ku replied. "In less than 10 years, the true end will likely descend upon us. What value do these so-called fame and fortune hold then? Indeed, as the end approaches, those of my station will find it arduous to survive such a catastrophe. Yet you are different. Born in the capital military district, perhaps you still have hope. Regardless, I shall not concern myself. The path I have chosen is fraught with danger, with only solitude as my companion. I must take my leave." "Take care," Lin Fan said, before tossing his bottle into a nearby trash bin and departing with the sphere. Observing the lonely figure receding into the distance, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Wang Ku's exquisite eyes. She understood that this man had once been an exceptional young officer in the space fleet, renowned for his achievements. To protect the revival, he had commandeered a starship during a crisis, willingly bearing the blame. Now, he had become a scavenger, looked down upon by all, and had lost his one true love. Though this man had not retained her memory, she had always held him dear in her heart. Even now, when he possessed nothing, he remained extraordinary in Wang Ku's eyes. Chapter 18. A dangerous mission the following morning. In the confines of Lin Fan's dwelling, a knock resounded. Lin Fan activated his phone, and the holographic projection of Colonel Chun, who from the 178th Division, appeared before him. Taking a puff from his cigar, Chun remarked, "Lin Fan, you are quite the character. I hear you have whisked away the daughter of the Wang family from the capital military district?" Lin Fan felt utterly exasperated. The speed at which rumors spread was astonishing, even Chin, who was aware of it. Once a humble scavenger, Lin Fan had suddenly become the focal point of public discourse. What was once a clear relationship had now been muddled by Wang Ku's antics, leaving Lin Fan unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. To make matters worse, as merely a scavenger, many eagerly awaited his downfall. Chan Hu, observing Lin Fan's flustered expression, couldn't help but smirk mischievously, saying, all right, I didn't call to tease you. I bring tidings of good news. Though there is some bad news as well. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Definitely the bad news." Chin paused and then continued, "The Scavenger Bureau has a crucial mission for you. But it is not assigned by our Western Military District. It comes directly from headquarters." "Headquarters? What task awaits?" "I'm not entirely sure. It's classified, but I hear it is extremely challenging and of utmost importance. Concerning the core aspects of starship construction, that matters little. We have always operated on the edge. Do not underestimate this. It could be the most perilous mission the Scavenger Bureau has faced in years. Even regular ground forces would find it difficult to accomplish. Is that so? It's strange why they would assign such a high-level mission directly to you." "And the good news," Chin replied, "the 3 requests you previously made have been approved. The individual weapons and equipment you requested will adhere to the standard heavy armament for soldiers, AS for temporary command authority. As long as your requests are reasonable, headquarters will grant it personally." "What about the burial sites of the wolf corpses?" "Headquarters deemed those locations not to be state secrets. The coordinates have been sent to you, encompassing all burial sites of the wolves in the entire West." Chin Fei took a drag from his cigarette and added, I am curious as to why you need these coordinates. The wolf remains are mutated creatures affected by radiation. Their bodies pose a threat to humanity. There are reasons I cannot disclose at present. Lin Fan exhaled, relieved to finally hear some good news. He had recently forged a fragile alliance with the winged beasts of Heavy Iron City. Yet this relationship was tenuous, as it could dissolve at the whim of the dominant winged beasts. Lin Fan needed to capitalize on this opportunity to deepen their connection, establishing a stable and equitable strategic alliance. In essence, he needed to demonstrate his value to the winged beast population. The food crisis faced by the winged beasts provided Lin Fan with a perfect opportunity, as the wolves exterminated by the Western combat troops were key to resolving this crisis. Though the wolf remains contained radioactive materials harmful to humans, they posed no risk to the winged beast consumption, necessitating their burial in uninhabited zones. You always seem so mysterious, Chunhu muttered. Lin Fan chuckled and ended the holographic call. At 10 o'clock that morning, Lin Fan was summoned to the Scavenger Bureau. Director Zhao personally entrusted him with a highly significant mission, traveling to Maslow Fortress to search for a mysterious substance. This substance was crucial to starship construction, yet humanity's cities currently lack the capacity for large-scale extraction. Only a few cities contain this material, and Maslow Fortress was one of them. The director's office was quiet. Zhao cast a glance at Lin Fan and remarked, 17. You must understand that the probability of completing this mission is exceedingly low, at nearly 5. While the death rate stands at 95.it is worth noting that even Zhao, the director, was reluctant to undertake such a perilous mission. To comprehend the profound losses sustained by the Scavenger Bureau during recent retrieval missions, one must acknowledge that the weight of unnecessary losses is a burden he is unwilling to bear. However, orders from above are not to be defied. Lin Fan discreetly stowed away the classified mission documents, pondering in silence. The Maslow Fortress lies 1,200 kilometers west of Heavy Iron City, yet it is relatively close to Base 254 on Chinyang Star. Once the military's heavy tanks and low-altitude aircraft approach the Maslow Fortress, evading the strikes from Base 254 becomes an arduous task. In the quest to reclaim the black iron ore, the combat forces have already sacrificed the lives of dozens of army soldiers in recent years, and yet have yielded nothing. Scavengers may not attract much attention from the Chinyang Star base, but the Maslow Fortress itself is akin to a gateway to doom. For those soldiers, this mission is a perilous gamble. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not hastily decline. Having once been a warrior in the space fleet, he had faced missions far more treacherous than this. Currently, it is imperative for him to amass strength and acquire armaments. Although Heavy Iron City possesses a variety of ordinary supplies, locating formidable weaponry has become increasingly challenging, a situation mirrored in the ruins of human territories. To bolster his power, the western side of the Honggu Mountains might prove to be a promising destination. At that moment, Lin Fan's wristband vibrated, revealing an ensign message. If I'm not mistaken, you should have received the mission for Maslow Fortress. N01 has accomplished it in 5 years, and you are unlikely to succeed either. Startled, Lin Fan pondered the implications. This task was classified, and yet the sender seemed to possess intimate knowledge, even pinpointing the timing of his mission acceptance. The previous message vanished in an instant, followed by another, however. I will not make things difficult for you. A way out has been left. Forget about Wang Kiki, cease all relations with her, and you may immediately withdraw from this mission. In addition, you will receive an unimaginable sum of money. Lin Fan furrowed his brow tightly. How could he have received such a message, and from whom? Director Zhao, noticing Lin Fan's peculiar expression, remarked, in truth, I too am baffled as to why such a task would be assigned to you. Who knows? Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. Director Zhao appeared to sympathize with Lin Fan, rising to close the door and whispering, there is a way. You could simply refuse the mission. According to scavenger regulations, it would merely mean a return to prison, but that is preferable to descending into hell. Lin Fan shook his head. He had no desire to return to prison, unwilling to await the end of the earth in a state of helpless despair. Director Zhao, I accept the mission and will soon head to Maslow Fortress to fulfill it, Lin Fan declared. Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan gazed at the vanishing information on his wristband, his expression remaining stern. Was the message sent by the Wang family? Or perhaps the Song family? Who could say? In their eyes, he, a mere ant, had audaciously entangled himself with the Wang family's prized jewel. And they could no longer remain idle. Lin Fan, however, did not decline the mission. By doing so, he could justifiably exit the realm under human control, venturing into the territory of the Chinyang Star beings. There, remnants of many battlefields might yield valuable finds. Moreover, this mission directly pertains to the apocalyptic strategy. Under a collapsed nest, How can one expect unscathed eggs? As a former soldier, in this moment of life and death, he felt compelled to fight for his country and for humanity. Many warriors had already perished due to this mission, and the dangers were self-evident if he wished to reclaim that which was lost and to amass strength. Encountering troubles was inevitable, yet Lin Fan remained unfazed. He had encountered threats far greater, let alone a Maslow fortress, and truth. Lin Fan had no intentions of entangling himself with Wang Kiki, yet those in higher echelons were almost certain that he would capitulate between life and death, forsaking Wang Kiki for wealth. They aimed to intimidate him into retreating, allowing him to save his life and secure a comfortable existence. However, to their surprise, Lin Fan accepted the mission. This decision stirred considerable commotion within the Scavenger Bureau. Presently, even ordinary wasteland cities brimmed with peril, let alone the Maslow fortress, which scavengers referred to as a gateway to death. Both Maslow and its surrounding regions were off-limits to scavengers due to their extreme danger. Humanity's foray into such territories was a near-certain death sentence. The 1523 scavenger team had perished entirely, and Li Weigua had opted for retirement, leaving Lin Fan isolated. No-one within the Scavenger Bureau was willing to accompany Lin Fan on this endeavor. It appeared nothing short of a death wish. That evening, upon returning home, Lin Fan was taken aback to find the door ajar. Instantly alert, he cautiously pushed the door open. There, seated within, was a middle-aged soldier, flanked by two heavily armored infantrymen wearing dark sunglasses and wielding electromagnetic rifles. The room bore the scars of a struggle, a chaotic mess scattered throughout. The water ghost robot, which had previously sought refuge within, had vanished. The windows lay shattered. Clearly, the water ghost had fled through them. Lin Fan stepped into the room, coldly assessing the three individuals before him. The middle-aged man sat upright, exuding a semblance of apology. He spoke first. Lin Fan, I did not anticipate that within your humble abode, you would possess a modified water ghost robot. The robot's programming has been altered. Otherwise, in such a confined space, it would have posed a significant threat to you all. Of course, these devices are formidable on the battlefield, and the Qinyang Star's robots cannot be captured. I am rather curious as to how you managed it. Did you come here regarding the robot modification? Lin Fan inquired. Not quite. The middle-aged man paused before continuing. We are here concerning the young lady. The young lady? Wang Kiki. I am here to convey the elder's apologies. I do not understand, Lin Fan replied. Wang Kiki is the apple of the elder's eye. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, stating, as the apocalypse looms, there are divisions among the higher dash-ups. To ensure unity within the war zone, the Wang family intends for the young lady to be wed to a prominent family in the capital region. This is a political marriage. Her refusal stems from you. Is this the reason they assigned me the Maslow Fortress mission? Precisely. Some within the Wang family do not wish for you and Wang Kiki to be together. And the Song family feels similarly. Thus, they assigned you an impossible scavenging task to coerce you into retreating, never anticipating you would accept. These despicable tactics do not intimidate me, Lin Fan retorted with a cold smile. Do not misunderstand. I represent the elder. Miss Wang is quite incensed by their actions, and upon learning of this matter, the elder greatly admires your courage and has scolded those individuals and the Scavenger Bureau. He has instructed me to apologize to you, and tomorrow I will order the Scavenger Bureau in Shikuiching to cancel this mission. No need. I have already resolved to carry out the mission, Lin Fan stated, but it is certainly not for the sake of the Wang family's young lady. Rest assured, I have no intentions of overstepping my bounds or courting trouble. The middle-aged man regarded him with curiosity, asking, Are you not afraid of death? The apocalypse is imminent. Our lives have become inconsequential, while the survival of humanity is the ultimate hope. Lin Fan replied, The item within the Maslow fortress is of great significance. I will find a way to retrieve it. You are entirely different from those scavengers, the middle-aged man remarked. Old Master Wang holds you in high regard, yet you are still merely a scavenger. The roots of the Wang and Song families intertwine deeply. You must tread carefully. My encounters with Wang Kiki are fleeting. Regardless of whether I complete the mission, I will not intrude upon her life. Nor will I trouble the Wang family, Lin Fan stated. A faint smile gracing his lips, he sighed softly, reflecting that in this life, he had already let one person down. How could he afford to let another down? Young man, be exceedingly cautious when you venture to the Maslow fortress. The middle-aged man rose, patting Lin Fan's shoulder. All right, enough of that, Lin Fan replied testily. You've wreaked havoc in my home. How do you intend to make amends? I have yet to address your illicit possession of a Qinyang Star robot, the middle-aged man responded with an awkward smile. You know everyone is tightening their belts these days. Lin Fan was left at a loss for words. The middle-aged man then scribbled a note for Lin Fan, inscribed with a brief line. I heard you even laid hands on 2 space soldiers at the wedding. I quite like you, young man. Should you need anything, come find me. With that, the middle-aged man departed with his 2 soldiers. Lin Fan picked up the note, which read, Western 163rd Division of the Joint Government Ground Defense Combat Group. Luo Wenhui. Chapter 19. Returned to Heavy Iron City on that day, Lin Fan drove alone in the YT-887 model heavy truck, traversing the long, dark tunnel and gradually emerging from the mountain of Shikuiqing. Once more bathed in the sunlight of the outside world. The YT-887 model was unlike any other, resembling a colossal beast crawling forward. It is a 5th-generation heavy truck powered by a miniature nuclear reactor, providing ample energy for Lin Fan to fulfill his mission. Additionally, it boasts a self-dumping mechanism and even features a machine gun platform atop the truck. Furthermore, the 178th Division honored their promise, equipping Lin Fan with a set of heavy infantry weapons and advanced nuclear radiation protective gear. Regarding this mission, Lin Fan held no intention of taking it lightly. Before entering the fortress of Maslow, he planned to first arrive at Heavy Iron City to strategize. Lin Fan drove approximately 50 kilometers and reached an abandoned gas station on the southern outskirts of Stonehelmet City. Honking his horn insistently. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ruins nearby, rising from the debris. It was the modified water ghost robot. After encountering Luo Wenhui in the room, the water ghost robot fled into the sewers of Stonehelmet City. Concerned about it being discovered by humans, Lin Fan provided a coordinate for the robot to wait for him. The water ghost robot scanned its surroundings and, finding no anomalies, climbed atop Lin Fan's heavy truck. It possessed commendable capabilities, especially in stealth, boasting advantages not found in other robots. However, it was currently unarmed and defenseless. While it might stand a chance against beasts of the level of the wolfhound, facing larger monsters or other robots would place it in a precarious position. Therefore, during this return to Heavy Iron City, Lin Fan intended to equip it with weapons to transform it into a crucial asset for his journey. Naturally, the task of modifying the water ghost robot would fall to the orb point. 2 days later, Lin Fan finally arrived at Heavy Iron City. On the city's periphery, a winged beast soared into the sky, marking the presence of Lin Fan's protector. This particular winged beast, with its unique crimson hue, was aptly named Red Robe by Lin Fan. After Lin Fan departed from Heavy Iron City, Red Robe had diligently awaited his return each day. As Lin Fan stepped into Heavy Iron City, it informed him that the winged beast lord had been waiting for several days. In the central plaza of the old city hall, Lin Fan met with the lord of the winged beasts. Dozens of winged beasts, both large and small, descended upon the square, creating an extraordinary spectacle. At the center stood the lord of the winged beasts, its eyes filled with authority, while the surrounding winged beasts bowed their heads in deference. This was a grand welcoming ceremony from the winged beast race for Lin Fan. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, the lord's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety as it let out a low growl. Seemingly eager to convey something urgent, Lin Fan alighted from his heavy truck and approached the lord of the winged beasts. As their bodies made contact, the superspecies simulation activated. Little one, you have finally come. I thought you would flee from here and never return, the lord of the winged beasts remarked. How could I? Lin Fan smiled. I summoned you because there is an urgent matter at hand. Lin Fan glanced at the hungry winged beasts surrounding them and inquired, is it related to your food crisis? Indeed, the lord of the winged beasts replied slowly. Do speak frankly, during your absence, we too have been hunting nearby, but with little success. The environment within hundreds of kilometers has deteriorated, and cities have erected defensive networks, leaving us with fewer places to hunt. If this continues, we will have no choice but to abandon this city and seek refuge in more bountiful lands. That need not be the case. Can you devise a solution? In fact, I have already found a way for you, Lin Fan stated. What is it? The lord of the winged beasts paused, then continued, you must understand. Our appetite is not something you can comprehend. 1 or 2 creatures will not suffice, I am aware. Undeniably, you are a cunning creature, but given the scale of our tribe's consumption, how can you resolve this issue in such a short time? The lord hesitated before adding, are you afraid that if we cannot find food, your kind will become our sustenance? Do not worry about that. As long as I am here, the other winged beasts would not dare to harm you. Just listen to me, Lin Fan urged. Currently, the wolfhound race is rampant in the western regions, and humans are conducting eradication operations, with numerous wolfhound corpses secretly buried in no man's lands. Wolfhounds? A glimmer of interest sparked in the lord's eyes. Indeed, These deceased wolfhounds could serve as your food. Upon hearing this, the winged beasts grew excited and inquired, "Do you know where these places are?" "Certainly, there are 7 or 8 locations, all quite concealed, distanced from human cities. Yet not within the control of the sheeple. You could venture there to forage. Quickly share these locations with us," the Lord of the Winged Beasts exclaimed, flapping its wings with eagerness, as if ready to set out immediately. "However, you must avoid the human military trucks transporting wolfhound corpses, and try not to be detected. A conflict may sever this food source," Lin Fan cautioned. "Naturally, we are not fools. Otherwise, under the slaughter of the sheeple invaders, our kind would not have survived until now," the Lord of the Winged Beasts replied, anxious. Lin Fan then shared the coordinates of the wolfhound corpses with the Lord. The Lord regarded Lin Fan with a changed expression, and after a moment, said, "Little one, I did not misjudge you. There is one more matter requiring your assistance." "Pray tell," Lin Fan responded, subsequently revealing his plans to journey to the fortress of Maslow. Surprisingly, the Lord of the Winged Beasts was already aware of that location. "The fortress of Maslow has become exceedingly perilous. With your strength, it would be impossible for you to escape, I am aware. Thus, I will dispatch 10 companions to accompany you. 10 winged beasts." This revelation astonished Lin Fan. There were merely a few dozen winged beasts in Heavy Iron City, and this number represented nearly a third of their population. Initially, Lin Fan had intended to invite 1 or 2 winged beasts to join him. Yet, the Lord of the Winged Beasts proposed sending 10 in one breath. It was no wonder. If Lin Fan's assertions about the locations of the buried wolfhound corpses were true, it would undoubtedly resolve the current dilemma faced by the winged beasts. "The Lord could not afford to be stingy. I do not wish to witness your demise," it remarked, casting a glance at the diminutive human. The fortress of Maslow was no tranquil place, and even the Lord of the Winged Beasts harbored concerns about that location. With that, it spread its massive wings, soaring low in the air for a few laps before alighting on the ruined structure of the city hall. It emitted a deep sound towards the flock of winged beasts, which stirred with excitement upon hearing its call. "What? Locations of buried food? Such places truly exist. If so, we need no longer risk our lives for sustenance, nor endure hunger." Initially, Lin Fan believed the winged beasts might struggle to pinpoint the burial sites and considered guiding them personally. However, the Lord of the Winged Beasts refused. Winged beasts possessed an innate talent for reconnaissance. This ancient aerial race had evolved to sense planetary magnetic fields, allowing them to navigate by magnetic resonance. Although Earth was not the same as the sheeple planet, the two worlds bore striking similarities, and the magnetic field distributions were not markedly different. Once they had a general direction, a guide was unnecessary. With Lin Fan's presence, the Lord of the Winged Beasts feared he might inadvertently expose their location. After concluding the meeting with the Lord of the Winged Beasts, Lin Fan drove his heavy truck to his domain, the abandoned base of the sheeple. Within the base, metallic remnants had been nearly entirely consumed by the orb. Lin Fan sighed, realizing that it was no wonder the orb had reached the mid-stage of its juvenile form. The place had been stripped bare. Over the next 2 days, Lin Fan began to search for suitable weapons for the Water Ghost robot in Heavy Iron City. The Water Ghost robot itself also joined the scavenging efforts. However, finding appropriate weaponry proved quite challenging. The standard armaments of ordinary human soldiers were ill-suited for the Water Ghost robot, and intact sheeple robots were nowhere to be found. Just as Lin Fan felt disheartened, Red Robe descended in front of his truck. Since Lin Fan resolved the food issue for the winged beasts, their attitude toward him had markedly changed. Red Robe had become Lin Fan's little companion, following him day and night, seemingly aware that he was in search of something, emitted low chirps, attempting to convey something to Lin Fan. It dawned on Lin Fan that winged beasts, with their aerial vantage point, had a comprehensive view of the entire city. Few could claim to understand the ruins better than they. Once the superspecies consciousness simulation was activated, Lin Fan shared his thoughts with Red Robe. Indeed, Red Robe was well aware of several locations. Among them was a site that had once witnessed fierce battles, strewn with wreckage. Lin Fan believed it held the greatest potential for finding suitable weaponry for the Water Ghost robot. Under Red Robe's guidance, they arrived at that location, a small military fortress in the western part of Heavy Iron City. Originally constructed as a defensive structure by the sheeple, the fortress had been nearly flattened by the concentrated artillery fire of humanity. The area was littered with the wrecks of human aircraft and remnants of sheeple robots. Upon seeing such a trove of discarded metal, the orb, already famished, emitted steam from its nostrils in anticipation. It gazed at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. Lin Fan nodded. This creature had hardly eaten since returning to Stone Helmet City and was clearly at its wits' end. rushing towards the heap of scrap. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the water ghost robot began to explore the ruins. Within the orb's belly lay a high-energy reactor. As it commenced its feast, the reactor would ignite, resembling a miniature sun, melting any metal that fell beneath the orb's maw into a liquid state. Although the orb knew how to manage the dissipation of its core's temperature, the ambient temperature still rose by a few degrees. Red Robe, having never witnessed such a spectacle, became alarmed and kept its distance from the orb. In the ordinary course of events, it had not paid much heed to this diminutive creature, but from that moment onward, it no longer underestimated it. Just then, a crimson light appeared upon the surface of the spherical entity. The sphere, evidently aware of the red dot, ceased its feeding and shifted its position slightly. Strangely, the light seemed to move in tandem with it. The core mission set within the control program of the water ghost robot was to protect Lin Fan and the sphere. Upon detecting a threat, the water ghost would stop at nothing to safeguard them. That moment, the water ghost robot sensed the impending danger. Lunged toward the sphere, attempting to push it aside, but it was already too late. With a whoosh, a missile descended from the sky, striking the sphere directly. Chapter 20. Capturing the butcher with a resounding bang, the location of the sphere erupted in an explosion, sending a plethora of metallic debris soaring through the AI. It was propelled upwards like a ball, soaring several yards high. The water ghost robot quickly pinpointed the assailant's location. It too was a robot, concealed behind a crumbling wall, utilizing the dilapidated structure to obscure its form. Were it not for the water ghost's remarkable reconnaissance capabilities, Lin Fan would have found it difficult to discern its position. The robotic assailant was markedly different from the somewhat daft water ghost. Its weaponry and control systems were fully operational. Moments ago, it had been awakened by the thermal radiation emanating from the sphere and had launched an attack on a target deemed a significant threat. Lin Fan felt the impact of the blast as well. Fortunately, clad in heavy infantry armor, he was merely knocked back without sustaining any injuries. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system activated, scanning the robot, and a line of text appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. Detected butcher robot. Belonging to the combat robots of Qingyang Star.it is fully operational, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, and its combat prowess surpasses that of the water ghost robot. Lin Fan pondered to himself. He had initially sought a discarded robot, only to encounter a fully functioning one. It appeared this adversary would not be easily dealt with. Without hesitation, he took cover behind a crumbling wall and gestured to the water ghost. After a moment's hesitation, the water ghost charged toward the butcher robot. Lin Fan provided cover with his electromagnetic rifle, and the water ghost swiftly reached the butcher's front. Tat tat tat. The butcher robot recognized its fellow machine and sent a signal, awaiting confirmation from the water ghost. However, the water ghost surged forward, swinging its arms wildly at the butcher's head. Perhaps the butcher was still perplexed, wondering why this fellow robot had not issued a confirmation command. But what awaited it was a punch from the water ghost. At this point, the water ghost was utterly incapable of comprehending the chaotic commands from Qingyang Star. This unfamiliar robot had already committed acts of hostility against the sphere and was deemed a serious threat. Thus, it unrelentingly attacked. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the butcher robot finally realized that its opponent could not comprehend commands. It raised its arm-mounted cannon, aiming at the water ghost. The water ghost sensed the peril and leaped, evading the butcher's line of sight. Just then, the red cloak descended from above, utilizing its immense momentum to collide with the butcher robot, knocking it down. The butcher robot was slightly taller than the water ghost, but not as large as the winged beast. Years prior, during a war, its components had suffered varying degrees of damage. Now, struck by the winged beast, its internal mechanisms emitted a sizzling sound. The water ghost seized the opportunity, rushing in to deliver a punch to the fallen butcher robot. However, the butcher was still a factory-original combat robot, significantly stronger than the makeshift water ghost. After absorbing the water ghost's punch, it remained steadfast. With a flash of cold light, a gleaming blade emerged from the butcher robot's arm. This blade, known as the butcher's knife, measured a formidable 1.5 meters in length, forged from indestructible alloy and razor-sharp. The butcher leaped, wielding the knife, and aimed a strike at the water ghost. The water ghost had no time to evade and was struck in the abdomen by the blade. Instantly, a sizzling sound echoed from within its body as components sustained damage. It struggled mightily, unable to rise, and could only use its arms to drag itself backward. The butcher robot advanced step by step toward the water ghost, intent on delivering judgment upon this traitor. It raised the butcher's knife once more, targeting the core of the water ghost. In its view, This robot, which had betrayed Qin Star, was destined to face retribution. The situation was dire. Should the Water Ghost's core device be struck, it would be reduced to a mere pile of scrap metal. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, astonished by the tenacity of the butcher robot. In this moment of crisis, he fired a volley of shots from his electromagnetic rifle at the butcher robot. The butcher robot dismantled a steel plate from a wrecked armored vehicle with its left arm, using it as a shield to block all the bullets from the electromagnetic rifle. Clearly, the butcher robot was largely immune to the attacks of human infantry and did not halt its advance. Fortunately, the red cloak swooped down once more, pouncing on the butcher robot. The butcher was pinned to the ground, firmly held down by the winged beast. It fought back, using its blade to slice through the red cloak's wing. Inflicting a wound, the red cloak emitted a cry of anguish but did not retreat. Meanwhile, the Water Ghost, leveraging the strength of its arms, managed to stand and lunged at the butcher robot. This entity seemed to have gone mad. It swung the top of a tank, repeatedly smashing it against the butcher's head. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the tank top colliding with the robot's head echoed. The tank top became deformed, and a dent appeared in the butcher's head. The butcher robot struggled vigorously, but the combined might of the two massive entities pinned it firmly to the ground. The battle raged on for 3 minutes. The butcher robot was battered and bruised. Gradually ceasing its movements, with a final crack, the Water Ghost smashed the butcher's head completely off. An alarm blared from its chest, signaling that the internal components had been damaged beyond functionality, rendering it entirely inoperative. Lin Fan approached, gazing at the fallen butcher robot with a sense of melancholy. He had not anticipated that this relic of war, its armor riddled with damage, would continue to resist even after years of dormancy. Had it not been for the combined assault of the Water Ghost and the Red Cloak, it would have indeed posed a formidable challenge. The Red Cloak, having long held disdain for these metallic monstrosities from Qin Star, nonetheless scratched the Water Ghost with its wings. As a comrade in arms, it could not help but admire the Water Ghost's bravery, using this peculiar gesture to express goodwill. However, the Water Ghost, driven by its internal programming, had no comprehension of concepts like bravery or camaraderie. It paid no mind to the Red Cloak's overtures and, having sustained severe damage, activated its emergency protective measures. Surveying its surroundings, it used its arms to support its body and retreated to hide beneath a crumbling wall. The Water Ghost's assessment of its condition had reached a critically poor level, rendering it incapable of further combat. It remained obediently tucked away in its corner, unwilling to emerge unless absolutely necessary. The Red Cloak found the metallic creature utterly uninteresting and ceased its interactions with the Water Ghost. It flapped its wings vigorously, soaring to a vantage point to continue monitoring the surrounding situation. In truth, it too had sustained injuries, but as a winged beast, its regenerative abilities were remarkably robust, and it did not dwell on its wounds. At that moment, the sphere emerged from its hiding place. It was coated in a layer of grime, having just endured a missile strike. It hopped on the butcher robot, reassured to find it motionless. The Interstellar Scavenging system scanned the butcher robot, and a line of small text appeared. Butcher robot has been destroyed. Declared inoperative, cannot be captured, gain 100 scavenging points. Lin Fan understood that to directly repair such a defunct robot would require 10,000 scavenging points to unlock the scavenging technology tree. For Lin Fan at present, that was quite a distant prospect. Subsequently, the Interstellar Scavenging system scanned the Water Ghost, revealing another line of small text. Water Ghost robot has sustained severe damage, immediate repairs required. System, can the parts of the butcher robot be used for the Water Ghost? Lin Fan inquired. Completely compatible. Lin Fan felt reassured. Yet he dared not linger in that location. Should any other combat robots remain operational, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. Lin Fan utilized the self-unloading mechanism to load the butcher robot onto a heavy-duty truck. The battered Water Ghost clambered onto the truck with great difficulty, and Lin Fan transported it back to the base. Upon returning to the base, the sphere commenced the disassembly of the captured butcher robot. At the robot disassembly workstation, it inhaled deeply, and hydrogen within the sphere underwent fusion. The internal reactor activated immediately, causing its eyes to glow a deep azure. The sphere's once puffy fingers rapidly transformed, morphing into a rotating alloy mechanical hand. The fingers deftly reconfigured into intricate tools, dismantling the metallic body of the butcher robot in no time. The fingers transformed into a welding machine radiating red light, tap, 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 in a mere 15 minutes. The once massive butcher robot was reduced to a heap of assorted parts. Next, the process of modifying the Water Ghost commenced. During the previous modification of the Water Ghost, the sphere had been severely lacking in suitable components, resulting in an incomplete performance post-repair. However, with the acquisition of the Butcher robot, it could finally undertake a comprehensive optimization and upgrade of the Water Ghost robot. Of course, the Water Ghost harbored a fear of bodily modifications. Yet, upon receiving the sphere's command, the Water Ghost robot was powerless to defy and obediently climbed onto the workstation. Do not be deceived by the diminutive stature of the spherical entity. It has performed a comprehensive organ transplant on the Water Ghost robot. Akin to a skilled human surgeon, after approximately 2 hours, the Water Ghost robot stood upright once more. Aside from its unchanged form, its external appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. Under the sphere's command, the Water Ghost robot began to contort its body, exhibiting a notable enhancement in both agility and resilience. The sphere not only replaced the damaged components from combat, but also upgraded the robot's aging parts. Most crucially, the Water Ghost robot finally possessed its own weaponry. Automatic cannons, originally belonging to the Butcher model, manifested on its frame. Arm, equipped with a sharp cleaver, was also transplanted onto the Water Ghost robot's body. This cannon was designed for long-range attacks, while the cleaver arm integration provided formidable close-quarters combat capabilities. The Water Ghost was no longer merely a brawler. It evolved into a multifunctional combat robot, excelling in both combat and reconnaissance. However, this was still insufficient. After augmenting its combat prowess, the Water Ghost robot required a more potent energy source and compatible program modules to sustain its newfound abilities. Consequently, the sphere removed the Butcher model's energy module and implanted it into the Water Ghost. The Water Ghost was transformed from a single-core energy system into a powerful dual-core power source. Admittedly, such a dual-core configuration is somewhat extravagant, yet it undeniably elevated the Water Ghost's combat capabilities to a new echelon. Finally, program coding adjustments were executed. Thus, the robot's extensive modifications were complete, and the Water Ghost had undergone a metamorphosis. A formidable combat robot, proficient in both offense and defense, adept at stealth reconnaissance, emerged into existence. Should the engineers of the Sheep Star come to witness this, they would surely marvel at the sphere's ingenuity. It can be said that the transformation of the Water Ghost was extraordinary. While retaining its original stealth and reconnaissance capabilities, its offensive and defensive prowess surpassed all prior benchmarks. This restoration technology is not something just anyone can master. Only a creature as unique as the sphere possesses the ability to execute it effortlessly. The sphere itself serves as a forging tool, harboring unimaginable energy capable of fashioning any metallic components, including the myriad parts of robots. Some smaller components necessitate precision forging and polishing on advanced human production lines. Yet, for an exceptionally gifted being like the sphere, it is merely child's play. Chapter 21. The journey begins in the western region. The skies were shrouded in yellow dust. The outbreak of war had led to the desolation of vast grasslands and forests, particularly severe in the inland areas. As night fell, the stars vanished from view. A convoy of heavy human trucks traversed the desert, heading towards a valley in the uninhabited zone. In the windy and sandy conditions, even with headlights illuminated, visibility remained limited. The transport team leader glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that something is off today. Captain, have you noticed something?" The driver inquired. "It feels as if something is trailing us." The driver scanned the surroundings but detected no signs of life. He chuckled. "Captain, you're being overly cautious. This place is quite safe. We've been through here numerous times without encountering anything unusual. A few minutes ago, I thought I saw several shadowy figures following our convoy." The transport leader muttered, "Could it be beasts? Uncertain, but I worry about the wolf-like creatures." The captain paused and continued, "I fear that the cargo inside the truck might attract them and provoke an attack on our convoy." "That seems unlikely. Otherwise, they would have already swarmed us," the driver responded. "Let us hope that is indeed the case," the captain replied. "These Sheep Star beings are truly despicable, resorting to such vile tactics. I've heard that several outposts have been destroyed again. Why are they able to breed in such numbers? The wolf-like creatures have been genetically modified to adapt better than any other species to the current Earth's environment. They primarily feed on carrion and, when hungry, even consume vegetation. The cost of breeding them is remarkably low for the Sheep Star. It's infuriating. This has a significantly detrimental effect on our already fragile ecological environment." The convoy continued its steady progress towards its destination. Everything appeared tranquil, yet unbeknownst to them, a massacre was unfolding just 5 kilometers away. In truth, the convoy had been targeted by the wolf-like creatures an hour prior. They stealthily pursued the trucks, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Of course, the wolves initially planned to attack the human convoy, But little did they expect the aerial beasts to be trailing behind them. The winged beasts did not allow the wolves to assault the convoy transporting their carcasses. For the winged beasts, the convoy represented a source of sustenance and could not be permitted to be disrupted by the wolves. The matter of food is vital to their survival and reproduction. Upon discovering the treacherous wolves, the winged beasts initiated their attack. With a thud, a towering winged beast landed, obstructing the wolves' path. The wolves sought to retaliate in a frenzy, but the winged beast swept its massive wings. Claiming the lives of several wolves, dozens of winged beasts descended from the sky like starving eagles swooping down on their prey, carrying off the fallen wolves. The battle raged for approximately 15 minutes. Under the relentless assault of the winged beasts, the wolves suffered heavy losses. They were simply no match for the winged beasts and ultimately abandoned their pursuit of the human convoy, fleeing in disarray. Thus, the human convoy successfully delivered truckloads of wolf carcasses to their destination, the depths of the uninhabited zone. Tons of wolf carcasses were discarded into the gorge. After completing the transport mission, the transport leader gathered the drivers. I've had this nagging feeling that something isn't right today. But today went rather smoothly, didn't it? The drivers exchanged concerned glances. Nonetheless, caution is never unwarranted, the transport leader insisted. About 10 minutes later, the convoy resumed its journey home without delay. After the human convoy departed the gorge, enormous figures emerged in the hazy sky. They descended into the gorge and began to feast upon the wolf carcasses. Those were the winged beasts that had previously driven the wolves away. The deceased wolves emitted a pungent stench and were laden with significant radiation, rendering them perilous for ordinary humans to approach. Even during the transport of the wolf carcasses, strict protective clothing was mandatory. However, for the winged beasts, the wolf carcasses were a delectable feast. The appetites of the winged beasts are prodigious. When fully unfurled, the wings of an adult winged beast span a staggering 5 zhong, allowing it to consume an entire cow in a single sitting. The multitude of wolf carcasses strewn across the landscape was just what they needed to satiate their hunger. The locations for burying the wolf carcasses were relatively concealed. Not far from the old lair of Heavy Iron City, aside from the human convoy that periodically arrived to unload the wolf carcasses, no other beings frequented this area. This made it an ideal feeding ground for the winged beasts. It is worth noting that with the degradation of the environment, the food sources available to the winged beasts have dwindled. Human outposts are equipped with aerial artillery, posing a significant threat to the winged beasts. Thus, it is exceedingly challenging for them to hunt within human territories. As dawn broke, the transport convoy continued on its return journey. Wolves! Suddenly, someone in the convoy exclaimed. The other members reacted with alarm. The transport leader quickly inquired. In which direction? Approximately 100 meters to our northwest, the driver replied, albeit somewhat begrudgingly. But they are already dead. The transport leader breathed a sigh of relief. He spotted the bodies of a dozen wolves. Signs of a struggle and countless fleeing tracks. There were a considerable number of wolves here, seemingly driven away by something. The transport leader pondered, what could have done this? Aside from regular troops, no one could have slain so many wolves. I am certain it was them. Something feels amiss. The transport leader commanded through his wristband, all convoy members, accelerate 50 kilometers west of Heavy Iron City. Lin Fan drove a heavy truck towards the Maslow Fortress. The water ghost robot perched atop the heavy truck, surveying the surroundings. 10 winged beasts were strategically positioned, following the heavy truck as it advanced steadily. They formed a protective escort for Lin Fan and his team, with 3 winged beasts venturing ahead to scout for potential threats. Should any danger arise, they would promptly return to relay the information. 3 winged beasts monitored each flank, ensuring vigilance against unforeseen circumstances. The route was predominantly an uninhabited zone. Although they occasionally encountered remnants of human settlements, such as small towns and villages, they were mostly buried beneath the sand, devoid of any human presence. Lin Fan wore a furrowed brow, clouded with concern. Despite meticulously planning for this mission, he remained apprehensive, opting to take things one step at a time. Observing Lin Fan's troubled demeanor, the sphere hopped into the passenger seat and began gesturing animatedly. It asked Lin Fan if he would like some music. Sure. Upon hearing this, the sphere appeared delighted. Then climbed onto the control panel, tapping the truck screen to play music. Diligently browsed through the song list and selected Journey to Hell. As the music commenced, the lonely soul danced in the depths of hell. The sphere listened intently, rising to its feet and imitating Lin Fan's usual mannerisms, swaying its small frame to the rhythm. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at its antics. Seeing him smile, the sphere grinned widely as well. Suddenly, Lin Fan's wristband beeped. It was an unfamiliar call. He felt puzzled. Since the Fourth War, most civilian telecommunications equipment had been destroyed. In this desolate expanse, there were no signal towers, only a few military satellites capable of transmitting signals. Could it be someone from the army? Lin Fan switched off the music and answered the call on his wristband. A vague holographic image materialized in the passenger seat of the heavy truck. Due to an unstable signal, the figure gradually came into view after a moment. It was you. Wang Kiki? Lin Fan was equally taken aback. Wang Kiki appeared visibly irate, her small mouth pouting in displeasure. As soon as they met, amidst a crackling sound, she exclaimed indignantly, Lin Fan, you, zzz, how could you undertake an S-level mission all by yourself? Zzz, you are no longer that illustrious officer aboard the starship, but rather a solitary figure. Why are you so angry? Maslow Fortress is firmly within the jurisdiction of Qinyang Star, and it is far too perilous for you at this moment. Zzz, Wang Kiki continued. If you were to perish, what would become of me? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fan replied. We are but fleeting acquaintances. If I were to die, you should simply continue to live well. You truly infuriate me. This is tantamount to courting death. Zzz. Wang Kiki insisted. Regardless, you must heed my words and return post-haste. It matters not if the mission fails. Should the Scavenger Bureau act against you, I shall not let them go unpunished. I have made my decision. Wang Kiki took a deep breath, biting her crimson lip, and declared, If it is because of me that you find yourself trapped in Maslow Fortress, I would rather perish alongside you. My choice to participate in this mission was not for your sake, but my own. Wang Kiki huffed. If you truly go, it may very well be our final farewell. If it is to be the last, so be it. I am merely a scavenger, and dying in this mission may not be such a misfortune, Lin Fan added. Miss Wang, from this day forth, consider me dead. Take care of yourself. With that, Lin Fan hesitated briefly before pressing the call-end button. He inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, What merit do I possess that Miss Wang should concern herself with me? My apologies. Chapter 22. The wandering half-breed at the military base in the capital military district, a young girl gazed as the holographic image slowly faded away. She sat silently in a chair, her expression downcast, without uttering a word. Child, do not be overly sorrowful, a middle-aged general comforted her. His hair was graying at the temples, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. How could he be so foolish? That place is a den of peril. How could one possibly emerge from there alone? The girl replied. Could you not request the Scavenger Bureau to recall him? It is his choice, and there is nothing we can do. The general responded, But he will die. The apocalypse could erupt at any moment. Perhaps none of us can escape this fate. His choice may be akin to a moth to a flame, yet it embodies his hope. A glimmer of tears welled in the girl's eyes as she slowly said, But I cannot bear to watch him die like this, foolish child. There exists an insurmountable chasm between you. Why bother? The general remarked. You are the sole heir of the Jingjiu Wang family, while he is but a scavenger. Forget about him. If it were not for that despised scavenger, I would no longer exist, a nameless corpse adrift in the endless cosmos. The girl wiped her eyes and stood up. What do you intend to do? Do not concern yourself with me. Just consider me dead. As she approached the door, a row of guards blocked her path. On the Gobi Desert in the northern hemisphere, dusk had fallen, and Lin Fan had arrived at an abandoned town. Winged beasts patrolled the high points nearby while Lin Fan parked the heavy truck within the town. The radiation detector registered no radiation in this desolate location. Having been cooped up in the truck for too long, Lin Fan yearned for fresh air and decided to visit a nearby temple. The temperature in the Gobi exhibited extreme fluctuations. He kindled a fire, sat alone, and began to consume roasted meat while sipping strong liquor, relishing the final moments of freedom before reaching Maslow Fortress. This fellow had a penchant for alcohol. He had procured a hefty box of liquor from the Scavenger Bureau for this mission. In this era, alcohol was a rare commodity, as humanity had no time for brewing. Fortunately, the Scavenger Bureau managed to salvage some from the ruins. The spherical being wandered around the abandoned town, scavenging metal, but feeling it insufficient to satisfy its hunger. It gazed longingly at Lin Fan savoring his meal. Its own stomach a mere hollow pit. Yet, it showed no interest in human food. Feeling slightly inebriated, Lin Fan patted the sphere's head and asked, Have you ever drifted through the cosmos? The sphere shook its head, gesturing with its hands. When it had memories, it was foraging in the apocalyptic wasteland. Do you know how you arrived on Earth? The sphere shook its head again. Let me tell you, This place is called a temple, dedicated to the deities of the era before the Solar Age deities. The sphere's eyes widened in wonder. Back then, people believed that deities would protect the world from harm. According to my ancestors, the earth was a vibrant realm, where one could see the stars blanket the sky. Before long, drowsiness overtook Lin Fan, and he fell asleep, snoring softly. The sphere nestled beside him, succumbing to slumber as well. Crash! The sound of shattering stone statues jolted both Lin Fan and the sphere awake, revealing the presence of a water ghost robot within the temple. What has transpired? Lin Fan inquired. The water ghost robot pointed towards the direction of the statue. Following its gesture, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking behind the statue. He switched on the spotlight. In an instant, the shadow darted away, disappearing into another dark corner. The figure, less than a meter tall, bore a resemblance to a human child. Could it be a human child? Lin Fan found it peculiar. What human would linger in such a desolate location? He raised his electromagnetic rifle, aiming at the shadow, and commanded, "If you do not come out, I shall fire." Seeing the precariousness of its situation, the shadow attempted to flee through an exit of the temple. However, the water ghost robot was not to be trifled with. Renowned for its reconnaissance capabilities, it nimbly leapt to block the entrance. Under the watchful gaze of the water ghost robot and Lin Fan, the shadow ceased its flight. Slowly, it revealed itself under the spotlight. The creature stood about 90 centimeters tall, wrapped in thick silk fabric. With gray skin, a disproportionately large head, bulging eyes, and scant body hair. Much like humans, it possessed 2 legs and 2 arms, walking upright. Ding! Interstellar Scavenging System has been activated, scanning the entity before Lin Fan, revealing a line of text. Qinyang Star Half-Breed Slave. Indigenous of Baiken Star, sentient life form. Baiken Star has been conquered by Qinyang Star, and due to their industriousness, the half-breeds of Baiken Star have become war slaves for the Qinyang people. So it is them? Lin Fan muttered. During the invasion of Earth by the Qinyang merchant fleet, they brought along a vast number of half-breed slaves to toil in their strongholds. Yet, after numerous battles, sightings of such half-breed slaves became exceedingly rare. Lin Fan had not anticipated encountering one in this abandoned town. Before him, the creature trembled, clutching a piece of roasted meat. Lin Fan realized this being had come to pilfer food. Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze on the meat, the half-breed slave panicked, hastily shoving the meat into its mouth. This act, however, provoked the ire of the water ghost robot. The robot. This thief was infringing upon its master's food, an act of hostility. The robot swiftly approached the half-breed slave, seizing it and turning it upside down, attempting to dislodge the stolen food from its mouth. Lin Fan, exasperated, quickly gestured for the water ghost to cease its aggression. After a moment's hesitation, the robot released the half-breed slave, albeit not without delivering a firm rap on its head with its metal cannon barrel, producing a clattering sound that conveyed its anger. The half-breed slave howled in pain, gripped by fear, yet it still managed to swallow the roasted meat. Hunger had driven it to desperation. Nevertheless, Lin Fan harbored no intentions of harming the half-breed slave. In his view, these beings were truly pitiable. Having had their homeworld occupied, their entire race enslaved, they had been uprooted to earth, living in abject misery. Instead of reproaching it, Lin Fan tossed a piece of bread from his backpack to the half-breed slave. The creature clutched the bread, casting fearful glances at the menacing water ghost robot, reluctant to take a bite. "Water ghost, you may step outside," Lin Fan instructed. The water ghost robot hesitated, then sheathed its weapon and slowly exited the temple. Only then did the half-breed slave feel safe enough to begin gnawing on the bread, filled with gratitude, albeit overshadowed by fear. As Lin Fan approached, the half-breed slave instinctively recoiled. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." Lin Fan lowered his electromagnetic rifle, allowing the half-breed slave to relax slightly. He moved closer, observing the numerous scars covering the creature's body. Gently, he placed his hand upon its head, establishing a cross-species communication simulation. Lin Fan's consciousness transmitted into the half-breed slave's mind. "Do you have a name?" The half-breed slave was taken aback by this method of communication. He hesitated for a long while, finally uttering a sound. "Kai, Akai. I bear you no malice, nor do I wish to harm you." Lin Fan slowly replied, "Can you tell me why you have appeared here?" The half-human slave Akai timidly glanced at Lin Fan. He said, "I wandered into this small town. I am a half-human. Although I was born on Earth, I am not of its race, for my homeland lies in a distant part of the universe." "Oh, forgive my ignorance. You can command the robots outside. Are you a significant figure from Qinyang Star?" Lin Fan responded. No, I am merely an earthling, I see. I have committed a grave sin by stealing food from the adults. Will you execute me? Rest assured, that will not happen. Akai was astonished to learn he would not face death. Seeing that Lin Fan had indeed refrained from violence, he sighed in relief and continued to eat his food. Take your time, eat slowly, Lin Fan inquired. Akai, do you know of Maslow Fortress? Upon hearing the name, Akai hesitated for a moment before nodding. His consciousness conveyed to Lin Fan, that is a truly terrifying place. Sir, are you planning to go there? Yes, do you know much about it? Akai's expression turned somber as he replied, Sir, I escaped from there. I was a miner at the uranium mines of Maslow Fortress. I see. Akai nodded, saying, I worked day and night in the mines and never wished to return to that place. Your life must be quite difficult. Indeed, you cannot even imagine how lowly our status is. We are mere tools. The robots govern us with brutal authority, and if they catch any of our kind slacking, they are torn apart. You truly are a pitiful lot. Akai's expression grew grave as he grasped Lin Fan's sleeve, saying, Sir, you are a kind human. I advise you not to go to that place. Why parents perish there. No, I must go there. Lin Fan scrutinized the half-human before him, pondering. These hideous alien half-human slaves drift through existence on distant planets. And it is indeed a tragic fate that if, after the apocalypse, Earth were to fall completely, would humanity also end up as slaves like them? With this thought, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Chapter 23. The traveling companion. The sun was already high in the sky. Akai lay in the heavy truck, sleeping soundly. Last night, he had mistakenly taken a sip of alcohol and then promptly collapsed. Lin Fan was meticulously studying the map, his brow slightly furrowed, a trace of anxiety evident. He had originally planned to traverse the southwestern basin, circumventing the southern region of the Honggu Mountains to reach Maslow Fortress. However, the winged beasts discovered that numerous Qinyang star outposts had been established in the basin, heavily guarded and difficult to breach. Advancing further would likely lead to their discovery. Thus, the originally planned route was rendered impassable. The Honggu Mountains, stretching north-south, rose majestically, obstructing east-west passage, leaving only the option of circumventing the northern side of the mountains. Lin Fan studied this route earnestly. It traversed a high-altitude area, fraught with peril and harsh climatic conditions. What to do? Before even arriving at Maslow Fortress, Lin Fan found himself at an impasse. That moment. Akai, basking in the sunlight, finally awoke. He rubbed his bleary eyes, startled by the blinding sun, and quickly turned over. Upon catching sight of Lin Fan, who was already hard at work, he was struck with astonishment. Realizing he had overslept, panic surged within him, akin to having committed a grave error. He approached Lin Fan timidly, not daring to lift his head, merely muttering in half-human language. Lin Fan, puzzled, placed a hand on his shoulder, asking, What's the matter? Did you not sleep well? Akai timidly responded, Sir, I apologize. I overslept on my first day of work. If you wish to punish Akai, please do not strike my head, for it could very well be fatal. Lin Fan chuckled at his remark that it was not merely oversleeping. He had clearly been intoxicated. Do not worry. No one will strip you of your freedom, nor will anyone harm you. Upon hearing this, Akai felt a tinge of disbelief. You must understand, in the mines, if one slacks off, they could be beaten to death. Akai, that is all in the past. It will not happen again. Akai remained somewhat bewildered. His years of servitude in the mines had shackled him with an invisible constraint, leading him to believe he was merely Lin Fan's servant now. Breaking free from that mindset was no easy task. Lin Fan, feeling helpless, observed this submissive half-human and suddenly had a spark of inspiration. He was troubled by the route issue, and this individual had originally hailed from Maslow Fortress, yet now found himself east of the Honggu Mountains. Perhaps he had a solution. Thus, Lin Fan said, I am currently facing a dilemma. I intended to traverse the basin to reach Maslow Fortress, but I discovered Qinyang Star Guards stationed there, making passage impossible. Do you have any suggestions? Akai quickly replied, Do not venture into the basin. It is far too dangerous. Lin Fan hesitated slightly, asking, Then how did you come from Maslow Fortress? I escaped through the Honggu Mountains. The Honggu Mountains? Lin Fan inquired further. This mountain range extends north and south, towering majestically. You managed to traverse it on foot? Not quite, Akai clarified. I escaped through a mountain tunnel beneath the Honggu Mountains. A mountain tunnel beneath the Honggu Mountains? Lin Fan mused, examining the map. Where on this map was there a tunnel? Akai added, Sir, do you know of Altai City? Lin Fan nodded. The Qinyang Star inhabitants of Altai had established a mining site to extract metals from the Honggu Mountains and had also constructed a transport road for the minerals. Akai continued, the mining site is now abandoned, but that tunnel still exists. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with understanding. Since it was a tunnel for transporting minerals, it could accommodate heavy trucks. His heart surged with joy as he asked, "Is the tunnel safe?" "Yes, it is safe." Lin Fan urgently handed the map to Akai, asking, "Can you indicate the location of the tunnel?" After looking at it for quite a while, Akai could not decipher the map nor accurately mark the location. He scratched his head vigorously, saying, "I cannot pinpoint its location. However, if you follow a dry river valley straight ahead, you will reach it." Could it be the Heishui Valley? Lin Fan pondered. He quickly located the Heishui River on the map. The Heishui Valley was once a river, but due to climate change, it had dried up. Finally, a smile broke across Lin Fan's face. The source of the Heishui River, in the Honggu Mountains, there indeed lay a mineral deposit. Likely the Qinyang Star mining site. Seemed that the dry valley Akai mentioned was most likely the Heishui Valley. Akai, well done. If what you say is true, and there exists such a tunnel, I must express my gratitude. Thank you. Akai's lips curled into a smile. He had never been thanked throughout his life, however. He quickly shook his head vigorously, saying, "Sir, it is I who should be grateful to you. Half-humans are of lowly status. How can you thank a half-human? Who told you that half-humans are inferior?" Lin Fan retorted, "All life is equal, and you are remarkably intelligent." Akai, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Having spent so long in the mines, he had been reduced to a mere tool, endlessly toiling. He had witnessed his companions and parents slaughtered like livestock, and fear had firmly gripped his heart. As a slave, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, being regarded as an equal, even valued and praised, stirred something deep within him. It was an emotion he could scarcely contain. He said, "Not only does the sir share food with me, but he also praises me." Akai will strive to ensure he does not betray your trust. Lin Fan smiled gently, patting Akai on the shoulder. "Akai, I should be thanking you. You have helped me solve a significant problem." Akai responded, "Sir, this is what I ought to do. Moreover, I have another idea. We can proceed through the river valley. It is quite concealed. I came through there." Traveling through the river valley? Lin Fan pondered. Finding it quite feasible, without further delay, they set off towards the Heishui Valley. Akai, hesitant to sit, remained vigilant, assisting Lin Fan in observing their surroundings. For him, this superior being from Earth instilled a feeling he had never experienced before. In his perception, all higher races were ferocious and brutal. Yet, Lin Fan was different. He not only shared his food but also forgave Akai's transgressions and theft, treating him as an equal companion. The half-human has always been cast in the role of the enslaved, and the initial equality in their relationship left Akai feeling bewildered. However, after just a day of companionship, he surprisingly found himself developing a sense of trust towards Lin Fan. As evening approached, Lin Fan arrived at the Heishui Valley. Finding a secluded spot to park and rest, Akai was quite diligent, assisting Lin Fan in kindling a fire and imitating him as he grilled meat. Having never tasted such delicious fare before, he was already salivating. "Akai, do be careful, don't burn yourself," Lin Fan cautioned. Akai grinned broadly, his innocent smile illuminating his face, and asked, "My lord, may I pose a question?" "Go ahead," Lin Fan replied. "If we return from the Maslow fortress, will you still keep me by your side?" Akai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Fan assured him, "No problem." "Really?" Akai's excitement was palpable as he danced around the campfire. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Akai's naive demeanor. Once Akai had exhausted himself, Lin Fan inquired, "Are there any places nearby where large beasts roam?" "Large beasts?" Akai pondered before responding. "This area is quite barren and arid, so there are seldom any animals." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan gazed up at the sky, a hint of concern crossing his features. Wanting to alleviate Lin Fan's worries, Akai scratched his head thoughtfully. After a long deliberation, he finally spoke. "There might be a place where wild beasts could appear." "Where?" "It should be to the south of here, in a concealed valley that contains a small lake where animals often come to drink." Lin Fan opened his map, and in the flickering glow of the firelight, he pinpointed the approximate location based on Akai's description. Akai scratched his head again. "My lord, I apologize, but I can't recall the exact location." "The approximate location will suffice," Lin Fan replied, rising to his feet and waving a torch into the distance. The once silent and dark night was now filled with the sound of the wind. Suddenly, a shadow emerged, soaring towards the heavy truck. "Wow, wow, wow!" Akai cried out, startled by the shadow overhead. Having spent long hours in the dimly lit mines, his keen eyesight allowed him to discern that it was a fearsome flying creature, its wings spanning over 4 meters. Seeing the looming beast approach, Akai dashed away in fright, disappearing from view. Yet, noticing Lin Fan still standing there, he frantically returned, shrieking in the language of the White-Kin star, seemingly urging Lin Fan to hide. The nearby water ghost robot regarded Akai with a puzzled expression, clearly unable to comprehend his frantic demeanor. Lin Fan called out to the panicking Akai, "Don't be alarmed, Akai. Everything will be fine." However, without the superspecies consciousness simulation, Akai could not grasp Lin Fan's words. Observing Lin Fan's indifference only heightened Akai's anxiety, making him feel like a restless ant on a hot skillet. Fearing that Lin Fan was in distress or immobilized, he impulsively wrapped his arms around him, attempting to carry him away to tea that moment. A thud echoed as the winged beast landed in front of Lin Fan. Akai looked up, trembling as he beheld the giant creature. Yet, somehow mustering courage, he found a stone and raised it protectively in front of Lin Fan, as if to shield him. Even the winged beast seemed momentarily taken aback by Akai's brave stance. The creature before them was none other than the Scarlet Cloak, a protector of Lin Fan, who had never encountered Akai before. Noticing the small figure's provocative gesture, the Scarlet Cloak glared at him and emitted a low growl, sending Akai into a panic. His body became limp as he scurried behind Lin Fan. Finally, Lin Fan managed to connect with Akai, conveying his thoughts, "It is not an enemy, but a friend. Do not fear. A friend." Akai looked between Lin Fan and the beast, astonished. Such a colossal creature would typically view terrestrial beings as prey, not companions. His disbelief lingered until the winged beast crouched down, its demeanor softening. Lin Fan approached, making contact with the creature's form, and relayed the location of the small lake Akai had mentioned. It turned out that the area was desolate, and the winged beast had gone several days without food, rendering them quite famished. Subsequently, Lin Fan gestured for Akai to join him. Initially fearful, Akai hesitated, but with Lin Fan's encouragement, he cautiously approached. Lin Fan informed him, "This creature is called Scarlet Cloak. In fact, you have rendered it significant assistance." Significant assistance? Akai was bewildered. "It has been following us for several days without sustenance. I just informed it of the small lake's location, and it will head there to hunt." Thus, Akai realized that Lin Fan's inquiry about the beast was intended for the winged creatures. "Indeed," Lin Fan affirmed. "For that reason, it asked me to convey its gratitude to you. You may touch it in a way, it might devour me. I wouldn't even suffice to fill its teeth." Akai protested. "Do not fear," Lin Fan encouraged. After contemplating for a moment, Akai saw that Lin Fan didn't seem to be deceiving him. Taking a deep breath, he gingerly approached Scarlet Cloak and lightly touched its teeth that moment. The Scarlet Cloak lowered its gaze towards Akai, and he felt his body go weak. However, the creature's expression was gentle. It lightly brushed its wings against Akai's head before launching itself into the air, soaring into the night sky. Akai's expression was one of disbelief. He returned to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My lord, it is astonishing that such a fearsome sky beast would work for you. We share a collaborative relationship. They, like you, are not life forms born of Earth but were brought here by the Qinyang people." "Oh, that's how it is," Akai murmured, gazing at the retreating winged creature. "In the legends of our ancestors, only the Uru could tame such formidable beasts." "Uru?" Lin Fan inquired. "Uru is our deity, but I suspect these legends are mere fabrications. If there were truly powerful divine protection, we would not have been uprooted and subjected to such suffering." Chapter 24. The uprising in the concentration camp. 2 days later, Lin Fan traversed the Heishui Gorge, arriving at the Honggu mountain range. This ancient mountain range stretched across the plateau, an unbroken chain of peaks winding into the distance. The heavy truck maneuvered over the rugged terrain. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, they finally reached the abandoned mine that Akai had mentioned. The mine was vast but had long been deserted. The Qinyang people had excavated a tunnel for transporting ore. It was already nighttime. After walking several dozen kilometers through the tunnel, Lin Fan arrived at a mining area. The surroundings were quiet, so he paused to rest. In the darkened mine, 2 dilapidated Qinyang machines lay scattered, long since rendered inoperative. Ding! Interstellar Scavenging System activated, scanning the Qinyang machines, and a line of text appeared. Qinyang mining vehicle. Non-combat capable, severely damaged. During his time wandering the Gobi Desert, it had been challenging to come across metallic objects. The Roundball scurried off to consume the metal mining vehicle, leaving Akai stunned. Lin Fan asked, "Akai, "Have you seen these mining machines before?" Akai replied, "To be honest, my lord, I operated such a vehicle in the mines of the Maslow Fortress, extracting uranium deposits." Lin Fan remarked, "Thanks to you, we discovered this route. Otherwise, crossing the Honggu mountain range would have been exceedingly difficult." He mused that even military personnel might be unaware of the tunnel hidden within the Honggu mountain range. Akai beamed at Lin Fan's praise, scratching his head and grinning. That's what Akai ought to do. However, a gentle breeze stirred, and a strange sound echoed from deep within the mine, softly reverberating through the tunnel. The Roundball, startled by the odd noise, quickly turned and scurried back to Lin Fan's side. The water ghost robot sensed the anomaly, standing alertly and scanning the darkness of the tunnel. "What is that sound?" Lin Fan wondered aloud, is it the wind or the hissing of snakes and insects? Only Akai, fixated on the distant darkness, had lost his earlier cheerfulness, a flicker of anxiety evident in his gaze. The water ghost robot patrolled the area, finding nothing amiss. It approached Lin Fan, emitting a series of clicks. "Shall we investigate?" Lin Fan shook his head, signaling the water ghost robot to remain with the heavy truck and not to stray. If it were merely a wild beast, the water ghost robot would suffice to handle it. Lin Fan climbed into the heavy truck, feeling fatigued, and lay down to rest. Yet, Akai found himself unable to sleep, leaning against the window and gazing into the distance. After surveying his surroundings and noticing Lin Fan and the Roundball asleep, he quietly rose. He approached the truck's door, hesitating for about 5 minutes. Casting a glance back at Lin Fan, he took a deep breath but ultimately decided against descending. The following day, Lin Fan set out once more. The heavy truck made steady progress. Akai's words rang true. The tunnel was indeed well hidden and secure. Before long, Lin Fan reached the tunnel's other end, emerging on the western side of the Honggu mountain range. A sandstorm had arisen, with the wind and sand nearly engulfing the sky. Lin Fan chose not to proceed further and decided to rest in place. However, Akai's face bore a persistent hint of unease, his demeanor far less lively than in previous days. Suddenly, he asked, "My lord, may I mark something on the map?" "What would you like to mark?" Lin Fan inquired. Akai replied, "My lord, there are many perilous areas to the west of the Honggu mountain range, and I wish to mark them for you." "Certainly." Akai exerted considerable effort and managed to comprehend the map to a great extent. Holding the pen in silence, he meticulously began to sketch upon the map. "Akai, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Consider it a token of gratitude for your guidance," Lin Fan remarked. "We are partners, do you understand?" "Sir, I am fine," Akai murmured, lowering his head. "The Maslow Fortress is perilous. Utmost caution is imperative." The wind and sand persisted throughout the night. A strange sound pierced the air once more, only to be engulfed by the howling wind. Akai, having heard the noise, opened his eyes. At that moment, Lin Fan was already asleep. He inhaled deeply, casting a reluctant glance at Lin Fan. Over the course of a few days, he came to realize that not all civilized races in this world were barbaric and malevolent. There were indeed benevolent and magnanimous individuals like Lin Fan. Perhaps he had truly resolved to accompany Lin Fan to the Maslow Fortress. Yet, there were many unavoidable circumstances. He made the decision to crack open the car door and cautiously survey the surroundings. Discovering that the water ghost robot was absent, he stealthily slipped out. Before departing, he gently caressed the heavy truck's wheel and whispered a soft lament in the native tongue of the Baiken star. He then turned and vanished into the swirling sand. Little did he know that his movements had not eluded the surveillance of the water ghost robot. Moments later, Lin Fan emerged from the heavy truck. The water ghost robot transmitted a series of beeps to Lin Fan. "The target has displayed treasonous behavior. Should we pursue?" "No," Lin Fan replied, his weary eyes betraying his fatigue as he stealthily followed Akai with the water ghost robot in tow. Not far away, a winged beast took flight, accompanying him in Lin Fan's heart. Akai possessed freedom. If he wished to depart, Lin Fan would certainly not impede him. Moreover, it was thanks to Akai that he had successfully reached the northwestern part of Honggu. However, Akai appeared restless, and Lin Fan sensed that the situation was far from simple. Thus, he was determined to investigate further. The water ghost robot possessed unique advantages in reconnaissance. Despite Akai's meticulousness, he could not evade the robot's detection and tracking. After traversing several hundred meters, Akai encountered a half-human compatriot. Continuing for another 10 kilometers, he arrived at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Altai City. Inside, the warehouse was dimly illuminated by yellowish lights. Lin Fan picked up his binoculars for a closer look. To his surprise, in addition to Akai, there were 8 or 9 other Baiken half-humans, all clad in tattered and ragged clothing, much like Akai himself. Observing their movements closely, Lin Fan detected something amiss. They huddled together, seemingly engaged in a conspiracy. That moment, the faint sound of machinery echoed from within the warehouse. It was a mechanical mining vehicle. And seated in the cockpit was none other than Akai, demonstrating remarkable driving skills. Most astonishingly, atop the mining vehicle was mounted a machine gun. A Gatling gun? What were they planning? Lin Fan glanced at the water ghost robot, which appeared equally perplexed. Could it be? Upon witnessing these armed mining vehicles, Lin Fan began to comprehend the motive behind Akai's abrupt departure. The Baiken half-humans were piloting 3 armed mining vehicles, heading toward Altai City. These individuals were likely plotting a rebellion, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Akai had mentioned that the Qinyang aliens had withdrawn their garrison from Altai City, but who would be the target of the uprising? Lin Fan was uncertain, yet he was sure that it lay within the city itself. The half-humans preparing for rebellion fundamentally altered his perception of the Baiken half-humans. They appeared timid and fearful, yet they possessed a fierce determination. Dawn was approaching. The wind and sand had lessened slightly. A faint glimmer of light broke through, casting its rays upon the vast expanse of Altai City. Once an industrial city, Altai had fallen under the occupation of the Qinyang aliens. Surrounding mines were depleted. The city had long been abandoned. Akai and his companions found themselves in a corner of this forsaken city. This was a concentration camp for half-human slaves constructed by the Qinyang aliens. Surrounding the camp were barbed wire fences, within which were crammed hundreds of Baiken half-human slaves. In one corner stood a lookout post, where a butcher robot kept watch over the surroundings. In addition, 3 other robotic guards patrolled the perimeter. The half-human slaves had evidently escaped from the mines. They were huddled in a space barely 200 or 300 square meters, resembling livestock in captivity. Each one was gaunt and famished, their eyes reflecting despair and terror. It would not be long before these unfortunate souls were rounded up and returned to the mines. Frequently, half-human slaves attempted to scale the barbed wire to escape. However, under the watch of the butcher robot, they were swiftly executed. The severed heads of the slain half-human slaves were discarded within the camp, blue fluid pooling upon the ground. The air in the concentration camp was thick with oppression and despair, suffocating to breathe as the first rays of dawn cast their light upon the earth. The sound of explosions erupted. Several grenades blasted open 3 gaps in the barbed wire fences surrounding the camp. Instantly, the half-human slaves within erupted in chaos. The grenades were hurled by Akai's companions, who shouted at the top of their lungs. The half-human slaves quickly grasped the situation and surged toward the openings in a frantic rush. The butcher robot stationed at the lookout post sensed something was amiss and fired a missile. Taking down one of the half-humans who had thrown the grenade, it then leaped down from its perch, aiming to block the newly created gap. Just then, 3 mechanical mining vehicles appeared at various positions, forming a pincer formation as the Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of fire upon the butcher robot. After sustaining the assault, the butcher robot classified the mining vehicles as higher-level threats. Raising its artillery, it launched a missile at one of the mining vehicles. With a resounding explosion, the tracks of one mining vehicle were obliterated, and the half-human driver was flung into the air. The remaining 2 half-humans, bloodied, struggled to rise and continued to fire the heavy Gatling gun at the butcher robot. Infuriated, the butcher robot manifested a cleaver from its arm and swiftly advanced toward the damaged mining vehicle. With a flash of steel, the cleaver descended upon the cockpit. Blood spattered as the Baiken half-human inside was cleaved in 2. The butcher robot aimed to return to the gap in the camp, intending to prevent the escape of the half-human slaves, while the other 3 robotic guards dispersed to pursue the fleeing half-humans. The situation had grown increasingly dire. Boom! At that moment, yet another mining vehicle came under attack. Akai gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. The half-human compatriots had not all escaped. The gap in the camp could not be allowed to close. The mining vehicle he operated was their sole hope, their final chance. Thus, he pushed the machinery to its limits, the tracks of the mining vehicle spinning rapidly as it charged toward the butcher robot. Akai and his companions had resolved to face death, abandoning any thought of survival. Chapter 25. The spirit of URU. Just then, Akai's 2 companions swiftly redirected their Gatling guns and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the butcher robot. The bullets ricocheted off the robot's thick steel plating, causing no significant damage. However, they successfully drew the attention of the butcher robot, which was precisely their intention. They had no intention of defeating the butcher robot. Their sole aim was to attract fire, providing cover for the escape of the half-human slaves from the camp. The butcher robot readied its artillery once more, launching a missile at Akai's mining vehicle. Fortunately, Akai had anticipated the butcher robot's tactics, skillfully maneuvering the controls. With his expertise in operating the mining vehicle, the cumbersome machine deftly swerved, narrowly avoiding the missile. Moreover, the mining vehicle continued to accelerate. In a matter of moments, it was upon the butcher robot. The mechanical arm shot upward, the hardened metal drill bit poised against the butcher's frame. While the mining vehicle lacked offensive capabilities, its size was comparable to that of the butcher robot, and it possessed tremendous kinetic energy. With a resounding impact, the butcher robot was struck. Although the robot remained unscathed, it was shoved aside, allowing Akai to hold open the gap in the camp. The skirmish lasted only a brief minute, yet the majority of the half-human slaves had already surged forth, escaping through the opening in the barbed wire. They scattered to various corners of Altai City. The butcher robot, having been thwarted, designated the mining vehicle as a greater threat. Amidst the hail of Gatling gun fire, the robot rose with ease, its cleaver reappearing from its ARM.IT intended to put an end to the clumsy mining vehicle. However, Akai had no intention of fleeing. There was no escaping such a robot. Their purpose was to cover the retreat of their half-human compatriots. Even if it meant delaying for just a second, every moment mattered for the survival of more of their kin. The robot lunged forward, quickly closing the distance. With a swift strike, it severed the tracks of the mining vehicle, rendering it immobile. The butcher robot then seized two half-human gunners, eliciting their anguished cries. With a gentle squeeze, their skulls were crushed, blood streaming down the mining vehicle. The butcher robot's assault did not cease. It turned its gaze toward the cockpit. Yet, Akai was nowhere to be found. He had leapt from the mining vehicle, fleeing in panic. Just as Akai made his escape, the butcher robot detected him and gave chase. Its speed was unmatched, akin to an arrow released from a bow, far beyond the capabilities of the Baiken half-humans. With great strides forward, a leap intercepted Akai's path. A blinding white light erupted. A sharp blade came to rest before Akai's chest. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the imminent approach of death, just as fate hung in the balance. A missile appeared before the butcher robot, which, unable to evade, was struck and sent crashing to the ground. Akai narrowly escaped disaster. A thunderous roar resonated as a massive figure leaped down from a shattered wall. Stirring up dust from the ground, amidst the swirling debris emerged another robot, Water Ghost, the one captured by Lin Fan. Upon seeing Water Ghost, the butcher robot hesitated for a moment. However, it quickly deduced that this being had betrayed the Qinyang Star and raised its cannon to unleash a furious onslaught. Water Ghost, powered by dual cores, moved with remarkable speed. Before the butcher robot could fire, it seized Akai and vanished from sight. Lin Fan appeared, clad in heavy armor and wielding an electromagnetic rifle, shooting at the butcher robot to cover Water Ghost's rescue mission. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Akai was taken aback, his entire being stiffening in place, guilt etched across his face. The butcher robot did not retreat but charged at Water Ghost. Yet, the piercing cry of the winged beast echoed through the sky. Amidst the sand and wind, a colossal figure emerged, its crimson robe revealing its form. Descending from the heavens with astonishing speed, it collided with the butcher robot, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Water Ghost stealthily appeared behind the butcher. Armed with a razor-sharp cleaver, it swung the blade with ferocity, launching a surprise attack. Crack! The butcher robot was caught off guard, its head severed in an instant. Akai was stupefied. It was his first time witnessing the demise of the butcher robot. In his eyes, countless compatriots had perished at the hands of these machines. They seemed invincible, hidden in a corner. The half-human slaves from Baikenxing watched in astonishment. Though unaware of the identity of the newcomer, they sensed a force standing alongside them. The half-humans of Baikenxing had been stranded on Earth, toiling day and night in the mines. They were slaves, devoid of status or dignity, with no one to aid them. Their existence was one of perpetual misfortune and tragic ends. It was unfathomable what kind of being would offer assistance at such a pivotal moment. And in just a minute, the devilish butcher robot had been vanquished. This moment, 3 other robots were pursuing the fleeing half-human slaves in a corner of Altai City. Upon discovering their comrade had been decapitated, they designated Lin Fan and Water Ghost as primary targets for attack. Thus, they abandoned the chase of the half-human slaves and headed towards the concentration camp. The half-human slaves hiding in the shadows were filled with trepidation. They knew that the robot just slain was merely one of their foes. If the 3 butcher robots joined forces, they doubted Water Ghost and Lin Fan could withstand them. While the Baikenxing half-humans were still concerned for Lin Fan, the cries of other winged beasts resonated once more. Howl! The wings tore through the sand and wind, gradually revealing their forms. The half-human slaves on the ground were utterly shocked in the sky. A 9-headed canine-winged beast flapped its wings, launching a frenzied assault on the butcher robots below. The butcher robots attempted to retaliate with their cannons, but the winged beasts moved with remarkable speed. Utilizing their immense momentum from the skies, they easily evaded the robots' fire. Cleverly, they concentrated their strength to ensnare a lone butcher robot. Though the butcher robots towered over humans, they appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to the winged beasts. The winged beasts surrounded the butcher robot, their fangs and claws serving as formidable weapons, targeting the robot's weapon systems first in a collective assault. Their powerful jaws clamped down on its arms, tearing apart its components piece by piece. With the robot's arms rendered inoperative, it ceased to be a threat. What followed was a massacre. Soon after, a small-scale war concluded. Under the combined assault of Water Ghost and the winged beasts, all 4 butcher robots were destroyed, restoring tranquility near the concentration camp. The previously fleeing half-human slaves halted in their tracks, gazing at the massive flying creatures circling overhead, which began to converge once more towards the concentration camp. At this moment, Lin Fan approached the corner and found Akai. Akai lowered his head, filled with deep shame, pounding his temples. "My lord, I am sorry." Akai had vanished without a word. "You have more important matters to attend to." "This is your mission," Lin Fan said. "I do not blame you." A flicker of relief washed over Akai's face as he asked, "My lord, can you truly forgive me?" Lin Fan nodded, saying, "Like you, I bear a mission that compels me to cast aside emotions. Even at the cost of my own life." A wave of joy washed over Akai as he continued, "My lord, not only did you save me, but you also saved my kin. I have one request. Can you grant it?" "Speak." "I wish to continue being your guide." "It's this." Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, Akai's heart raced, and the joy on his face vanished. Surely, his actions had disappointed his lord, eroding his trust. Lin Fan replied tersely, "You have consumed so much of my provisions. Do you still wish to flee?" Upon hearing this, Akai felt a wave of relief wash over him, leaping joyfully before Lin Fan. The swirling dust in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing a ray of sunlight to penetrate, illuminating the ravaged Altai city. Countless half-humans from Beikingsing emerged from every corner, gathering around. Lin Fan observed, puzzled. The half-humans approached him in silence, forming neat rows before him. Their faces filled with reverence. Suddenly, they knelt in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground. "You are you." The half-human slaves of Beikingsing cried out in unison. "What?" Lin Fan was taken aback by this display. Even the sphere perched on his shoulder was startled. Quickly retreating behind him, "You are you." The half-humans continued to chant. Lin Fan hastily summoned Akai over and inquired, "What is the matter with your companions?" In legend, the deity You commands the great beasts of the sky. "Our ancestors spoke of a day when You would come to rescue our tribe." Akai conveyed to Lin Fan. "My kin evidently regard you as a divine being." "What? A god?" Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. He quickly urged, "Tell them I am merely a human from Earth, not the deity they believe me to be." Chapter 26. A light in the darkness. Akai stepped forward before the half-human slaves of Beikingsing. Clearing his throat in the tongue of his people, he proclaimed, "Ms. You, Aslanda, Saluka," essentially conveying to these half-humans that Lin Fan was not the deity You, but merely an indigenous person from Earth. Nonetheless, Lin Fan was a genuinely benevolent individual who sought to aid the half-humans of Beikingsing. However, before Akai could finish, the expressions of the half-human slaves shifted to one of confusion, whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, an elderly half-human rose, trembling, his voice low yet filled with fury. He spoke in the language of Beikingsing, seemingly rebuking Akai to silence him. The surrounding half-humans turned their gazes toward Akai, their anger palpable, mingled with fear. Although Akai was the hero of this rescue, in the presence of You, he was insignificant and could not speak so freely before a deity. His previous words brimmed with irreverence, an affront to the great deity You. "What do you mean, not You?" The half-humans of Beikingsing felt an overwhelming rage. After enduring countless years of hardship and waiting, they believed their daily prayers had reached You, and the deity had finally graced this world. Yet, Akai's disrespectful words might have angered the wise You, causing the deity to withdraw once more. Akai, bewildered, pondered an explanation. However, several burly half-human slaves rushed forward, seizing Akai, striking him while forcibly expelling him from their midst. What a pitiable race! Forced to abandon their home planet, They had lost track of the years. You are you. The half-humans of Beikingsing continued to worship Lin Fan. Alone and isolated, Akai cowered in a corner, too afraid to emerge. What could be done? Lin Fan was at a loss. Akai, come over here. He beckoned to Akai, who had been pushed into the corner. Akai realized he stood in opposition to his kin. After much hesitation, encouraged by Lin Fan, he mustered the courage to rise, clutching his bruised face, and return to Lin Fan's side amidst the hostile gazes of the Beikingsing half-humans. Lin Fan placed a hand on Akai's shoulder. Transmitting his thoughts. Explain again. Tell them I am not their deity. Akai felt conflicted. Having already suffered bruises, he feared that further insistence would provoke the wrath of his people. With a tone of helplessness, he confided to Lin Fan, "My lord, I am sorry. They will not believe me. They think that apart from you are you, no one else would show compassion to our kind. If I assert that you are not you are you, they will cast me out of Altai City." Lin Fan and Akai communicated silently, which the half-humans of Beikingsing found unremarkable, interpreting it as a divine message. Once again, they considered Lin Fan to be you are you. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed. These half-humans seemed resolute in their belief that he was you are you, and Akai could no longer clarify. Such a stubborn race. He observed that the half-human slaves were emaciated, their bodies mere shadows of their former selves. Having endured starvation in the concentration camp for far too long, he felt a pang of compassion and thus addressed Akai, saying, "Your companions are all famished. Let them venture forth to seek sustenance. Should any peril arise, notify me immediately." Akai summoned his courage and conveyed Lin Fan's words to the half-people of Beikingsing. Upon hearing Lin Fan's directive to search for food, the half-people did not depart immediately but exchanged glances. Engaging in hushed conversation. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan inquired, "What are they deliberating?" Akai replied, "My compatriots believe that any food they find cannot be consumed by themselves but must be entirely offered to the master as a form of tribute." He continued, "They are deeply afraid that if the master is displeased with the half-people, he will forsake the clan of Beikingsing once more." "What?" Lin Fan responded, somewhat astonished, feeling an even deeper sympathy for these individuals. Perhaps, for these exiled half-people of Beikingsing, their harrowing experiences had bred a profound sense of despair. Yet, the interminable years of servitude had not extinguished their most primal faith. Their sole glimmer of hope may reside in the so-called deity Ulu. For them, this unexpected savior, though merely a flicker in the darkness, was revered as a stellar entity, regarded as a divine being of the highest order. They feared that Ulu might depart once more. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, life should be equal. He transmitted his thoughts to Akai. "Tell your compatriots that the deity Ulu requires no offerings. They deserve freedom and dignity, the right to eat and sleep, and the liberty to act as they wish." Akai hesitated, saying, "Master, I must inform them that this is the decree of the deity Ulu. Otherwise, my compatriots will not believe me and may even turn against me." "Very well." I in a corner of Altai City, Akai once again shouted in the language of the half-people. He straightened his small stature and spoke with fervor, conveying the essence of his message. "Fellow compatriots of Altai City, the deity Ulu is grateful for the nightly prayers of the half-people of Beikingsing, descending here to alleviate our suffering. He now issues a decree, granting all half-people of Beikingsing freedom and dignity. Every individual possesses the right to pursue survival, and there is no need to share food or possessions with ULU. At this juncture, Akai could distinctly sense a shift in the expressions of the half-people. His heart racing to them. It was unfathomable that Ulu would not demand offerings from them, and it was their rightful duty to pay homage to the divine. They pondered whether Akai had misrepresented the deity's intentions. As the flames of fury ignited in their eyes, Akai frantically shouted, conveying that the deity Ulu no longer requires material offerings. As long as they maintain supreme devotion within their souls, the deity will not abandon the beings of Beikingsing. Only then did the emotions of the half-people stabilize. It was, after all, a matter of offering devotion from their souls. Though their hearts remained uneasy, they felt a sense of relief and began to prostrate themselves before Lin Fan. Akai's actions often irked the other half-people, yet as the sole individual capable of communicating with Ulu, they had no choice but to accept him as Ulu's messenger. The half-people of Beikingsing began to search for food and a place to rest. As night fell, an elderly half-person quietly approached the heavy truck, prostrating himself before it. Lin Fan urged Akai, "Quickly, let him in." He refused, believing such an act to be disrespectful to the deity Ulu, Akai explained. Lin Fan, feeling helpless, disembarked from the heavy truck and assisted the elderly half-person to his feet, He inquired of Akai, "Who is this?" "He is our elder, named Moda. He is a devoted follower of the Master, firmly believing you are the deity Ulu who will save our clan." Lin Fan scrutinized the elder closely. Wasn't this the very half-person who had commanded Akai to leave? Upon noticing Lin Fan examining him, Elder Moda's face lit up with joy, his whole being trembling with excitement as he babbled in half-people's tongue. Unable to comprehend the elder's words, Lin Fan asked Akai, "Does he wish to speak with me?" "Master, Elder Moda has something to convey. I wonder if you would permit him to express his earnest words. That is acceptable. Allow him to speak." Thus, Akai and Elder Moda began to converse. Afterward, Elder Moda anxiously rubbed his palms together, awaiting Lin Fan's response. Akai transmitted Lin Fan's thoughts. "Master, he wishes to know if you are about to leave Altai City." Lin Fan hesitated briefly before replying. "Inform him that I indeed must depart, for I have a mission, as you know." Akai shared Lin Fan's message with Moda. Upon hearing this, Moda's expression grew solemn and anxious, yet his gaze towards Lin Fan remained reverent. He did not chastise Akai as before, but instead grasped Akai's hand tightly, urgently expressing his thoughts. With a sigh, Akai approached Lin Fan, saying, "Elder Moda believes that when the Master refrains from demanding offerings from the half-people of Baconcing, he deduces that the Master will abandon them once more. He further asserts that our tribe has always been unwaveringly devoted to Ulu. Even in the depths of the mines, we have not forsaken our faith. Therefore, he beseeches the Master to grant the half-people another opportunity." Lin Fan scratched his head. "It is not I who abandons you. I wish to assist your clan. It is simply that I am bound by my mission and cannot linger in Altai City for long." Akai's expression grew troubled. He does not share this view. He has come here to implore the Master not to forsake the pitiable race of Baconcing. "Wherever you go, take the half-people of Baconcing with you. They will pledge their lives to serve the Master." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. "Tell him that the place I intend to go is the Maslow Fortress, which was once the site of the enslavement of the half-people of Baconcing. The dangers within are more familiar to them than to me. Moreover, I am going to retrieve something of great importance, a perilous endeavor. You should dissuade him from this notion." Akai turned to convey Lin Fan's message to Elder Moda. Upon hearing it, the elderly half-person not only showed no signs of fear but rather displayed a countenance of delight. He chattered excitedly to Akai and then prostrated himself once more, exclaiming, "Ulu, what is the matter with him?" Lin Fan queried, puzzled. Elder Moda had just stated that the half-people were well acquainted with Maslow Fortress and were willing to lead all half-people in following the Master's path. Akai paused before continuing. "He says that the half-people fear not death. Ulu has bestowed upon them freedom and dignity, the only light in the endless darkness. The half-people are willing to contribute their humble strength, and if they were to perish while following the great deity Ulu, that would be the utmost glory." Chapter 27. The plan to assault Maslow. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with Akai. Akai shook his head in resignation, saying, "Elder Moda's faith in the deity Ulu is unshakable. He firmly believes that only the Ulu whom our clan venerates will extend a hand in the direst moments for the half-people of Baconcing. And you are he?" Lin Fan took a deep breath. He had not anticipated being regarded as a so-called deity by an alien race. In light of Elder Moda's entreaties, Lin Fan reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Consequently, the scavenging team, which initially comprised only Lin Fan and Akai, now swelled to include several hundred half-people of Baconcing. Elder Moda departed in a state of elation, swiftly disseminating this news to every half-person in Altai City. The deity Ulu would not abandon the half-people of Baconcing any longer. Many half-people were moved to tears. Inside the heavy truck, Lin Fan asked Akai, "What shall we do now? Altai City is no longer safe. Although the robots have been vanquished, others will arrive here within approximately 3 weeks. What is their purpose?" "To escort the half-people slaves from the concentration camp back to the mines of Maslow Fortress." Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. "How many miners remain in the mines?" "I estimate that there are still over 10,000 half-people within the mines." 10,000? Lin Fan murmured, contemplating. This number was not insignificant, but also not overwhelming. He then asked Akai, "Could you recount how you escaped from Maslow Fortress a few years ago?" Akai hesitated before responding. "Master, I apologize for not having informed you of this matter. It is of no consequence. The story begins several decades ago when our ancestors were brought to Earth by a colossal trading consortium from Kinyangsing." Akai's eyes reflected a flicker of trepidation as he continued. "After the failure of the consortium's colonization plan, we were forced to wander and hide in deep valleys and ruins, consuming whatever we could, harboring no hostility towards the indigenous people of Earth. During that era, Most human cities had been destroyed and were in the process of reconstruction, with little concern for your kind, Lin Fan noted. Akai nodded. Indeed, some half-people's ancestors believed the dark times had passed, yet unexpectedly, the Qinyangsing people returned, more powerful than the consortium. We were captured once more and sent to those lightless mines. To escape under the watchful eye of the Qinyangsing would not be an easy feat. Lin Fan remarked. Initially, there were not many robots in the mines, and we half-people grew wise, spending years secretly carving out passages suitable only for our kind, leading to the drainage system of Maslow Fortress. As he spoke, a spark of excitement flickered in Akai's eyes. Thus, those foolish robots never anticipated that we had stealthily escaped through the passage. And what happened in the end? Akai, filled with sorrow, recounted. Until that fateful night, which also marked the day of my flight, the robots apprehended our fleeing brethren, finally uncovering the truth. The situation was dire. In a bid to facilitate the escape of more of our kin, our clan initiated a final uprising, commandeering mining machines. Akai's voice grew choked with emotion. To ensure my passage into the tunnel, my parents had their heads severed by the robots. Lin Fan clenched his teeth. It was indeed a harrowing existence for these half-dash people. It was no wonder they viewed themselves as the sole lifeline. The exiled half-people, unarmed and defenseless, were perpetually vulnerable, confronted by the formidable firepower of the robots from Qingyang Star. They stood little chance of evading capture. Lin Fan closed his eyes, contemplating for several hours. Turning to Akai, he finally spoke again. Akai, do you know? Before today, I had intended to infiltrate Maslow Fortress with you and Shui Gue, evading the robots to procure what I sought. Akai understood. Lin Fan continued. However, I have now changed my mind. Akai scratched his head, inquiring. What has prompted this change? A glimmer ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. I now intend to assault Maslow Fortress and liberate all of our brethren trapped in the mines. Akai was taken aback. He stammered. My lord, you cannot be serious. How could that be possible? Lin Fan inhaled gently, replying calmly. How could we know it is impossible without making the attempt? Akai's heart raced with trepidation. He had never anticipated that Lin Fan would aspire to rescue the half-people enslaved in Maslow Fortress. He exclaimed. Maslow Fortress is heavily guarded by robots. Moreover, there are numerous colossal beasts stationed there, far exceeding the number of your own beasts. Do you not wish to save your companions? Lin Fan smiled. No, I do. Akai added. From our tribe's perspective, we would be grateful if you could assist our brethren in escaping Maslow Fortress. Yet, Akai harbored a greater desire for your survival. I am not seeking death. Are there not your own half-people from Baikin Star? Lin Fan retorted. My lord, you can see for yourself. We half-people lack formidable offensive capabilities. We are but cannon fodder, nearly destined for slaughter, Akai lamented. He understood all too well that even with the steel-crafted mining machines, they stood no chance against the robots of Qingyang Star. Indeed, it is a formidable challenge. Based on your intelligence, I estimate that there are around 50 to 60 of the Butcher-class robots stationed at Maslow Fortress, and a significant number of them likely remain within the mines to prevent your escape. Precisely, the robots are more vigilant than ever. Attempting to assault the mines of Maslow Fortress is exceedingly difficult, Akai conceded. Although it is an arduous task, I have resolved to proceed. Lin Fan stated slowly. I have witnessed your intelligence and bravery. You are not without the capacity for resistance. This time, I shall assist you in arming yourselves more effectively. Akai fell into deep contemplation, his expression grave. He remarked, My lord, is there not a mission to consider? If you intend to rescue our companions, it would only complicate your already formidable task. To be honest, I have my own ulterior motives, Lin Fan replied sternly. My mission is indeed daunting, with little assurance of success. However, there exists an even greater imperative, to obliterate the uranium mines of Maslow Fortress. Destroy the mines? Indeed, that is my aim. While rescuing your kin, I also intend to detonate the mines. These uranium mines are vital to the nuclear energy of the Qingyang Starfleet. They are akin to a malignant tumor. No matter the peril, I am determined to eradicate them. So that is the case, Akai muttered. The following day, Lin Fan instructed Akai to summon Elder Moda. He gestured to Akai, saying, Share the plan with Elder Moda. Akai's face betrayed his reluctance. He was not in favor of Lin Fan risking his life. However, he did not defy Lin Fan and instead revealed the plan haltingly to Elder Moda. When Elder Moda heard Akai articulate the plan, his eyes glazed over in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. After confirming that he had not misheard, he could no longer contain the tumult within him. He fell to the ground, fervently worshipping Lin Fan. You are you, unlike Akai. Elder Moda was a staunch believer and supporter of URU, almost blindly following the words and actions of the deity. To assault Maslow Fortress was undoubtedly a mad endeavor. Yet Elder Moda harbored no doubts. Upon learning that Lin Fan intended to rescue the half-people slaves of Maslow Fortress, he was overtaken by uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, Akai wore a mask of concern. This old zealot was already unstable. Now he had completely lost his reason. Lin Fan exerted considerable effort to restore Elder Moda's composure. Grasping the Elder's scarred hand, he conveyed his thoughts. Old man, the first step in attacking Maslow Fortress is to arm the unarmed half-people of Baikin Star. Elder Moda nodded eagerly. He felt a thrill at this exchange of consciousness, relishing the notion that the divine URU had acknowledged him. The mechanical mining vehicles will serve as your weapons, but they require further modification. Lin Fan instructed. Elder Moda nodded once more. Lin Fan continued. The following tasks must be arranged. The half-people of Baikin Star should be divided into 3 groups. The first group will explore Altai City for weapons, seeking out all abandoned mining vehicles. The second group will gather at the abandoned warehouses of Altai City, where Akai will modify the mining vehicles. This group must be resourceful and numerous. I will join them to arm the mining vehicles. The third group will consist of the remaining elderly, weak, and women, tasked with scavenging for food and supplies within the city. Before we assault Maslow Fortress, the half-people must stockpile sufficient provisions. This is crucial. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Elder Moda again fell to the ground, his face full of reverence. He declared, "O divine URU, as the Lord's faithful follower on this planet." Moda expressed gratitude to URU for forgiving the past transgressions of the Baikin Star clan. The entire Baikin Star tribe would be eternally grateful, vowing to follow the divine in the quest to vanquish the malevolent fortress of Maslow. Even if it required sacrificing their lives or offering their souls, they would not hesitate. Lin Fan had great difficulty lifting the elder, saying, "There is one more thing. Please refrain from kneeling before me. Consider me a partner instead." Elder Moda hesitated for a long moment, but resolutely shook his head. Soon after, Elder Moda returned to the half-people, announcing Lin Fan's plan to breach Maslow Fortress and liberate the half-people slaves of Baikin Star. Under Elder Moda's heartfelt exaltation, the morale of the half-people soared, each filled with renewed determination. It seemed as though the once malevolent city would be utterly destroyed beneath the tread of the great divine. Even the small children of Baikin Star appeared invigorated, as most of them had fled from Maslow Fortress, fully aware of its hellish nature. Yet, under URU's call, they embraced death without fear. Chapter 28. The Training of the Mob. Altai City. A city that had risen years ago due to its mineral wealth, now shrouded in sand and decay from the ravages of war. In a southern abandoned warehouse, numerous half-people busied themselves, entering and exiting. Nearby lay several long-abandoned transport vehicles, now repurposed by the half-people. Standing less than 1 meter tall, their agile bodies worked tirelessly, navigating the city with ease, tirelessly searching for discarded mining vehicles scattered throughout. Some of the mining machines were still operational, driven directly into the warehouse, while others were beyond repair, forcing the half-people to load them onto transport vehicles. Even the defunct mining machines retained many intact parts. The round figure busily transformed, fingers morphing into tools for disassembly. Much like eating, repairing brought joy to the figure, who tirelessly darted across the mining vehicles, attaching new parts. Gradually, some half-people gathered various tools, joining in the repair efforts. Attempting to disassemble and reassemble the machines, they were not foolish. They had repaired mining vehicles in the mines before. However, their goal was not merely restoration but also modification. The cabins and tracks were reinforced with thick protective steel plating. The modified mining vehicles appeared strange and cumbersome, but do not underestimate these rugged protective plates. Originally from aircraft or armored vehicles, they were far sturdier than the mining machines, ensuring that the vehicles could withstand the robots' firepower without being instantly obliterated. Under Lin Fan's guidance, the diligent half-people also scavenged Altai City for various weapons, including primitive firearms, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even high-energy explosives. While these weapons were useful, they were of limited efficacy against robots. Until Elder Moda led a group to the outskirts of Altai City, where they discovered a downed transport aircraft. Inside was an anti-armor heavy infantry battalion that had not yet landed. The soldiers had turned to bones, but their weapons remained intact. They were equipped entirely with anti-armor rocket launchers. These weapons were far more powerful than Gatling guns, and although their barrels were small, the half-people could manage them with some effort. The recoil of the rocket launchers was significant, but 3 half-people together, supported by the mining vehicles, could wield them effectively. Lin Fan was also busy, driving a heavy-duty truck to tow the 4 scrapped Butcher-class robots back to the warehouse. This left the half-humans astonished, as they never anticipated that Lord URU would involve himself in their labor. They were filled with panic, fearing that their sluggish pace had caused URU to lose his patience. Consequently, the half-humans became even more diligent. The current spherical device was incapable of directly repairing these robots. Abandoning them seemed wasteful, so Lin Fan instructed the sphere to detach the matrix cannons from the robots. The matrix cannons were quite heavy, far beyond the capability of the half-humans to move. However, these enormous weapons were loaded onto the mining vehicles. The cannon controllers were connected to the operation systems of the mining vehicles, allowing the half-humans to fire the matrix cannons with the push of a button, delivering firepower far superior to that of a rocket launcher. Nonetheless, the operation had significant drawbacks. The Butcher-class robots, with the assistance of radar detection components, could automatically aim and strike with precision. In contrast, the cannons modified for the mining vehicles were rigidly fixed to the driver's cabin. Only by rotating the entire cabin could the cannons be aimed, which rendered the setup cumbersome. Each mining vehicle was equipped with different weaponry. Most featured anti-armor rocket launchers, while some had a Gatling gun welded to the rear. They were also outfitted with grenades and primitive rifles. The 4 mining vehicles armed with matrix cannons were dubbed URU war chariots by the half-humans. The half-humans toiled day and night, oblivious to exhaustion. Within 3 to 4 days, they managed to produce over 50 mining vehicles, replete with various arms and ammunition. Furthermore, they transported nearly 10 tons of refined compressed coal using cargo vehicles. Refined compressed coal served as a widely used energy source in industrial and transportation sectors. Although it could not match nuclear energy in potency, it was incredibly cost-effective. After the Chiang Star people arrived on Earth, they too adopted this form of energy. The combustion efficiency of refined compressed coal was hundreds of times greater than that of coal from the solar era, with even a small piece being sufficient to power mechanical mining vehicles for extended periods. Observing the industrious half-humans bustling in the abandoned warehouse, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Despite their primitive state, these half-humans were undeniably hardworking. It was no wonder the Chiang Star people regarded them as laborers for their colonial endeavors across various planets. With over 10,000 half-humans in the Maslow Fortress mines, should they manage to escape, a significant dilemma would arise. How to accommodate such a large number of half-humans? Humanity's territory could never accept them, and the Chiang Star people would only enslave them. A sudden thought struck Lin Fan. The Iron City could serve as a suitable refuge for the half-humans. However, he did not dwell on this notion for long and promptly set about training them. Elder Moda summoned all the young half-humans who would directly participate in the assault on the Maslow Fortress. In terms of warfare, they were undoubtedly a ragtag group. Nevertheless, Lin Fan named them the Half-Human Mechanized Infantry Battalion. The name sounded formidable, and the half-humans were filled with excitement. Yet, Lin Fan knew that training these recruits would be an arduous task, especially with only a little over 10 days available. The half-humans had previously attempted a primitive uprising, but their strength was woefully inadequate. On one hand, they lacked a systematic understanding of team-based operations in marching and combat. On the other, many half-humans were unfamiliar with firearms, grenades, and even the modified mining vehicles. Training sessions were scheduled for the evenings, as Lin Fan planned to launch the attack on the Maslow Fortress after dark. The city of Altai remained shrouded in darkness and gloom, the rudimentary training ground for the half-humans. The headlights of heavy trucks illuminated the area, followed by the sound of a clarion call. Over 300 half-humans from Baikin Star hurriedly gathered around Lin Fan, floundering like ducklings as they jostled for their positions. After considerable effort, they barely managed to form 4 uneven ranks. Lin Fan felt a tinge of melancholy. The half-humans were perhaps the most challenging recruits he had ever encountered. These individuals held admiration and reverence for Lin Fan, even harboring a hint of trepidation, completely obedient to any command. It was not a lack of seriousness on their part, but rather their poor foundation. Having grown up in the mines, they possessed little sense of teamwork and had grown accustomed to a life of wandering and laxity. Lin Fan personally conducted the training, standing tall and straight. He bellowed, "Attention!" The half-humans fell silent, hesitating briefly before straightening their small frames. "ATEs!" The half-humans perked up, glancing around and whispering to one another, cautiously extending their right feet. However, in the front row, a plump half-human inadvertently stepped forward with his left foot. The half-humans behind him nudged him until he finally shifted his right leg forward. "Attention! At ease!" The chubby half-human once again stepped out with his left leg. The surrounding half-humans found him utterly useless, fearing that he would anger Lord URU at a critical moment. Embarrassed, the plump half-human slowly retracted his foot. Unlike the others around him, Lin Fan did not scold him. Instead, he merely cast a gentle glance at the Na'vi half-human. Rather than feeling reassured, the half-human felt even more ashamed and annoyed, fiercely slapping his own head. Lin Fan, however, recognized that this fellow was quite diligent. Arriving earliest and leaving last, despite being unable to distinguish left from right and having a slight limp. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had low expectations, especially given the limited time available. He shouted to the half-humans, "Let us commence throwing practice." Under Akai's guidance, the half-humans moved in rows to an open area to practice throwing stones. This served as a training exercise for grenade tossing and also acted as a warm-up. Shortly after, they began formal shooting practice, with Akai coordinating the efforts while Lin Fan personally instructed. The half-humans took up primitive rifles to shoot, yet their marksmanship was lacking. They often fired blanks, with very few hitting the target. The recoil from the rifles was considerable, requiring them a long time to regain their balance after each shot. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the darkness and struck the target, surprising the surrounding half-humans. The one who hit the target was named Gongshi, a brave half-human who had once thwarted a robot attack in the mines with a mining vehicle, losing an eye in the process, earning him the moniker One-Eyed Gongshi. When it was the plump half-human's turn, he stumbled forward, bearing a heavy rifle nearly as tall as himself. The half-humans were filled with trepidation, fearing he might fumble again. "Please don't shoot our own." The plump half-human stuffed a morsel of food into his mouth and began to chew. He lifted the rifle, his eyes wide with determination as he aimed. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, he hit the makeshift target, causing it to wobble unsteadily. Lin Fan was taken aback. He clearly saw the bullet strike the target, and it was quite close to the bullseye. The plump half-human beamed with joy. Bowing to Lin Fan with a goofy smile, Lin Fan mused to himself that this plump half-human was not so simple after all, and he gave him a thumbs up. The other half-humans were incredulous. Seeing him earn Lord Yu's praise, they felt a twinge of jealousy and began to murmur quietly, convinced that his hit was merely a stroke of luck, considering he could barely walk. The plump half-human, feeling wronged, glared at his skeptical peers and insisted on another attempt. Lin Fan, smiling slightly, encouraged him to continue. "You?" The plump half-human muttered a prayer, raised the rifle once more, aimed, and fired. The moment he pulled the trigger, the recoil jolted him back, but fortunately, his ample frame prevented him from being pushed away. Once again, the bullet struck the target, hitting the bullseye. Lin Fan thought to himself that this plump half-human was indeed a hidden gem. He approached the plump half-human, placing a hand on his shoulder. "What is your name?" "You, my lord. They all call me Pang Dun." This was the first time the plump half-human had spoken to Lin Fan, and he appeared quite nervous, stammering as he spoke. "Have you ever used a gun?" Pang Dun nodded and replied, "To be honest with Lord Yu, I used one to kill a beast while wandering through the ruins. However, it was useless against robots. Of course, it would be ineffective." Lin Fan pondered briefly before saying, "Pang Dun, why don't you try the rocket launcher? If you can hit the target again, I'll make you the squad leader for the half-humans." "Squad leader? What's that? Can I eat it?" Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Over 90 half-humans make up a squad, and you'll be their leader. Lord Yu, is that true?" Pang Dun pointed at the surrounding half-humans. Grinning, "If I become the squad leader, will they have to listen to me?" "Absolutely. Not only will you instruct them on how to shoot, but you'll also command them during the assault on the Maslow fortress." "All right, I'll definitely hit it." Pang Dun's eyes sparkled with determination. Having faced ridicule from his peers throughout his life, he finally had the chance to prove himself. Lin Fan handed a rocket launcher to Pang Dun, and with the assistance of 2 half-humans, he joyfully hoisted it up. He examined the armor-piercing round and hefted the weight of the rocket launcher before firing. Boom. Due to the lack of support, the 3 half-humans were knocked off their feet by the recoil and fell to the ground. However, the armor-piercing round struck the target, then veered toward a distant crumbling wall, obliterating it entirely. Chapter 29. The surrendering winged beast scout. Many days passed. The haze and sandstorms in Altai City unusually dissipated. In the days leading up to their departure, Lin Fan conducted a mobilization. Over 50 armed mining vehicles slowly emerged from the ruins, resembling a series of moving fortresses. An impressive sight indeed. The half-humans finally had an army, albeit a small one. The frail, elderly, and vulnerable among the half-people have also arrived, each brimming with excitement. This is perhaps the first half-people armed force established on Earth. The half-people have either been fleeing or enslaved. Never before have they possessed their own army as they do now. Nearly 300 half-people have been divided into 4 squads. The first squad is led by a water ghost robot. while the leaders of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads are Akai, Gongshi, and Pandun, respectively. All of them were personally selected by Lin Fan during the new recruit training. They possess resolute will and sharp minds, standing out prominently during training. Initially, the half-people warriors did not comprehend the significance of the title squad leader, yet they felt an innate admiration for it. After all, it was bestowed upon them by Lord Ulu himself. The squad leaders of the half-people also operate Ulu-class vehicles equipped with matrix artillery. These vehicles' firepower can barely rival the mining vehicles of the Qinyang Star robots and will serve as a crucial force in the assault on the Maslow Fortress. Additionally, each squad is equipped with more than 10 armed mechanical mining vehicles. Each mining vehicle is manned by 5 half-people, 1 half-person driver, 1 main weapon operator, 2 assistants for the main weapon, and either 1 half-person grenadier or 1 half-person demolitions expert. Do not underestimate these armed mining vehicles. Their primary weapon is an anti-armor rocket launcher, capable of posing a significant threat to the robots. The other weapons are quite varied, including grenades and heavy machine guns, which can provide some fire support. Inside the cockpit, the half-people warriors stand at attention. They are no longer the helpless captives of concentration camps, but have transformed into dignified half-people warriors. Though small in stature, each one is filled with indomitable spirit. Perhaps the Maslow Fortress represents a hellish realm, rife with unbearable memories. Yet, these diminutive half-people from Beikingsing harbor no fear at this moment. At Ulu's command, they would bravely face any peril, even a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. The mining vehicles line up neatly in the open space outside the warehouse, exuding a formidable presence. The abandoned warehouse outside Altar City marks the starting point for Ulu's expedition against the Maslow Fortress. It is a moment both solemn and sacred. The scene falls into a profound silence, with all half-people present refraining from uttering a word. Akai leaps down from the Ulu-class mining vehicle and strides to the front of the formation. Raising his voice, he passionately delivers the final pre-battle mobilization speech on behalf of Ulu. Using the language of Beikingsing, Akai's voice reverberates across the training ground. Brave warriors of the Mechanized Infantry Battalion, we are about to embark on our journey to the battlefield. Ulu has instructed me to inform you that we do not fight for ourselves, but to liberate our brethren. We may not return, but our compatriots will forever remember our names. As he speaks, Akai's voice begins to choke, yet the timidity in his gaze gradually dissipates, replaced by unwavering resolve and determination. To bravely face the enemy and forge the future of the half-people of Beikingsing with our very flesh and blood. The half-people warriors shout in unison. Ulu, Elder Moda has never witnessed such a scene and is overwhelmed with emotion. Then, at his urging, the elderly, women, and children among the half-people kneel and join in the chant. Ulu, Ulu. The voices of the half-people resonate powerfully. Their expressions are complex, a blend of rage and reverence. They are grateful for Ulu's bestowed blessings yet harbor deep-seated hatred for the atrocities committed by the Qinyang Star people. For years, the half-people have suffered persecution at the hands of the Qinyang Star's thugs. Fearing to resist, however, with the emergence of the divine Ulu, they finally muster the courage within their hearts, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, with a shriek, a figure of a winged beast appears in the sky. The women and children among the half-people descend into panic. This winged beast is far from as robust as the Red Robe and his companions. Its body is emaciated, and its wings are tattered. Yet, upon closer inspection, a crescent-shaped red mark is distinctly visible on its abdomen. It is not a winged beast under the command of the divine Ulu, but rather a reconnaissance winged beast tamed by the Qinyang Star. Clearly, the reconnaissance beast regards the half-people as potential prey. Spotting the half-people on the ground and in the mining vehicles, it swoops down toward them. In the eyes of the reconnaissance beast, the half-people are merely creatures that flee and scurry, lacking any semblance of resistance. However, it is gravely mistaken. In the past, even the strongest half-person would have undoubtedly fled in terror. Yet, this time, they did not retreat. The Mechanized Infantry Battalion sprang into action, with the mining vehicles speeding up and reconfiguring their formation. They shielded the panicking half-people women and children, forming a wall of steel. Over 20 mining vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns locked onto the winged beast and unleashed a barrage of fire. Countless bullets rained down upon the reconnaissance beast. The aim of the half-people is not particularly precise, allowing it to evade most of the bullets. However, several still strike its body and wings, causing it to screech in pain. Confusion and anger flicker within it. How could such a seemingly weak race dare to fire upon it? Having often been bullied among its kin, it now finds itself chastised by a group of diminutive half-people. a reality it cannot bear. Flapping its wings, it ascends to a higher altitude before diving again, determined to teach these audacious half-people a lesson and destroy all the mining vehicles. However, just as the reconnaissance beast approaches, an anti-armor rocket is launched in an instant. It senses the threat, panic gripping its heart, and hastily attempts to evade. The anti-armor rocket still strikes its wing, with a resounding explosion, although it narrowly avoids a fatal blow. Its rear is blasted, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. The unfortunate reconnaissance beast realizes its defeat. It understands that this group of half-people is not to be trifled with. They are completely different from the half-people who were once at their mercy in the mines. Struggling to rise, it attempts to flee. However, a low growl from a winged beast reverberates through the skies. The reconnaissance beast looks up to see 10 dark figures appearing in the heavens. It knows it cannot escape. The half-people, upon seeing the massive creatures in the sky, show great deference and retreat. These are the winged beasts that protect Lin Fan, held in high regard among the half-people. The red robe dives down, landing beside the reconnaissance beast. Upon seeing the red robe, the reconnaissance beast feels both alarm and joy. Emitting a low, conciliatory growl, however, the red robe's eyes blaze with fury. Baring its fangs, it sinks its teeth into the reconnaissance beast's neck. The creature lets out a pained howl, burying its head in the ground. Trembling in fear, fortunately, Lin Fan arrives beside the red robe, transmitting his consciousness to it. Red robe, wait, do not kill it just yet, perhaps. Only then does the red robe slowly release its grip on the reconnaissance beast's neck and look toward Lin Fan. Little one, it harbors a grudge against me and has attempted to attack the new subordinates you have recruited. It cannot be spared. Do you know it? Indeed, it once belonged to my tribe. What happened? This tale must be told from the beginning, the red robe explains. Once, my tribe occupied the Maslow fortress but fell in a war. This creature originally belonged to our tribe, and the Lord treated it well. In the end, it betrayed us and allied with the dogs of the Chinyang Star. Oh? So you hail from the Maslow fortress. Our tribe's lord is unwilling to speak of the past, for it is a source of shame. Did it never consider returning to avenge its lost territory? It yearns for revenge, but according to the traditions of winged beasts, the victors of war cannot set foot on the territory of the vanquished. The red robe explains. Lin Fan finally comprehends. When he announced his intention to head to the Maslow fortress, the Lord Winged Beast had shown a hint of hesitation. It turns out that the Maslow fortress was once its home, merely usurped by others. The Lord Winged Beast originally had more subordinates, but following the defeat in war, it fled with only a small number of its kin. Lin Fan scrutinizes the reconnaissance beast, once a subordinate of the Lord Winged Beast, pondering deeply. Aside from the injury recently inflicted by the rocket on its rear, its neck bears scars from fangs, and its wings exhibit fresh claw marks. It appears to have been injured by its own kin. Moreover, winged beasts from the Maslow fortress rarely encounter attacks from other winged beast tribes, so these wounds must have been inflicted by other winged beasts within the Maslow fortress. Observing its emaciated form, Lin Fan realizes that the former subordinate of the Lord Winged Beast has not fared well at this moment. The reconnaissance beast appears frightened, gazing at the red robe while emitting mournful cries. The red robe stares at it, trembling in fear, yet shows no pity, gritting its teeth in anger, wishing to flay this traitor alive. Lin Fan transmits his consciousness to the red robe once more. What is it saying to you? This creature begs for my forgiveness for its transgressions. However, I shall not heed its web of lies. Lin Fan responds, let us not be hasty in ending its life. I wish to converse with it. Little one, be cautious. It could easily deal with you. No worries. Nevertheless, the red robe remains apprehensive, using its claws to pin the reconnaissance beast firmly in place. It glares at it, growling a few times in warning not to attack Lin Fan. Otherwise, it shall meet its demise. Lin Fan approaches the reconnaissance beast, grasping its wings and transmitting his consciousness to it. Why did you attack the half-people here? The reconnaissance beast, taken aback by the human's ability to communicate, is slightly surprised. He vaguely senses that the red robe obeys this human, feeling curious yet afraid to inquire further. It lowers its head, looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression. Human, I am terribly hungry. You are a reconnaissance beast of the Chinyang Star. Do you not have sufficient food? Not at all. We are merely tools. The reconnaissance beast takes a breath and continues. Since the departure of Howling Wind, our existence has been miserable. Howling Wind? Oh, that was our original lord. It may regard that name as a disgrace and thus be reluctant to mention it. Originally, The Overlord winged beast was named Howling Wind. Lin Fan probed further. Given the scars on your body, it seems they were inflicted by a companion. Upon hearing this, the winged beast scout's eyes glimmered with resentment as he replied, "It was that fellow's doing. He is a complete aberration, never treating us as kin. The scars upon me are nearly all his handiwork." "Who?" Lin Fan inquired. "The current lord of Maslow Fortress, Black Fong," the winged beast scout said slowly. "Human, my winged brethren are loyal to you. Are you a companion of Howling Wind?" "Indeed. I am both a partner and a friend to Howling Wind." The winged beast scout quickly said, "I surrender. Can you forgive me?" "I am willing to serve you." Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated this creature would surrender so readily. However, he felt a twinge of skepticism and asked, "The spiritual contract among winged beasts is exceedingly powerful. Since you have submitted to Maslow's winged beast lord, how could you possibly surrender to us? Human, you actually know of our clan's spiritual contract." The winged beast scout expressed surprise before continuing, "In truth, I never formed a spiritual contract with Black Fong." "What do you mean?" "I know not. Our tribe was vanquished in battle. I fell behind and was captured, and Black Fong coerced us into submission. Yet, curiously, no new spiritual contract was formed." Lin Fan was secretly astonished. Their communication was a simulation of consciousness. If the winged beast scout were lying, the trans-species simulation consciousness technology would surely detect the faintest abnormal electrical signal. Yet, there was none, indicating that the scout was indeed truthful. He pondered deeply, nearly certain this was due to the bloodline of the winged beast overlord. Such ancient genes were overwhelmingly powerful, preventing the new lord-level winged beasts from breaking the original spiritual contract. Lin Fan then asked, "How did you deceive the new lord?" "Black Fong is arrogant and oblivious to the fact that I have not truly submitted to him," the winged beast scout replied. "I have committed an unforgivable sin, yet my heart has never genuinely betrayed my original lord." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan contemplated for a moment. This time, he intended to set fire to Maslow Fortress. If that were the case, he might as well let the flames burn even fiercer, he said. "I will persuade the Red Cloak to spare your life." "Really?" the winged beast scout exclaimed with delight. "Human, thank you for your trust. I wish to join your ranks." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "You cannot return just yet. There is a more pressing matter that requires your attention." Chapter 30. Initiation of the Trojan Horse Plan in Stone Helmet City. Within the office of the director of the Scavenger Bureau, Director Zhao paced back and forth, appearing quite anxious. Li Weigua entered the room. "Is there any news of Lin Fan?" Director Zhao inquired urgently. "None," Li Weigua sighed. "What are we to do?" Director Zhao clutched his head in despair. "We are completely out of contact. Either he has gone far away or he is dead," Li Weigua stated. Pa, you raven's mouth." Director Zhao glared at Li Weigua and said, "If he is dead, we both must pack our bags and leave." Li Weigua glanced at Director Zhao and remarked, "Is it really that serious?" Director Zhao nodded, his face a mask of hopelessness. "The evidence is irrefutable." Li Weigua adjusted his glasses and muttered, "What is wrong with scavengers risking their lives to salvage something from the ruins? It is only reasonable." Director Zhao shot him a disapproving look and retorted, "But not in your manner. I have seen the black market transaction records. The sums involved are astronomical." Li Weigua, "I never expected you to be so greedy." "Why not I find someone to teach her a lesson?" Li Weigua suggested. "Get lost?" Director Zhao pointed at Li Weigua. "You must have a death wish. She is backed by the Wang family of the capital military district." With a disgruntled expression, Li Weigua departed. Director Zhao began to mutter, "Heaven, please bless Lin Fan. Let him return alive." He then closed the door, agitatedly pacing about. Long ago, he had received a message from an unknown source claiming to be from the Northern Command Center, requesting he execute a task, forcibly recall Lin Fan, and declare the mission at Maslow Fortress a failure, with generous compensation. Director Zhao mused about the Northern Command Center and wondered how a scavenger could possibly have connections there. The message was vague, and he had naturally refused it. After several attempts, Director Zhao lost his patience and berated them profusely. The tasks of the Scavenger Bureau are not so easily retracted, however, not long after. A girl named Wang Kiki appeared at his doorstep. This time, she not only demanded the Scavenger Bureau forcibly recall Lin Fan, but also presented a trove of incriminating evidence against the Bureau. Typically, scavengers might offer some perks to the Bureau director for a bit of assistance, but to his shock, this girl had caught him red-handed. Wang Kiki threatened that if Director Zhao did not summon Lin Fan back immediately, alive, she would expose all his misdeeds over the years and report him to the United Government under the name of the Northern Command Center. Upon investigation, he discovered that this girl who was blackmailing him was the eldest daughter of the Wang family. My goodness, how did I offend such a little tyrant? Director Zhao felt distressed. To promote the scavenging plan, the municipal government of Stone Helmet City tacitly allowed such matters, but merely in a tacit manner. Yet, if anything were to happen, the blame would fall squarely on Director Zhao. The unfortunate Director Zhao clung to a sliver of hope and immediately summoned Lin Fan back, even if it meant facing pressure from above. In this age, all communication satellites had been destroyed, and the base stations maintained communication only within human territories. However, at times, signals could still escape, as long as one was not too far from human territory. There remained a chance of contact. However, Director Zhao was unaware that Lin Fan had gone far away. He traversed the mining tunnels, swiftly crossing the Honggu mountain range and arriving at Altai City. Despite all his efforts, Director Zhao could not establish contact. The other scavenger teams had also gone silent. Director Zhao was in a state of turmoil. If Wang Kiki, this ticking time bomb, were to explode, even if he did not have to pack up and leave, he would become infamous. Helplessly, Director Zhao could only pray daily for Lin Fan, hoping that he would be blessed and return alive from Maslow Fortress. Yet, deep down, he was almost certain that it was impossible, for Maslow Fortress was nothing short of a gateway to Hell and Altai City. The head of the winged beast scout gently pressed against Lin Fan. Emitting a low, rumbling sound, Lin Fan conveyed to it, "Once we return to Maslow Fortress, I will trouble you, no problem." The winged beast scout replied, heard from the red cloak that they are currently not at all concerned about food sources. They do not even need to hunt, and it is you who has assisted them. Is that true? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. The red cloak must have been boasting to the winged beast scout. He helplessly replied, "Yes." The winged beast scout displayed a glimmer of envy as it remarked, "We were once subordinates of Howling Wind and remain loyal to it. If all knew it was alive and possessed an abundance of food, they would undoubtedly wish to return to its side. But do not expose this," Lin Fan cautioned. "Understood," the winged beast scout responded. "Human, could you spare me a bit of food? I am so hungry I can hardly take off." Consequently, Lin Fan instructed the half-people to bring over some food. The half-people were quite intimidated by the winged beast scout of the Qinyang aliens and hesitated to approach. Only the plump one was unafraid. He dragged over some rotten meat and approached the winged beast scout. The scout devoured it ravenously. The plump one understood the feeling of hunger all too well, seeing the scout's emaciated body and hollow belly. He could not help but show a hint of sympathy. Thus, the plump one gently stroked the scout's damaged wing. The winged beast scout slowly raised its head and meticulously scrutinized the rotund half-person before emitting a low hum. It was expressing gratitude. Soon after, the winged beast scout flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Glancing back once, it continued flying towards Maslow Fortress. The red cloak gradually approached Lin Fan, brushing against him with its wings. "Little one, do you truly trust it now that it is a winged beast of Maslow Fortress?" "I do." The red cloak then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If you trust it, then I shall as well." "Why? You are smarter than I," the red cloak replied. Lin Fan smiled and gradually adopted a serious expression. He said slowly, "The battle at Maslow Fortress will not be easy. Have you prepared yourself? Challenging Black Fong has long been a restless thought in my heart. Even without you, I would wish to confront it," the red cloak declared. Subsequently, it took flight, accompanied by 4 or 5 winged beasts. Heading southwest. Once the winged beasts departed, Lin Fan approached Elder Moda. Elder Moda looked up at Lin Fan with a face full of reverence and said, "Moda wishes to follow Lord Yu in campaign against Maslow Fortress." "You are quite elderly. Your stamina may not suffice," Lin Fan replied. Elder Moda appeared somewhat disappointed. Lin Fan paused for a moment and then said, "However, there is a matter of utmost importance I must entrust to you. Though it is perilous, I wonder if you are willing." "I am willing." Elder Moda's expression was resolute and eager as he declared, "Moda has long said that as a devotee of the divine, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. I need you to stay alive," Lin Fan said, sizing up Elder Moda and pondering. Although he was advanced in age, this individual was astute and meticulous. Particularly esteemed among the half-people, Elder Moda was indeed the most suitable candidate. Thus, Lin Fan conveyed the second step of his plan to him. Upon hearing it, Elder Moda's expression unexpectedly revealed a hint of calm amusement. A day later, the mechanized half-human infantry battalion set forth in grand fashion. That moment, in Altai City, apart from the sickly, all other half-humans remained. Elder Moda continued to keep watch over them. As they were to execute Lin Fan's second step, the Trojan horse plan. This was a crucial move in the endeavor to rescue the half-human slaves of Maslow Fortress. It was dusk. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the entire Altai city. A small black dot appeared in the sky, heading straight for Altai city. The half-humans, upon sighting this object, would typically flee in panic. However, this time, they did not run. A faint smile graced Elder Moda's lips, as if he had been waiting for this moment. The black dot gradually enlarged. It was a REW medium transport aircraft from the Changyang Star for logistical purposes. The aircraft landed near the concentration camp, and 4 Butcher-class robots emerged from it. They quickly discovered that the concentration camp had suffered bomb damage, the guarding robots had vanished, and the half-human slaves from Baikin Star had fled. The Butcher-class robots immediately went on high alert. They deduced that the half-human slaves had initiated a prison break, attacked the robots, and succeeded. Thus, a search operation commenced throughout Altai City. Most of the half-human slaves had escaped, while a small group was captured. These half-human captives were frail and aged, showing no resistance. Upon seeing the Butcher-class robots, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. The Butcher-class robots interpreted this as a renewed submission and did not open fire. Consequently, the half-humans were loaded onto the REW transport aircraft. Within the specially designed half-human cage of the aircraft, Elder Moda and the other half-humans crowded together. Unlike in times past, they were not hysterical, but rather remained silent, each bearing the weight of a daunting yet honorable mission. Upon returning to the uranium mine of Maslow Fortress, they would relay the plan of the deity URU to every oppressed half-human slave. The speed of the REW aircraft far exceeded that of the mechanized half-human infantry battalion. Within just over an hour, they arrived at Maslow Fortress. Elder Moda and the others were sent back into the mine. The uranium mine consisted of 3 tunnels, each housing thousands of half-human slaves. Due to previous attempts by the half-humans to tunnel their way to freedom, numerous Butcher-class robots guarded each tunnel, in the presence of the robots. The half-humans stood no chance of resistance. The Changyang people believed that as long as the half-humans could not break free, they would never escape. Riding the mine's lift, Elder Moda descended to the lowest level of the mine. The tunnels within were intricate and sprawling, resembling a spider's web, leading to every corner of the uranium mining area. Bang, bang, bang. Half-human slaves were diligently operating mining machinery to extract uranium ore. A group of ragged half-humans loaded the ore onto carts, using the lift to transport it back to the surface. Although the technology of the Changyang was highly advanced, the facilities within the mine were exceedingly rudimentary and primitive, starkly contrasting with human mining environments. The Changyang only demanded sufficient uranium to be extracted as a resource for war, indifferent to the lives or deaths of the half-humans. Elder Moda encountered an old companion. Observing the frail body and scarred face of his comrade, his heart ached as if cut by a knife. Upon seeing Elder Moda, the old companion dared not speak, his eyes reflecting a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that Elder Moda was still alive and they had met again in his lifetime. The sorrow arose from the realization that Elder Moda had returned to the mine, and it seemed likely that his old bones would be forever buried beneath the ore. Their reunion was brief. The Butcher-class robots continued to monitor every movement in the mine, and they dared not make too much noise. The old companion cast a quick glance at the nearby Butcher-class robot and hurriedly pushed the heavy cart away. Elder Moda understood how arduous life was for the half-human slaves in the mine. Each day, half-humans perished within. Some were worked to death, while others met grisly ends at the hands of the Butcher-class robots, their lifeless bodies hanging on the walls as a warning to others. That moment, a young half-human emerged halfway from a mining cart and pulled Elder Moda up. The young half-human slave, possessing brown eyes and a broad mouth, sported slightly darker skin and a robust physique. Upon seeing him, Elder Moda did not raise his voice, but could not hide the joy on his face. He gently called out, "Kuin." This half-human slave was none other than Elder Moda's beloved grandson, Akun. Elder Moda wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. His grandson was alive during the riot years ago. Elder Moda had led a portion of the half-humans to escape Maslow Fortress, but his young grandson, Akun, had remained trapped in the mine. For all these years, Elder Moda had been consumed by guilt, believing he had failed to protect his own kin. When Elder Moda had left the mine, Akun had still been a child. Now, upon returning, he had grown into adulthood. Akun bore no resentment toward his grandfather. Instead, he curiously asked why he had returned to the mine. After the uranium ore was transported, Elder Moda took Akun to a corner and cautiously whispered a few words in half-human language into his ear. "You are you?" Akun's face first registered shock, then transformed into a fervent expression mirroring that of Elder Moda, filled with excitement. Chapter 31. The deity Uru arrives. Altai City is situated 500 kilometers from Maslow Fortress. Armed mining vehicles forged ahead, laden with various weapons and explosives. Behind them trailed transport trucks carrying food, refined coal, and other supplies. The half-human infantry battalion traversed the western foothills of the Red Valley Mountains, heading north to the Black Hill Plateau. This region was patrolled by winged beast reconnaissance units, and with their presence leading the way, safety was somewhat assured. On the plateau, the cold wind howled. The half-humans wrapped themselves in thick cloth. Yet their bare feet on the frozen ground felt the bite of the chill. From the Black Hill Plateau, the northern mountains loomed large, taller than the Red Valley Mountains, and among the highest ranges on the continent, ancient and sacred. Towering and majestic, the altitude was extreme, and the weather harsh, making it difficult even for migratory birds to cross. This was the mountain known as the Death Mountain, Mogam Mountain. After days of arduous marching, the half-humans finally reached the eastern edge of Maslow Fortress, a mere 10 kilometers from its perimeter. Little did anyone know that the small half-human army had stealthily established a base in a hidden valley. Many years prior, the half-humans had discovered this concealed valley and had used it as a refuge during their flight. Nestled between two mountains, strewn with boulders, it had but a single crevice through which to glimpse the valley's condition. Akai led the second row of half-human warriors into Maslow Fortress under the cover of night, infiltrating through the underground drainage system. They were the reconnaissance squad of the half-human infantry battalion. Gathering intelligence from within, the rest of the half-humans concealed themselves in the valley, feeling a mix of tension and excitement. After all, Maslow Fortress was the city that had once enslaved them. It was the lair of the winged beasts. Patrolled by numerous robots, stealthily entering was one thing. Rescuing their brethren from the mine was nearly impossible. Without Uru, they would never have the courage to assault Maslow Fortress. On a dawn 2 days later, Akai returned, entering a heavy truck. He took a pin and marked the enemy's troop strength on Lin Fan's map. Lin Fan observed the map and nodded slightly. The second row had performed admirably. He then inquired, Akai, do you have any leads on that object? Akai hesitated before shaking his head. I've been searching, but have yet to find anything. Lin Fan inhaled lightly. The object he referred to was the target of the scavenging mission, substance known as black iron oil. It was exceedingly rare yet crucial for the forging of starship engine components. Years prior, several operations targeting black iron oil had failed, severing the intelligence chain. In fact, there was only a 70% probability that black iron oil existed within Maslow Fortress. The remaining 30% likelihood suggested it may no longer be present. From the Scavenging Bureau's perspective, Lin Fan was unlikely to complete the mission. The task of acquiring black iron oil was not only perilous, but also akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lin Fan had a group of half-humans assisting him. In comparison, half-humans were far more adept at rummaging through ruins, and their operations were considerably safer. The second row of half-human warriors had been meticulously selected. While not particularly skilled in combat, they were agile and clever, specifically tasked with reconnaissance and exploration. With their full support, Lin Fan's chances of procuring black iron oil increased significantly. However, despite searching all potential locations for the substance, the second row found not a trace of it. Could it be that black iron oil no longer resided within Maslow Fortress? Lin Fan pondered. It might be hidden somewhere, simply waiting to be discovered. I'm sorry, my lord, I couldn't be of assistance. This matter is not simple. I do not blame you. Lin Fan reflected for a moment and said, Next, we can only hope Elder Moda has some clues. Lin Fan prepared for both possibilities. Upon returning to the mine, Elder Moda would not only undertake the Trojan horse plan, but also inquire among the half-human slaves about the existence of black iron oil. After all, these half-human slaves had lived in Maslow Fortress for years. No one knew the city better than they'd. Akai scrutinized Lin Fan, concern etched across his face. Unlike the other half-humans, he understood that Lin Fan was not the true deity Uru. He said, My lord, based on our intelligence, there are numerous flying beasts and many robots within. It is exceedingly dangerous. Akai, do you lack confidence? Akai nodded honestly, expressing his concern for the safety of the adults. Lin Fan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Rest assured. I have a plan. As dusk fell, a fierce sandstorm swept through, nearly engulfing half of the sky above Maslow Fortress. On the heights of Maslow, there lay a small airstrip. Scattered around were the bleached bones of animals, alongside the colossal remains of several winged beasts. This was the lair of Maslow Fortress. Dominating the center was a towering winged beast. The lord of Maslow Fortress, Hyad, a formidable entity, it bore the bloodline of a lord-class winged beast. Raised under the captivity of the Qinyang people and meticulously trained by them, it had become their most loyal servant. Subjugated to the rule of the Qinyang, it displayed extreme ferocity towards its kin. The massive remnants scattered about were the fallen winged beasts that had perished at Haya's claws. Such was the fate of those who dared to resist. Haya's gaze was fierce, its fangs bared, it intermittently emitted terrifying roars, instilling fear in the surrounding winged beasts, who dared not raise their heads. Yet, beneath this facade of submission, a current of unrest brewed in recent days. The patrolling winged beasts had frequently fallen prey to attacks from their own kind. Several had met their demise outside. Haya was incensed. This was a direct affront to the lordship of the Maslow winged beasts. The sole survivor was a winged beast scout, prostrating itself at Haya's feet, revealing the bite marks inflicted by its brethren on its neck, emitting a series of low whines. The name of another winged beast lord echoed in Haya's ears. Filled with a murderous rage, Haya harbored no doubt it believed that only the former lord of Maslow Fortress possessed the audacity to challenge its authority. The war among winged beast lords was both sacred and brutal, far surpassing the importance of mere patrol duties. Upon hearing of a formidable opponent, Haya could no longer remain passive. It let out an enraged howl directed at the winged beast scout. In the next moment, it stamped down, crushing the scout beneath its foot, its sharp teeth viciously tearing at the scout's wings. The scout writhed in pain, emitting sounds of pleading. Despite the cruel torment inflicted upon it, Haya did not doubt its loyalty. Influenced by genetics, the spiritual bond formed among winged beasts was unbreakable in Haya's eyes. Even if it were to slay the scout, betrayal was impossible. Haya regarded winged beasts as an inferior race. Despite being one itself, it felt superior due to its engineered lineage. After releasing the winged beast scout, Haya took to the skies. A small drone, the cattlefly, attempted to intervene, but Haya brushed it aside with a sweep of its wing. The war between winged beast lords was unstoppable. Though it submitted to the Qinyang, it did not heed the commands of such machines. Under Haya's leadership, the other winged beasts soared into the air. Heading southwest, their destination was a ruined city, Nanwu City, over a distance of 1,200 kilometers, requiring them to traverse towering mountains. However, Haya feared not the distance. According to the intelligence gathered by the winged beast scout, its arch-nemesis, the former lord of Maslow Fortress, Haofeng, awaited there. Only Haofeng could invoke such fury and exhilaration within Haya. This time, Haofeng must not escape in the absence of patrol duties, the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress. In a single night, took to the skies in full force. Despite the scout's battered body and wings, a glimmer of joy flickered in its eyes. Even without it, Lin Fan could prompt the red robe to draw out the Maslow winged beast horde. Albeit with difficulty. With the scout's clandestine assistance, everything fell seamlessly into place in the mine. Since Elder Moda and the other half-people returned, the atmosphere had grown subtly charged. On the surface, not a single half-person slave appeared to be slacking. Rather, they were all spirited and full of zeal. Yet, they exchanged furtive glances, silently communicating. Upon Elder Moda's return, his old comrades expressed their sympathy. However, he brought with him earth-shattering news. He informed everyone that the prayers of the half-people had borne fruit. Ulu had arrived on this planet, and he was Ulu's messenger. The half-people erupted in fervor. The deeper the darkness and despair, the stronger their yearning for the divine. This was especially true for the slaves in the mine. They were all devoted followers of the Ulu deity. Moreover, Elder Moda had once been the leader of this group of half-people. His words were undoubtedly credible. When he proclaimed that the Ulu deity would liberate Maslow Fortress and the half-people slaves in the mine, they were overwhelmed with excitement. The exiled half-people of Baikin had long believed that the Ulu deity had forsaken them, leading them to languish in this lightless mine, stripped of all dignity and freedom, living like cattle, subject to slaughter. Now, Elder Moda's words were like a match, igniting a flicker of hope in the bruised hearts of the half-people. On the surface, the half-people slaves in the mine behaved as usual, without any signs of unrest. Yet, behind the scenes, they had readied themselves. Every mining vehicle had been thoroughly inspected. The slightest command, the fragile flame of hope within them would erupt into a conflagration. They awaited the moment. The more they waited, the slower time seemed to pass. Elder Moda had been back for many days, yet Maslow Fortress remained unchanged. Although Elder Moda was resolute that the Ulu deity would indeed come, anxiety gnawed at them, fearful that their slender hope in the darkness would be extinguished. each one silently prayed. Just as dusk settled, Akun descended the elevator of the mine, a look of joy on his face as he relayed the outside situation to Elder Moda. He had clearly seen the firelight atop the eastern mountains. Though faint, it signified the agreement between Lin Fan and Elder Moda. When the fire ignited, it would mark the day of the assault on Maslow Fortress. The moment to rescue the half-people slaves. Akun also shared another shocking revelation with Elder Moda and the surrounding half-people. The winged beasts that had long occupied Maslow Fortress were all heading southwest. Ulu, Elder Moda whispered a prayer, struggling to contain his excitement. The other half-people slaves were equally exhilarated. Even the towering beasts that ruled the skies had been driven away. Truly, it was the Ulu deity. He had come. Chapter 32. The call to war. Maslow Fortress remained shrouded in wind and sand. A solitary, long night. A group of stealthy figures quietly infiltrated Maslow Fortress. At this moment, the second rank of half-people had already gathered intelligence on the robotic sentinels. With the winged beasts having taken flight, a significant portion of the fortress's guard forces had been diminished. However, the butcher robots remained a formidable threat. In the northwest uranium storage facility, under dim lights within iron fences, half-human workers toiled, loading uranium or onto transport vehicles. Two butcher robots patrolled the watchtower. The number of half-people slaves in the uranium storage was scarce, and thus only 2 robots were assigned to monitor their every move. Suddenly, a shadow appeared several hundred meters to the north of the warehouse, emitting strange calls towards the facility. The half-human workers inside paused in confusion, glancing towards the distant figure. Had a fellow slave escaped? The butcher robots were highly alert, quickly deducing that the shadow was a Baikan half-person. However, upon inspecting the uranium storage, they found no gaps. The system even noted the anomaly. How had this half-person managed to escape? After a brief analysis, the conclusion was reached: there was a half-person attempting to flee. Soon, one of the robots initiated a pursuit. The first command issued to the escaping half-person was to capture, not to kill. In truth, the shadow was not a slave of the uranium storage but a warrior from the 4th rank of the half-human infantry battalion. After drawing the robot's attention, he desperately fled northwards. The butcher robots advanced swiftly, the distance between them steadily diminishing. As the robots closed in, the half-human soldier darted into an alley. Yet, he remained within the robot's sight. Moments later, he reached an intersection, with the pursuing robots now just a breath away. Breathless and anxious, the half-human soldier halted, seemingly resigned to his fate. The butcher robots, poised to pounce, emitted the sound of their mechanisms preparing to reclaim him. Just then, a thunderous explosion reverberated beneath the robots. Flames erupted and debris flew. It was a bomb that the half-humans had set long ago. The butcher robot was hurled into the air, surrounded by billowing smoke, with minor dents appearing on its chassis. Yet, it sustained little serious damage. Rising to its feet, the robot did not abandon its mission to capture the half-human. However, in the darkness, mining vehicles began to emerge. The unfortunate robot found itself ensnared within the encirclement of the 4th rank of the half-human infantry battalion. Boom! Fire blazed forth. Inside one mining vehicle, 3 half-human warriors hoisted a rocket launcher, having already aimed it at the robot. The rocket struck the butcher robot, which exploded once more, a breach forming in its chest plate. Smoke billowing forth. Its infrared sensors scanned the area ahead, the system issuing alerts. A group of feeble half-humans operating mining vehicles was preparing to attack the robot. The butcher robot, however, remained unperturbed. It stood tall, shaking off the dust from its body, scrutinizing the distant mining vehicles. Under the robot's recognition, mining vehicles were deemed non-threatening, as were the half-humans. In that fleeting moment, a barrage of 7 or 8 rockets was launched simultaneously, their thunderous explosions resounding in succession. The colossal form of the butcher robot was caught off guard as several rockets detonated upon its body. Staggering under the onslaught, it collapsed to the ground. It soon realized that something was amiss. These mining vehicles were unlike any it had encountered before, for they were all armed. They were not mere half-men but a formidable armed force of half-men. Under the relentless bombardment of numerous anti-armor rocket launchers, the butcher robot could only evade, yet it was far too late. A dozen armed mining vehicles had already sealed off its escape route. After suffering repeated assaults, it was knocked down once again, emitting a crackling sound from within its metallic frame. Nevertheless, it was not truly defeated. Slowly rising once more, it readied its matrix cannon, intent on delivering a lethal strike against this armed half-man force. However, the half-men had no intention of granting it a moment's respite. From the shadows, the URU-class war vehicle revealed itself, having already locked onto the butcher robot's rear. The rotund figure of Fat Dunn personally launched the Matrix missile. With a whoosh, the missile arced through the air, striking the butcher robot's back with a resounding explosion. The defenses on the robot's rear were feeble, having already cracked under the barrage of attacks. The final missile utterly obliterated its defenses, leaving a gaping breach in the butcher robot's body, with internal components emitting distressing sounds. It swayed uncontrollably, unable to maintain its stance, and within a blink, it fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. This once mighty butcher robot had succumbed to the ambush of the half-men. Ultimately, it was overwhelmed by sheer numbers and fell completely. Even so, the butcher robot continued to resist with tenacity. It struggled to lift its Matrix cannon, aiming at the most threatening URU-class war vehicle. Fat Dunn was taken aback and quickly ordered the half-man drivers to retreat behind a crumbling wall. Boom! Under the butcher robot's missile assault, the wall exploded. The heavy URU-class vehicle was pushed back 2 or 3 meters by the force of the shockwave. Fortunately, equipped with thick steel plating, the URU-class vehicle sustained minimal damage. Witnessing this scene, the half-man soldiers in the fourth row were enraged. They revered the URU-class vehicle, treating it as a cherished relic, hoping to one day ascend into battle upon it. How dare this robot attempt to destroy the URU-class vehicle? In an instant, all the half-men opened fire. The barrage of rockets, the sweeping fire of Gatling guns, and even grenades tossed by demolition experts filled the air. Under the overwhelming assault, the butcher robot was rendered a mangled wreck. Reduced to a heap of scrap metal, within the uranium mine warehouse, another butcher robot sensed the continuous explosions and deduced the presence of a threat. It advanced toward the source of the explosions. However, it too fell victim to the half-men's ambush. In the days of the Maslow Fortress, even a single butcher robot was sufficient to slay hundreds or thousands of half-men. The half-men were akin to prey. Helpless in the face of slaughter, unwilling to resist in the eyes of the half-man slaves, these robots were cruel and tyrannical, instilling terror beyond measure. Yet in this moment, the armed force established by the half-men had obliterated 2 seemingly invincible butcher robots. The threat from the uranium mine warehouse had been neutralized. Fat Dunn led the fourth row of half-man soldiers toward the uranium mine warehouse, amidst a cacophony of roars. The demolition experts among the half-men blasted open a gap in the barbed wire fence. "URU?" Fat Dunn shouted loudly, rallying the half-men within the warehouse. "Rise up in rebellion. URU has arrived. The war to liberate the Maslow Fortress has begun." The half-men within the uranium mine warehouse were ecstatic. Rather than fleeing immediately, they joined the fourth row. Subsequently, the half-man soldiers raised their rocket launchers, launching a relentless assault on the various facilities constructed by the Qingxing Star Point one by one. The half-man demolition experts transported barrels of explosives to the vicinity of the warehouse's supports. Boom, boom, boom. In a deafening chorus of explosions, the uranium mine warehouse collapsed one after another. Many half-men rushed into the nearby abandoned energy factory and set it ablaze in no time. The factory erupted in a massive explosion. Flames leaped, swiftly consuming the entire facility, casting a fiery glow across half the sky. Amidst the billowing smoke and flames, the sounds of explosions and gunfire reverberated incessantly. It was as if the pent-up resentment and fury of the half-men, simmering for years, had finally erupted in a frenzied celebration before their demise. The scene appeared grand and utterly chaotic. In the midst of the flames, Fat Dunn bore a faint smile. He understood that the greater the commotion, the better, for it would attract the attention of the robotic guards within the mine. The mine was the lifeblood of the Maslow Fortress. There, a vast number of robots had been deployed by the Qingxing people, and they were the true threat. The inferno and turmoil spread across the northern part of the Maslow Fortress. The situation seemed to be teetering on the brink of chaos. The robots outside the mine finally sprang into action. More than 30 butcher robots assembled, marching resolutely toward the north. On a distant hill, Lin Fan observed through binoculars. Seeing this scene, he knew that the fourth row had not disappointed his expectations. They had successfully captured the uranium mine warehouse and drawn the attention of the robots in the mine. The war trumpets had sounded. The rumble of gunfire shattered the oppressive stillness of the night sky over the Maslow Fortress. Within the mine, dark currents had already begun to stir. Hearing the distant rumble of explosions, the half-man slaves inside the mine were filled with exhilaration, for that was the sound of URU's approach. The half-men of the White Kent Star were still under the divine favor. Their hearts were filled not only with excitement, but also with a profound sense of urgency. Elder Moda had long since informed the half-men in the mine that the assault on the Maslow Fortress would be a fierce battle. It would require not only the bravery of the half-man soldiers in slaying their foes, but also the courage of all oppressed half-man slaves to rise up. United in purpose, they would together overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Qingxing people in the Maslow Fortress. Chapter 33. Night Raid on the Maslow Fortress. The area surrounding the uranium mine warehouse lay in ruins. Nearly 30 butcher robots formed a battalion, advancing with ferocity, pursuing the rebellious half-men. Boom! 2 or 3 missiles struck from afar, hitting the armed mining vehicles of the fourth row. The steel plating of the armed mining vehicles was shredded. And with an explosion, flames erupted from their bodies. The half-man soldiers leapt from their vehicles in panic. Seeing the approaching formation of robots, Fat Dunn gritted his teeth. Under his command, the majority of the half-man soldiers in the fourth row began to retreat northward. Near the uranium mine warehouse, only Fat Dunn and a handful of half-men remained. They took cover behind 3 or 4 mining transport vehicles, their expressions grave, too fearful to breathe loudly, their bodies trembling. The might of the butcher robots was overwhelming. With a mere gesture, they could decimate an entire half-man infantry battalion, let alone a small fourth row. Before long, the robots were upon them, their synchronized footsteps almost audible. "You are you," Fat Dunn muttered to himself, grabbing a half-piece of bread and stuffing it into his mouth, a look of reverence glimmering in his eyes. He then tore at his throat, raising a fervent cry in the half-man tongue. His voice laced with anger and valor. The half-man soldiers dared not linger, immediately climbing aboard the mining transport vehicles and starting them up one by one. The vehicles laden with uranium ore surged forth like armored beetles, crashing through the barbed wire and obstacles. The massive wheels churned, the overloaded engines emitting a deep hum. Accelerating to their maximum speed, they sped toward the north. However, upon witnessing this scene, the butcher robots did not open fire. Instead, they retracted their matrix cannons. For to fire upon the half-men would also mean destroying the mining transport vehicles, resulting in the loss of uranium ore. Fat Dunn and the others were perceived as thieves. The robots pursued relentlessly, intent on reclaiming the uranium ore and exacting vengeance on these half-man thieves. Fat Dunn, glancing at the robots behind him, breathed a sigh of relief. These robots were quite foolish. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant. If caught, they would be torn to shreds. After traveling approximately 7 or 8 kilometers, the transport vehicles arrived at an abandoned military base in the north. The military base, constructed by humans, was nestled within a mountainous region and had been abandoned for decades. As the ominous swarm of robots closed in, the half-men felt a chill run down their spines. That moment, for mining transport vehicles, without a hint of hesitation, darted into the military base. The butcher robots paused momentarily, puzzled. This was clearly a path to destruction. While entering the military base was easy, escaping would prove difficult. However, they did not hesitate, swiftly drawing their blades and following suit. They were determined to reclaim the uranium ore and vanquish the half-man thieves. Inside the military base, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The air was thick with suffocating dust, littered with abandoned weapons, collapsed pillars, and the skeletal remains of soldiers in uniform. Several tracks marked where transport vehicles had passed. The butcher robots advanced cautiously along these tracks, aware that such places were prone to ambush. However, after approximately 400 meters, they encountered no anomalies. In an open area ahead, for transport vehicles brimming with uranium ore stood silently. The butcher robots split into 2 groups, encircling the transport vehicles. Yet, the vehicles were utterly empty. The half-men had vanished. In that instant, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The entrance to the military base erupted in a series of detonations. Boulders shattered, and parts of the mountain crumbled, sealing the entrance in a matter of moments. It turned out that during a war many years ago, this military base had suffered a fierce assault. The walls of the passage bore numerous cracks. The half-man demolition experts had long since packed these fissures with highly potent explosives, creating a nearly 10-meter-long explosive belt. Just moments ago, they had been detonated. Within the military base, the shockwaves from the explosions reverberated through the bodies of the robots. The last faint glimmer of light from outside vanished. The robots searched for a considerable time, and apart from a solitary passage accessible only to humans, no other escape routes could be found. It was astonishing that these numerous butcher-class robots found themselves ensnared by mere half-humans. Despite their formidable strength, capable of effortlessly dismantling the entire armed forces of the half-humans, the latter had no means to contend with such a multitude of robots. Yet now, in the dimly lit military base, the robots moved back and forth. The only sound emanating from them was the incessant clattering of their movements. Truly, It was as though heaven had turned a deaf ear and the earth had forsaken them. The mission of the half-humans in the fourth row was not to sabotage the uranium mine or to pilfer uranium ore. Instead, their sole objective was to lure the formidable army of robots to this very location and trap them. The entrance to the uranium mine was quite small, yet beneath lay an expansive cavern. The frigid winds howled as the dim light illuminated the area around the entrance. Most of the robots had proceeded north to quell the uprising, leaving only 2 to guard the entrance. Suddenly, a dark silhouette approached the mine's mouth. The Butcher-class robots reacted swiftly, without a moment's hesitation, deploying their matrix artillery to fire. However, the shadow was not a half-human, but rather another robot. Its agility was remarkable, evading the missiles with ease. Gradually emerging from the darkness into the feeble light, it was finally recognizable. It was the Water Ghost. Both Butcher-class robots opened fire simultaneously, and in an instant, 2 missiles surged forth. The Water Ghost, adept at stealth and subterfuge, deftly sidestepped the missiles as they whizzed past point. One of the Butcher-class robots, seeing this, advanced towards the Water Ghost, brandishing its blade. It intended to engage the Water Ghost in close combat. Under the dim glow of the mine searchlights, the blade shimmered with an icy brilliance. That moment, a fleet of armed mining vehicles approached. These were the half-human warriors of the first row. The rocket artillerymen had loaded their weapons, aimed, and fired. The whistling of rockets pierced the air as the anti-armor artillery unleashed a barrage. The firepower was substantial. The Butcher-class robots were momentarily taken aback, bewildered that a group of half-humans piloting mining vehicles would dare to open fire upon them. Following this, the sounds of heavy machine guns and rifles erupted. Countless bullets struck the steel plating of the Butcher-class robots, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. In an ironic twist, the Water Ghost too felt the impact on its back, initially startled, thinking it had been ambushed. It quickly dodged to the side. Upon noticing the spent bullet casings on the ground, it deduced that the half-humans were responsible. It felt a sense of helplessness. The marksmanship of these half-humans was far from precise. And in their frenzy, they even hit their own. Under the relentless assault from the mining vehicles of the first row, the Butcher-class robots found themselves in a thoroughly compromised position, smoke billowing from their bodies. However, the first row was not the true threat, the Water Ghost was. With its dual-core power derived from a spherical modification, it surpassed the Butcher-class robots in both speed and strength. Seizing the moment when the Butcher-class robot was preoccupied with the half-human rocket attacks, the Water Ghost closed in. A blade appeared on its arm, flashing with blinding light. Its speed was breathtaking, causing the Butcher-class robots to falter in confusion. Taken by surprise, their defenses were breached by the Water Ghost's blade. With a decisive strike, the head of the Butcher-class robot was severed cleanly. The massive metallic head rolled to the ground, its once eerie blue eyes dimming to a lifeless gray, while its steel body emitted a hissing sound before collapsing in the cold wind. Another Butcher-class robot sensed the imminent threat and realized it could not hold its position. It emitted a series of rapid signals, attempting to summon the robots within the mine. However, those inside were already overwhelmed. In a corner of the mine, Elder Moda had gathered hundreds of half-humans. "Ulu," he cried out, his voice a mixture of hysteria and long-suppressed rage, a deep-seated pain finally surfacing. The half-human slaves erupted into a frenzy. The uprising commenced. They surged through the convoluted passages like a tidal wave, shouting and wielding shovels and picks, wreaking havoc on the mining equipment. The sites of rebellion were numerous, the scene chaotic and cacophonous. Despite the calls for assistance from the robots outside, the Butcher-class robots in the mine were unable to provide any support. Deep within the mine, the half-human rebels relentlessly attacked the robots. They piloted their mining vehicles, crashing into the robots within the narrow corridors, pushing their engines to the limit. Though the Butcher-class robots were struck, the heavy mining vehicles lacked true offensive power. In the next moment, the Butcher-class robot effortlessly tore off the door of the mining vehicle's cabin and seized a half-human slave. Twisting its fragile body into a contorted mass, bones shattered, flesh mangled. This was almost a suicidal assault by the half-humans. Yet, in their desperate attempt to delay the Butcher-class robots, the rebels cried out the name of Ulu. Embracing their fate, like moths to a flame, they pressed on without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, another half-human climbed aboard a mining vehicle, driving the cumbersome machine into the fray against the robots. Clearly, the Butcher-class robots had lost their patience. With a resounding boom, the mining vehicle exploded under the onslaught of the Butcher-class's artillery. The half-human bodies were engulfed in flames, slowly turning to char. The robots. Half-humans appeared weak, their deaths as inconsequential as squashing ants. Yet, the uprising surged forth like a relentless tide, in the labyrinthine depths of the mine. The Butcher-class robots found themselves unable to regain control of the situation. At this moment, as the robots contended with the half-human rebels, the remaining half-human slaves surged into the elevator, using it as their means of escape from the mine. Chapter 34. Elder Moda's last wish. Wave after wave of half-human slaves managed to escape from the mine of the Maslow fortress. They beheld the wreckage of two Butcher-class robots, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and a W&I in their eyes. The Butcher-class robots were invincible, while half-humans were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Outside the mine, one robot had been pierced through the chest by a blade, while another had its head cleaved off entirely, tattered and emaciated. The half-human slaves encircled Lin Fan, scrutinizing him with wide eyes. Lin Fan stood tall amidst the biting winds, considerably larger than the half-humans, clad in protective gear that concealed his true visage. Surrounding him were half-human warriors piloting mining vehicles, along with a towering robot guarding him. Could it be? The half-human slaves, in their state of panic, surged with excitement. This was the Lord Ulu spoken of by Elder Moda. The very deity who had once abandoned the half-human populace of Baikan Star now extended a compassionate hand, illuminating a beacon of hope in their dark world. Only the mighty Ulu could effortlessly vanquish the Butcher-class robots and was willing to rescue them from their suffering. The half-humans, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated themselves before him, tears of appreciation streaming down their faces. Ulu, Lin Fan felt a great weight upon his shoulders. There was little time for explanations. The utmost priority was to ensure the safe passage of the half-human slaves. At this juncture, the second row of half-human warriors had arrived, prepared to escort the fleeing half-human slaves. Within the mine, Elder Moda was directing the half-human slaves' evacuation. His expression was grave, his demeanor reflecting the seriousness of the situation. The half-human rebels piloting mining vehicles were no match for the Butcher-class robots. It would not be long before the Butcher-class robots freed themselves. When that happened, the half-humans remaining in the mine would face certain doom. The chains of the elevator creaked ominously as 8 or 9 lifts ascended and descended in operation. Watching batch after batch of half-humans escape via the elevator, Elder Moda felt a momentary sense of relief. However, his heart sank as he suddenly realized with horror that his grandson, Akuin, was missing from the fleeing half-humans. Akuin was the last descendant of his lineage. Akuin, Elder Moda cried out, his voice filled with anguish. As the final elevator approached, potentially the last chance for evacuation, he inquired of the surrounding half-human slaves if they had seen Akuin. They all shook their heads in response. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the mine. A Butcher-class robot blasted through the debris blocking the tunnel, clearing a path that emerged slowly from the passage, assessing the half-human slaves poised to flee. The cannon was raised, ready to eliminate them. The surrounding half-human slaves screamed in terror as Elder Moda's heart raced, realizing the imminent danger as the Butcher-class robot approached. Just then, a mining vehicle charged forth from the tunnel like a rampaging bull. Revving its engine to maximum power, the roar of the engine resonating through the air. Caught unawares, the Butcher-class robot was knocked to the ground. Behind the wheel sat a half-human slave, caked in dirt and grime. Upon recognizing him, Elder Moda felt a mix of joy and anger. This was none other than his grandson, Akuin. Under his guidance, Akuin was supposed to have evacuated via the elevator much earlier. However, in the chaos preceding the uprising, Elder Moda had been too preoccupied to ensure his safety. To his astonishment, Akuin had taken it upon himself to join the ranks of the rebels. Akuin's tattered clothing bore numerous rips, and he was covered in the dust and blood of the recent skirmish. Clearly, he had just emerged from a fierce battle. At that moment, he had somehow acquired a mining vehicle and had fortuitously spotted the Butcher-class robot about to attack the half-humans, opting to ram it with full force. With a resounding crash, the elevator reached the lowest level of the mine. The half-humans breathed a sigh of relief. Akun sat composedly atop the mining cart, surveying the Butcher-class robot that was about to rise. A faint smile graced his lips, but soon after, his jaw clenched tightly, fury igniting within his eyes. A culmination of years of suppressed emotions, he had made a resolute decision. He would safeguard the lift with his very life. Akun shouted in the half-breed tongue, urging his grandfather, Moda, to lead his kin away from this place. He, born here, would rightfully die here. Let this mine become his tomb. However, the door of the mining cart was swung open by Elder Moda. Despite his advanced age, the old man possessed considerable strength, delivering a forceful kick that sent Akun tumbling out. Elder Moda called out to the half-breed slaves, pleading for them to drag Akun into the lift. With a resounding thud, the lift was activated. Elder Moda glanced back at Akun's youthful visage, a smile slowly emerging on his face, an expression he hadn't worn in ages, even as he escaped the Maslow mine. His heart remained heavy with concern for his young grandson. Yet, as the lift began its ascent, that weight finally lifted after years of turmoil. Kuin, Dakansawo, Elder Moda proclaimed, imparting his final words to Akun, to forget himself and pursue the great deity of the half-breed kin of Baikin Star. Their lineage would pledge eternal loyalty to Uru. Watching Akun's figure vanish from sight, Elder Moda felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, yet no regrets lingered. As one of the earliest half-breed slaves, his mastery over the mining cart was unmatched even by the younger half-breeds. He steered the cart towards the butcher-class robot, intent on a collision. Akun wailed, desperately pushing against the lift, but to no avail. A tremendous explosion echoed, marking the destruction of the mining machinery. A wave of heat rushed forth. Approximately 2 minutes later, the lift reached the surface. The final group of half-breed slaves had been liberated. Lin Fan inquired of one of the half-breed warriors, "Where is Elder Moda?" The warrior, upon hearing the question, spoke in hushed tones about the events that had transpired in the mine. His jaw clenched with sorrow. He replied, "Elder Moda has already sacrificed himself." "What?" Lin Fan's expression darkened upon hearing this. Elder Moda was the leader of the half-breeds at Maslow Fortress, and while his kin were liberated, he would forever rest in the depths of the mine. Subsequently, Lin Fan issued a command: detonate all lifts in Mine 1. At that moment, the Butcher-class robot was ascending via the lift. The Water Ghost robot, receiving orders, raised its cannon on its left arm and unleashed a barrage upon the lift. The remaining half-breed warriors, armed with rocket launchers, targeted the lift as well. One by one. The lifts plummeted downwards, trapping the Butcher-class robot within the mine, helplessly watching as the half-breeds escaped. Yet, this was not the end. The first row of demolition experts took their positions. Once the half-breeds had retreated to safety, they hurled bombs into the lift shaft. These were no ordinary explosives. After casting their bombs, the half-breed demolitionists fled in haste. A thunderous explosion reverberated. The ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. A cloud of dust erupted from the mine's entrance, the force nearly toppling the half-breed demolitionists. The searchlights outside the mine shattered. The deafening roar echoed throughout Maslow Fortress. Soon after, the ground near the mine's entrance began to collapse. Mine 1 was utterly destroyed, becoming a grave for the half-breed rebels and the Sheep Star robots. A throng of half-breed slaves, led by the second row, fled eastward, inhaling the fresh air outside as they gazed upon the collapsed mine. In their once oppressed and fearful eyes, flickers of vitality and hope glimmered. They thought to themselves, the dark age had passed, and a new era of Uru was dawning. To them, Lin Fan was the embodiment of the great and benevolent Uru deity descending upon this planet, destined to dispel the shadows of the half-breeds' fate and restore light to their people. All of the half-breeds escaping from Maslow Fortress were devoted followers of Uru. A small faction even expressed a desire to stay and join the fight. However, Lin Fan declined their request. They had endured long years in the mine, their bodies frail and untrained, unlikely to contribute effectively in battle, and could potentially exacerbate casualties. The half-breeds obediently followed Lin Fan eastward. Yet one stubborn individual refused to leave, bloodied and covered in dust. Lin Fan inquired, "Who are you?" The half-breed knelt on the ground, concealing his inner sorrow, and responded, "I am Akun, the grandson of Moda." "Akun?" Lin Fan swiftly helped him up. Sighing, "You must hurry and join the others." Back in Altai City, Elder Moda had implored Lin Fan to protect Akun should he ever encounter him, as he was the sole heir of Moda's lineage. Now that Elder Moda had sacrificed himself, Lin Fan was determined to safeguard this young half-breed at all costs. Akun observed Lin Fan intently, a look of reverence upon his face. He sensed that Uru was not the distant deity he had imagined, but rather approachable and kind. This was indeed the Uru of Baikin Star legends. His heart swelled with emotion as he declared, "Please, Lord Uru, take Akun in. I shall be your most devoted follower." Lin Fan shook his head resolutely, stating, "Your grandfather has passed. I cannot allow you to suffer any further misfortune." Before he died, he instructed me to ensure that I help you find that object once I escaped. Akun choked out. "This is my grandfather's dying wish." Chapter 35. The mutant fish monster. The distant sound of explosions reverberated, causing the ground to tremble once more. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. He realized that the second and third rows of half-breeds had successfully destroyed Mine 2. This assault on Maslow Fortress was proceeding smoothly, the only shortcoming being the failure to locate the black iron oil. He glanced down at Akun and asked, "Do you know its whereabouts?" Akun nodded, pondering momentarily before replying, "I can't be entirely sure that it's the object you seek." Lin Fan was taken aback. It seemed there truly was a clue to the black iron oil. He had accepted this mission with little hope of finding it. The military had previously dispatched personnel, all of whom had met with failure. Even the special forces had been vanquished here. This scavenging task was exceedingly challenging. With merely a scavenger's skills, pinpointing the location of the black iron oil within the vast Maslow fortress would be nearly impossible. He contemplated further, then asked, "Where is it located?" "In the lake to the east," Akun replied. "The lake?" Lin Fan questioned. "How do you know this?" Akun gestured towards the distance. A half-breed, trembling, peeked his head out from a corner. He appeared quite furtive. Upon spotting Lin Fan, he looked terrified and dared not approach. Akun pointed at the half-breed and said, "My lord, his name is Yuz. He discovered it." Lin Fan scrutinized the half-breed named Yuz. Noting his fearful demeanor, he found it peculiar and inquired, "What is wrong with him?" "He is afraid." "Why?" "He has stolen quite a bit and fears that Lord You will cast him into hell." Akun explained. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then asked, "Stolen from whom?" "The Sheep Star people," Akun pleaded. "My lord, if Yuz finds what you seek, could you forgive his past transgressions? He truly isn't a bad person." "Of course, stealing from the Sheep Star folk hardly counts as theft," Lin Fan replied solemnly. Akun's expression brightened, and he conveyed this to Yuz, who was overjoyed and darted into the darkness. Moments later, he emerged with an excited expression, waving his hands for the others to hurry along. He was eager to proceed. Under Yu's guidance, Lin Fan, Akun, and several half-breed warriors ventured eastward. In the meantime, the first row of half-breed warriors had joined forces with the second and third rows. They would launch a combined assault on Mine 3. Lin Fan still felt a twinge of curiosity. As they walked, he asked Akun, "How did your friend Yuz discover the whereabouts of the black iron oil?" Akun reflected for a moment and replied, "A few years ago, an armed force infiltrated Maslow Fortress. They stealthily defeated the robotic guards and accessed a secret passage, surreptitiously extracting a black iron ball." "A black iron ball?" Lin Fan pondered, realizing that this invading group must have been the special operations team from a few years prior. Akun glanced at Lin Fan before continuing. At that time, many half-breeds were frightened, but Yuz had the audacity to sneak beneath the transport vehicle. He intended to hitch a ride and escape with the human soldiers. Akun nodded, however, before the humans could flee Maslow Fortress. They were besieged by the Sheep Star robots. Strangely, the last human, clutching the black iron ball, drove the transport vehicle into the lake on the eastern side of Maslow Fortress. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, understanding that the soldier had done this to prevent the Sheep Star folk from discovering the existence of the black iron oil. So, Yuz returned to the mine. Don't underestimate him. He fears no one but Lord You. And he is quite astute. Aware that he couldn't escape, he slipped back into the mine. Akun explained. Lin Fan was nearly certain that the object Akun spoke of was indeed the black iron oil. Yaoza, though unassuming in appearance, possessed a unique set of skills. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the lake located to the east of Maslow Fortress. The water had turned a deep shade of black, coated with a layer of crude oil residue. Yaoza excitedly pointed to a distant spot, chattering animatedly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood that this location must be where the black iron oil was situated. He could hardly fathom that the target of their mission lay submerged at the bottom of the lake. It was no wonder that their companions had failed to locate the black iron oil thereafter. At that moment, the spherical creature, which had been sleeping in Lin Fan's backpack, unexpectedly poked its head out. Its eyes sparkled, and drool began to drip from its mouth. The sphere was highly sensitive to rare metallic elements and seemed to have detected an unfamiliar element. However, Lin Fan spoke sternly, "Sphere, this matter pertains to our mission. You must not indulge." Hearing this, the sphere, realizing it would not partake, withdrew its head with a hint of reluctance. Lin Fan faced a dilemma. The nameless lake was far deeper than he had anticipated. Upon measuring the depth, he discovered that the black iron oil was situated a full 10 meters below the surface. The half-humans, typically residing in mines, had no experience with underwater ventures. After some contemplation, he concluded that weighing a ton, the black iron oil could only be retrieved by diving into the water himself, using a chain to secure it and relying on the mining machinery's power to haul it up. However, during this process, he could not remove his protective suit. The radioactive substances carried by the crude oil residue posed a risk to the integrity of his suit, potentially exposing him to harmful radiation. Time was of the essence. The black iron oil lay just before him in the lake. Lin Fan was determined not to squander this opportunity and resolved to take the plunge himself. He retrieved a fiber rope from the mining vehicle's mechanical arm. Yet, Yaoza grew increasingly anxious, positioning himself in front of Lin Fan as if he wished to volunteer for the task. Lin Fan smiled and placed a hand on Yaoza's slight shoulder. Conveying his thoughts, "You are too frail. Allow me to handle this." Yaoza was taken aback by Lin Fan's ability to communicate in this manner, and he appeared quite invigorated. "Why, Lord, please do not enter the water. Let Yaoza handle this dirty work. It is also very dangerous." "What do you mean? Are there monsters down there?" Yaoza nodded vigorously and replied, "Very large ones, but I know how to deal with them." Lin Fan was perplexed. The lake's surface appeared tranquil, seemingly devoid of any monsters. Yet, Yaoza began to unravel the wrappings around his waist, revealing 3 putrid, dead fish tied around him, releasing a foul stench that caused Lin Fan and Akuin to recoil in disgust. It was unclear where Yaoza had procured such a grotesque offering. Without hesitation, Yaoza hurled the 3 dead fish onto the distant shore, each spaced at least 100 meters apart. After nearly 10 minutes, ripples began to emerge in the nameless lake, and from a small whirlpool, a massive shadow materialized. Sensing danger, Lin Fan quickly instructed the half-human to extinguish the mining vehicle's spotlight, in the shroud of darkness. A colossal, indistinct creature emerged, its tail thrashing violently, sending waves soaring over a meter high across the lake's surface. The monster, with its grotesquely bloated form, crawled onto the shore, ravenously lunging towards the farthest dead fish. Ding! Interstellar Salvage System activated, displaying a line of text. Radiation-mutated fish monster. A mutated creature resulting from radiation exposure to Earth's crocodiles, genetically altered and extremely perilous. Lin Fan gasped in horror. To think that a radiation-mutated fish monster still thrived within Maslow Fortress. Fortunately, Yaoza was quick-witted. Had Lin Fan dived in alone, it was highly likely he would have been fish food. Yaoza swiftly grabbed the fiber rope from the mining vehicle and secured it tightly around his waist. He extended a finger, gently touching Lin Fan's protective suit, saying, "Lord, you. I shall proceed. Be cautious. Do not overexert yourself," Lin Fan warned. Yaoza nodded and exchanged a few hurried words with Akuin before stepping into the lake. Time was of the essence. He had to encircle the black iron oil with the fiber rope while the mutated fish monster was preoccupied with devouring the dead fish. He waded deeper into the frigid waters, shivering as he submerged, bubbles escaping from his mouth. Moments later, Yaoza resurfaced, his expression filled with anxiety, clearly having failed to find the black iron oil. Lin Fan's heart raced with trepidation. The mutated fish monster was swift, having already consumed 1 fish and was nearing the second. Yaoza understood the urgency and, holding his breath, plunged back into the depths, swimming fiercely towards the lake's bottom. The water was dark, illuminated only by a faint glimmer of distant flames. Thankfully, Yaoza had spent years dwelling in darkness, and with the little light available, he finally spotted the submerged vehicle. The transport vehicle was riddled with holes, a large gash evident where the fish monster had rammed into it. The soldier who had originally driven the transport vehicle had likely been devoured long ago. Yaoza entered the transport vehicle through the gaping hole created by the fish monster. Inside, the black iron oil lay encased within a black iron shell, the red markings now indistinct due to the lake's erosion. Overjoyed, Yaoza untied the fiber rope from his waist and firmly hooked the latch onto the iron shell. At that moment, he was on the verge of running out of breath and quickly resurfaced. Using the half-human language, he called out to his kin, announcing that the fiber rope had secured the iron shell enveloping the black iron oil. Akuin leaped with excitement. The mining vehicle began to retreat, the fiber rope pulling the iron shell towards the shore. However, at that moment, the mutated fish monster turned its massive head, detecting the ripples in the water and gazing toward the direction of the black iron oil. The iron shell, being round and measuring a meter in diameter, stirred up quite a commotion. The mutated fish monster, evidently attracted, dove back into the lake, heading straight for the black iron oil. Both Akuin and Lin Fan were left in shock. The iron shell was made of metal, yet the foolish creature mistook the black iron oil for food. Chapter 36. The dying seed of civilization. The half-human pushed the mining vehicle to its maximum power. Yet, the black iron oil was not light, and coupled with the resistance of the water, the iron shell was not moving quickly enough. Clearly, it could not match the speed of the mutated fish monster in the water. The mutated fish monster, spotting the dark object in the murky water, had its eyes gleaming with greed. Yaoza gritted his teeth in frustration. If the mutated fish monster were to seize the black iron oil, the fiber rope would most likely be severed, rendering their efforts futile. Confronted with the formidable mutated fish monster lurking at the lake's depths, it was impossible to secure the black iron oil with the fiber rope. Yaoza had confidently vowed to procure the black iron oil for you or you die. In that moment, he steeled himself. He would not allow this mutated fish monster to thwart their mission. Gritting his teeth, he swam towards the fish monster, desperately splashing the water in hopes of attracting its attention. Lin Fan felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. He realized Yaoza's intentions, recognizing the extreme peril of such a move. In the water, should Yaoza become the target, escaping the grasp of the mutated fish monster would be nearly impossible. Lin Fan attempted to call Yaoza back, but his voice was drowned out. Not only was Yaoza thrashing about in the water, but he also emitted a series of provocative cries, challenging the mutated fish monster. At that moment, the fish monster was enraged. Spotting Yaoza swimming about, it perceived him as an intruder encroaching upon its territory. The mutated fish monster abandoned its pursuit of the black iron oil and turned its attention towards Yaoza. The half-humans on the shore were horrified. The size of the mutated fish monster was immense, its massive shadow churning the water menacingly. From a distance, it was a sight to behold, instilling fear. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and shouted, "Yaoza, come back!" But it was too late. The fish monster's colossal tail struck the lake's surface, sending splashes of water flying. With a powerful dive, it submerged, re-emerging mere 50 meters from Yaoza. Yaoza, witnessing the monster's approach, trembled in fear. He began to paddle frantically, exerting every ounce of strength to swim towards the shore. In that moment, Lin Fan drew his electromagnetic rifle and fired a shot at the mutated fish monster. The gun fired, striking the monster's jaw. The electromagnetic rifle had considerable power. Although the monster's exterior was tough, it still felt a twinge of pain. The fish monster, cunning as it was, hesitated momentarily before plunging back into the water. In the ensuing darkness, Lin Fan was unable to discern its location. He fired into the water. Yet it was difficult to hit the creature again. Yaoza was swimming for dear life, now less than 10 meters from the shore. However, the mutated fish monster was closing in on him. A massive shadow loomed just behind Akuin. Water splashed wildly as the grotesque head of the fish monster surfaced. Lin Fan was momentarily startled, raising his electromagnetic rifle to shoot again. Yet, the creature seemed unfazed by the bullets. The sensation of pain was of little consequence to the bloated beast. The mutated fish monster slowly opened its long maw, lined with sharp teeth, preparing to devour Yaoza. That instant, the fish monster suddenly turned its head and lunged in another direction. Yaoza had just pulled a small, dark object from his wrappings, exerting all his strength to hurl it away. The fish monster was captivated by this black item. It leaped from the water, extending its long mouth in an attempt to seize the object. However, its angle was slightly off. The black item slipped past its jaws, floating just a short distance away on the water's surface. The mutated fish monster, greedy as ever, swam eagerly towards the black object. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded, pondering what it could be. With the light from the mining vehicle's spotlight illuminating it, he finally discerned its nature. What a remarkable occurrence! That was indeed the fourth foul fish. It had saved Yu's life. Taking advantage of the moment when the mutated fish monster devoured the foul fish, Yu managed to swim ashore. In a short while, through the collective efforts of the half-humans, the mining cart successfully dragged the black-shelled iron ball onto the land. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated, and a line of small text appeared. Acquired -4 material, commonly known as black iron oil. A super medium existence, earning 500 scavenging points. 500 scavenging points. Lin Fan mused to himself, indeed, black iron oil is exceptional. Several tons of rare earth minerals fetched merely 20 scavenging points, yet this substance yields 500. Gazing at the black iron-shelled sphere, he couldn't help but sigh. Many had perished because of it. The reason he could find black iron oil was entirely due to these half-humans. Lin Fan felt he must not underestimate this group of half-humans. They are brave and intelligent, capable of achieving feats that many humans cannot. Yu, though unremarkable in appearance, has engaged in his fair share of petty thievery. However, he is meticulous and audacious, certainly no less than the other half-humans. When the mutated fish monster came ashore, Lin Fan fled alongside the half-humans. On the way, Lin Fan asked Akuin, "If we leave the Maslow fortress, what do you wish to do?" Without hesitation, Akuin replied, My lord, I wish to join the half-human infantry regiment. May I? His eyes were sincere and filled with anticipation. Why? I wish to protect my kin. Becoming a warrior entails many dangers. Akuin was unafraid of death. Lin Fan pondered briefly and said, the half-humans not only need their own army now, but also require a homeland of their own. A homeland belonging to the half-humans? Yes, one free from oppression, devoid of exploitation. Self-sufficient. Lin Fan paused and continued, Akuin, are you willing to help build it? Akuin contemplated and then inquired, does such a homeland truly exist? Lin Fan nodded, it does, and it lies to the east of the Red Valley Mountains. Akuin no longer hesitated and resolutely declared, I am willing. Subsequently, he animatedly conversed with Yuz. Akuin then asked, can Yuz participate in the construction of the half-human homeland? Of course, Lin Fan replied. Yuz was overjoyed. The two half-humans exchanged words excitedly, their minds filled with visions of the new homeland. A place to call their own, an abundance of food, free from robots. Their eyes sparkled with light, and they laughed foolishly without restraint. Lin Fan, observing the half-human's expressions of longing, couldn't help but smiled. That moment. An explosion echoed from the west once more. Under the leadership of the water ghost, the half-human infantry shattered the defenses of the No. 3 mine. The half-humans within the mine revolted, countless half-humans fleeing from its depths. Lin Fan fulfilled his promise, rescuing the half-human slaves of White Kin Star from the mines of the Maslow fortress. Perhaps no one would believe that a mere human, Lin Fan, orchestrated the half-humans to demolish 3 uranium mines of the Maslow fortress. The half-humans within the mines were insignificant, almost at the mercy of others. Yet, under the fervent assault of the rebels, the formidable robots were held at bay as the mines collapsed. The robots were thoroughly trapped inside. Groups of half-human slaves made their way to the Eastern Valley, which was teeming with half-humans. Each was barely clothed and emaciated. Upon seeing Lin Fan, some shouted with joy, while others were moved to tears. All the half-humans knelt before him with reverent faces. The great prophet, Morda, was indeed correct. Ulu had never abandoned the pitiable half-humans of White Kin Star. The voice of Ulu echoed throughout the valley. Lin Fan, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming headache. It was time to clarify matters with the half-humans. He was not the Ulu deity of White Kin Star, but merely an ordinary scavenger from Stone Helmet City, existing at the bottom of society, not even respected by his own kind. Lin Fan called upon Akai, intending for him to be his mouthpiece. Placing his hand on Akai's shoulder, he conveyed his thoughts. Tell your kin that I am not their Ulu deity, just an ordinary human. It was not the Ulu deity who saved the half-humans, but the half-humans who saved themselves. Akai hesitated. Under Lin Fan's serious gaze, he spoke in a whisper, My lord, I cannot do that. Are you afraid of being beaten? Fear not, I shall protect you. No tears glistened in Akai's eyes as he continued. My lord, I believe that the half-humans of White Kin Star, at this moment, need of faith more than they need the truth. I can continue to assist you half-humans, but I cannot let them remain ignorant. Akai resolutely shook his head and knelt before Lin Fan. My lord, I beg you, do not reveal the truth to them. The half-humans have suffered greatly, living in darkness for so many years, accompanied by despair and hardship. You have saved the half-humans, akin to the only beacon of light in the darkness. My lord, look, although they are famished and the path to escape is fraught with peril, it is filled with hope. Once the truth is revealed, the half-humans will not only lose their hopes, but their faith will crumble, and they will descend into despair and helplessness, Akai articulated. Lin Fan was taken aback, lost in contemplation. Upon reflection, perhaps Akai was indeed correct. They needed a Ulu deity. Once the half-humans learned the truth, their faith would come crashing down. They would lose their courage and hope, plunging into panic and helplessness. After much deliberation, Lin Fan took a deep breath and said, Very well. Tell them that the Ulu deity embodies mercy and hope, requiring neither offerings nor worship. Why, Lord, thank you. Akai sighed in relief. Lin Fan added, and also tell them that to the distant east of the Red Valley Mountains lies a place called Heavy Iron City, where half-humans can go to build a homeland of their own. A homeland for half-humans? Akai's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Lin Fan continued, there, half-humans will be free and equal. No one shall have the right to deprive them of their lives and happiness. Half-humans can establish factories, mine resources, and possess their own army. The more one works, the more one earns, laboring for their own happiness, free from slaughter and exploitation. If willing, come with me. Akai was greatly stirred by Lin Fan's words. He ascended to a high point and passionately shouted towards the half-humans. Upon hearing only part of it, the half-humans could barely contain their excitement. By the end, the throngs of half-humans erupted into a frenzy. A city belonging to the half-humans, they had never dared to imagine such a thing. Perhaps this meant no longer wandering across barren lands, no longer scouring for food. They would no longer face terrifying beasts or encounter robots. The half-humans knew nothing of Heavy Iron City, but the name was etched in their hearts, igniting their fervor. Just as in Legends, the dark era of the half-humans had passed, and the new era of Ulu had begun. The Great Migration commenced. Under the protection of half-human warriors, they would first reach Altai City, traversing the Red Valley Mountains through the abandoned mine tunnel. The ultimate destination of the fleeing half-human slaves was Lin Fan's stronghold, Heavy Iron City. Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated, and a line of small text appeared in Lin Fan's vision. Acquired a seed of a lower civilization, earning 1,000 scavenging points. What is a seed of a lower civilization? Lin Fan pondered slightly. The system's voice resonated. The great tree of Whitekin Star civilization has been destroyed. These wandering half-humans are the seeds of civilization. The Master has protected them, gaining the infinite faith of the half-humans, thus acquiring this dying seed of civilization. Oh, so this is what is meant by a seed of civilization. Do not underestimate the seed of civilization. Once it takes root and flourishes, the Master will gain even more scavenging points. Oh, Master, this is not even the true strength of the seed of civilization. The system paused and continued. Should the seed of civilization truly grow into a powerful civilization, it will become one of the most terrifying forces in the universe. Chapter 37. Mount Moga. 3 in the morning, the half-humans in the valley began their migration eastward. Yet, Lin Fan did not set off immediately, for there was still a group of half-humans yet to evacuate from the Maslow fortress. That was the third squad led by the one-eyed Gongshi. That night, after the half-humans captured the number 3 mine, nearly 10 robots appeared to the west of Maslow, an event Lin Fan had not anticipated. If the robots latched onto the tail of the half-human group, the consequences would be dire. The situation was indeed perilous. The leader of the third squad, Gongshi, made a decisive choice to cover the escape of the half-humans. He voluntarily led the third squad in a counter-offensive. When firepower was insufficient, he directed the third squad to retreat southwest. The third squad successfully diverted the Butcher-class robots. Lin Fan was once again moved by Gongshi's valor. Indeed, Gongshi was a true half-human warrior, fierce in battle and resolute in spirit. The half-human infantry regiment had captured the number 2 and number 3 mines, and he had played an indispensable role for the survival of the half-humans. He ultimately disregarded his own safety. Lin Fan understood that without any preparation, the third squad faced 10 Butcher-class robots, with virtually no chance of victory. Nevertheless, he still hoped for a miracle. Gazing towards the west, he silently awaited their return. Yet, the shadow of the third squad never appeared. As dawn approached, Akai, standing behind Lin Fan, was filled with worry. My lord, we should withdraw. The third squad is unlikely to make it out. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and replied, the third squad is a hero of the Maslow Fortress assault. I wish to welcome them here. But once daylight breaks, we will be in danger. Just a little longer. At this moment, a piercing cry reverberated through the air. The winged beast emerged in the sky, not as an adversary, but rather a reconnaissance member of its kind. It appeared to be injured. Landing anxiously beside a heavy truck, Lin Fan instructed Akai to procure some food to nourish the winged scout. Subsequently, upon making contact with its body, he activated the superspecies consciousness simulation. The consciousness of the winged scout relayed. The Red Robes have suffered devastating losses. Apart from the Red Robes, only 4 or 5 of their kin managed to escape. Blacktooth will soon realize he has fallen into a trap and will undoubtedly lead the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress in pursuit of you. Lin Fan felt a jolt of alarm. He had underestimated both Blacktooth and the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress. He inquired, how much time do we have left? You likely have 1 day to flee. The winged scout replied, the winged beast tribe is remarkably swift in flight. On the plateau, escape is nearly impossible for you. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He understood that, as the scout had indicated, the threat posed by the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress was significant. Although the half-humans knew how to conceal themselves to evade the winged beasts' attacks, the sheer number of winged beasts meant that a substantial portion of the half-humans would inevitably fall prey to them. The winged beasts of Maslow Fortress remained a formidable challenge. Lin Fan muttered, what are we to do? The winged scout hesitated for a moment before saying, human, there exists a path that can safely guide you and the half-humans to Altai City. Where might this be? The winged scout lifted its gaze towards the northeastern direction, emitting a low growl. Moga Mountain? Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback and remarked, "That place is fraught with danger. The climate is exceedingly harsh, frigid, and unforgiving. It is likely that the half-humans could not traverse it. Fear not. I know of a concealed path. Even my winged kin would not detect it. This path was fortuitously discovered during my evasion of a storm. It is quite safe." The winged scout picked up food from Akai's hand and declared, "Were it not for my trust in you, I would not divulge this location." Lin Fan smiled and said, "In that case, I am immensely grateful to you." The winged scout gulped down the food and gently fluttered its damaged wings. It declared, "From this moment forth, I shall defect from the Maslow faction and return to serve under Howling Wind." "Becoming your new guardian? Excellent." Lin Fan paused briefly before asking, "Scout, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about." "Speak on. Have you seen any half-humans approaching from this direction?" "None." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan let out a sigh. He then summoned Akai, instructing, "Akai, swiftly lead the second squad to the forefront of the half-humans' advance. Direct them to turn back and seek a concealed location to enter Moga Mountain." Following the winged scout's lead, Akai nodded vigorously, driving the mining vehicles to catch up with the half-humans. Lin Fan himself took the wheel of the heavy truck, while the winged scout soared into the air. Heading northeast, Maslow Fortress was the third day since its fall. The site was in utter disarray, with 3 uranium mines having collapsed. Smoke billowed above Maslow Fortress, flames scorching the surroundings of the uranium warehouse. Black Tooth returned to the lair of the winged beasts, finally realizing that the Lord's challenge was merely a ruse. It was that detestable winged scout that had betrayed him. The winged beasts of Maslow Fortress, exhausted from their long pursuit, were nevertheless driven by Black Tooth's wrath to continue the chase. Soon, they discovered the residual tracks around the eastern valley, and they all flew towards the east. Amidst the ruins, a barely conscious one-eyed half-human gazed at the winged beasts soaring in droves towards the east, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He was pinned beneath a fallen wall, struggling futilely to free himself. He emitted a series of urgent half-human sounds, seemingly in distress. Suddenly, the debris was lifted. The half-human looked up to see a Butcher-class robot. In the blink of an eye, he was tossed into a transport vehicle designated for imprisoning half-humans. At this moment, Lin Fan and the half-humans had already entered Moga Mountain. Towering peaks and deep ravines concealed their presence. No-1 anticipated that the fleeing half-humans would take the route through Moga Mountain. The mountains were too high. Traversing the towering peaks was nearly impossible. The landscape was perpetually enshrouded in ice and snow, frequently beset by storms and avalanches, fraught with peril. Moreover, the magnetic field in this cursed place was chaotic. Long before the solar era, many aircraft had met their demise here, leading Moga Mountain to be dubbed the Mountain of Death. Yet, under the guidance of the winged scout, thousands of half-humans did not lose their way. They traversed the valleys of Moga Mountain with ease. Curiously, in this desolate expanse, there existed a pathway. Though blanketed in deep snow, there were still traces to follow. Lin Fan found it odd. Even during the century preceding the solar era, this area had been sparsely populated. As evening approached, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, plunging the landscape into darkness. A storm swept in like a colossal dragon, as if it might uproot the mountains themselves. A flash of lightning, as thick as a serpent, split the air, striking a nearby mountain. The ground trembled as an avalanche ensued. The winged scout emitted a low growl, seemingly urging everyone to keep close. It then flew into a massive cave. The half-humans quickened their pace, crowding in behind it. The cave was vast, allowing the winged beasts to fly within, disturbing swarms of dark bats. The further they ventured, the darker it became. Upon entering this cavern, Lin Fan found himself intrigued. This place seemed both naturally formed and artificially constructed. Originally, the entrance to the cave was quite small. Had it not been for geological changes that exposed it, the winged scout would have struggled to detect this location. After walking approximately 10 kilometers, Lin Fan was astonished to discover that the dark cave housed numerous coffins. The coffins had long since decayed, and the bones inside had weathered with time. It appeared to be the resting place of ancient human inhabitants from the era preceding the solar era. Lin Fan sighed with wonder. He had not anticipated that this cave still preserved the vestiges of humanity's ancestors. He shone his spotlight around, revealing peculiar patterns etched into the stone walls, depicting ancient tales of deities subduing demons and monsters. He gently sighed, contemplating that this might be akin to the worship of the Uru deity revered by the Baiken star. A belief that ultimately held no existence. Without delay, he continued onward for another 10 kilometers, the cave gradually expanding. A breeze swept through, accompanied by the sound of trickling water. He illuminated the rocks ahead with his spotlight, astonished to find that this was, in fact, a hidden river passage. However, the once mighty dark river now flowed with little water, transformed into a traversable pathway. The road was not narrow, and the constant erosion by flowing water had rendered it relatively smooth. Lin Fan pondered, suspecting this was related to the unusual climate. The eternal snow of Moga Mountain had likely caused the dark river to vanish. After wandering through the cave for half a day, Lin Fan unexpectedly emerged from Moga Mountain, arriving at the old river in the northeast. The river's surface had already frozen over. However, the weather in this area had markedly improved. The heavy truck led the way, followed closely by a throng of half-humans. Many half-humans were shivering from the cold, relying on the warmth emanating from the mining vehicles to stave off frostbite. Guided by URU, they did not falter but supported one another as they crossed the old river. Continuing towards Altai City, Chapter 38. The overreaching half-humans to the southeast of Moga Mountain. The icy weather had dissipated. A fierce cold wind ravaged the land, while sandstorms swept across the terrain. As night fell, the half-humans dispersed, scouring the desolate landscape for sustenance. When fatigued, they sought refuge in crevices of the Gobi, valleys, and decaying tree hollows just before dawn. The sky remained shrouded in swirling sand. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed across the land. Half-humans in every corner awoke with alarm, beginning to stir. A cerulean winged beast appeared in the sky, adorned with a vivid crescent-shaped emblem, its size surpassing that of ordinary winged beasts. It swooped down, snatching 2 half-humans in its jaws and swallowing them whole. This was the invading winged beast of Maslow Fortress. The surrounding half-humans were engulfed in panic, fleeing in all directions. Yet, they could not escape the grasp of the cerulean winged beast. In the blink of an eye, several more half-humans fell victim to its predation. It continued to emit low growls, seemingly relishing the taste of the half-humans. Half-human warriors were desperately rushing to the scene. With the first to arrive being Fat Dun, he piloted an URU-class battle vehicle directly towards the winged beast. However, as the cannon aimed at the creature, it sensed the impending attack that It flapped its wings and soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the URU-class vehicle, which was then struck down by the cerulean beast. Fat Dun's eyes widened with fury as he raised his rifle, firing at the beast. The shot struck true, hitting the creature's neck. Enraged, the cerulean winged beast circled back, attacking the URU battle vehicle with its sharp fangs. The metallic shell of the vehicle crumpled under the assault, and steel plates began to detach. Although the URU-class vehicle boasted a sturdy exterior, it was insufficient to withstand the relentless onslaught of the winged beast. Fat Dun and several half-humans huddled together, hoping to avoid being bitten. However, it was only a matter of time before the exterior would be torn apart, and the half-humans inside would be devoured alive. Feeling the vehicle being battered, Fat Dun and the others were filled with dread. The half-human infantry battalion was rallying, but due to their scattered positions, it was difficult to regroup swiftly. The situation for Fat Dun and his companions was perilous. Just then, another winged beast flew towards the URU-class vehicle. However, instead of attacking it, it collided with the cerulean winged beast. This was none other than the winged scout. T cast a glance at Fat Dun. Having recognized that Pang Dun was the first to feed him, the half-man let out a roar and engaged in a fierce struggle with the azure-winged beast. Pang Dun cautiously peeked out, watching the conflict unfold, unable to remain calm in stark contrast to the robust azure-winged beast. The winged reconnaissance soldier appeared frail, little more than skin and bones, and was marred with numerous wounds. How could it possibly contend with the azure-winged beast? In the blink of an eye, the azure-winged beast seized the reconnaissance soldier by the neck, dragging it across the ground while violently shaking its head. The reconnaissance soldier writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape, but to no avail. Blood flowed ceaselessly from its body, and it began to convulse, its claws trembling uncontrollably. Pang Dun was horrified. If this continued, the reconnaissance soldier would surely be killed. Fortunately, the half-man warriors of the fourth row, operating a mining vehicle, were the first to arrive. AKA Lucida, Pang Dun shouted in the half-man tongue, urging the warriors to aim carefully and drive away the azure-winged beast without harming the reconnaissance soldier. Subsequently, he and 2 half-men set up an anti-armor rocket launcher, targeting the beast's tail, and fired a shot It hit with remarkable precision. The azure-winged beast shuddered and released the reconnaissance soldier, who seized the opportunity to flap its wings and escape. The azure-winged beast turned its gaze towards the three diminutive half-men behind the URU-class vehicle, enraged and ready to pounce. However, the heavy machine guns and rifles of the fourth row unleashed a barrage of bullets upon it. Surprised, the azure-winged beast hastily dodged. Before long, dozens of armed mining vehicles from the half-man infantry camp surrounded it, encircling it tightly. Hundreds of guns were trained on it. Typically, half-men were unarmed, but these had come prepared. Unfortunately, the sheer number of half-men was overwhelming. Sensing the peril, the azure-winged beast leapt into the AI-in flight. It moved swiftly, making it difficult for the half-men to strike it again. It glared down at the fierce half-men below and let out a howl directed at the fallen reconnaissance soldier. Disdain coloring its eyes, as if to say that the soldier relied on the feeble half-men to survive. Enraged, the reconnaissance soldier sought to ascend and confront the azure-winged beast in a final battle. However, after barely flying a few yards, it collapsed to the ground. It was then that it realized it was grievously wounded, having lost too much blood and was utterly exhausted. With a mournful cry, it could no longer take to the skies. Yet, under the relentless assault from the half-men soldiers, the azure-winged beast fled. The reconnaissance soldier slowly maneuvered its battered body beneath a large stone, lying still. Many half-men gathered around, forming a wide circle, silent and watchful. They understood that the reconnaissance soldier had escorted them in their flight. Despite knowing it was no match for the azure-winged beast, it had been the first to charge forward to protect the half-men. The reconnaissance soldier emitted a soft murmur, seemingly grateful to them for driving away the azure-winged beast. Nevertheless, its eyes had lost their luster, appearing despondent. Reflecting on its sorrowful past and gazing at its scarred body, fatigue enveloped it. Before long, Lin Fan sensed something amiss. He approached the reconnaissance soldier and established an interspecies consciousness simulation. "Soldier, rally yourself," he urged. The reconnaissance soldier drooped its eyes and replied, "Human, you must leave. Our location has been discovered. Before long, Heya will lead the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress here. And you? I am weary and cannot fly. I shall rest here." Lin Fan gently caressed the soldier's wounds, assuring it that it would soon recover and urging it not to give up. To fight on. The reconnaissance soldier emitted a heart-wrenching sound, still refusing. Lin Fan pressed on, "Do you not wish to see your former comrades again? In my current state, my former comrades would surely deem me useless." "That is not true," Lin Fan countered. "The situation in Altai City remains uncertain. Ho Feng needs you. You are irreplaceable." "Really?" Lin Fan nodded. "Altai City is within reach. If our plan succeeds, your contributions will be as significant as those of any of your kin." The reconnaissance soldier slowly raised its head, enduring the pain, and emitted a series of low cries. Trembling, it spread its wings, straining to flap, and finally took to the air, albeit unsteadily. The half-men erupted in cheers. Following the reconnaissance soldier toward the southeast, Lin Fan also started the heavy truck. Their movements had been detected, and it was likely that the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress would soon pursue them. They had but a brief window to reach Altai City if they wished to survive. After a day of arduous travel, Altai City was drawing near. The sky gradually darkened as the half-men arrived at the industrial ruins on the western edge of Altai City. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a sound like rushing wind pierced the air. The half-men were struck with terror, for they knew this was not the sound of the wind, but the ominous whoosh of the massive wings of the winged beasts slicing through the atmosphere. They were coming. The water ghost robot detected danger and readied itself for battle, brandishing its scythe and matrix cannon. It stood guard beside the heavy truck, vigilant and unyielding. The reconnaissance soldier, too, dragged its weakened form and spread its wings to shield the heavy truck. The terrified half-men scrambled into the remnants of the ruins, huddling together, their small bodies concealed among the rubble. Fear filled their eyes, and they dared not breathe. The half-man warriors bared their teeth and emitted eerie growls. Mining vehicles lined up beside the heavy truck, yet they appeared feeble compared to the colossal shadows looming in the sky. With a loud thud, a towering winged beast landed on the decrepit factory, causing the roof to collapse under its weight. This beast stood over 3 yards tall, and its wingspan stretched to 5 yards wide. It was the winged beast lord of Maslow Fortress, Heya. One by one, more winged beasts appeared around the ruins, encircling the heavy truck and the half-men. Over 80 winged beasts surrounded the heavy truck, creating an impenetrable barrier, rendering escape impossible. The formidable display was a clear testament to Heya's wrath. Faced with such a multitude of winged beasts, the half-men trembled in fear. The spherical creature, witnessing the horde of monsters, scurried into Lin Fan's backpack, afraid to show its face. Heya regarded the half-min with disdain, but its attention shifted to Lin Fan in the heavy truck. Rage igniting within it, understood that the winged reconnaissance soldier had allied itself with this human, who was likely the instigator behind the assault on Maslow Fortress. Having rescued the half-min and destroyed the mines. Similarly, Lin Fan locked his gaze onto Heya, standing resolutely in the heavy truck and grasping his electromagnetic rifle. The anger in Heya's eyes gradually morphed into contempt. It believed the heavy truck could not withstand its assault, nor did it regard Lin Fan's electromagnetic rifle as a threat. Heya bared its fangs and let out a furious roar directed at the heavy truck, heralding Lin Fan's doom. It flapped its massive wings, lifting its body as it slowly approached the heavy truck, intent on personally ending this human's life. The half-men were taken aback, realizing that this towering winged beast was targeting Lin Fan directly. As the peril loomed, the half-men sprang into action. Under Akun's leadership, countless half-men shouted as they surged from the ruins, resembling a tidal wave. They encircled the heavy truck. The surrounding winged beasts were taken aback. The diminutive half-men, who had always fled in their presence, were now daring to confront the formidable Heya. The half-men had truly overstepped their bounds. "You are you?" They shouted furiously, throwing stones at Heya and emitting strange roars. Heya was immediately infuriated. As the lord of the Maslow Fortress winged beasts, even the beasts themselves dared not provoke it. Yet these ant-like half-men had the audacity to challenge it. Even Lin Fan had not anticipated that the once timid and small half-men would form a diminutive wall to protect their deity. "You are you?" Chapter 39. The arrival of the dominant winged beast Heya roared, the sound nearly deafening the half-men. Yet they resolutely stood their ground before the heavy truck. Enraged, Heya ground its teeth. Astonished that these half-men were unafraid of it soared low, intending to crush these pesky half-men underfoot. Fortunately, the water ghost robot intervened, leaping forward to block Heya's path. However, Heya was swift, evading the scythe and sending the robot flying. The water ghost attempted to charge forward again, but several winged beasts surrounded it. Heya pressed on, viewing Lin Fan and the surrounding half-men as mere insects to be crushed at that moment. The reconnaissance soldier spread its tattered wings, pushing the half-men aside as it faced Heya alone. Upon seeing this traitor, Heya did not attack immediately, emitting low growls and grinding its teeth. In its view, the reconnaissance soldier had betrayed its kind by siding with the weak human. The surrounding winged beasts expressed their disdain for the soldier. At this moment, the reconnaissance soldier trembled, its feelings of submission and weakness gradually dissipating. It let out a series of howls directed at the winged beasts, its voice resonating throughout the ruins. In its cries, it declared that it had never betrayed Maslow Fortress. Heya was the true traitor. Yielding to the invaders and becoming a servile dog, humble and compliant, it had forsaken the dignity and pride of the winged tribe through its cruel and tyrannical actions against its kin. It called upon the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress to rise up and slay Heya. Many winged beasts stirred, astonished that it dared to provoke their lord. However, a peculiar glint flickered in the eyes of some of the winged beasts. Heya, with an air of pride, lifted his head high and approached the winged beast scout step by step. From his elevated position, he gazed down with disdain. A creature on the brink of death dared to claim it would slay him. He emitted a low, rumbling howl, utterly disbelieving that the winged beast scout possessed such audacity. Indeed, the scout was engulfed in fear, acutely aware of Heya's menacing presence, its breaths quickening with trepidation. Nevertheless, it summoned its courage, lifted its chin, and let out a rallying cry to its winged brethren. Revolt, slay Heya, embrace the true lord of the winged beast tribe. In its final confrontation with Heya, the winged beast scout did not falter. To the astonishment of its kin, it raised its head and charged at Heya. "Wait!" Lin Fan shouted. But it was too late. The scout had made its choice. For all its life, it had been weak. Yet in this moment, it fearlessly surged toward Heya in its last moments. It sought to prove its courage and honor as a member of the winged beast clan, using its blood to cleanse the shame it had borne. With a chilling snap, blood erupted as Heya severed the aged scout's neck with a single bite. With a powerful toss, the scout's lifeless body tumbled to the ground, its wings curling, body convulsing, blood flowing freely. The other winged beasts present were stunned by this gruesome spectacle, each too frightened to move. The half-men in front of the heavy truck beheld the winged beast scout's swift demise, their gazes fixed on the ferocious winged beast lord. Trembling in fear, they could see Heya approaching, ready to trample them underfoot. Suddenly, The air was filled with a deafening roar from the winged beasts, filled with anguish and fury. The half-men looked up, their eyes widening at the sight of a colossal creature descending from the sky. With immense wings spread wide, it exuded a formidable power, closing in rapidly. With a resounding thud, it landed, sending Haya flying. Another winged beast? Yet, none of the half-men had ever laid eyes on it before, towering over 3 zhang. It bore prominent horns upon its head, its visage fearsome, eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. It was none other than the partner of Lin Fan from Heavy Iron City, the Dominator winged beast. Howling wind! The tempest swept in, and howling wind nudged the battered body of the winged beast scout. The scout's eyes trembled, emitting faint whimpers. At last, it had reunited with its former lord, closing its eyes in peace, and breathed its last. The Dominator winged beast turned its gaze toward Haya, unleashing a roar that resonated with both murderous intent and deep-seated rage. Soon after, dozens more winged beasts descended upon the ruins, all belonging to the winged beasts that had once resided in Heavy Iron City. Haya was filled with exhilaration, never expecting his former nemesis to appear here leading its subordinates. Years ago, Howling Wind had been the true lord of Maslow Fortress. With noble bloodlines and exceptional combat prowess, it was a force to be reckoned with. While Haya possessed the blood of a lord, he had been raised under the watchful eye of the Qinyang people. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the Dominator winged beast was still maturing, Haya had ambushed it. Ultimately, Howling Wind had managed to escape, taking a portion of its companions with it. Over the years, Haya had sought to eliminate it completely, leaving no survivors. Haya had not anticipated that Howling Wind would walk willingly into his trap in this abandoned mining site. Haya commanded over 80 winged beasts, while Howling Wind's followers numbered fewer than 30. The 2 winged beast lords stood poised to confront one another, the air charged with tension. Haya let out a long howl, issuing the command to the winged beast race in the name of the Lord. He commanded all his subordinates to attack the Dominator winged beast. What he did not foresee was that not all the winged beasts would heed his orders. A faction bared their teeth, glaring at Haya with fury, emitting hissing sounds. Meanwhile, the Dominator winged beast leaped gracefully onto the heavy truck. With its wings unfurled, it exuded an imposing presence, akin to a true king of the winged beasts. It tilted its head back and unleashed a piercing roar towards the heavens, echoing like thunder, causing the very ruins to tremble. This unique sound was imbued with authority and dominance, a call that only those of the Dominator bloodline could utter. Moreover, this was not merely a roar, but the most ancient command of the Dominator winged beast, demanding fealty from its kin. Indeed, a portion of Haya's subordinates turned against him, betraying him. Observing this scene, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that the plan had succeeded. The system had been accurate. The bloodline of the Dominator winged beast was undeniably powerful, swaying half of the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress to defect. When Lin Fan first encountered the winged beast scout, he had come to understand the complexities of the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress. The winged beast population was far from harmonious, divided into 3 factions. The first consisted of Haya's loyal subordinates, their genes modified and tamed by the Qinyang people. Few in number, their loyalty was unwavering, and they were notably ferocious. The second faction comprised the former subordinates of the Dominator winged beast, who, after Howling Wind's defeat, had been enslaved by Haya. However, their original spiritual bond with Howling Wind was indomitable, far beyond any Lord-level winged beast's ability to disrupt. Therefore, they had never truly submitted to Haya. The third faction consisted of winged beasts that had joined Maslow Fortress later. Their genes remained unaltered, representing the ancient lineage of winged beasts. Frequently bullied and receiving scant provisions, these creatures had submitted to Haya, yet harbored resentment, even clandestine schemes. Lin Fan had orchestrated a covert coup among the winged beasts. Howling Wind's old companions had secretly incited the third faction, unaware of the trap laid for them. Their discontent growing ever stronger, Haya had consistently suppressed the grievances of the third faction. Following the fall of Maslow Fortress, Haya had become increasingly volatile, even killing several winged beasts in his wrath. Were it not for the spiritual contract binding the winged beasts, the third faction would have fled long ago. Lin Fan understood that for this faction to fully rebel, a winged beast with a bloodline stronger than Haya was necessary. The Lord of Heavy Iron City, Howling Wind, was that beast. Thus, when Howling Wind issued the most ancient command of the winged beast tribe, nearly all of the third faction chose to submit in this desolate site. The winged beasts swiftly divided into 2 factions. Point 1 was led by Haya, the lord of Maslow Fortress, along with his subordinates, while the other was led by Howling Wind of Heavy Iron City and its tribe. The half-men were bewildered, never expecting the winged beasts to turn against each other. The scene was extraordinarily bloody and violent, as winged beasts tore and grappled with one another in the confined space. Showing no mercy, the half-men realized that hiding in such proximity made them vulnerable to the chaos of the winged beast war, prompting them to stealthily retreat. Taking refuge in the corners of the ruins, they felt the ground tremble and cautiously peered around. The half-men infantry, under Lin Fan's command, did not dare to join the fray, instead retreating. That moment, the two winged beast lords, having faced off for an extended period, finally clashed. This was a battle for dominion over the winged beasts, with both colossal beings wary of each other. The other winged beasts kept their distance, fearful of incurring the wrath of their lords. Haya let out a fierce roar, flapping his wings as he charged toward the dominator winged beast. The two became entangled, employing their formidable claws and razor-sharp fangs in a brutal struggle. Dust swirled around them, as mining carts in the ruins were trampled to pieces and crumbling walls were toppled. After several exchanges, the dominator winged beast left deep gashes on Haya's body with its sharp fangs, while Haya's spiked wings tore open the dominator winged beast's back. Although Haya's bloodline was not as ancient or noble as that of the dominator winged beast, his strength was terrifying. Under the genetic modifications of the Qinyang people, he possessed numerous inherent advantages. The hardness of his body was beyond that of ordinary winged beasts, and the sharpness of his teeth and claws was exceptionally fierce. Had it been otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress. Moreover, he was brutal and fierce, instilling fear in his subordinates. The battle between the two lords was fiercely contested, neither gaining the upper hand. The half-men observed the clash, whispering among themselves, speculating that the dominator winged beast and its allies were summoned by Uru. Thus, those hiding in the corners began to chant softly, Winkasa Slaughter, Aramida. They prayed for the warriors to defeat the malevolent monsters and drive out evil. Chapter 40. The War of the Winged Beast Lords. Originally, Haya commanded a multitude of winged beasts in Maslow Fortress, capable of establishing overwhelming dominance. However, with half of the winged beasts defecting, his singular advantage had evaporated. Haya was indeed powerful, yet he was still no match for the dominator winged beast. The current dominator winged beast was not what it once was. Its strength, speed, and resilience were formidable. With each onslaught, Haya found himself struggling to withstand the blows. In a direct collision, the dominator winged beast knocked him down. Nevertheless, Haya was tenacious. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and, seizing the moment, sank his teeth fiercely into the neck of the dominator winged beast. A chilling sound echoed as Haya's jaws clamped down on the dominator winged beast's neck, his fangs slicing through flesh. Even though the dominator winged beast's neck was robust, it oozed crimson droplets of blood. Haya refused to relent, relentlessly tugging and tearing. The dominator winged beast sensed the peril and twisted its neck, struggling to break free. The neck was the most vulnerable part of a winged beast. Haya sought to sever the dominator winged beast's neck, aiming to end its life. The half-men in the corner gasped, covering their eyes, too afraid to breathe. Surely, they wouldn't meet the same fate as the winged beast scout and have their necks bitten through, would they? Lin Fan was taken aback, never expecting Haya to be so ferocious. He understood that the neck of a winged beast was its weak point. If this continued, the dominator winged beast would likely be in danger. Therefore, he stepped out from behind the heavy truck, picked up an electromagnetic rifle, and aimed at the back of Haya's head. As the Dominion winged beast beheld the unfolding scene, it emitted a snort through its nostrils. Just before Lin Fan could pull the trigger, it twisted its body to shield Black Tooth from the bullet. Consequently, it received the shot, letting out a muffled grunt as it turned its gaze towards Lin Fan, producing a series of low growls. In its view, the battle among the winged beast leaders should remain untainted by external interference. Moreover, amidst the chaos of the winged beasts, Lin Fan's actions were perilous. Should he incur the wrath of the opposing winged beasts, the consequences would be dire. Lin Fan discerned its intentions and reluctantly stowed away his electromagnetic rifle, returning to the heavy truck. Suddenly, the Dominion winged beast let out a long howl, its eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Its blood coursing with primal vigor, it could not afford to falter. Black Tooth had betrayed its tribe, submitted to the Akinjiang beings, and slaughtered its kin. This confrontation was not merely about erasing past humiliations. It was a testament to the noble lineage of the winged beasts, untainted by the Akinjiang's filth. With wings unfurled, spanning a formidable 5 zhong, it harnessed the power of the air to stabilize its form. Raising its robust neck and charging headlong into the derelict tank, a resounding crash echoed as Blacktooth's head collided with the tank, denting its steel plating. A buzzing sensation reverberated through its skull, blood seeping forth. Yet, Blacktooth remained resolute, refusing to relent. The Dominion-winged beast, incensed, lifted its head once more and struck the tank again. Blacktooth endured yet another blow before finally being compelled to release its grip. It took a step back, intending to pounce on the Dominion-winged beast. However, the latter would not allow such a wish to manifest again. With powerful hind legs, it leapt, evading Blacktooth and suddenly appearing behind it. Its hind legs stomped heavily upon the ruins, momentarily lifting its body off the ground before charging towards Blacktooth. Its form resembled a slingshot, propelling it forward and knocking Blacktooth to the ground. Dust billowed as Blacktooth was sent sprawling 10 meters away. The Dominion-winged beast surged forward, its sharp beak clamping down on Blacktooth's spine, rending its wings asunder and feasting upon its flesh. The pain elicited a series of anguished cries from Blacktooth. At that moment, the Dominion-winged beast firmly held Blacktooth beneath its foot, letting out another earth-shattering howl that reverberated across the land. Its followers, invigorated by this roar, felt their blood begin to boil. The remnants of the winged beasts from Moslow Fortress, witnessing the Dominion-winged beast subduing Blacktooth, fell silent, awestruck, if even the notoriously arrogant Blacktooth could not withstand it. How formidable was this creature? Fear began to seep into their hearts. Though Blacktooth had undergone genetic modification at the hands of the Akinjiang, rendering it far from an ordinary winged beast. The blood coursing through the Dominion-winged beast was the product of natural selection honed over millennia of harsh environments. The protracted tribulations had fortified both its mind and body, rendering it impervious to fate's whims. Even when ensnared by Lin Fan's traps and subjected to sonic assaults, it remained undaunted by death. Blacktooth struggled to break free from the Dominion-winged beast's grasp, but found itself firmly ensnared. Devoid of any chance of escape, despair filled its eyes. Unexpectedly, despite the Dominion-winged beast's neck being constricted, it managed to escape, exhibiting a remarkable tenacity that only intensified with each battle. Blacktooth howled in anguish. Its robust body and expansive wings marred by wounds. The once mighty winged beast leader of Moslow Fortress now lay in a pitiful state beneath the Dominion-winged beast. Suddenly, Blacktooth emitted a series of low growls, signaling for aid. Many winged beasts, upon hearing this call, began to flock towards the Dominion-winged beast's location. At that moment, the Dominion-winged beast responded with a deep, resonant growl, causing those winged beasts to freeze in their tracks. Too intimidated to advance, however, Blacktooth, ever cunning, seized the opportunity to slip away from the Dominion-winged beast's clutches. Fearful of further confrontation, it flapped its wings and, despite its numerous injuries, made haste towards Moslow Fortress. It was evident that the Dominion-winged beast would not allow this traitor to escape. It too unfurled its wings, pursuing Blacktooth. The two winged beast leaders soared through the expansive sky, one fleeing in panic, the other in relentless pursuit. Suddenly, Blacktooth's eyes glinted with malice as it swiftly pivoted, unexpectedly charging towards the Dominion-winged beast's flank. Lin Fan, observing through binoculars from the ground, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Blacktooth's intentions. Yet, the Dominion-winged beast had already seen through Blacktooth's ploy. Blacktooth aimed to ensnare the Dominion-winged beast's wings mid-flight, rendering it incapable of flight and then plummeting it from a height of 100 zhong to the ground. Regardless of the winged beast's resilience, such an impact would shatter bones. The Dominion-winged beast's eyes glimmered with lethal intent. It would not allow Blacktooth to succeed. It sidestepped the attack with agility, then clamped its jaws around Blacktooth's neck. Its fangs pierced through flesh like blades, a sickening crunch echoing as teeth sank into sinew and vessels. Fear flooded Blacktooth's eyes as it struggled vehemently. Howls of desperation escaping its lips, the Dominion-winged beast maintained its grip, blood continuously flowing over its teeth. Eventually, Blacktooth emitted a series of pitiful cries, conceding its willingness to submit to the Dominion-winged beast. Yet, the Dominion-winged beast would show no mercy to a traitor who had betrayed its kin. For the comrades who had perished at Blacktooth's hands, the Dominion-winged beast yearned to tear it asunder. After 2 harrowing minutes of aerial entanglement, Blacktooth had lost too much blood. Its wings still flapped in a futile attempt to escape, but strength had abandoned it. The Dominion-winged beast held fast, refusing to relent, and together they plummeted towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, Blacktooth's body struck the ground, sending dust soaring several zhang into the air. The Dominion-winged beast flapped its wings, regaining its footing. Standing atop Blacktooth's lifeless form, it released a triumphant howl into the heavens. The winged beasts of Maslow Fortress understood this to be the Dominion-winged beast's decree for their submission. Submit or perish. In that moment, with Blacktooth slain, the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress found themselves leaderless, collectively gripped by anxiety. Yet, one azure-winged beast charged at the Dominion-winged beast, a loyal confidant of Blacktooth. Seeking vengeance for its fallen leader, the Dominion-winged beast's fury ignited. With a sweep of its wings, it sent the azure beast tumbling to the ground before mercilessly snapping its neck. The remaining winged beasts of Maslow Fortress dared not challenge further. Feeling the overwhelming power and authority of the Dominion-winged beast, gradually, one by one, the winged beasts prostrated themselves, pledging their allegiance to the Dominion-winged beast. A dark mass formed, numbering at least 50. In this conflict among the winged beast leaders, the roar of the wind had triumphed. Meanwhile, the half-humans cowering in the corners shouted towards the Dominion-winged beast. Wingcasa 2. The Dominion-winged beast finally took note of these boisterous half-humans. Though their words remained incomprehensible, with a snort, it expelled air through its nostrils, appearing quite fierce, causing the half-humans to scatter in fear. The Dominion-winged beast slowly approached Lin Fan, lowering its head to rest upon his shoulder. Conveying through thought, "At last, we meet. Thank you, little one, that upon learning of your plans, my kin awaited in this city, yet we arrived late. It is not too late. Unfortunately, the winged beast scout has perished in its final moments. It proved its worth, never forgetting the honor of the winged beast tribe. It was truly commendable." The Dominion-winged beast regarded Lin Fan, its gaze softening. "I am astonished that you truly breached the fortress of the Akinjiang." Lin Fan replied, "Without the assistance of your winged kin, this would have been impossible. Nay, without your cunning, I would not have been assured of victory over Blacktooth, nor could I have won the loyalty of the winged beasts of Maslow Fortress." The Dominion-winged beast rumbled, "You are a true warrior. As long as you remember your promise, my kin shall serve you eternally. Rest assured, I shall forever uphold my vow. These newly acquired allies require organization. I will lead them back to Heavy Iron City. The Red Cloak shall continue to safeguard you." The Dominion-winged beast glanced towards the corner where the half-humans lingered, adding, "And your little subordinates." With that, the Dominion-winged beast departed with the other winged beasts. That moment, another winged beast circled in the sky, its body injured and moving slowly, almost trembling. After a considerable time, it finally descended beside Lin Fan's heavy truck. It was the Red Cloak. Despite its grievous wounds, upon seeing Lin Fan, it radiated excitement. It surveyed Lin Fan, producing soft, low growls. The hardships endured during the battle at Maslow Fortress were nearly unfathomable. Yet, they had triumphed. The Red Cloak spread its wings, nearly enveloping Lin Fan in an embrace, a gesture of affection among the winged beasts. However, the water ghost robot interpreted this as an assault on Lin Fan, rushing forward with its blade drawn. This startled the Red Cloak, who dodged repeatedly. Fortunately, Lin Fan intervened just in time. Otherwise, a conflict would have surely ensued. The Red Cloak flapped its wings, poking the water ghost robot, emitting a snorting sound, expressing disbelief at its survival. Chapter 41. The dawn of half-human industry. The surviving half-humans entered Altai City for resupply. The following day, they resumed their journey towards Heavy Iron City. Witnessing such a vast migration of half-humans, numerous wandering half-humans joined their ranks. They traversed the Red Valley Mountains and journeyed along the Black Water Gorge day and night, with the protection of the winged beasts and half-human warriors. The half-humans no longer feared the threat of the Fong wolves. Finally, they reached the uninhabited zone under human control. After approximately 10 more days, they at last arrived at Heavy Iron City, utterly exhausted and famished. Yet, upon stepping into Heavy Iron City, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through them. They held their breath, their heartbeats quickening, some unable to contain their tears. This place held profound significance. It symbolized the end of their enslavement and nomadic existence. Heralding the dawn of a new era, they quietly entered, their eyes wide with curiosity as they explored every corner. The crumbling walls, shattered roads, dilapidated factories, abandoned tanks, and transport vehicles loomed around them, with advertisements hanging precariously. Despite the desolation and decay surrounding them, hope flickered in their hearts. However, in the eyes of the half-people, this place exuded a sense of home. Before long, they settled in this city, clustering closely around Lin Fan's base. They wished not to stray too far from Ulu, nor were they accustomed to inhabiting the abandoned houses of humans, as those were far too spacious. Instead, they fashioned small shelters from shattered stones amidst the ruins. They took refuge within these makeshift abodes. Though seemingly diminutive, such quarters were ample for half-people who had long endured servitude or wandering, and no longer did they suffer from the biting cold. They were no longer draped in thin silken wraps, but instead clad in thick cotton. Bundled warmly in the days that followed, the reconstruction of Heavy Iron City commenced. Lin Fan conveyed to the half-people that they were no longer enslaved miners or wanderers, with a home of their own. They aimed to cultivate it well, refusing to revert to a life of aimless drifting, subject to the whims of others. The fate of the half-people must be firmly grasped in their own hands. The cornerstone of this endeavor lay in industrial productivity. Mastery of industry would mark the first step toward the empowerment of the half-people. Thus, a pressing need for an industrial revolution among the half-people emerged. Lin Fan's words profoundly inspired them. Having toiled as miners for years, they understood well that their frail bodies could only grow strong through machinery. The foundation of mechanical manufacturing, repair, and energy rested upon factories. In the dead of night, illuminated by the light of mining vehicles, Akuin and Yu sketched upon a wall with pebbles. Akuin had been appointed by Lin Fan as the leader of the Heavy Iron City reconstruction team. While Yu served as his deputy, they deliberated earnestly, fully aware of the pressure upon them. The reconstruction task was entrusted to them by Lin Fan, and they could not afford to fail. Their initial focus was a coal mine and a compressed coal factory located in the northern part of Heavy Iron City. They had previously worked in the compressed coal factory of the Qinyang people and understood deeply that the energy source for machinery, refined compressed coal, was the primary issue to resolve. Various machines could be scavenged from the ruins, yet their operation required substantial amounts of compressed coal. Although remnants of compressed coal existed within Heavy Iron City, it was not a sustainable solution. It would inevitably run out. Thus, the production of compressed coal constituted the foundation of industrial output. The first factory they planned to restore was the abandoned compressed coal facility. This endeavor was uncharted territory for the half-people, fraught with challenges and hardships. Yet, the two half-people brimmed with excitement and determination. Given their current circumstances, some matters would need to be approached gradually. Everything would begin anew, akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. After extensive discussion, they reached a conclusion. The most crucial and straightforward task was to consolidate the useful resources of the city. The next day, Akuin gathered several thousand half-people. He informed them that compressed coal was the lifeblood of machinery, and the compressed coal factory represented the dawn of their industrial revolution. Although a formidable challenge lay ahead, the half-people understood the significance of the compressed coal factory and were filled with fervent resolve. They fervently explored and scavenged throughout Heavy Iron City, diligently leaving no corner unchecked. Even the sewers and basements had been thoroughly examined. Not to mention the myriad of abandoned factories, garages, transport depots, warehouses, and military facilities. Their efforts proved fruitful, for Heavy Iron City was vast, stretching a depth of 80 kilometers, encompassing residential, mining, and industrial zones. Moreover, following its destruction, few had ventured into this area. Heavy Iron City resembled a treasure trove yet to be unearthed. Among the ruins, the half-people discovered numerous operational transport vehicles and trailers. Do not underestimate the half-people. Many of the older ones had previously worked in factories and were familiar with driving transport vehicles and trailers. With these means of transport, their search for resources became significantly more efficient. Within the compressed coal factory, the half-people busied themselves inside and out. At Lin Fan's behest, all half-laborers donned human safety helmets, sometimes struggling to see the path ahead. They carried large backpacks filled with various tools, employing primitive wrenches to tighten screws, hammering at warped machine tools, and wiping away thick layers of dust with rags. The half-people diligently strove to restore everything here. They had previously performed similar tasks in the compressed coal factory and mines, conducting minor repairs on production lines at the behest of the Qinyang people. However, attempting to restore an entire factory proved to be a Herculean task. Nevertheless, the half-people were undaunted by the prospect of failure. Failure could always be remedied. They toiled away, their spirits soaring. The once abandoned compressed coal factory began to show signs of life. Lin Fan, too, remained occupied. Beyond compressed coal, another crucial energy source loomed: electricity. Without electricity, the industrial revolution of Heavy Iron City for the half-people could not progress. Consequently, he needed to assist the half-people in restoring the power plant. Without the restoration of the power plant, the city would remain in a state of paralysis. The compressed coal factory could not operate, and all industrial production would be hampered. In the industrial district of Heavy Iron City lay a nuclear power plant, which had once supplied electricity to this industrial metropolis. Lin Fan, accompanied by dozens of half-people, ventured to this site. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, thick layers of dust cloaking everything. Fortunately, the defensive measures in place were robust. A few years prior, the nuclear power plant had been affected by the war but remained intact. Upon arrival, the spherical entity displayed an unusual excitement, emerging from Lin Fan's backpack, steam billowing from its nostrils. The scent of steel and heavy metal atoms wafted from the reactor. Observing this, Lin Fan pinched the sphere's nose and admonished, "This place is perilous. We must exercise caution. A nuclear leak would spell disaster for me." The sphere grimaced but nodded obediently, realizing Lin Fan had not brought it here merely for sustenance. Lin Fan continued, "Our task is to repair the damaged generating equipment and restore the nuclear power plant to operational status." The sphere's eyes lit up, so they were to restore the power plant. It began to gesture animatedly, conveying to Lin Fan that repairing such a reactor posed no issue. However, the sheer size of the facility would require considerable time for complete restoration. Time was not an obstacle, yet the sphere noted that restoring a nuclear reactor was no trivial undertaking. Upon hearing that it would be a challenge, the sphere grew invigorated and eagerly leapt onto the nuclear reactor equipment. Transforming into a furnace state, its forelimbs morphed into repair tools. It commenced a thorough inspection of the nuclear power generation equipment. In the eyes of the scavenging sphere, the nuclear fission equipment was hardly remarkable. Rather, it represented a relatively low-end method of nuclear reaction. Now, having entered its mid-juvenile stage, repairing such a reactor posed no significant challenge. Shortly thereafter, the sphere completed its assessment, joyfully relaying to Lin Fan that, despite the damage, the main reactor remained intact. Moreover, the remaining materials within the nuclear power plant could sustain the entire city's electricity needs for 2 years. In a secluded valley, several hundred kilometers from Heavy Iron City. Under the guidance of the elder winged beast, numerous newly arrived winged beasts gathered. Famished, they were astonished to discover a mountain of wolf carcasses, eagerly devouring the bounty before them. A few newcomers nearly came to blows over the feast. It was worth noting that within the Maslow fortress, winged beasts had merely served as patrol tools, receiving only meager rations and never experiencing true satiety. Having never indulged so excessively, their bellies felt as if they might burst. In the desolate western wilderness, finding food was an arduous task. The newcomers had never anticipated the abundance enjoyed by the winged beasts of Heavy Iron City. Even the remnants of Black Fong's former followers underwent a profound transformation in their hearts. Once they had their fill, they no longer harbored resentment towards Howl Wind for slaying their former lord. Instead, they felt liberated from the suffering that Black Fong had imposed upon them, for Howl Wind's former subordinates. Their gratitude was boundless, considering him a great winged beast lord who had not only forgiven them for their past transgressions, but had also bestowed upon them such generous gifts, in the central Old City Hall. A veritable stronghold for the winged beasts, the tribe underwent a monumental transformation following their victory over the winged beast lord. Now, under Howl Wind's leadership, over 100 winged beasts thrived, a far cry from their previous numbers. Their ranks had swelled, and the composition had grown increasingly complex. Yet, due to Howl Wind's control over food distribution and his formidable bloodline power, his rule solidified. With an authoritative roar, he proclaimed 3 edicts to all winged beasts. First, no matter how hungry, they must not attack humans or human cities, unless instructed by the Little One. Second, they must not attack half-people, regardless of hunger, unless directed by the Little One. Third, the burial site of the wolf carcasses must remain undiscovered. But when human transport teams fall prey to wolves or other threats, they must offer assistance unless the Little One forbids it. A multitude of winged beasts bowed in submission, their heads lowered to the ground, trembling at the prospect of defying the commands of their lord. Chapter 42. The Curious Use in Heavy Iron City. The warehouse near the base was transformed into a barracks for the half-people. Armed with rifles, half-people warriors departed from here, stationed and patrolling the city's corners, vigilantly guarding their newfound home. Their movements were stealthy, evading detection. They meticulously monitored every rustle within the city, coordinating with the patrols of the winged beasts to establish a stringent surveillance network. The mechanized armed forces of the half-people had indeed strengthened, expanding from a single battalion to a regiment. Originally numbering in the hundreds, they had grown to over 3,000. countless half-miners had transitioned into warriors. Lin Fan restored command of the half-people's armed forces back to them. In the battle at Maslow Fortress, both Pang Dun and Akai had achieved remarkable feats, with the expansion of the half-man infantry regiment. It now comprises 4 battalions. Pang Dun has been promoted to the position of Deputy Commander and Operations Director, overseeing combat directives. Akai has assumed the role of Armaments Officer, responsible for military supplies and defensive fortifications. However, the entire half-man infantry regiment believes they are fighting for URU and their tribe. They steadfastly follow Lin Fan, unable to detach from him. Despite Lin Fan no longer concerning himself with the regiment's specific operations, he still holds the final say in significant matters. The half-man armed forces face a formidable challenge: the lack of sufficient weaponry. The remaining mining vehicles are woefully inadequate for a battalion's allocation. With over half of the half-man warriors lacking weapons entirely, they have discovered a variety of equipment in Heavy Iron City, including firearms and light weaponry such as cannons, as well as numerous armored vehicles and tanks. However, most of these are malfunctioning and require repairs, a task the half-men are currently incapable of completing independently. Without weapons, the half-men possess no combat efficacy. An idea for a half-man weapon manufacturing facility has sparked in Pang Dun's mind. Since assuming the roles of Deputy Commander and Operations Director, he has become increasingly diligent. Were it not for Lord Uru's trust, he would still be the object of ridicule among his kin. The position of Deputy Commander is both an honor and a source of responsibility and pressure. He understands that in the days to come, they will once again encounter the robotic foes of Qingyang Star. Even armed, the half-men find it exceedingly difficult to confront the robots head-on. He has been deeply pondering how to strengthen the infantry regiment, even contemplating the repair of heavy weaponry such as tanks, which would vastly surpass the capabilities of mining vehicles. After much deliberation, Pang Dun and Akai approached Lin Fan. Upon hearing their thoughts, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the establishment of a half-man military industry is an urgent and vital necessity. Yet, the industrial foundation of the half-men remains too fragile. For them, independently repairing light weapons and moderately damaged heavy equipment is not insurmountable. However, achieving large-scale repairs of heavy weaponry such as tanks and armored vehicles will require a considerable amount of time and effort. Despite the shortage of weapons, the expanded half-man infantry regiment has not been idle. They are engaged in 2 primary tasks: training new recruits, which Pang Dun personally oversees with great patience and rigor, imparting both the techniques for utilizing human light weaponry and informing them of the strengths and weaknesses of the robots from Qingyang Star. Additionally, he is exploring tactics specifically designed to counter robotic ambushes and trap strategies. The other mission for the infantry regiment involves the construction of defensive fortifications in Heavy Iron City. Due to the lack of adequate weaponry, some half-men are serving as engineers. Akai is leading them diligently, fully aware of the stakes at hand, leaving no room for negligence. Centered around the base, they are clearing obstacles from the main thoroughfares, restoring vital transportation routes to ensure the mobilization of the half-man armed forces in the event of war. They plan to excavate trenches and traps to guard against robotic invasions and have identified numerous sturdy structures to construct watchtowers and bunkers. Meanwhile, urban reconstruction and the transformation of half-man industry are also progressing. In a concealed underground passage, Yao Zhe, accompanied by a group of half-men, has discovered this location and ventured inside. Had it not been for the thorough search conducted by the half-men throughout Heavy Iron City, finding such a place would have proven difficult. He stealthily navigated the passage, sniffing and feeling his way until he reached its end. There stood a door, blocking his path. The door was sturdy, and no matter how the half-men pushed, it would not budge. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie, and the others felt a sense of trepidation, completely oblivious to what lay beyond the door. They harbored a natural fear of the unknown. However, Yao Zhe was consumed by curiosity. Upon arriving at this spot, he instinctively sensed that it was anything but ordinary. Compelled by his curiosity, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses, while the other half-men were hesitant to open the door. Yao Zhe persisted, determined to see what was inside. The other half-men were powerless to stop him, for he was the second most significant figure in the half-man industrial transformation. Thus, they diligently operated the mining vehicles. Carving out a passage beside the door, halfway through, the mining vehicle stalled. In desperation, Yao Zhe procured explosives to blast a path. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed far and wide. Lin Fan, stationed at the base, faintly heard the noise and furrowed his brow. What could have happened? Was there an explosion? Could it be an invasion by the robots from Qingyang Star? However, ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system was activated, revealing a line of text in the holographic display. Recovered 1 decommissioned butcher robot, gaining 100 scavenging points. Recovered 2 decommissioned butcher robots, gaining 100 scavenging points. Recovered 3 decommissioned butcher robots, gaining 100 scavenging points. Recovered 56 decommissioned butcher robots, gaining 100 scavenging points. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly inquired of the system. What transpired? Meanwhile, Yao Zhe, braving the billowing smoke from the explosion, stepped into the space behind the door. It was an underground storage facility. Under the glare of the searchlights, his body trembled. Before him stood the butcher robots of Qingyang Star. After a mere glance, he saw the metallic plates glinting softly under the light, foreboding and cold. Yao Zhe dared not look a second time. In a moment of panic, he bolted, clutching his head and fleeing. Overwhelmed with fear, retreating with a group of half-men. Recalling the rows of butcher robots he had just seen, he felt he had stumbled into a grave disaster. Guilt washed over him. Previously, he had engaged in petty theft. An ignoble pursuit, yet Lord Uru had not abandoned him. He had resolved to turn over a new leaf, especially after being entrusted with a significant responsibility by Lin Fan. An opportunity he had never dared to dream of. He had hoped to prove himself to the other half-men, eager to make a mark, yet had blundered so gravely. Yao Zhe felt he had betrayed Lord Uru's trust and failed his kin. He did not give up nor flee. Striving to atone for his mistake, he gathered numerous explosives, determined to destroy the concealed passage. Vowing that the robots must not escape, however, he soon encountered Lin Fan, who had hurried over. Upon seeing Yao Zhe clutching explosives, Lin Fan seized him, establishing a cross-species consciousness simulation. What has happened, my lord? I have caused a calamity, Yao Zhe exclaimed. I must blow that place up immediately. The robots must not be allowed to escape. Are there robots inside? Yes, Yao Zhe replied, his face filled with regret. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and then said, Come, take me to Sia. No, Yao Zhe shook his head vigorously. There are too many robots. Even if I die, I must blow up that place. If they are living robots, you will not be able to escape. Lin Fan chuckled, gently patting Yao Zhe's shoulder. Yao Zhe scratched his head, saying, I do not understand. At that moment, Lin Fan led the water ghost robot into the passage's end. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the underground storage facility. Under the illumination of the lights, Lin Fan could clearly see the area, and he was astonished. To think that there was such a decommissioned robot depot belonging to the Qingyang Star within Heavy Iron City. Rows of discarded robots stood lined up. Yao Zhe followed him in, stealthily approaching the robots and knocking on their metallic legs. Clang, clang, clang. The robots remained motionless. Yao Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief, entirely unaware that not only had he not caused a disaster, but he had instead achieved a significant accomplishment. Lin Fan then queried the system. Why does the discovery of discarded robots by the half-men increase scavenging points? The system replied. The half-men in Heavy Iron City are now under the Master's command. Anything of value they find will increase the Master's scavenging points, so that's how it is. Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, his strength remains inadequate. Although he achieved victory in the assault on Maslow Fortress, that battle was fraught with peril. He has been contemplating how to bolster his armed forces. The annexation of the Winged Beast Legion and the expansion of the Half-Man Infantry Regiment are part of this plan. Nevertheless, these forces are still far from sufficient. In addition to the Water Ghost robot, he intends to repair more discarded robots from Qingyang Star. To repair robots, he must unlock the scavenging technology trees, basic civilization robot, forging, and control technology, which requires 10,000 scavenging points, a daunting figure. Previously, he had been vexed by this, as accumulating such a vast amount of scavenging points through his own efforts would take an indeterminate amount of time, let alone locating such a hidden place. However, with this group of half-men, the situation has changed dramatically. These industrious individuals have unexpectedly amassed 5,600 scavenging points for him. They are tireless, rising early and returning late. As if wound up, never pausing, their efforts have covered every corner, seemingly intent on emptying the entire ruins. Casting a glance at the scavenging points in the system, he realized that they had unknowingly surpassed 8,000. A faint smile appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. Chapter 43. The Germination of Half-Man Agriculture at the base. A Kuan arrived with a limping half-man before Lin Fan. The half-man was named Jamu, an elder with considerable age. He had once been a close associate of Elder Moda, holding significant esteem among the half-men in the mines. Now tasked with addressing the food supply issue for the half-men, he led a group of the elderly, women, and children in search of sustenance within Heavy Iron City. This visit, however, bore a tinge of anxiety. Lin Fan inquired, Jamu, is the food left in Heavy Iron City insufficient? Jamu quickly bowed, his expression earnest as he replied, Thanks to Lord Yuryu's grace, there is an abundance of food in Heavy Iron City. Was it during your search for food that you encountered difficulties? Jamu shook his head and replied, No, no, no. Thanks to the protection of the Great Lord, the city of Heavy Iron is quite safe now. The half-people can hardly imagine living in such stable times. Then why the furrowed brow? Jamu hesitated for a moment and said, My lord, Jamu is still concerned about the food situation of the half-people. What is the matter? Jamu continued. The food that remains in Heavy Iron City will eventually be consumed. He added, The land is barren everywhere. A food crisis will inevitably descend upon us one day. Lin Fan examined the elderly half-person before him, nodded slightly, and remarked, Indeed, this is a pressing issue. What do you intend to do? Jamu paused for a moment and replied, I wish to lead everyone in establishing our own half-people's farm and a farm. Jamu nodded vigorously, cautiously pulling out some items from his wrappings, saying, I wish to plant these in the soil. Wheat? Lin Fan observed the seeds in his hand, slightly astonished, and asked, Do you know how to cultivate them? My lord, have you forgotten? We half-people excel in growing grains. Oh? Jamu continued, Although the crops on Earth are quite peculiar, I have spent decades there and possess a modicum of knowledge about these tiny seeds. Lin Fan remarked, In this barren land, developing agriculture will not be an easy task. Jamu, sensing Lin Fan's lack of immediate rejection, displayed a glimmer of hope. He said, My lord, you need not worry. Go the southwest of our new homeland. There is a river, and its banks are quite suitable for cultivation. How extensive is the arable land? Very extensive. The entire riverbank region is. Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing that this elderly half-person had thoroughly assessed the situation. He slowly replied, Jamu, it appears that your idea has been well-considered. To be honest. My lord, ever since I arrived in the new homeland, this thought has grown increasingly strong in my heart. Thus, I quietly surveyed the surroundings. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. He said, The half-people urgently need to develop industry. If we expend a significant number of hands on agricultural production and it fails, the loss would be considerable. Do you have confidence? Jamu asserted firmly, I do. Just give me 2,000 elderly and weak half-people, and I will ensure this endeavor is successful. Lin Fan reflected deeply. Not only did the half-people need agricultural development, but the food crisis also plagued human cities. In the current western regions, outdoor agricultural cultivation was virtually non-existent. The external environment had deteriorated, making outdoor planting exceedingly difficult. Moreover, most residents were reluctant to venture beyond the cities. Indoor agricultural production in human cities was constrained by space and did not promise much. However, the half-people of Heavy Iron City were different. They feared no radiation, and if the valley region was indeed suitable for cultivation, then this endeavor could come to fruition seamlessly. After careful consideration, Lin Fan stated, 2,000 half-people is insufficient. Jamu, upon hearing this, grew anxious and said, If 2,000 is too many, then 1,000 will suffice. Lin Fan smiled slightly and replied, Jamu, your idea is commendable. Agriculture is fundamental and holds great significance for the half-people. 2,000 is too few. We need at least 3,000 half-people. Jamu sighed in relief. It turned out that Lord Ulu deemed the number of half-people too small. Receiving Lin Fan's affirmation, Jamu was filled with excitement. His throat choked with emotion. Hunger loomed like a dark cloud over the half-people, and agricultural production had always been his grand aspiration. Yet, for years, the half-people had endured servitude and wandering, making the dream of agricultural production seem unattainable. Upon arriving in Heavy Iron City, this idea had quietly taken root like a seed. He emphasized, 2,000 half-people are enough. They can produce ample food. Lin Fan waved his hand, saying, If we are to pursue this, we must do so on a grand scale. We cannot limit ourselves to a mere small farm. Rather, we need vast agricultural production bases. How large? Thousands upon thousands of acres, Lin Fan stated. Can you manage that? Jamu inquired. What will the surplus food be used for? Jamu asked. That will be determined later. Jamu nodded repeatedly, not pressing further. Lin Fan added, This endeavor must commence immediately. You and Akun should discuss the manpower required. By the way, I will also spare no effort in supporting you. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Jamu joyfully departed. Lin Fan continued to contemplate the future of Heavy Iron City, while the half-people endeavored to align with his vision. The actions of the half-people did not escape the keen eyes of the winged beasts, who were astonished unable to fathom how Lin Fan had managed to gather so many diminutive figures under his banner. In the span of just over half a month, the half-people were industriously engaged in construction, working tirelessly day and night, showing no signs of fatigue. It was unclear what strange tactics had been employed. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. Prior to returning to Stone Helmet City, Lin Fan made one last visit to the valley region southwest of Heavy Iron City. He beheld a great river stretching along the outskirts of Heavy Iron City. Resembling a serpentine giant, this river was called the Shigan River. The banks upstream were mountainous, sheltering this valley in between. Due to drastic climate changes, the flow of the Shigan River had significantly diminished. Consequently, the original riverbed had transformed into fertile land. Although it was winter and the river's water was scarcely visible, with the arrival of spring, when the snow on the western mountains melted, some water would flow down, nourishing this land. The western region suffered from arid conditions and barren soil, with little exposed land suitable for planting crops. Only this river valley was conducive to agricultural cultivation. A large group of half-people busily toiled in the valley. Despite the cold weather, they remained undeterred. Most of them were elderly and frail, yet their determination was no less fervent than that of the young and robust half-people. Armed with primitive tilling tools, they diligently worked the soil, leveling the uneven terrain of the valley and planting the seeds they had gathered. For these half-people, this valley had become a land brimming with hope. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, Jamu limped towards him. He was covered in mud, his wrappings soiled, yet he wore a joyful smile. Lin Fan inquired, "Jamu, how is it progressing?" Jamu's face still bore a hint of worry as he replied, "Overall, it is going smoothly, but there are some issues. Diotel, I made an attempt, however, not all the seeds sprouted." After saying this, Jamu gently unwrapped the wheat from his cloth and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan examined the grains in his hand and noticed some had already rotted. "Rest assured, I will bring you intact, high-quality seeds," Lin Fan assured him. "Really?" Lin Fan nodded and added, "Not only wheat, but also seeds for other crops. For instance, potatoes, which yield abundantly and are easy to cultivate." "This is wonderful, splendid," Jamu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Fan further stated, "Additionally, I wish to provide you with a batch of machinery." "Machinery for agricultural purposes?" Jamu asked. "Indeed, relying solely on the manual labor of half-people is far too inefficient. We must liberate your productivity." Jamu gritted his teeth, his expression filled with reverence. He choked up, saying, "How should the half-people repay the generous and benevolent gifts of Lord Ulu?" Lin Fan smiled gently and replied, "Perhaps one day, I may also require your assistance." Jamu's face paled in fear, and he knelt on the ground. He exclaimed, "No, no, no, that is not assistance. The half-people are loyal servants of the Lord, and whatever your demands may be, we shall fulfill them without hesitation." Lin Fan pulled Jamu up, exasperated, and said, "Very well, but do not become complacent. The significance of agricultural production is not merely to solve the food issue for the half-people themselves. I will not. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that Lord Ulu's agricultural production base is established." Lin Fan felt reassured. The agricultural production of the half-people had already commenced. Although challenges lay ahead, they were not insurmountable. Speaking of the half-people of Baikin Star, they were indeed pitiable, having had their planet occupied. During the era of the Qinyang Star people's colonial merchants, they were brought to Earth as forced laborers, stripped of dignity and status. However, Lin Fan did not underestimate them. These individuals were industrious and courageous. Despite their current weakness, perhaps one day they would grow strong enough to become a formidable force against the Qinyang Star people. As for Heavy Iron City, it was the first base of Lin Fan's interstellar scavenging in the new homeland of the half-people. Once a desolate ruin, it was gradually coming to life. The armed forces of the half-people were steadily growing, and both industry and agriculture were quietly taking root. Despite numerous challenges, the future looked promising. In Lin Fan's vision, Heavy Iron City was destined to become a new bastion against the Qinyang Star people. At this moment, Lin Fan had already stayed in Heavy Iron City for more than half a month. It was time to return to the Scavenging Bureau to report back. The heavy truck departed from Heavy Iron City, heading northeast. This time, he traveled alone. The spherical robot remained behind to assist the half-people in repairing their industrial production line. However, accompanying him were 20 winged beasts. Halfong was determined not to let Lin Fan fall into danger. After the battle at Maslow Fortress, Halfong had become a steadfast supporter of Lin Fan. Chapter 44. The Underlying Turmoil of the West. The winter weather was particularly harsh on that day. The sandstorm was ferocious, swallowing the sky, with visibility extremely low. making it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. The heavy truck detected winds reaching level 10, causing the vehicle to sway slightly in the gusts. Lin Fan's pace was unhurried. However, he was aware that he was about to arrive at the first small human military base along his route. He intended to stop there to rest and wait for the sandstorm to pass before continuing his journey. It was not until evening that Lin Fan finally reached the location, only to be met with shocking devastation. The watchtower of the military base lay in ruins, the signal receiving apparatus a shattered shell. Charred black and swaying precariously in the wind and sand. The ground-based air defense artillery had also been obliterated, with the lifeless bodies of human heavy infantry strewn about. The forces of Qingyang Star had invaded this place. This small military base had been reduced to rubble. What had transpired? Lin Fan picked up his electromagnetic rifle and cautiously disembarked from the heavy truck. The only sound that filled the air was the howling wind. Clearly, the enemy forces had departed. As he entered the military base, he found it devoid of any living souls. The sight of the corpses revealed that the soldiers had fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. But ultimately, they had succumbed. This was not a mere skirmish, but a full-scale invasion. Faced with the military might of Qingyang Star, this base had stood no chance of retaliation. Lin Fan discerned faint traces of robotic footprints in the sand. After conquering this place, they seemed to have advanced towards Shikuiqing. Lin Fan felt a surge of astonishment that it had been a considerable time since the Qingyang Star forces had launched an attack on human cities. What could have caused such a turn of events? He scrutinized the bodies of the heavy infantry. Some had their armor blown off, their flesh mangled beyond recognition. Others had their bodies severed by sharp blades, blood staining the sand. The scene was one of utter desolation and despair. The soldiers' heads had been arranged to form a crescent-shaped symbol. This was a blatant provocation. Witnessing this, Lin Fan's teeth ground together, and his fists clenched tightly. He set down his electromagnetic rifle and collected the belongings of the fallen soldiers, gathering their bodies beneath the watchtower. Pouring bottles of strong liquor over them, he ignited the corpses with fire. Lin Fan knew that no one would come to retrieve them within days. Had he not passed this way, the remains of the soldiers would likely attract ravenous predators, eyeing the swirling sandstorm. The soldiers' bodies slowly began to burn. Lin Fan had witnessed such scenes far too often. Though his face bore no trace of sorrow, a fierce resolve flickered in his eyes. He opened the last bottle of liquor. Taking several swigs, then poured the remainder onto the ground. He spoke softly, "Farewell, my comrades." Straightening his posture, he rendered a salute to the burning bodies. He had never forgotten his identity as a soldier. Perhaps one day, when the apocalyptic war descended, he too would fall, leaving no one to recover his body. Yet he would fight with all his strength. Humanity had no path of retreat. They could only resist until the end. At that moment, a figure in a red cloak emerged from the swirling sands, descending amidst the ruins, and draped itself over Lin Fan. Lin Fan inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" "I have located robots, 10 kilometers to the northwest." "They have not been gone long," came the reply. "How many?" he asked. "I dared not approach, but their numbers are formidable. No less than 1,000, so many robots." "Indeed," the red-cloaked figure confirmed. "We cannot proceed northwest any longer. It would be too perilous." "Are there any signs of them to the south?" "None detected thus far." Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before deciding, "Then we shall head south. Be extremely cautious. Do not let them notice us." The red cloak emitted a low hum. "Do not worry, little one. My companions and I will ensure your safety. Even if we cannot defeat them, it will be no trouble to bring you back to Chongtown." With that, it flapped its wings and took to the low skies. Lin Fan wasted no time and promptly set off. The heavy truck contained vital oil. He needed to return to Shikuiqing without delay. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. Lin Fan traveled along an abandoned road for several kilometers, discovering tracks imprinted in the ground from a tread. Could there be soldiers ahead? He quickened his pace, following the tire marks. After nearly 10 kilometers, illuminated by the headlights of the heavy truck, he encountered an armored vehicle. The vehicle lay across the desolate road. Lin Fan honked the horn several times. Yet it remained utterly still. Upon closer inspection, he realized the armored vehicle had been destroyed in an explosion, the driver charred beyond recognition. Beside the vehicle lay the body of a soldier, gradually being covered by the wind and sand, yet still revealing a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. In his final moments, he had fought bravely. The soldier clutched a metal plaque in his hand. Lin Fan picked it up and activated it. The metal gleamed, revealing an inscription. "Dr. Chen Ruoyu, Senior Expert in Radiation Prevention and Treatment, Shikuiqing." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The name was familiar. A few years prior, during the Shikuiching War, there had been a doctor named Chen Ruoyu who had ventured to the front lines to treat numerous wounded soldiers. Moreover, after the war, she had garnered immense affection from the citizens of Shikuiching, heralded as the youngest medical authority in radiation prevention throughout the entire Western theater. Lin Fan's brow tightened. Could it be that doctor? Chen was also here? He activated the searchlight, scanning the surroundings for any signs. Finally, in the crevice of a massive rock several hundred meters away, he discovered footprints of varying sizes. The tracks had yet to be obscured by the wind and sand. From the arrangement of the footprints, it was evident that the fugitives had been in a state of utter panic. It could be concluded that there was more than one escapee, and they faced a significant threat. Ultimately, they had been compelled to flee deeper into the canyon, perhaps not having gone too far. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Fan's eyes. There was a possibility that these individuals were still alive. He quickly climbed onto the heavy truck and pressed the horn. This was the signal to summon the winged beasts. After a few seconds, the red-cloaked figure descended nearby. "Little one, what has transpired?" it inquired. Lin Fan replied, "My compatriots are in danger and require your assistance." Were they ordinary humans, the winged beasts would have ignored the plea. However, Lin Fan's request was different, and the red cloak readily agreed. It took flight, letting out a roar as it hurriedly summoned its companions to the municipal hall of Shikuiching. Political leaders and military representatives gathered together. News of the invasion by the Qingyang Star forces had reached Shikuiching. An elderly man with white hair sat at the center of the hall, his expression grave. He was the mayor of Shikuiching, Chan Dingtang. Mayor Chen gazed at the holographic images transmitted from the front lines. Witnessing rows of robots advancing towards Shikuiching, he turned to the military representative and asked, "For 2 years, we have been in a ceasefire with Qingyang Star. Why have they chosen now to attack with such ferocity?" The military representative responded, "Our doomsday strategy has reached a critical juncture. The Qingyang Star forces cannot remain idle. I have heard that the uranium mines in Maslow Fortress have been destroyed. Could that be a contributing factor?" Mayor Chen inquired. "Impossible. The collapse of the Maslow Fortress mines was due to the half-human rebellion and has no connection to us," the military representative replied. "The half-human rebellion? I thought it was your doing." Mayor Chen muttered, astonished. "They are actually resisting the Qingyang Star forces. I have never heard of such a thing. It is truly not our doing. We have a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft that documented the scene. Thousands of half-humans in revolt." A hint of amusement flickered across the military representative's otherwise serious face. Who would have thought that those scoundrels from Qingyang Star would be caught in such a predicament? "So that is how it is?" Mayor Chen remarked. "They come at us with great force. What shall we do?" Rest assured, while they possess advantages in the uninhabited zones, they will find it impossible to breach the defenses of Shikuiching. Mayor Chen exhaled in relief, yet his heart remained heavy. He slowly asked, "Is there still hope for my daughter?" The military representative sighed, hesitated, then replied, "The location she is stationed at was among the first to be attacked. We have been unable to establish contact. This invasion is unlike any before. She is likely in grave danger." Mayor Chen's complexion turned ashen, his silence palpable. "I apologize. Miss Chen is a commendable doctor, and we have failed to protect her." In a secluded and confined canyon, located several hundred miles south of Shikuiching, the howling cold winds and swirling yellow sand enveloped the area in darkness. A massive rock stood resolute amidst the storm, drenched in blood that stained it crimson. Upon it lay the mangled corpse of a soldier, barely recognizable as human. Above the rock hovered a colossal flying robot known as Viper, standing 4 meters tall and equipped with 4 turbines. Its formidable power allowed it to remain airborne even in the harshest sandstorm. It was a terrifying machine. Its methods of attack more brutal than those of the butcher robots. At this moment, the mechanical arm of the Viper was gripping a soldier. Under the immense bulk of the robot, the human form appeared insignificantly small. The soldier was a lieutenant, one of his legs torn apart by the Viper. Blood soaking his body, yet he still clung to life. The robot's eerie blue eyes fixated on the pitiful human, its metallic fingers tightening around his other leg. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the lieutenant's right leg was severed. The robot regarded the convulsing lieutenant with indifference, then callously discarded him to the ground. Yet it did not pause in its pursuit. It scanned the surroundings, searching for another target. However, the lieutenant did not succumb. Despite the loss of his legs and the numbness that enveloped his body, he still attempted to drag himself through the sand, desperately reaching for his electromagnetic rifle, but it lay just beyond his grasp. Not far behind a rocky outcrop, a young female doctor watched in anguish as her companion fought against death. Her heart ached with remorse and guilt. The lieutenant was on the brink of death from blood loss, and she felt utterly powerless to help. Even though the lieutenant was on the brink of death, with no hope of survival remaining, she yearned to rush forward and staunch his bleeding. Yet, confronted by the specter of death, she felt an overwhelming dread that paralyzed her, rendering her immobile. Unable to suppress her sobs, her fingers trembled with fear. Chapter 45. The frigid, deathly night. Death loomed closer. The young female doctor gritted her teeth, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. The Viper robot was searching for her location, and it would not be long before she was discovered. However, she had already lost the courage to flee, feeling just as doomed as the soldiers around her. The air seemed to stagnate, making it difficult to breathe, as the world descended into an eerie silence. Time stretched interminably as she slowly closed her eyes. Awaiting the inevitable moment, it was then that she suddenly became aware of someone leaning beside her. She opened her eyes wide, only to see a figure of a man emerging from the darkness. In the gloom, she could not discern his features but faintly perceived that he was clad in heavy armor, wielding an electromagnetic rifle. This man was Lin Fan. The unexpected appearance of this man astonished the female doctor. Yet, Lin Fan quickly gestured for her to remain silent, pointing to himself to indicate that he would draw the Viper robot away, and then motioned for her to hide behind a rock. To Lin Fan's surprise, the female doctor resolutely shook her head, clutching him tightly, imploring him not to go out, unwilling to abandon her own escape. In truth, she was utterly despondent, having witnessed several soldiers fall one after another to the merciless Viper robot. She understood that against the formidable machines of the Chintian star, humanity was but a fragile entity, and she could not bear to witness another death before her eyes. Once terrified, she now found unexpected courage within herself. "You should go," she urged, her frail frame taking a deep breath as she bit her lip and clenched her fists. Looking at Lin Fan, she whispered, "I cannot move. I will be a burden to you. You have a chance to escape. Let me hold it back, you?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. After all his efforts to find her, she wanted him to leave first. At that moment, the Viper robot had already sensed the commotion and accelerated its flight. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and pushed the female doctor behind him. Then, he leaped from behind the boulder, rolling forward with incredible speed towards another rock. In an instant, the Viper robot identified its target and abruptly raised its particle beam cannon. Fortunately, by the time the particle beam was fired, Lin Fan's body was already shielded by the boulder. A flash of white light erupted, followed by a crackling sound as the particle beam did not directly hit Lin Fan but struck the boulder instead, shattering it and sending violent tremors through the ground. Lin Fan was thrown to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Although injured, Lin Fan visibly relaxed, having drawn the Viper robot's attention away from the female doctor. Redirecting it towards himself, a hissing sound filled the air as the Viper robot and the female doctor were momentarily separated. Finally, he could engage in combat. However, the female doctor was horrified, covering her mouth, her heart crumbling as tears streamed down her face. She feared Lin Fan would meet the same brutal fate as those soldiers, torn apart by the robot. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she dashed forward, rushing to Lin Fan's side. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan exclaimed. "I am a doctor." You are injured, and I cannot leave you behind," came the trembling voice of the woman. The Viper robot had already crossed the shattered boulder, gradually revealing its form. The female doctor, terrified, clung tightly to Lin Fan, trembling uncontrollably. She believed she was destined to die alongside this stranger. Lin Fan, however, was stunned, not by the Viper robot, but by the ominous shadow growing larger in the sky. The shadow approached at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to push this woman away. In a desperate move, he flipped over, shielding her beneath him. At that moment, a roaring sound tore through the wind and sand. Even the Viper robot sensed something amiss, halting its assault to gaze skyward. In an instant, a colossal figure descended, larger than the Viper robot itself. Plummeting from the sky, it was a winged beast, Red Cloak. The massive form of Red Cloak hurtled down like a cannonball, carrying with it a terrifying potential energy as it crashed into the Viper robot. Upon impact, Red Cloak used the rebound to veer off course, spreading its wings and entering a gliding state. However, due to its immense momentum, it slid nearly 100 meters across the sandy ground. Fortunately, Red Cloak's tough exterior only sustained minor injuries, while the Viper robot was violently slammed against the boulder with an earth-shattering crash, shattering a portion of the stone. Countless fragments erupted into the air, and Lin Fan's protective armor was shattered, his helmet flung away, blood staining his shirt. Then, eerie howls filled the surroundings, sharp and hoarse, exuding an aura of terror. Lin Fan disregarded his injuries, striving to crawl out from the rubble, pulling the female doctor up with him. With all his might, he led her to safety beneath a nearby rock wall. Shadows darted through the air, one after another, launching a fierce assault on the Viper robot. At this moment, Lin Fan sat against the stone wall, his breathing growing heavier. It was only then that the female doctor realized her hands were sticky with a warm liquid. Hastily, she activated her wristband, and in the dim light, she discovered that half of Lin Fan's protective armor was destroyed, his clothes soaked in blood, and worse still, the bleeding had not ceased. Lin Fan's complexion appeared pale, his body growing increasingly cold. The female doctor understood that this man had sustained severe injuries while protecting her, and guilt overwhelmed her. Despite her extensive experience, she found herself engulfed in self-reproach and panic in this perilous moment. "It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. What should I do? What should I do?" Lin Fan felt as if he were encased in ice, slowly managing to utter a few words. "Aren't you a doctor? Please help me stop the bleeding." "Oh, yes." The female doctor nodded vigorously. In the midst of the chaos, there were no medical supplies available. She appeared exceedingly anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She removed her protective suit, revealing a white coat beneath. She tore the white coat into strips, fashioning makeshift bandages. She urgently cleaned Lin Fan's wounds and began to bandage them. Last, she managed to halt the bleeding in the frigid temperatures. The female doctor shivered uncontrollably, yet her concern for Lin Fan's injuries outweighed her own discomfort. "How are you feeling now?" she asked, a bit cold. Lin Fan replied softly. The female doctor bit her lip. "Feeling desperate." Lin Fan was gravely injured and extremely weak. His protective gear was gone, leaving his body exposed to the biting cold, which posed a serious risk if he succumbed to hypothermia. She could not bear to witness this man die, especially since he had been wounded in his efforts to save her. With no other options, the female doctor removed her protective helmet and placed it on Lin Fan's head without hesitation, then wrapped her arms around him. She would not allow him to freeze at that moment. The young female doctor wore only 2 thin layers of clothing, shivering in the cold wind. Her arms revealed skin as white as snow, and her figure was unmistakably defined. When she removed her helmet, her features were unveiled. In the faint glow of the wristband, Lin Fan caught a glimpse of her beauty, as pure as a lotus emerging from the water. "Are you feeling better?" she asked, her body trembling in the icy gusts. Lin Fan, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, suddenly felt fully alert as he sensed the warmth emanating from her skin through the thin fabric. Much, much better. Though the bleeding from Lin Fan's wounds had stopped, he was unaware that blood was trickling from his nose. The young female doctor, noticing, quickly wiped it away with her hand. Her brows furrowed in concern. "Why are you bleeding from your nose?" "How strange, to have a nosebleed in such cold weather." Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed, having lived in solitude for so many years and now finding himself in such a vulnerable situation. "I'm not cold anymore, not cold at all, Dr. Chin. Please put on your protective suit. My heavy-duty truck is not far from here." "A heavy-duty truck? Oh, okay." The female doctor hastily wrapped herself in the protective suit. She caught sight of the fierce battle between the winged beasts and the Viper robot in the distance. She thought to herself that this place was not safe. Both the Viper robot and the winged beasts could easily end their lives. Without a moment's delay, she took Lin Fan's arm and hurried southwest. Finally, they located the heavy-duty truck and helped him inside. Beside the boulder, the Viper robot appeared quite beleaguered in terms of attacking power. The winged beasts were not a match for the Viper robot. However, there were simply too many winged beasts, and they had launched a surprise attack. Just as the Viper robot was about to strike at the humans, Red Cloak attacked from the blind spot above the robot, catching it off guard in a split second. The Viper robot was knocked to the ground, and immediately afterward, 20 winged beasts swooped in, taking turns to assault it. Although the robot managed to shoot down one winged beast with its particle beam cannon, it did not hit a vital spot. The winged beasts were incredibly cunning, evading direct attacks while covering for one another. Targeting the robot's blind spots, with no intention of granting it a chance, they launched a brutal assault, mercilessly beating it to the brink of death. The battered form of the Viper-class robot bore numerous indentations from the relentless blows it endured. Its arm had been violently torn asunder by the winged beasts. Chapter 46. The journey home again that night, Lin Fan, gravely injured, returned to the heavy truck and succumbed to slumber. It was not until dawn that he stirred. As the first light of day broke over the horizon, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find a pair of crystalline eyes gazing back at him, the delicate features of a lovely face slightly marred by fatigue. Upon noticing his awakening, a soft glow radiated from the depths of her pupils. "How do you feel? Does it hurt?" she inquired. Lin Fan gently touched his chest and murmured, "Much better." She did not speak further. Carefully applying medical repair fluid to his wounds. "Doctor, you don't have to worry about me. These injuries are not serious," he reassured her. "Thank you for saving me." "My name is Chen Ruoyu," she replied with a slight smile. Still focused on tending to his injuries without looking up. "This is for you," Lin Fan said, producing a metal badge and handing it to her. "I know you are the youngest and most accomplished medical professor in Shirkuei City." At this, Chen Ruoyu lifted her gaze, accepting the badge with a modest smile. "I am merely an ordinary doctor." "What is your name?" Lin Fan. "Which military unit do you belong to?" "None," Lin Fan replied, "and I am simply a scavenger from the 1523 scavenger team." "Oh," she said, gesturing towards the outside of the heavy truck. "Are the winged beasts your friends?" It was only then that Lin Fan noticed the winged beasts perched outside the vehicle. After utterly destroying the Viper-class robot, they had not departed but remained vigilantly guarding the heavy truck. At that moment, the massive head of the red-robed beast peered inside. Upon seeing Lin Fan awake, it emitted a gentle low hum. Fearing the creatures might startle Chen Ruoyu, Lin Fan hastily gestured for them to be calm. However, the red-robed beast, oblivious to his signals, continued to snort softly. Chen Ruoyu remained focused on her task, saying, "Rest assured, I won't speak of this to anyone." "Thank you, Dr. Chen," Lin Fan replied. Chen Ruoyu sighed. "It's my fault for being so inept that you ended up injured." At that moment, her wristband vibrated. Upon activating it, a holographic projection flickered into existence within the heavy truck, albeit intermittently due to unstable signals. Lin Fan was taken aback upon recognizing the dark visage of none other than Chan Hu. Chun Hu, initially wearing a grim expression, broke into a broad smile upon seeing Chen Ruoyu. Overjoyed, he lit a cigarette and exclaimed, "Thank goodness, Ruoyu, you're alive. Where are you?" Chen Ruoyu shook her head, saying, "I don't know. It seems I'm in the southwest of Shirkuei City." "What happened to your clothes?" Chen Hu inquired. Chen Ruoyu glanced down at her blood-stained, tattered white coat, recalling the events of the previous night. As a renowned surgeon, she was also a naive girl, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she stammered, "I accidentally tore it while escaping." "Oh," Chen Hu said, turning to look at Lin Fan. "Wait, there is someone else with you?" "Who is it?" "It was him who saved me, from the 1523 scavenger team." Chen Ruoyu explained. 1523 scavenger team. That sounds familiar. Chen Hu sighed in relief. "Ruoyu, hurry back. I'm at the Grey Earth Fortress." "Here." Before he could finish, the signal cut off, leaving them unable to reconnect. At that moment, Lin Fan slowly sat up. "You mustn't move too much. Your wounds are not yet healed," Chen Ruoyu cautioned. "Currently, with the invasion of the Qingyang Star People's Army, this place is not safe," Lin Fan insisted. "We must leave for the Grey Earth Fortress immediately." Chen Ruoyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps we should wait another day? I'm worried about your wounds reopening." "We can't wait any longer." After some contemplation, Chen Ruoyu said, "If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately." Lin Fan smiled as he returned to the driver's seat. The heavy truck roared back to life, with Chen Ruoyu steadfastly at his side, anxious to ensure his wounds did not reopen. After a day of travel, dusk began to settle. Lin Fan cast a gentle glance at Chen Ruoyu, noting her pallor and exhaustion. Yet she refused to leave his side. After a day and night of fleeing and keeping vigil beside him, she was clearly fatigued. "Dr. Chen, why don't you take a rest in the truck?" he suggested. Chen Ruoyu bit her lip lightly and shook her head. "I'm not tired." A faint smile broke through her pale face, reminiscent of a white rose swaying in the wind, its buds ready to bloom yet tinged with weariness. "Dr. Chen, please don't push yourself. Don't call me Dr. Chen. Just call me Ruoyu." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ruoyu collapsed. Lin Fan's heart raced in alarm as he slammed the brakes, bringing the heavy truck to an abrupt halt. He hurriedly climbed out of the driver's seat and scooped her into his arms. Her face was ashen, clearly weakened. Lacking medical knowledge, Lin Fan pinched her acupoint and shouted, "Dr. Chen, Dr. Chen, what is wrong?" Fortunately, after administering a bit of nutrient solution, Chen Ruoyu stirred awake. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, managing a faint smile. I'm fine and I'm a doctor. No one knows my body better than I do," she murmured weakly. "Dr. Chen, you needn't worry about me. Focus on resting." Lin Fan gently laid Chen Ruoyu back down, and only when she drifted into a light slumber did he resume driving. Even in her dreams, she trembled, as if caught in a nightmare. Lin Fan took a deep breath, recognizing that despite her status as the most esteemed medical professor, in the face of danger, she remained a vulnerable woman. Having witnessed soldiers perish before her eyes, the terror she experienced was unimaginable. In the dead of night, Lin Fan encountered personnel from the 178th Division. Under their protection, he navigated the heavy truck to the Grey Earth Fortress, a military stronghold located south of Shirkuei City. Chun Ruoyu was taken to the medical facility within the military base, while Lin Fan lacked such privileges, opting to catch some rest in the heavy truck. Early the next morning, before dawn broke, Lin Fan's wristband vibrated. Upon activation, a stunningly beautiful face appeared on screen. Wang Kiki? Lin Fan was astonished. He beheld Wang Kiki, her hair tousled and clad in pajamas. Her eyes still bleary from sleep, clearly having just awakened. She lightly pinched her cheeks, murmuring, "Goodness. Could it be? I'm not dreaming?" Lin Fan, "You're alive." Wang Kiki, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "You jerk. Why have you disappeared for so long?" "It has been 2 months and I couldn't reach you at all. I was on a mission," he replied. "Where are you now?" "Hurry back to Shirkuei City. I'm at the Grey Earth Fortress." "Someone is coming. I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Lin Fan took a deep breath. That moment, an officer climbed aboard the heavy truck. Lin Fan recognized him as Major Chan Hu. "Old Chen," Lin Fan greeted, but Major Chan Hu's expression was stormy, his silence heavy as he took the driver's seat, puffing on a cigar. After a while, he finally spoke. "Don't call me Old Chen." Lin Fan, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong, Major Chun Hu? So you were the scavenger?" Chun Hu glared at Lin Fan, striving to compose himself before slowly saying, "What did you do to my sister?" "I did nothing," Lin Fan asserted firmly. "Then why did she keep calling your name while she was asleep?" "Calling my name? She kept saying she wanted to escape." Chun Hu exclaimed, "She was even thinking of protecting you." "Ah," Lin Fan responded. "We escaped from the clutches of the Qinyang Star robots. Perhaps she was just frightened. Is that so?" Chun Hu pondered, then indignantly continued, "Why did I watch over her all night, only for her to wake up and immediately inquire about your whereabouts?" "Ask about me?" "Yes, she said you were injured and wanted to take care of you. And then? I told her that military doctors would look after you, but she insisted, saying only she understood your injuries and was afraid others wouldn't care for you properly." Chan Hu took another drag from his cigar, attempting to calm himself. "She is a good doctor," Lin Fan remarked. "You're tangled up with that Wang family heiress. You better not lay a hand on my sister, or I'll make sure to deal with you, scavenger." Chun Hu warned, "My sister is innocent, focused solely on healing others. You must not deceive her." Lin Fan chuckled softly, "You worry too much. Dr. Chen's reputation precedes her." "How could I dare?" "Indeed, you wouldn't dare. Given the current wartime situation, it's best if you escort her back to Shirkuei City," Chun Hu stated. "Understood." Only then did Chun Hu's scowl begin to ease. Clenching his teeth, he placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and took a deep breath. "However, thank you. Thanks to you, my sister has been given a second chance at life. Chun Hu will remember this kindness. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Politeness aside, Chun Hu casually inquired, "Have you found the item that the Scavengers Bureau tasked you with locating?" "Yes, I have." "Really?" Chun Hu exclaimed in astonishment, repeating the question. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Without delay, Chun Hu sprang to his feet and made his way to the rear of the vehicle. There, he indeed discovered a black iron sphere. He examined the iron shell, noting a striking red paint upon it, which left him utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, he slowly asked, "I never expected that the Maslow Fortress concealed such an object. How did you manage to find it and escape unscathed?" Lin Fan, taken aback for a moment, replied, "There was a riot among the half-humans in the Maslow Fortress. They detonated the mine. I seized the opportunity to retrieve this item." Chun Hu hesitated for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I can't believe your luck. Truly, you've struck gold. Indeed. You can no longer linger here. We must depart immediately. The outside is perilous. We must return to Stone Helmet City." Chun Hu insisted, "Brother, Lin Fan needs to rest." Lin Fan hadn't the chance to speak before the car door swung open. It was none other than Chen Ruoyu. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Chun Hu. "Lin Fan is my patient. He is gravely injured and requires time to recuperate before he can leave." At that moment, Chun Hu faltered. Standing up, he feared no one. Yet his younger sister had always been the exception. He quickly cast a meaningful glance at Lin Fan. Understanding the unspoken message, Lin Fan responded, Dr. Chun, I do indeed have pressing responsibilities and cannot delay any longer. I must return. Not even a day can wait? Indeed. Chun Ruoyu hesitated briefly before stating, then I shall accompany you. I can tend to you properly along the way. With that, she instructed Lin Fan to lie down, applying military-grade medication to his wounds, diligently tending to him time and again. Soon after, Lin Fan set forth once more, accompanied by Chen Ruoyu, embarking on the journey back to Stone Helmet City. Chapter 47. The runaway heiress of the Wang family. As the heavy truck rolled into Stone Helmet City, a familiar voice rang out, Lin Fan. He halted the vehicle, surprised to see Director Zhao of the Scavengers Bureau. Director Zhao? He exclaimed, disembarking with a puzzled expression. What brings you here? Oh, nothing much, Director Zhao chuckled, exhaling deeply. He murmured, thank heavens, this rascal has finally returned. Otherwise, he would have met a dreadful fate. Lin Fan, perplexed by Zhao's demeanor, wondered what had transpired. At that moment, a new armored vehicle approached. The door swung open, and out stepped Wang Kiki, gracefully making her way to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan regarded her with confusion. Although Wang Kiki had contacted him previously, he had not anticipated her presence in Stone Helmet City. Miss Wang, what brings you to Stone Helmet City? He inquired. Wang Kiki smiled coyly. I have been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Lin Fan echoed, bewildered. Wang Kiki nodded gently. Come back with me. I cannot. Lin Fan replied. I still need to escort Dr. Chun. Aren't you alone? She countered, turning her gaze toward the heavy truck, inadvertently catching sight of Chen Ruoyu, who was preparing to disembark. Who is she? Wang Kiki asked, momentarily taken aback, clenching her fists and playfully punching Lin Fan's chest. To her surprise, Lin Fan let out a muffled grunt. When Wang Kiki turned back, she noticed a crimson stain on Lin Fan's clothing, causing her to panic. Why are you still injured? She exclaimed anxiously. It's nothing, Lin Fan reassured her, hastily covering the wound. Fortunately, Director Zhao arrived, assisting Lin Fan into the heavy truck. Wang Kiki, pale with fright, followed closely, grasping Lin Fan's hand. Does it hurt? It's my fault for being so careless just now. Observing Wang Kiki's distressed expression, Chen Ruoyu interjected, Miss Wang, Lin Fan's injury is not due to your actions. Really? Wang Kiki glanced surreptitiously at Chen Ruoyu. Chen Ruoyu inhaled deeply, explaining, it is likely because he has been driving. That is what caused the wound to reopen. Having said that, she gently unbuttoned Lin Fan's shirt, carefully tending to his injury, while Wang Kiki watched intently, her expression growing increasingly somber. After a while, Chen Ruoyu completed the application of ointment. Turning to Wang Kiki, she offered a reassuring smile. Miss Wang, there is no need to worry. In just a few days, Lin Fan will recover. Thank you. Wang Kiki replied softly. Chen Ruoyu stood up, and at that moment, Lin Fan struggled to rise. Dr. Chen, allow me to see you off. No need. You require rest, Chen Ruoyu replied with a smile. Thank you for bringing me here. With that, Chen Ruoyu departed. Wang Kiki fixed her gaze on Lin Fan, inquiring, who is she? She is Dr. Chen, a renowned professor in Stone Helmet City. Lin Fan explained. By the way, why did you appear so fierce earlier? Wang Kiki pouted. Why does a beautiful and famous doctor care so much about your injuries? She is a doctor. We returned together, Lin Fan clarified. You returned together? Wang Kiki huffed indignantly. You may as well go back on your OWN. Be careful on the way. Don't mind me. With that, Wang Kiki departed, choosing not to board the armored vehicle, her destination unknown. Fortunately, Director Zhao remained. Noticing Lin Fan's disheveled appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle, looking quite pleased. Thus, Director Zhao personally drove the heavy truck, leisurely transporting Lin Fan back to the Scavengers Bureau. Upon learning that Lin Fan had brought back heavy iron oil, he was secretly astonished. This matter was of great significance, and he refrained from disclosing it to others, opting instead to report directly to the Stone Helmet City government. By the time Lin Fan returned home, it was already quite late. As he pushed the door open, he was taken aback to find an empty wine bottle on the table and someone lying on his bed. Approaching cautiously, he discovered it was Wang Kiki. He had not anticipated that she would come to his home after leaving. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she mumbled incoherently. Lin Fan's heart ached as he observed the empty wine bottle. It had contained his finest wine, which he had preserved for years, now completely consumed by Wang Kiki. Shaking her gently, he asked, How did you get in? Her autumn-like eyes slowly opened, meeting Lin Fan's gaze. Why did you return so late? She murmured. Lin Fan, adopting a serious tone, asked, Why did you trespass into my home? Wang Kiki's eyes were hazy as she replied, I truly had nowhere else to go. You're drunk, Lin Fan stated, as the esteemed heiress of the Wang family. How could you lack a place to stay? I'm not drunk, she insisted, a hint of a smile gracing her flushed cheeks. They forced me into marriage. I ran away. No one dares to shelter me. I can't go home. Ugh. Just as Wang Kiki appeared ready to retch, Lin Fan swiftly grabbed a towel, cradling her and cleaning her up. Sitting up, her long hair cascaded down, her slightly inebriated yet charming face illuminated by the light. Observing her, Lin Fan found it impossible to feel anger. What troubles you? Why consume so much alcohol? My heart aches. What troubles you? Wang Kiki slowly replied. Earlier, what is your relationship with that female doctor? Lin Fan sighed, stating, she is a renowned physician. I wouldn't dare claim any connection with her, so, is it that you are afraid or simply unwilling? Lin Fan sighed again. Neither afraid nor unwilling. Very well, Wang Kiki chuckled, revealing 2 dimples. Lin Fan then inquired, by the way, how did you manage to open my door? Wang Kiki reclined on the bed, yawning, and replied drowsily, it's a unit property. Director Zhao gave me the key. I've been living here for nearly a month. What? You've been here for a month? You should sleep on the floor. But no funny business, understood? As she spoke, Wang Kiki drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan was left speechless. At that moment, his wristband vibrated. He checked it and saw it was a message from Colonel Luo Wanhu of the 163 RD Division. Colonel Luo? Lin Fan glanced back at the slumbering Wang Kiki and stepped outside. Lin Fan, has the young lady been looking for you? Colonel Luo inquired. She has. The young lady is truly devoted to you. Lin Fan was taken aback, asking, what has happened? You are still unaware. Colonel Luo inhaled. 2 months ago, her parents pressured Wang Kiki to marry into the Song family, but she refused. Which Song family? Lin Fan was internally astonished. The very same Song family, Colonel Luo continued, the Wang family lost face. And Kiki's parents, unwilling to offend the Song family, informed her that if she rejected the marriage proposal, they would sever ties with her. And then, as a result, she remained undeterred, infuriated, resigning from her job and coming to Stone Helmet City to find you. Now, the heiress has become a laughingstock throughout the capital region, Colonel Luo recounted. How could this happen? Lin Fan mused. Take good care of her. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to the room, he did not urge Wang Kiki to leave, but instead laid down on the floor obediently. The following day, when Lin Fan awoke, he discovered that Wang Kiki had prepared breakfast for him, yet he was unaware of her whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, he received a phone call, which turned out to be from the Stone Helmet City Hall. To his astonishment, it was the mayor seeking him out. Lin Fan found this peculiar. The mayor of Stone Helmet City was no ordinary individual, so why would he summon a mere scavenger like him? Nevertheless, Lin Fan decided to go. The office, though modest in size, was meticulously organized, featuring 3 shelves filled with ancient tomes. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with a head of white hair, perusing information on an electronic tablet, his face etched with worry. The passage of time had left its mark upon him, and one of his legs was a metal prosthetic. He was none other than Mayor Chen. Among the political figures of Stone Helmet City, he was the only one whom Lin Fan held in genuine esteem. Even amidst the existential threats of the Fourth Great War, Mayor Chen had steadfastly protected the city. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a rare smile flickered across the mayor's otherwise grave countenance. Lin Fan, you've arrived? Lin Fan, eschewing formality, took a seat and inquired, Mayor Chen, what brings me here? Mayor Chen replied slowly, there are 2 matters at hand. Oh, and the first? To express my gratitude. Gratitude? Mayor Chen continued, Ruayu is my daughter. She informed me that it was you who saved her this time. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Tio think that Chun Ruayu was the mayor's own daughter. He quickly waved his hand, saying, it was merely a trivial effort. Nonsense. According to Ruayu, you suffered severe injuries, Mayor Chen stated. She insisted that I meet with you to see if you require any assistance. Lin Fan shook his head. No, I wouldn't dare trouble Mayor Chen. Mayor Chen chuckled lightly, there is another matter, which is to commend you. The task you completed for the Scavenging Bureau has garnered the attention of the entire Western War Zone, and I have been specifically instructed to reward you handsomely. That was merely part of my duties, Lin Fan replied. No, what you brought back is extraordinary, Mayor Chen asserted. Whether it be money or other considerations, feel free to voice your needs. Lin Fan remained silent, glancing at the electronic tablet on the mayor's desk. He asked, are you troubled by reports regarding the invasion of Stone Helmet City by the Qingtian Star? Not at all. They were met with fierce resistance 100 kilometers away from Stone Helmet City and have no chance of breaching our defenses, Mayor Chen explained. I expect they will withdraw shortly. Then what is it that concerns you? My true worry lies with the agricultural production of Stone Helmet City. Due to the Doomsday Strategy, we have devoted nearly all our resources to industrial pursuits. And given that Stone Helmet City is situated within the mountains, we have no food reserves. Should any unforeseen events occur, the consequences would be dire. Why not establish outdoor agricultural production bases? Lin Fan suggested. I have considered it, but it is far from realistic. Venturing outside the city poses risks of nuclear radiation and threats from Yaling and winged beasts, Mayor Chen countered. After some contemplation, Lin Fan proposed. Mayor Chen, since you wish to reward me, perhaps you could lease me some agricultural equipment. I would be willing to attempt developing outdoor agricultural production. You would be willing? Mayor Chen asked, somewhat taken aback. Lin Fan nodded. In addition to the agricultural equipment, I would also need quality seeds and fertilizers. Be sure to think carefully. Outdoor agricultural production cannot be managed by one person alone. Stone Helmet City cannot provide manpower. And the environment is harsh and dangerous, Mayor Chen cautioned. Rest assured, I will find a way, Lin Fan replied confidently. In truth, he was not short of manpower. Heavy Iron City had thousands of half-beasts who were not afraid of radiation. Moreover, the area surrounding Heavy Iron City was guarded by winged beasts, deterring Yaling from encroaching. You may find yourself at a disadvantage, Mayor Chen remarked with a smile. The agricultural machinery in Stone Helmet City's warehouse has almost become scrap metal, and the seeds are not particularly expensive. Compared to what you brought back, they are hardly worth mentioning. Not at all, Lin Fan said. Very well, I accept your offer. Chapter 48. The half-beast who does not trust Yuri 100 kilometers outside Stone Helmet City. The landscape was riddled with craters from missile explosions and the remains of Qingtian star robots. Despite many of the outer sentries and fortifications being breached, Stone Helmet City remained unscathed, boasting formidable defensive positions. The robots struggled to break through and ultimately retreated. News of the Qingtian star's withdrawal spread throughout the city, igniting jubilance among the populace. Yet Lin Fan could not shake the image of the destroyed forward outposts. His brow furrowed in concern. He understood that the Doomsday Strategy had reached a critical juncture. The Qingtian star would not simply stand idly by. This incursion was likely just the beginning, at dawn. Lin Fan glanced at the still sleeping Wang Kiki and gently pulled the blanket over her. Just then, she slowly opened her eyes and asked, Lin Fan, are you going out? Lin Fan nodded. I have a new mission. Is it dangerous? Can you not go? I cannot avoid it, but I assure you, it will not be perilous. Then, when will you return? I cannot say for certain. Wang Kiki observed Lin Fan's serious demeanor, biting her lip and taking a deep breath. Then, I will wait for you to come back. Kiki, there is no need to wait for me. Whenever you feel that Stone Helmet City has lost its charm, you may return. With that, Lin Fan smiled and departed. Outside Stone Helmet City, upon the desolate earth, a heavy truck drove ahead, followed by a transport convoy. The convoy was laden with the agricultural equipment and seeds retained by Stone Helmet City. Soon, the transport team exited the city and entered the No Man's Land. Inside the heavy truck, the transport captain sat in the passenger seat beside Lin Fan. Brother, why go through all this trouble for these broken machines? They are of great importance, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Thank you all for your assistance. If you wish to express gratitude, then thank Mayor Chen, the transport captain said. Speaking of which, you are quite favored. Mayor Chen personally assigned our convoy to deliver these items to you. Lin Fan nodded slightly. When the convoy reached a high slope, Lin Fan's brow furrowed. He clearly observed from the rearview mirror that several black bags were being tossed from the transport truck. Puzzled, he asked, What are you throwing out? The transport captain was momentarily taken aback. Realizing Lin Fan had noticed their actions, he hastily waved his hands. Just some garbage. Seeing the captain's peculiar expression, Lin Fan probed. Garbage? Moments later, a howling sound filled the air. Winged beasts? Lin Fan was taken aback. It turned out that these winged beasts were the very ones escorting him, but they flew high, making them hard to detect. The items discarded by the transport team had attracted the attention of the winged beasts. Lin Fan was taken aback, unaware of the transport team's intentions. The transport captain was even more astonished. His expression shifting, he muttered, These newcomers are far too careless. Realizing Lin Fan's suspicion, he paused before saying, But do not fear. They will not attack us. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan saw several winged beasts descend from the hazy sky. Swooping down toward the black bags, he turned to glance at the transport captain and asked, Is there food inside? Noticing Lin Fan's furrowed brow, the transport captain sighed. realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fan and revealed, "It is the spoiled meat that Stone Helmet City needed to dispose of. You're feeding them spoiled meat? Yes, do not overthink it. These creatures have saved us before, and we are merely returning the favor." Lin Fan was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid that they will attack you once they land?" "Rest assured, the winged beasts will not attack." The transport captain insisted. "I have found that they are quite perceptive. With the Yawling roaming outside, they have helped us out of tight spots on several occasions." Lin Fan recalled something and asked, "Are you the transport team responsible for handling Yawling carcasses?" "Indeed," the transport captain replied solemnly. "This is our secret. You must never speak of it. You can trust me. I will not disclose it," Lin Fan assured him. The transport captain remained wary and reiterated, "Our transport team is quite large. If you let this slip, you'll be in for trouble, brother. You can rest easy." "I would never betray your trust," Lin Fan said earnestly. Seeing Lin Fan's demeanor, the captain felt reassured and let out a long sigh. "The winged beasts scavenge for food where we dispose of Yawling carcasses. They seem to understand that we are responsible for transporting Yawling bodies. Not only do they refrain from attacking us, but they also escort us along the way. That's so. Just ensure that no one finds out. Otherwise, it will raise suspicions." Lin Fan nodded in understanding. 2 days later, the transport team arrived at the outskirts of Heavy Iron City. They unloaded the agricultural equipment and other supplies. As they prepared to leave, the transport captain asked Lin Fan, "Brother, what do you plan to do with these items in this wasteland?" Lin Fan replied, "That is also my secret." The transport captain did not press further. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring their own thoughts and concerns. Lin Fan returned to Heavy Iron City, which was no longer a mere ghost town. In the sky, winged beasts soared gracefully, while in the corners of the city, a group of industrious half-people emerged with fervent enthusiasm. During his absence, the nuclear power plant had resumed operations, casting a glimmer of hope upon the devastated city. The compressed coal factory, though somewhat dilapidated, was gradually revitalizing. Some machinery had been repaired and was now operating with a low, buzzing hum. Although the sounds of the machines were aged, they invigorated the hearts of the half-people. This was their very first industrial production line. Compared to their time in the Maslow Fortress mines, the half-people were now more industrious than ever. Clad in safety helmets, the half-human workers busily maneuvered, tirelessly transporting truckloads of coal into the facility. Blocks of compressed coal were being produced. Refined compressed coal was of utmost importance. Transport vehicles, mining trucks, and various industrial machinery, including agricultural equipment brought back by Lin Fan, all relied on this inexpensive energy source. The coal resources in Heavy Iron City were plentiful enough to sustain industrial production for a considerable duration. However, Lin Fan did not find a Kuin at the compressed coal factory. With a weary expression, Yuze informed Lin Fan that a Kurin had been injured. It turned out that the aging machines had been in disrepair for an extended period. A Kuin, feeling anxious, had spent 3 days and nights tinkering with one particular machine, finally managing to get it to operate. Yet, due to its long abandonment, a section of piping had exploded upon its restart. Fortunately, a Kuin had reacted swiftly, diving beneath the machine, narrowly escaping with his life. Nevertheless, he had sustained burns and was now recuperating in his makeshift dwelling. As dusk fell, Lin Fan finally located a Kuin's dwelling amidst the densely packed half-people's nests. Not far from the compressed coal factory, it was a humble shelter constructed from rubble and stones. Despite his injuries, a Kuin was still engrossed in contemplating the peculiar machines. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he expressed his surprise with joyful exclamations. Once Lin Fan sat beside him, he asked in astonishment, "My lord, the compressed coal factory has resumed operations." Lin Fan replied, "Indeed. I have seen it. Your injury healing?" A Kuin nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment, saying, "I am too foolish. I have let you down, my lord. No, a Kuin, you have done remarkably well," Lin Fan reassured him. "However, the industrial production in Heavy Iron City is only just beginning. We will face numerous challenges ahead, and you must be prepared." A Kuin nodded in agreement, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord, I will not be defeated by adversity and will strive even harder." A faint worry crossed Lin Fan's face as he said, "Merely hard work is insufficient. Knowledge is also essential. Having lived in the mines for so long, you lack understanding of mechanical theory." Yes, a Kuin hesitated before adding, "My lord, there is another group of half-people. Perhaps they can change our fortunes." "What half-people do you speak of?" Lin Fan inquired. A Kuin recounted, "My grandfather once spoke of a distant ruin in the south, where our kin likely reside. They possess a far greater understanding of machinery than we do. Such a revelation? Lin Fan exclaimed, intrigued. How does your grandfather know of this? Akuan hesitated again, explaining, he originally lived there but left in anger due to severe disagreements with that group of half-people. Throughout the years, he has sought your esteemed presence, Lord Ulu. Disagreements? Lin Fan queried. Akuan nodded, saying, my grandfather believes that only Lord Ulu can save the half-people, while those who remain there trust solely in the machines of the Qinyang people. They? What is it? Lin Fan pressed, noticing Akuan's fearful expression. Please, do not be angered, my lord, Akuan stammered. They are quite ignorant, influenced by the Qinyang people, preferring to believe in the power of machines rather than the existence of Lord Ulu. Ah, so there exists a faction of half-people who do not believe in Ulu. A smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips as he mused. Remarkably, such a group exists. Are you not angry, my lord? Akuan asked. Surprised, Lin Fan shook his head, inquiring, do you know the name of that place? Akuan replied, I do not know what the city is called, but it was leveled during the Great Explosion, and to the north of the ruins lies a vast crescent-shaped swamp. Dasta City, Lin Fan pondered, realizing that to truly rebuild Heavy Iron City, the half-people miners from Maslow Fortress alone would not suffice. It seems I must pay a visit to Dasta City. Are you going to redeem their souls? My lord? Akuan asked. But my grandfather says they are deeply mired in sin, their souls tainted and beyond salvation. Chapter 49. The underground of Dasta City, situated 1,300 kilometers to the south of Heavy Iron City, was a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. Lin Fan arrived here with the half-people, but refrained from immediately entering the ruins. Fat Dun stealthily led the half-people into Dasta City, only to find no trace of other half-people. After several days of aerial observation, the winged beasts also failed to locate any signs of the half-people amidst the vast ruins. Compared to Lin Fan, the half-people were far more adept at scavenging in the remnants. However, in terms of extensive reconnaissance capabilities, the aerial winged beasts outperformed the half-people. Lin Fan began to wonder if Dasta City was devoid of half-people altogether. After all, Elder Emoda had departed from Dasta City decades ago. The half-people who remained in Dasta City may have either migrated elsewhere over the years or perished due to some attack. Just as Lin Fan was on the verge of despair, Fat Dun finally discovered a clue. He informed Lin Fan that the half-people dwelling in Dasta City were exceedingly cautious. They never showed themselves but left traces in the form of waste in the city sewers. After several more days of searching, Fat Dun painstakingly pinpointed their hiding place. These half-people did not reside above ground, but instead lived underground. Under Fat Dun's guidance, Lin Fan arrived at an abandoned factory in the northwest of Dasta City. Lin Fan inquired, is this their settlement? Yes, below. We have found a suspicious passageway that likely leads to their lair. Are you certain? From the scent, there is no doubt. We have not slept for several days in our quest to find them. Well done, Fat Dun. To avoid alerting them, we have yet to enter. With determination, Fat Dun declared, as soon as you give the command, my lord, I will lead the charge. Charge in? Fat Dun nodded eagerly. We'll storm in and capture those oblivious fools. We shall take them and put them to work for you, my lord. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. Fat Dun, who told you to capture them? My lord, did you not say they only believe in machines and do not recognize your existence? Fat Dun insisted earnestly, they are utterly despicable. I must personally apprehend them. Do not act rashly. We are here to seek their assistance, not to wage war. Lin Fan admonished sternly. Fat Dun quickly calmed, nodding, understood, my lord. I will accompany you inside. Please be courteous. Fat Dun, is it just the two of us? More numbers would be counterproductive. It would only make them more wary of us. Do you understand? Understood. With that, Fat Dun led Lin Fan into an underground sewer. The darkness enveloped them, accompanied by an unpleasant stench. Fat Dun took the lead, equipped with a headlamp and an electromagnetic rifle, keenly alert as he navigated the foul-smelling passage. Peering into the shadows ahead, Fat Dun voiced his concerns. My lord, this place feels eerie. If we encounter those half-people, we may be at a disadvantage. Therefore, when we do encounter them, you must remain calm and never reveal to them that I am Ulu. Fat Dun scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, but nodded in agreement. The sewer had numerous collapsed sections, leaving narrow passages. Fat Dun, being small in stature, could easily squeeze through, but Lin Fan found it necessary to crawl on his belly to get through. After some time, he was uncertain of their location. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Fat Dun halted, sniffing the air before veering down a side passage. After traversing a winding corridor for nearly 100 meters, a glimmer of light appeared in the darkness ahead. They had not been mistaken. This was indeed the dwelling of the half-people of Dasta City. Lin Fan marveled silently, realizing the reason behind their inability to locate the half-people in Dasta City. They had been living in such a concealed manner. Fortunately, Fat Dun's keen instincts had led them to this clue amidst the ruins. Approaching the end of the passage, Lin Fan inhaled deeply. However, the ground beneath them suddenly tilted. Realizing the danger, he attempted to retreat but was too late. With a loud clang, both Lin Fan and Fat Dun fell downward, landing in an iron cage. With another clang, the cage was locked. Fat Dun scrambled to his feet. Attempting to pry the iron bars apart to no avail, he began to pound against the bars frantically, but they remained unmoved. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained calm, surveying his surroundings with quiet astonishment. Within the cavern, shadows of busy half-people flitted about. At the farthest end, a massive furnace loomed. Half-men were tossing refined coal into the furnace, where the boiler erupted with steam, propelling the turbine into a whirl. Astonishingly, a power generation apparatus had been conjured in this vast cavern. Within this expansive hollow, the half-men harnessed electrical energy, orchestrating various mechanical arms into a synchronized dance of labor. The center of the cave lay a colossal, battered aircraft, its structure riddled with the scars of war. To one's astonishment, these half-men were endeavoring to repair it. Beneath the dim, ethereal glow, they toiled diligently, the rhythmic clang of metal echoing as parts were re-welded by the industrious mechanical arms. Lin Fan was taken aback. Indeed, as Akuan had stated, the half-men of Dostat City revered the power of machinery. However, the complexity of this aircraft rendered it improbable that they could restore it here. What were their true intentions? Ding! The Interstellar Salvage System, activated, revealing a line of text. Detected a Qinyang Star fishing vessel, suitable for interplanetary travel, utilized by the Qinyang Star Colonization Merchant Group for transporting weaponry, supplies, and rare minerals. Yet, almost immediately, a throng of half-men encircled them. Their reaction to the two intruders was one of indifference. Everything transpired as if it had been anticipated. When Fat Dun noticed their approach, he raised his electromagnetic rifle to shield Lin Fan. Little did he know that a stone struck him squarely on the backside. He yelped in pain, clutching his rear. Yet, in that moment of distraction, two half-men thrust a harpoon into the iron cage, snatching away his rifle. Subsequently, a barrage of stones rained down upon him, causing him further discomfort as he hastily covered his head. Just then, a frail half-man approached, prompting the others to cease their attacks. The gaunt figure pointed at Lin Fan, eyes brimming with hostility, and began to berate him incessantly. That moment, several half-men wielding harpoons launched an assault on Lin Fan. Fat Dun, already harboring disdain for the half-men in this place, could no longer contain his fury. The benevolent URU had journeyed from afar to rescue their souls, yet here they were, committing such sacrilegious acts. He stepped protectively in front of Lin Fan, forbidding any half-man from offending him, and shouted loudly, "URU Bashtu!" As he invoked URU's name, a look of reverence crossed Fat Dun's face, while the half-men outside immediately shifted their expressions. Nonetheless, the half-men outside regarded the two captives with disdain, hardly taking them seriously. Seeing Fat Dun defending a human, the frail half-man scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with contempt. The other half-men, witnessing Fat Dun's actions, displayed confusion, but mostly scorn. The onslaught did not cease. They continued to jab at Fat Dun's thighs and backside with their harpoons. Yet Fat Dun remained undeterred. Lin Fan felt overwhelmed and quickly pulled Fat Dun closer, shielding him from the harpoons, and urged, "Fat Dun, calm down." Fat Dun, visibly agitated, retorted, "My lord, they are beyond salvation. Let Fat Dun take care of them for you. We are trapped. What can you possibly do to them?" Fat Dun chuckled innocently. "Rest assured, as long as Fat Dun draws breath, no one shall desecrate your dignity." With that, he bared his teeth and unleashed an enraged roar towards the assailants outside. Then, astonishingly, he removed the cloth wrapped around his waist, revealing a row of grenades. Instantly, the half-men wielding harpoons recoiled in fear, retreating hastily. "What the hell?" Lin Fan exclaimed, startled by Fat Dun's display. He quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Fat Dun, what are you planning to do?" "I intend to blow these bastards to smithereens." "No, if you kill them, our plans will be ruined." Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan insisted, "Stay put, don't speak, and don't make any sudden movements." Noticing URU's displeasure, Fat Dun immediately wilted. He dared not defy the will of Lord URU, obediently stowing away the grenades. He tightly sealed his lips, sitting quietly in the corner of the iron cage, genuinely afraid to move again. Meanwhile, the surrounding half-men, now intimidated, ceased their ruckus, merely gazing at Lin Fan and Fat Dun from a distance. At that moment, an elderly half-man appeared, trembling with age as he approached slowly, uttering a few words in half-man language to Fat Dun. However, Fat Dun remained silent, unwilling to engage with those who blasphemed the deity you. The old half-man approached the cage, scrutinizing Lin Fan with a wary gaze. Lin Fan remained composed, returning the scrutiny, and slowly uttered 2 words. "Imo de sa can." The old half-man gasped in shock, muttering, "Imo de?" Lin Fan allowed a faint smile to surface. He then extended his hand, making contact with the old half-man's body. The old half-man, startled, did not retreat, for Lin Fan's consciousness had already infiltrated his mind. "Do not be alarmed. I am a friend of Elder Imoda, and I come with no ill intent." Chapter 50. 2 distinct beliefs. The old half-man was taken aback, murmuring, "Is he still alive?" Lin Fan shook his head. "He perished in the mines of Maslow Fortress." The old half-man inhaled sharply and quickly inquired, "How did he die?" "In an effort to save his grandson, he perished alongside the robots of the Qingyang Star." The old half-man fell silent for a long moment, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. He eventually spoke. "Decades ago, the Qingyang Star Colonization Merchant Group was defeated, and we were still young. He was determined to seek out the deity you and left this place." "Were there disagreements between you?" "Indeed," the old half-man replied. "He believed in the ancient deities of the Baikin Star, while I revere the might of machinery. In truth, you share a common goal, to strive for your people." The old half-man fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. "Imoda was a fool, stubbornly convinced that you, a human, were the embodiment of you. "Precisely." The old half-man cast another glance at Fat Dun, who harbored animosity towards him, and then recalled Fat Dun's devout demeanor towards Lin Fan, which made him visibly irate. "What trickery have you employed to deceive and manipulate Imoda and the other half-men?" "I have not deceived him, nor do I harbor malice towards your kind." Lin Fan asserted, "I recognize that you is a deity of the void, bringing hope to the half-men in darkness, yet only science can truly rescue you." The old half-man was quietly astonished, taken aback by Lin Fan's words. He then asked, "What, pray tell, brings you here?" "I wish to lead you to migrate to the north, where a city of half-men now stands," Lin Fan declared. "I will guide you in resisting the Qingyang Star." The old half-man appeared perplexed. "Resist them? Are you not aware of the might of the Qingyang Star civilization? We are but slaves brought to this planet." "I have never underestimated you," Lin Fan exclaimed. "In the half-men of Elder Imoda and Maslow Fortress, I witnessed courage. In you, I see wisdom." The old half-man shook his head. "After decades of grappling with the knowledge and technology of the Qingyang Star, I've realized the vast chasm between us. There is no chance of opposing them. My meager tricks are utterly futile. The Qingyang Star's army is traversing the void. It may not be long before they reach Earth." Lin Fan paused, then declared, "If you wish to survive, you must resist. Trust me, there is still hope." The old half-man hesitated, eyeing Lin Fan with suspicion. "You are not you. I will not be swayed or deceived by you." Lin Fan took a deep breath, pointing towards the battered aircraft in the distance. "Even if you expend every effort to repair that vessel, it cannot carry you away from this calamity. Your plan is doomed to fail." The old half-man gasped, yet remained silent. He understood that Lin Fan spoke the truth. In the vast cosmos, a mere aircraft was utterly inconsequential. Lin Fan continued, "To commit your kin to a plan devoid of hope, perhaps you are the true deceiver." A flicker of anguish crossed the old half-man's face. "Perhaps one day we will be plunged into utter despair. Yet, I refuse to entangle the half-men in war at this moment." With that, the old half-man departed, forbidding the others from approaching. Lin Fan exhaled. These beings were not easily swayed. They were far from mere half-men laborers. Under exceedingly rudimentary conditions, they had managed to establish a production line for repairing aircraft, encompassing electromagnetism, thermodynamics, and other fields. A veritable miracle. The half-men had once forged a brilliant agrarian and handicraft civilization on Baikin Star. Though it paled in comparison to Earth's civilization, these individuals were no fools. Lin Fan pondered how this old half-man had managed to acquire such a vast knowledge base under the auspices of the Qingyang Star Colonization Merchant Group. They did not worship you, but rather revered science. This was the power of science. Should they arrive in Heavy Iron City, they would undoubtedly unleash even greater potential. Fat Dun, sensing Lin Fan's contemplative demeanor, grumbled indignantly. My lord, they are a bunch of fools. Do not waste your efforts. Let them fend for themselves here. Little fatty, you do not understand. Heavy Iron City precisely needs half men like them. Lin Fan replied, yes, that's so? Fat Dun muttered. He believed that Lord Ulu required devoted followers rather than a mere congregation of half-men who placed their faith solely in machines. As evening fell, one of the half-men tossed two oddly shaped fish into the iron cage, which would serve as their dinner. Lin Fan found it impossible to partake, while the rotund figure voraciously devoured one of the foul fish, leaving not even a bone behind. Time passed, and suddenly, a commotion erupted among the half-men. Before long, dozens of them, armed with fish spears, began shouting as they made their way toward the western cave entrance. The rotund figure was drawn in by the noise outside, and after listening for a moment, it gleefully exclaimed, My lord, are they facing a reckoning? Lin Fan, perplexed, inquired, What is happening? The rotund figure scratched its head and replied, It seems a monstrous creature is attacking. They are in grave trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Soon, the half-men within the cave became agitated, descending into chaos. Observing that nearly all the half-men had mobilized, he surmised that something significant had occurred. He patted the rotund figure and said, Let us go and investigate. The rotund figure tugged at the iron bars of the cage, declaring, But my lord, we cannot escape. Yet Lin Fan smiled slightly. At that moment, a spherical creature emerged from the backpack, scanning the surroundings. Finding no half-men, it swiftly climbed out, biting down on the cage's bars, instantly severing them. Taking advantage of the ensuing confusion, Lin Fan slipped out of the cage, while the rotund figure, still fixated on the stinking fish, grabbed it as they exited. The spherical creature had initially intended to follow Lin Fan, but caught a whiff of a rare metallic scent emanating from the large flying machine behind it. Its eyes gleamed with intrigue, and it stealthily turned to vanish into the shadows. Lin Fan and the rotund figure proceeded toward the west of the cave, finally gaining a clearer view of its full expanse. This place had once been an underground base for the Qinyang Star Colonization Trade Group. The original structure was now nearly unrecognizable. The nuclear explosion in Dostan City had transformed it into the vast cavern it was today. The cave twisted and turned, stretching out of sight, reaching heights of approximately 70 to 80 meters and spanning about 200 meters in width. It meandered east to west, extending at least a kilometer long. To the west of the cave lay a vast swamp. Following the nuclear explosion, half of the western side had collapsed, allowing the swamp's waters to inundate the area. The half-men had constructed a thick wall, 5 meters wide and 20 meters high, reinforced with a steel framework. Hundreds of half-men stood atop the wall, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, with no one daring to raise their voice. What lay beyond the wall piqued Lin Fan's curiosity, prompting him to climb the earthen barrier. Not far from the wall, he spotted 5 massive, rotund figures slowly approaching the cave. His brow furrowed in concern. These were mutated fish monsters, having encountered such creatures in the lake of Maslow Fortress. He was now able to see them clearly. They were mutations of earth crocodiles from the age of the sun, having grown to a length of 4 zhong, with enormous tails, elongated jaws, and corpulent, hardened bodies. The wall was not intended to prevent the swamp's waters from flooding in, but rather to guard against these mutated fish monsters. Alarmed, Lin Fan urgently instructed the rotund figure to call for the half-men warriors. As he watched, the mutated fish monsters had reached the base of the wall, and a frail half-man signaled. Several half-men began pushing baskets of foul fish over the edge. The stench of the fish attracted the mutated monsters, who began to scramble for the food. However, there were too many of them this time. Normally, there would be 1 or, at most, 2. Never had 5 of these creatures appeared simultaneously. The tough exoskeletons of the fish monsters were impervious to ordinary weapons. For the half-men, the only solution was to feed them. Only by satiating their hunger could they hope for a reprieve. As the mutated fish monsters greedily consumed the foul fish, the half-men on the wall let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the smallest of the fish monsters failed to secure any food. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze toward the half-men atop the wall, its eyes gleaming with malice, as if it too sought to claim the foul fish from them. Yet the half-men had no more fish to spare. Slowly, it began to crawl over the wire fence, the electric charges failing to deter it. With the mutated fish monster advancing, the half-men braced themselves for battle. Hurling explosives downwards, boom, boom, boom. One after another, the explosives detonated, leaving several wounds on the skin of the fish monster. However, this did not hinder its relentless advance. Finally, it reached the base of the wall and raised its head. "Not good, retreat!" Lin Fan cried out, but it was already too late. The mutated fish monster swung its tail violently against the wall. Bam! Despite the wall's formidable construction, it began to shake violently under the onslaught of the fish monster. 2 or 3 half-men, caught off guard, fell from the wall. A gruesome scene unfolded as the half-men were unable to escape in time, falling prey to the creature's gaping maw and being swallowed whole. It must be said, the half-men of Dostan City were no match for the laborers from the mines when it came to combat. Under the command of the frail half-man, many half-men began to retreat. However, the mutated fish monster, having tasted blood, believed that food lay beyond the wall and charged at it once more. Its immense body was too powerful. Chunks of earth crumbled away, and the steel framework began to warp. The half-men continued to throw explosives at the creature, but could not kill this radiation-induced monstrosity, which only fueled its frenzy. Soon, the foul fish were entirely consumed, and the remaining 4 mutated fish monsters still appeared unsated. All heading toward the earthen wall. Chapter 51. The rampaging spherical creature, the elderly half-man, climbed atop the earthen wall, staring in astonishment. Behind the wall lay the home of the half-men. If it fell, the mutated fish monsters would surge through, obliterating decades of hard work. He joined the ranks of the half-men fighting back, slowly tossing an explosive downwards. With a thunderous boom, the explosive detonated, yet it did nothing to deter the famished mutated fish monsters. Instead, they quickened their pace, crowding beneath the wall, continually battering it with their hard skulls and long tails. In no time, a sizable breach had formed in the wall. Lin Fan gasped in horror. The half-men were no match for these colossal monstrosities. It was no wonder they resorted to feeding the mutated fish monsters to protect themselves. Soon, the half-men's supply of explosives was exhausted. The mutated fish monsters had merely sustained minor injuries. Their combat capabilities remained unaffected. The half-men found themselves at a loss, helplessly anxious. The earthen wall could not withstand such an onslaught, gradually crumbling under the relentless assault. The elderly half-man soon found himself panting, and under the guidance of the frail half-man, retreated from the wall. Some half-men refused to abandon their post and continued to resist. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the largest fish monster slammed into the wall, tearing apart the steel framework and shattering the earth. A gaping hole appeared in the earthen wall. In the blink of an eye, a dozen half-men were unable to escape and fell through the breach, swallowed whole by the fish monster's. 1 mutated fish monster slowly squeezed through the opening. Upon witnessing this, the half-men scattered in panic. However, the elderly half-man did not retreat. He stood trembling before the grotesque, hideous mutated fish monster, rooted to the spot. The frail half-man attempted to pull him away but was rebuffed. This place embodied years of his labor and was the only hope amidst the darkness. The arrival of the fish monsters threatened to obliterate everything. As the mutated fish monsters closed in, most of the half-men retreated in terror, with the elderly half-man and the frail half-man in imminent danger. A voice rang out among the half-men, "Ulu!" The elderly half-man was taken aback, turning to see half-men warriors armed with rifles approaching. The rotund figure led them, providing cover for both the elderly and the frail half-man. The elderly half-man was stunned, unable to fathom that the rotund half-man had summoned such a formidable group of allies. Fully armed, these half-men displayed no fear in the face of the massive mutated fish monsters. The elderly half-man shouted for them to fall back. If the fish monsters were unafraid of explosives, why would they fear bullets? He did not wish for any half-men to perish here. Those half-men who had been retreating paused, holding their breath as they turned to look back. The mutated fish monsters were now only 20 meters away, charging forward. They believed that the rotund figure and the armed half-men could not possibly escape. However, at that moment, the rotund figure waved his hand. Several half-men warriors rushed forward, carrying a basket. As they neared the mutated fish monsters, they tossed the basket down and fled. Surprisingly, the mutated fish monster did not pursue them but instead clamped its jaws around the basket. Inside was the foul fish, an irresistible temptation for the creature. After swallowing it whole, the fish monster continued to crawl forward. Yet, with a loud thud, a muffled sound emanated from within the creature's belly, causing the ground to tremble. It writhed in agony, its bloated body thrashing as dark liquid began to pour from its mouth. The mutated fish monster had met its demise. The fleeing half-men covered their mouths in disbelief, while the elderly half-man stood in shock. He had not expected these half-men warriors to effortlessly slay a mutated fish monster. Soon, Two more mutated fish monsters emerged from the damaged wall, their massive forms accompanied by concerning intelligence. Unable to resist the temptation of food, it voraciously devoured the basket filled with explosives. Amid the thunderous explosion, one after another, they perished. These monsters, despite their formidable, armored exteriors and apparent invulnerability to conventional bullets and explosives, harbored a significant weakness in their internal organs, coupled with the extraordinary power of the bombs within the basket. The devastation was unimaginable. Within mere minutes, all four mutated fish monsters lay lifeless. The half-people in the cave were utterly astonished by this spectacle. The smallest of the mutated fish monsters sensed something amiss and refrained from biting the basket cast aside by the half-human warrior. Just then, the basket erupted with a deafening explosion. Terrified, it cast a glance at the four fallen fish monsters and promptly turned to flee towards the western side of the cave. The chaos subsided. The half-people emerged from their hiding places, gathering around. They understood that had it not been for Pang Dun and the other half-human warriors arriving in time to subdue the mutated fish monsters, the consequences would have been dire. A frail half-person approached Pang Dun, babbling in a choked voice, seemingly offering apologies while praising the bravery of Pang Dun and his fellow warriors. Yet, Pang Dun remained indifferent, his nostrils flaring with disdain. Truth be told, he held little affection for the half-people of Dasta City, as their offense against Ulu was an almost unforgivable sin. Ulu bless you, Pang Dun coldly uttered in half-human tongue, informing the Dasta half-people that he and his fellow warriors were devout followers of the Ulu deity. This was merely a manifestation of Ulu's benevolence and grace. The surrounding half-people exchanged puzzled glances, as they did not believe in the existence of the Ulu deity. Only the elder half-person approached Lin Fan. Gazing up at him, he recognized that Lin Fan was the true savior of himself and the others. The elder half-person expressed, "Thank you, human, for saving us. No need for formality." Lin Fan replied with a slight smile. "I am Wayana." The elder half-person continued, "I deeply apologize for our previous transgressions. It is of no consequence. I bear no ill will." Lin Fan reassured him. "Your request has been duly considered." Wayana pondered momentarily before saying, "However," at that moment, a half-person rushed over, exclaiming in terror, visibly trembling, Wahana's brow furrowed, his expression grave, and he appeared even more fearful than during the invasion of the mutated fish monsters. "What has happened?" Lin Fan inquired. "A grave matter has arisen," the elder half-person replied before hastening back with the others. Lin Fan and the half-human warriors followed closely behind. Deep within the cave, an intense heat wave surged forth, causing the temperature to spike dramatically within a radius of nearly 200 meters. The water pooled in the lowland evaporated entirely. At the source of the heat, a figure radiating a crimson glow came into view. And all the half-people of Dasta City had retreated, too terrified to approach. "A sphere," Lin Fan gasped. The glowing figure was indeed a sphere. The vessel from the Qinyang star, towering at 30 meters, had been completely consumed by the sphere, leaving behind only a hollow steel frame. The hard alloy beneath it had turned a fiery red. The Dasta half-people were engulfed in terror and bewilderment, pondering the nature of this entity. The elder half-person, witnessing decades of hard work vanish, collapsed to the ground, weeping in despair. This was an ordinary vessel left behind by the Qinyang Star Colonization Trade Group. Though dilapidated and rusted, incapable of flight, it represented hope for his kin after years of research and exploration of the vast knowledge of the Qinyang people. Wayana had envisioned a day when it could be restored. He could never have anticipated that the fishing vessel would be devoured. The sphere, clutching its full belly, let out a burp. Yet, its feast showed no signs of abating. Having consumed the main body of the fishing vessel, it began to devour its base. Lin Fan, witnessing the elder half-person's anguished cries, felt a deep sense of guilt. He had not foreseen that the sphere, taking advantage of their distraction while dealing with the fish monsters, would consume the vessel they had painstakingly repaired. Lin Fan shouted at the sphere, "Stop it, sphere!" Despite the cacophony, the sphere heard the familiar voice. It paused, lifting its head toward Lin Fan. After a brief moment of hesitation, it returned to its meal, continuing to devour the metal, its body glowing like a heated iron and slowly expanding. The sphere, usually obedient, disregarded Lin Fan this time. Lin Fan found this peculiar, muttering, "What is happening?" Ding! The Interstellar Scavenging system activated. The system's voice announced, "Master, the scavenging pig is beginning to evolve." "What is happening?" "It has consumed some rare metallic elements from the fishing vessel. From juvenile mid-development to juvenile advancement, Indeed. The system continued. Its body has entered a state of overload during evolution, spiraling into a rampage, and it cannot be stopped. Overload? Just then, the half-people of Dasta City surrounded Lin Fan. Upon witnessing his actions, they surmised that the creature was brought forth by him. They feared he was the one responsible for the destruction of the fishing vessel. The frail half-person glared at Lin Fan, eyes brimming with indignation. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan's arrival concealed a significant conspiracy, with the true aim being the vessel. Under his lead, the cave half-people surged forth, encircling Lin Fan. Following Lin Fan's orders, the half-human warriors refrained from attacking the Dasta half-people, while the cave half-people relentlessly charged at Lin Fan. They hurled insults and even threw stones at him. Pang Dun, infuriated, attempted to intervene, bellowing loudly, yet his voice was drowned out by the raucous cries of the cave half-people. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the steel frame collapsed, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. Both the cave half-people and the half-human warriors could not withstand the intense temperature, fleeing in disarray. When they looked back, they beheld the sphere. Its body glowed a fierce red, far from the docile creature they once knew. As it regarded the cave half-people, it bared its teeth, its eyes ablaze with fury. Though it was in a rampage, a final instinct compelled it to protect Lin Fan upon sensing the hostility of the cave half-people. Chapter 52. Strike? Nano Repair Worm. The sphere slowly advanced towards the half-people, its body radiating even more heat. Despite Lin Fan donning protective gear, he too felt the rising temperature. The heat continued to climb, and if it persisted, they would surely face incineration. The cave half-people finally succumbed to fear, retreating in panic. There were only two escape routes, one blocked by the sphere, the other leading to the Great Marsh, where mutated fish monsters lurked. Although the nature of these creatures remained unknown, they were undoubtedly far more terrifying than the mutated fish monsters. Thus, they fled towards the marsh. Confronted with the peril of the half-people's lives, the elder half-person trembled as he approached Lin Fan. More than the ideals and hopes in the darkness, he prioritized the lives of his kin. Braving the heat, he grasped Lin Fan's arm, pleading, "Noble human, I beseech you, spare my people." Lin Fan was taken aback. It was not his intention to unleash the sphere. It had spiraled out of control. He inhaled deeply and replied, "I will do my best." The elder half-person's body quaked as he bowed his head to the ground, stating, "My lord, I am willing to accept any consequences for my offenses against you. You must escape." With that, Lin Fan strode towards the sphere. Even through the protective suit, Lin Fan could feel the temperature escalating. He shouted, "Sphere, calm down," yet the sphere showed no signs of responding. Lin Fan attempted to advance, but the heat had nearly reached the limits of his tolerance. This unexpected situation caught him off guard, as he observed the sphere drawing near. He furrowed his brow and shouted, "You little rascal, you can't come any closer. If I die, there will be no one left to provide you with feasts." Feast? At this, the sphere halted abruptly, eyes widening in realization. It stood upright, noticing Lin Fan struggling to shield himself from the heat wave, nearly collapsing under the strain, which piqued its curiosity. Amidst the chaos, the sphere glanced around, then at its own body. Wow! The sphere then comprehended that it was the cause of the turmoil. Its body had turned as red as molten iron. Momentarily stunned, it quickly pouted and began blowing on its own body. Remarkably, this proved effective. After a while, the red hue gradually receded, restoring the sphere to its previous appearance. The temperature within the cave began to diminish, allowing Lin Fan to exhale in relief. At that moment, the sphere completed its evolution, entering the juvenile advancement stage, now slightly larger, standing at a height of 50 centimeters. However, the sphere sensed an overwhelming energy surging within, growing anxious, and frantically gestured to Lin Fan. It hurriedly conveyed that it was brimming with energy and would soon detonate if not released. Lin Fan was taken aback. What? Another rampage? However, he was at a loss for how to proceed. With the sphere's development, its physical capabilities had also enhanced. It sniffed the air, and suddenly, a spark of realization lit its eyes. It turned and dashed deeper into the cave. What was it up to? Lin Fan pondered, bewildered. The scavenging pig had detected the presence of a metallic object. The system inquired. What? Lin Fan remarked, "The spherical entity still requires sustenance. The scavenger pig shall alleviate its physical burden by employing the most crucial method of energy release." The system responded, "This method is known as forging." Lin Fan was secretly astonished. Could it be that within this cavern, It has uncovered something capable of restoration? Indeed. Furthermore, this object possesses the capacity to accommodate the excess energy generated during the scavenger pig's evolutionary process, which speaks volumes of its significance. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan followed the spherical entity. Observing the direction it was heading, the half-elder was momentarily taken aback, however, having already witnessed the might of the sphere. He dared not utter another word and simply trailed behind. The sphere wiggled its rear and ventured deep into the cave. It turned out that a wall concealed another space within it. Ascending the metallic stairs crafted by the Qinyang Star's colonial merchant group, a sturdy iron door came into view. This metallic barrier was robustly integrated into the wall, rendering the entire space sealed. The half-elder had spent decades attempting to pry it open, yet had failed. However, the sphere dismantled the door in a mere minute. The metallic gate crashed down with a thunderous noise. In the dim light, an immensely vast subterranean space was revealed. This chamber was remarkably stable, showing only a slight crack from a nuclear explosion yet remaining intact. In the center of the hall stood an imposing structure. Towering 60 meters high, the half-elder, upon witnessing this colossal mechanical form, froze in place, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan was equally taken aback. The Interstellar Scavenging system displayed a message. Discovered Qinyang Star Titan robot. Currently in a damaged state, reward 2,000 scavenging points. The Titan robot, Qinyang Star's colossal automaton, the premier weapon of the colonial merchant group, with absolute defense and unparalleled might. Lin Fan was not overly surprised at the valuation of 2,000 scavenging points. He was acutely aware that although this Titan robot was a weapon from decades past, it was no ordinary machine. Once, a single Titan robot had obliterated half a city of humanity. That moment, the sphere darted to the robot's toe, its body beginning to exhibit red spots. Lin Fan understood that the sphere was losing control and was likely on the verge of rampaging. The system's voice immediately resonated. Master, shall we unlock the basic civilization robot forging and control technology for the scavenger pig? Lin Fan hastily nodded, yes. Having just acquired the damaged Titan robot and received 2,000 scavenging points, Lin Fan now possessed a total of 460 scavenging points. Ding, basic civilization robot forging and control technology has been unlocked, costing 10,000 scavenging points. With the chime, a glimmer of golden light flashed in the sphere's eyes. Instantly, a plethora of blueprints and vast amounts of data regarding basic civilization robot technologies flooded its mind. Akin to an ocean, just as it was on the brink of rampaging, the sphere's eyes radiated a deep azure light, transforming into a blazing furnace. Although red spots appeared on its body, no heat waves emanated from within. Suddenly, it became motionless, slipping into a state of rigidity. Lin Fan sensed something amiss. 5 minutes passed, yet the sphere remained still, as if petrified. He gazed up at the towering Titan robot and then glanced at the diminutive sphere. Murmuring, system, can such a tiny entity truly repair something of this magnitude? There is no issue whatsoever, the system replied. Not only can it repair the Titan robot, but it is also capable of mending even larger basic civilization robots. Then why has it ceased moving? Take another look. After another 5 minutes, the sphere finally began to stir. Surprisingly, it did not proceed directly to repair the Titan robot. Instead, it scratched its nose and subsequently sneezed. A droplet of mucus landed on the Titan robot's toe. Lin Fan was left dumbfounded. What on earth are you doing, little one? You've been dawdling just to sneeze? Soon, he realized that this was not mere mucus, but a silvery metallic liquid, gleaming with a sheen that suggested it possessed its own consciousness. It began to flow upward along the Titan robot's foot. What was this? Lin Fan was bewildered. Parasite. Is this a parasite within the scavenger pig? Indeed, the system confirmed. It is known as a nano-repair worm. Do not underestimate it. It is a parasite of advanced civilization life. These nano-sized microlives maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with the sphere. The reason the sphere had been inactive was to nourish them with energy. Now, the repair worms were primed to commence the restoration of the Titan robot. Lin Fan found it absurd. What? Such a minuscule creature can repair the Titan robot? After being fed a substantial amount of energy by the scavenger pig, they would replicate themselves at a frantic pace. Do not be deceived by the small volume of that liquid. It contained quintillions of repair worms. I see, Lin Fan mused. The system added, once they receive energy and directives from the scavenger pig, the repair worms will work tirelessly to restore every component within the Titan robot. The parasites within the sphere are extraordinarily powerful, Lin Fan remarked. However, The repair worms do have their limitations. They cannot approach materials of intermediate civilization nor repair excessively large objects. The system noted. Lin Fan thought to himself, what does that even matter? Given the overwhelming sense of helplessness towards the Qinyang star's primitive civilization, he harbored no aspirations for intermediate civilizations. The sphere indeed possessed an abundance of energy. During this period, Lin Fan had facilitated its consumption of copious amounts of metal. It was merely the lack of rare metals that had delayed its evolution. In truth, the metallic substances within were already sufficient. In an effort to alleviate its physical burden, the sphere sneezed again toward the Titan robot's toe. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the colossal Titan robot's body was teeming with repair worms, traversing freely between atoms. For them, the task was simply to align the misaligned atoms within the Titan robot's components and replicate the surplus metal into their own little minions. Time passed, and a vast legion of minuscule repair worms launched a full-scale assault on the Titan robot's control module. Negative electrons served as their weaponry. Under the relentless onslaught of the repair worms, the defensive measures set within the robot crumbled to dust. Yet, many repair worms perished from energy depletion. Subsequently, the sphere climbed atop the Titan robot's body. Activating its long-dormant heavy-element fusion energy core, IT then plunged its fingers into the energy core, allowing a torrent of energy to surge in. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. The fusion energy core in the Titan robot's chest roared to life. Its eyes, dormant for decades, suddenly opened, emanating a dazzling violet light. Chapter 53. The Titan's colossal foot. The Titan robot's body did not move. Its components remained under repair. After all, the damage it had sustained during that war was no trivial matter. At this moment, the Half-Elder's astonishment had reached an indescribable level. He had once witnessed the Qinyang Star Colonial Merchant Group endeavor to repair this giant robot, but before they could succeed, they were defeated in battle. It was unfathomable that this diminutive creature, shorter than the Half-Elder, could effortlessly reactivate the Titan robot's power source. Moreover, under the influence of that silvery metallic liquid, not only did the Titan robot's ocular orbs regain their former luster, but the components within its metallic shell began to operate with faint creaking sounds, and even the external dents gradually restored themselves. What on earth was happening? The Half-Elder believed he had studied extensively the knowledge and technology left behind by the Qinyang Star people. However, this miraculous phenomenon surpassed his understanding by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the stout figure and Half-Elder warriors entered the underground hall. They had long grown accustomed to such wonders, their faces etched with reverence and devotion. Observing the unwavering resolve of the Half-Elder warriors, it seemed they had never experienced doubt or confusion during their dark years of subjugation. A flicker of doubt arose in the Half-Elder's heart, a crack forming in his previously unshakable belief in science. Lifting his gaze to the imposing figure of Lin Fan, he murmured, "Ulu, Ulu." The brilliance in his eyes began to fade, the faith he had fervently pursued crumbling before him. Recalling how Lin Fan had effortlessly rescued the Half-Elder from the clutches of the mutant fish monster and halted the voracious metal-devouring creature, and now had restored this premier robot of the Qinyang Star Colonial Merchant Group. Could it be that Moda's faith was indeed correct? Had he truly encountered the legendary Ulu deity? Trembling, the Half-Elder approached Lin Fan, summoning his courage to touch him. Consciousness slowly conveyed to him, "My lord, could it be that you are truly the Ulu deity of our Baikin Star half-people?" Lin Fan lowered his head, offering a gentle smile before shaking his head. He replied, "Wayana, do not be anxious. Nor doubt your faith in science. I do not understand your words." Lin Fan paused before continuing. The half-people require a deity to provide them hope. However, they need science even more to empower them. The Half-Elder scratched his head and inquired, "If you are not a deity, then what was that which just appeared? Was it a miracle?" Lin Fan responded, "It is not a miracle, but rather science. Your lack of understanding of the intricacies indicates that you still have a long journey ahead in the realm of science." "So that is the case." The half-man elder let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, it seemed that the beliefs he had steadfastly upheld for many years were not in vain. However, his inner thoughts had shifted. He finally comprehended the obsession and perseverance that Emoda had once exhibited, as for the cave-dwelling half-men. Their expressions mirrored that of the half-man elder as they witnessed the gradual restoration of the colossal metallic robot. Meanwhile, the rotund figure, observing their stunned demeanor, deliberately adopted an air of nonchalance. He earnestly informed the surrounding half-men that this was merely the most trivial of tricks employed by Lord Uru. Lord Uru was typically very low-key. Preferring not to be idolized, revealing only the tip of the iceberg of his true power. In the past, during the Battle of Maslow Fortress, he had rescued tens of thousands of his half-man compatriots. Lord Uru summoned the winged beasts and water ghost warriors with a mere exertion of will, sending the Qinyang people fleeing in panic. Under his boastful narrative, the half-men of Dasta City listened in astonishment. Yet, they chose not to believe the words of the rotund figure. Instead, they sought the counsel of their mentor, the half-man elder, Wayana. After a moment's contemplation, the elder stated, "Science is an unassailable truth, and Uru indeed exists. For Uru embodies hope amidst darkness. Faith in Uru is, in essence, a prayer for hope. If one day the power of science brings hope to the half-men, then it signifies that science has become Uru's earthly manifestation." The half-men struggled to grasp this concept fully. However, they discerned one crucial fact. The elder's attitude towards Lin Fan had undergone a profound transformation. The Titan robot in the underground hall, once battered and scarred, was restored under the diligent efforts of the repair drones. It now radiated a renewed metallic luster. The enormous head shifted slightly, the brilliance in its eyes intensifying as it lowered its gaze to Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood that the Titan robot had been completely repaired, a monumental task that had nearly drained the energy reserves of the repair drones. At that moment, a frail half-man rushed back into the hall, whispering anxiously in the elder's ear. Upon hearing, a mix of surprise and anxiety crossed the elder's face. Lin Fan inquired, "Wayana, what has transpired?" The elder replied, "My lord, trouble looms. The mutated fish monsters have reappeared, and this time there are as many as 7 or 8. So many? Indeed. Moreover, the fish monsters have grown wise. They no longer pay heed to the fish baskets laden with explosives." Lin Fan nodded, glancing at the Titan robot and said, "Do not worry. You and the half-men should retreat to safety." The half-man elder nodded vigorously, returning to the outer caves to direct the half-men to take cover, while the rotund figure led the half-warriors far away. Lin Fan turned his attention to the Titan robot's eye, commanding, "Titan, prepare to strike, eliminate the fish monsters, and protect the half-men." The robot inclined its head slightly, its fusion energy core glowing ever brighter. Once Lin Fan exited the underground hall, the Titan robot swung its massive fist, striking the wall constructed by the Qinyang people with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the sturdy wall shattered, creating a passage between the underground hall and the cave. The immense metallic robot slightly curled its body and stepped into the cave. In the vicinity of the crumbling earthen wall on the western side of the cave, the mutated fish monsters advanced with ferocity, their bloated bodies writhing through the center of the cave. This time, they had learned not to be lured by the stench of the rotten fish, but instead focused on the cave-dwelling half-men. In an instant, numerous half-men fell prey to the fish monsters. Faced with the onslaught, the half-men were utterly powerless to resist, fleeing deeper into the cave. However, at that moment, a tremor echoed from within the cave, growing increasingly loud. An unimaginably massive metallic robot appeared before the half-men. When it stood upright, it nearly threatened to rupture the cave. The fleeing half-men were petrified, unable to advance, their bodies seemingly turned to stone. While they retained a flicker of resistance against the mutated fish monsters, they were utterly bereft of the will to escape in the presence of this colossal metallic behemoth. One by one, the half-men curled up on the ground, trembling in fear. Nevertheless, the Titan robot did not harm the multitude of half-men beneath it. Rather, it avoided them. Suddenly, it extended its arm with great force, snatching a half-man positioned in front of the fish monster's jaws. Subsequently, it lifted its colossal foot and crushed the mutated fish monster beneath it. With a simple stomp, the leading fish monster was reduced to a pulpy mass. There were no flashy techniques employed, nor did it even draw its weapon. It effortlessly shattered the resilient shell of the fish monster. The fusion energy core emitted a low hum, and its gaze remained devoid of emotion, functioning solely as a machine executing commands to attack, wholly indifferent to the bloated aberration. The mutated fish monsters, notorious for their bloodlust, encountered an obstacle in the form of this giant and did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward. However, this was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Despite their massive size, the mutated fish monsters appeared as mere insects beneath the Titan robot's feet. With each step the Titan took, a fish monster met its demise. In less than a minute, only 7 or 8 contorted bodies of the fish monsters remained on the ground, frozen in their final agonies. The Titan robot then gently placed the half-man it had rescued back onto the ground and turned its gaze toward Lin Fan in the distance. The light in its pupils gradually dimmed, Transitioning from combat mode to a defensive stance at that moment, the cave-dwelling half-men of Dasta City finally comprehended the elder's words. The URU spirit indeed existed, for the human before them embodied it. URU represented the solitary hope amidst darkness and was the magnificent deity wielding the power of science. Thus, there was no inherent contradiction. They all surged forward, gazing at Lin Fan with profound reverence. The half-man elder cautiously took a step forward and bowed deeply before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, taken aback, asked, "Wayana, what is it that you seek?" The elder replied, "My lord, I wish to lead my people to follow you to the half-man city." "Have you truly considered this?" The elder nodded affirmatively. "Lord URU, my people now believe that you are the deity who commands the power of science. I also feel that Imoda's earlier insistence was justified. The half-men need URU, and you are the light and hope for the long night of the half-men." "What?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. A deity wielding the power of science. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Fan felt rather like a charlatan. He cleared his throat twice, intending to provide an explanation. Observing Lin Fan's discomfort, the elder hastily prostrated himself on the ground. "Please, my lord, forgive us for our previous ignorance and offenses. We wish to follow you and together resist the invasion of the Qinyang people." Chapter 54. The subtle spread of war in Dasta City. Winged beasts soared through the sky. A gargantuan robot emerged amidst the ruins of this devastated city, marching steadily northward. Following in its wake were hundreds of thousands of half-men from Baiken Star, including the elder Wayana. Casting a backward glance at the city, he felt an intricate mix of emotions. Dasta City was the birthplace of his dreams, reminiscent of the sorrow he felt when he departed Baiken Star many years ago. Yet the city he was about to enter held all his aspirations and hopes for the remainder of his life. After taking one last look, he finally turned away. Days later, the half-men of Dasta traversed the desolate earth, finally arriving at the city of heavy iron. At first glance, the city appeared unremarkable. However, upon entering, Wayana and the other half-men were astounded. Here, the half-men did not need to hide within caves. Instead, they lived openly and proudly. The city was fortified with bastions and watchtowers, while traps and tunnels were constructed at the entrance routes. The half-men warriors patrolled the trenches with remarkable order. As they ventured deeper into the city, they encountered two heavy tanks. The half-men from Dasta, upon seeing such human-heavy equipment, mistakenly believed they had intruded into human territory and hurriedly sought to evade. To their surprise, half-men emerged from the tank hatches, saluting Lin Fan and the rotund figure. The half-men of Dasta marveled in astonishment. Yet, this was merely a small corner of the city. They also witnessed half-men farmers cultivating vast fields in the western valley of Heavy Iron City. In the northern industrial district, half-men workers operated nuclear power plants and coal compression facilities. In the coal mining area, half-men miners toiled diligently. This was a city belonging to the half-men. Wayana was utterly amazed. He realized that these half-men were those whom Imoda had taken from Dasta City, who later became slaves in the mines. These individuals had not received an education and were in a state of ignorance. Yet now, they busily engaged in their work on the production lines, thriving with activity. His heart was filled with shock. So this was URU, as depicted in the legends of Baiken Star. The city that now flourished before his eyes was the magnificent testament to URU's greatness. In that moment, he felt deep shame for his past arrogance and profound reverence for the power of URU. The remaining half-men were predominantly his students. They had always regarded the rise of half-man civilization as their ambition, residing in caves to explore and study the vast realms of knowledge. Yet, as the years passed, they had grown increasingly lost. Despite their remarkable achievements in the progression of half-man civilization, the more they delved into the world of science, the more they felt their own insignificance. It was a sense of despairing powerlessness. Perhaps, the relentless efforts throughout a lifetime, even those spanning generations, may never bridge the profound chasm that exists between humanity and the civilization of the Qinyang star. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the scientific ocean, they find themselves merely gazing in despair, too intimidated to even step onto the shore. This bewilderment and anguish have not dissipated. They gnaw at the hearts of these half-beings, consuming their meager beliefs, until the old half-man, Wayana, uttered those words, "Ulu exists in the world. Science is divine." Now, upon entering this city known as Heavy Iron City, light once again blooms from the darkness, and hope rekindles amidst confusion. They discover that their voyage across the ocean of science is not solitary. Witnessing the mercy and prowess of Ulu, it is as if they have found a towering lighthouse amidst the sea. As night falls, Wayana arrives at the base, his excitement palpable. Lin Fan is equally perplexed. The old half-man, despite his age, has traversed such a distance and still arrives with fervor in the dead of night. He inquires Wayana, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" The old half-man replies, "My apologies, my lord. Wise students and I can hardly contain our eagerness." Eagerness? What do you wish to do? Wayana states, "We wish to join the half-man factory, to labor together in the reconstruction of this city." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan cannot help but smile. "No, there are more pressing matters that require your attention, and only you can accomplish them." What matters? The half-men have gathered numerous tanks within Heavy Iron City, some of which are only slightly damaged. Lin Fan continues, "I wish for you to lead the half-men in establishing a tank repair factory, specifically for the maintenance of tanks." A tank repair factory? The old half-man contemplates, "My lord, that will not be easy, I am aware." Lin Fan replies, "However, besides you and the half-men of Dasta City, there are no others capable of this task." Wayana clenches his teeth resolutely. "I understand. Furthermore, you must also oversee the research facilities of the factory and cultivate a cadre of skilled half-man technicians." Understood. Lin Fan gazes at Wayana and states, "Our time is limited. Before the arrival of the Qinyang people, the half-men must possess formidable strength." A glimmer of determination shines in Wahana's eyes as he declares, "Wayana and the other half-men shall give their utmost effort." Within a mere 2 days, the half-men from Dasta City have settled into Heavy Iron City. Compared to the dampness of caves, the environment here is vastly improved. They no longer need to crowd into cramped spaces or fear the mutant fish monsters. Wayana, accompanied by the half-men from Dasta City, rallies several half-laborers and heads to the northern tank factory in Heavy Iron City. This place had already collapsed halfway, with machinery bases buried beneath the rubble. Through the half-men's diligent efforts, the ruins are swiftly cleared, restoring it to its former state. Wayana and the half-men from Dasta City become fervently engaged in their work, their enthusiasm even surpassing that of the half-laborers. They dive wholeheartedly into the research and renovation of the tank repair factory. Wayana's understanding of machinery has reached a high level. They even dare to repair the spacecraft of the Qinyang people, let alone tanks. What they need to do is merely disassemble the tank components and reassemble them, a task far simpler than production. At last, the production line of the tank repair factory is established. Although they have not fully mastered tank technology, they gradually learn how to replace damaged parts and address simple malfunctions. As for the compressed coal factory, that is even less daunting. Under Wayana and his students' guidance, the production line of the half-man factory has undergone significant integration and optimization, greatly enhancing operational efficiency. Moreover, Aku has become one of Wayana's apprentices. Initially influenced by his grandfather, he harbored a strong aversion towards this half-man elder who did not believe in Ulu. However, he soon realizes that this old fellow does not disrespect Ulu. On the contrary, he speaks of Ulu constantly, leading Aku to gradually accept him. With the addition of the half-men from Dasta City, a seed has been sown in this city of half-men. This seed is science. It has donned the guise of the divine Ulu, quietly taking root in the hearts of the half-men, the winged beast tribe of Heavy Iron City. Under Lin Fan's strategic planning, has also been quietly amassing strength. The red robe leads over 30 winged beasts southward. Aside from protecting Lin Fan, there is another crucial mission, to seek out the scattered winged beasts of the ruined cities. In the southern cities, they discover traces of numerous small tribes of winged beasts. Consequently, Howling Wind leads the winged beast army into battle against various winged beast tribes in the south. Howling Wind's physique has grown larger than before. When he spreads his wings, they measure an impressive 6 zhang in width. The battles between the winged beasts are brutal and bloody, with no winged beast able to withstand the onslaught of the dominant winged beasts. According to the customs of the winged beast tribes, the defeated winged beast lords are almost always executed. Yet, Howling Wind does not adhere to the traditional customs. He spares the defeated lords of the winged beasts. He informs them, a new era has arrived. The Qinyang people are the true enemies. One day, we shall repay blood with blood. Soon, one tribe after another submits to him. Time passes swiftly. 2 months later, the situation on the continent undergoes a slight shift. With the advancement of the Earth's doomsday strategy, friction between humanity and the Qinyang people grows increasingly frequent. At last, a full-scale war erupts in the northern theater. The Qinyang people gather several bases and launch a fierce assault on the northern cities, resulting in exceptionally brutal combat. The West has always been impoverished, with weak industry, while the North is the hub of all military production. The northern theater finds itself in dire straits. the capital and western theaters urgently dispatch troops for support. This, however, leaves the western theater with depleted forces. Seizing the opportunity, Qinyang's Base 245 initiates localized conflicts. Unlike the tranquility of Heavy Iron City, the western lands are engulfed in smoke and shrouded by the specter of war. 90 kilometers north of Heavy Iron City, 2 new Model 990 to 3 large tanks and a medium anti-aircraft vehicle head southward. These tanks are vastly different from those repaired by the half-men of Heavy Iron City. They are significantly larger, more powerful and faster. Inside the tank, Chunhu's protective armor lies shattered, his body covered in blood. His expression grave, he asks, "Have the enemies taken the bait?" The radio operator replies, "They are already in pursuit." Chunhu breathes a sigh of relief and inquires, "What about vehicles 108 and 135? The radio operator responds, "Their signal is lost." Chunhu says nothing, slamming his fist against the steel plate. He then opens the tank's hatch, climbs out, removes his helmet, and lights a cigar. "You shouldn't smoke. There may be nuclear radiation outside," the young radio operator warns. At this point, who gives a damn about nuclear radiation? Chunhu retorts, "We must lure them south. Only then can the main force retreat swiftly back to Shirkuei City. Do you understand?" "Understood. But what do we do?" The radio operator asks. "They're too fast. We can no longer escape." "Old Nyo, how far is Heavy Iron City?" Chunhu queries. "About 80 kilometers, the old tank driver replies. "Full speed ahead. If luck is on our side, we might reach Heavy Iron City." Chunhu declares, "In such a vast city, let us have some fun with these metal tortoises. But our defenses outside Shirkuei City are likely to collapse." The old driver argues, "Is this even worth it?" "I don't know," Chunhu admits, "but we might as well delay them for as long as possible." The young radio operator takes a deep breath, saying, "Once we reach Heavy Iron City, what can we do? No reinforcements, no supplies. We'll just be waiting to die as soldiers. Dying in battle is our destiny." Chunhu responds, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 55. The Battle of Heavy Iron City commences at the Heavy Iron City base. The winged beast Red Robe descends before a heavy truck, emitting a series of low growls. The reconnaissance winged beasts have been monitoring the movements around Heavy Iron City. Lin Fan has long been aware that dozens of kilometers away, the robotic battalions of the Qinyang people are advancing towards Heavy Iron City. Their intention is not to invade Heavy Iron City, but to pursue the retreating tanks. What has transpired for the army to retreat this far? Lin Fan ponders for a moment, but finds no answers. Regardless, war is now unavoidable. He raises his electromagnetic rifle and fires a shot into the sky. Bang! The dominant winged beast emits an incredibly authoritative howl. Over 100 winged beasts spread their wings and take flight. Circling above the base, roars resound through the heavens. The throng of half-men joins in a loud chant, "Ulu!" Their voices resonate with fervor and passion. The half-man warriors on the square are already equipped and ready for action. Modified battle vehicles are lined up in formation, with 10 tanks and armored vehicles prominently included. Thanks to the efforts of Wayana and his apprentices, many human tanks and armored vehicles have been repaired. The half-man warriors stand undaunted. Despite their smaller stature, each one possesses an indomitable spirit, ablaze with the fire of battle. Shortly thereafter, led by Pang Dun, the half-men rush towards the north, where the battlefield of Heavy Iron City awaits. Heavy Iron City is a city belonging to the half-men, their new homeland. Here, the half-men have invested their blood, sweat, and tears, and it embodies their hopes for the remainder of their lives. They will not allow the Qinyang people to set foot on this land. The invaders are formidable, but for the sake of the half-man tribe, they have no retreat. They can only fight to the death. Howling Wind, soaring above, observes the movements of the ground forces and emits a long howl. Soon, he surpasses the pace of the half-men, leading the winged beasts to be the first to arrive at the northern outskirts of Heavy Iron City. In addition to the winged beast legion and half-man infantry, the robotic battalion also makes its appearance. Tap, tap, tap. The water demon emerged outside the base, emitting peculiar sounds as it unsheathed its slaughtering knife. Subsequently, over 50 Butcher-class robots surged forth from the base, with their slaughtering blades raised and matrix cannons primed. They stood as mere soulless war machines. These Butcher-class robots were unearthed by Hughes in the robot warehouse, and after 2 months of tireless labor, they were finally restored by the spherical device. The once dilapidated scrap metal now gleamed with a lustrous sheen, ready to serve its purpose once more. They were no longer the war slaves of the Qiang people, but rather a robotic legion devoted to Lin Fan. The water demon robot led the robotic army, swiftly outrunning the half-people. The sight of these colossal machines invigorated the half-human warriors, marking the first battle in the reconstruction of Iron City. This time, they would not fight alone. At first glance, Iron City appeared serene, seemingly unchanged from its former self. However, beneath the surface, it had undergone a profound transformation. For the past 3 months, the half-people had toiled diligently to fortify their defenses, all in anticipation of this day. Across the Gobi, 2 massive tanks and an air defense artillery vehicle sped towards Iron City. There was no escaping the barren expanse. Only upon reaching Iron City could they glimpse a flicker of hope for survival. Soon, more than a dozen Viper-class robots appeared on the horizon, soaring through the sky with alarming speed. The young communications soldier observed the robots' positions on his radar, remaining silent as he cast a worried glance at Chun-Hu. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chun-Hu extinguished his cigar, lifted the canopy, and stepped outside. Peering through his binoculars at the robot's location, he inhaled deeply. The Viper-class robots were advancing even faster than anticipated, making their safe arrival at Iron City increasingly precarious. He then activated his risk communicator to connect with the tanks and the air defense artillery vehicle behind him, stating, Tank 089, Air Defense Vehicle 766. Let us lead these robots here. Our mission will be complete. Commander, how are things on your end? No issues. After a moment of silence, he declared, I, Chun-Hu, now issue a final command. You must enter Iron City. Do not sacrifice yourselves needlessly. Survive. Take the old bull and this rookie to safety. Chun-Hu continued, I will drive Tank 099 to engage them. After a brief silence, a voice crackled from Air Defense Vehicle 766. Commander, I cannot obey your orders this time. The tanks cannot hit them. Suddenly, a screeching noise erupted, the sound of brakes being applied, as Vehicle 766 abruptly changed direction. Chun-Hu was left dumbfounded, shouting, What the hell are you doing? The voice from the other end responded, Commander, you must go. The 5th Regiment cannot be without you. The voice trembled. Farewell, brothers. The transmission abruptly cut off. Vehicle 766, seemingly out of control, surged northward. Chun-Hu fell into a long silence. Closing his eyes, the old driver sighed, saying, Vehicle 766 has made its choice, Commander. We must leave. The 2 massive tanks continued their advance. The sound of laser cannons erupted behind them. Chun-Hu sighed, raising his binoculars to see the air defense vehicle utilizing the terrain for cover. Opening fire on the pursuing Viper-class robots, brilliant flashes of electricity lit the sky as the laser cannons unleashed a torrent of firepower. This air defense vehicle was specifically designed to target aerial units. The distant Viper-class robots were forced to evade, their advance noticeably slowed, although they had not been shot down. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 tanks raced toward Iron City. However, with a thunderous boom, the sound of the laser cannons abruptly ceased. From a hill 1 kilometer to the west, Butcher-class robots emerged, their matrix cannons locking onto the isolated air defense vehicle. Countless missiles swept through the low sky, striking the vehicle's chassis in an instant. The air defense vehicle exploded. Witnessing it engulfed in flames, its occupants reduced to ashes, Chun-Hu felt a pang of anguish. At that moment, the tanks crested a dirt rise, revealing a vast, ruined city before them. It was Iron City. As the Butcher-class robots closed in from behind, Chun-Hu took his position at the weapon controls, operating the tank. The exterior of Tank 990-3 transformed, revealing 2 rows of heavy electromagnetic weaponry. Boom! They fired while retreating, steering towards Iron City as they unleashed a fierce barrage at the Butcher-class robots. The old driver, seasoned and skilled, pushed the tank to its maximum power, driving straight into the crumbling remains surrounding Iron City. Walls crumbled as they barreled through. Yet, another tank was not as fortunate. It failed to breach Iron City's perimeter. With a resounding explosion, it was struck by missiles, followed by another 7 or 8 incoming projectiles. Tank 089 erupted in flames, consumed by a raging inferno. Only Tank 099 remained. Guided by the old driver, the tank maneuvered through the rubble like an armored beetle, dodging several missile strikes. Finally, they reached the northern hub of Iron City. Noticing the Butcher-class robots in pursuit, beads of sweat formed on the old driver's brow. Chun-Hu chuckled, After all these years, why are you still so nervous? He then offered the old driver a cigarette, lighting it for him. Operating the heavy electromagnetic weaponry, he sent one pursuing Butcher-class robot tumbling into the air, taking the moment to light his own cigarette. The old driver took a puff, saying, My son is still in Stone Helmet City. Chun-Hu's heart sank as he patted the driver's shoulder. Just then, another Butcher-class robot appeared half a kilometer behind the tank, Before he could launch an attack, a missile approached rapidly. Get down. Chun Hu's warning was cut off by a thunderous explosion, shaking the tank violently and damaging its tracks. Fortunately, the old driver reacted swiftly. Before the second missile could arrive, he used the tank's momentum to veer sharply, crashing through a nearby wall and taking refuge behind a massive structure. The previous explosion left Chun Hu's ears ringing, but he had no time to dwell on it. He seized the young communications soldier, shouting, "Run!" The young soldier nodded but hesitated as he peeked out. Quickly retracting his body, noticing the soldier's strange behavior, Chun Hu grew alarmed, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Commander, we are surrounded." The communications soldier was clearly terrified. Chun Hu, exasperated, shoved the soldier aside and crawled out of the tank, only to find himself frozen in shock. Above him, concealed behind the wall, a colossal butcher-class robot curled its form, seemingly lying in ambush. Its matrix cannons were primed and ready for combat. Chun Hu's mind raced. Instinctively, he raised his electromagnetic rifle but then gently lowered it. To his astonishment, the butcher-class robot showed no intention of firing. That moment, a plump, cloth-wrapped half-human from White Kin Star appeared atop a nearby low building. The half-human raised its short arms, surprisingly saluting Chun Hu. It then gestured for silence. Chun Hu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't the butcher-class robot part of the Chiang armed forces? Why was it not attacking him? With such proximity, if it opened fire, he would be obliterated. Moreover, this half-human was actually saluting him in a manner akin to human military protocol, urging him to remain silent. Could it be that extraterrestrial races communicated through similar gestures? Chun Hu had no time to ponder the implications, for the Chiang robots were advancing. The butcher-class robots stepped into Iron City, marching directly towards them. Just then, the rotund half-human on the rooftop shouted. And dozens more half-humans emerged, each shouldering anti-armor artillery. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of white light shot forth. The rockets arced gracefully through the air, heading toward the Chiang's butcher-class robots. The battle for Iron City had begun. Chapter 56. The strange army of Iron City. The half-humans' rockets struck the Chiang robots, igniting fiery explosions and billowing smoke. Yet, the towering machines remained unfazed, advancing with calm determination. Only one robot halted to retaliate. However, it had yet to deploy its cannon when the half-humans, realizing the danger, hastily retreated, fleeing in disarray. Their retreat was a prudent decision, as a missile soon obliterated the rooftop where they had lingered. Meanwhile, the disheveled plump half-human re-emerged from another corner, frantically signaling to Chun Hu to follow him back. Chun Hu, feeling a mix of confusion and intrigue, followed closely behind the half-human into the depths of Iron City. Once they had safely distanced themselves, the butcher-class robot that had been hiding behind the wall finally revealed itself. Using the ruins as cover, it readied its matrix cannons, aiming at the approaching Chiang robots. With a whoosh, it fired 2 missiles. Chun Hu suddenly realized that this butcher-class robot was actually providing cover for their retreat. What on earth was going on? Not merely a half-human, this butcher-class robot astonishingly fought alongside itself, launching an assault against a formidable wave of similarly designed robots. Chun Hu found himself utterly perplexed. The thick wall, which had concealed the butcher-class robot, suddenly crumbled, and its steel frame was struck by several missiles. Yet it continued to retreat in defeat. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Observing the situation, it was evident that one butcher-class robot and a handful of half-humans were no match for nearly 100 Qianjiangsing robots. Before long, the half-humans led Chun Hu and his companions across the intersection. Rather than continuing their retreat, they surged into a dilapidated building. This structure, merely 4 or 5 stories high, was completely shattered on the outside, with half of it collapsed, leaving behind a skeletal framework of reinforced concrete. The young communications soldier hesitated and said, "Chief, this crumbling building is unsafe. Should we take advantage of the chaos to escape? After all, they are not our people." Chun Hu shook his head and replied, "They are assisting us. We cannot abandon them. We must stay and continue the fight." With that, he followed the half-humans into the derelict building. Shortly thereafter, Chun Hu and his companions were astounded. Within the seemingly tranquil ruins, hundreds of armed half-humans lay in wait. They were all fully loaded with ammunition, rocket launchers at the ready, prepared for battle. They watched as the solitary butcher-class robot, seeking cover, continued to retreat, barely making it through the intersection. However, a missile struck its right leg, causing it to crash to the ground, yet it struggled to crawl forward. The vast Qianjiangsing forces were steadily closing in. Qian, whose heart tightened, it would not be long before the Butcher-class robot was destroyed, and the Qianjiangxing troops would soon unleash their assault upon them. To Qian Hu's surprise, just as the Qianjiangxing forces reached the intersection, a stout half-human emerged from the crumbling building. With a shout of "Ulu," the rocket launcher in its hands trembled violently, and a sabot round shot forth. This single shell acted merely as a trigger, igniting the explosives buried at the intersection. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently. The Qianjiangxing robots sensed something was amiss and attempted to evade. But it was too late. The surface of the intersection shattered, and a pillar of fire erupted, shooting flames 7 or 8 meters high. A powerful heat wave surged into the abandoned building, forcing even the half-humans hiding inside to momentarily retreat. The surrounding dilapidated structures trembled uncontrollably, some even collapsing under the violent shockwave. Amidst the flames, the Qianjiangxing robots desperately tried to escape, only to find the ground beneath them completely caved in. Qian Hu glanced over, utterly dumbfounded. This was not merely an explosion. It was a trap. On the surface, the intersection appeared unremarkable, but beneath it had been hollowed out beforehand. The explosion shattered the ground, transforming the area into a pit several meters deep. More than half of the Qianjiangxing robots fell into the chasm. Then, another explosion reverberated. Holy cow! Not only were bombs buried in the ground, but there were also explosives beneath the pit. This was a chain reaction, more ferocious than the first blast. The intersection turned into a sea of flames, with thick smoke billowing hundreds of meters high. Qian Hu marveled silently. It was clear that the pit had been excavated in advance by the half-humans, packed with enough explosives to cause mass destruction. The confined space of the blast was even more terrifying, ruthlessly obliterating the robot's armor. Yet, several robots managed to escape the explosion, crawling out from the inferno. However, the recent explosion was merely the beginning. Following it, a multitude of half-humans emerged. Hidden in various nooks and crannies, gun emplacements and bunkers revealed themselves. They melded seamlessly with the ruins, now fully exposed, as the Qianjiangxing forces retreated from the fiery chaos. They found themselves disoriented. The half-humans, taking advantage of the cover provided by the walls, launched a fierce counterattack against them. Simultaneously, armed vehicles appeared on the roads, blocking several exits, unleashing a torrent of fire. Among them were even heavy tanks and armored vehicles. At that moment, Qian Hu, who had been observing from the shadows, was utterly astounded. He never imagined that these diminutive half-humans would effectively block the intersection and deliver a severe blow to the formidable Qianjiangxing battle robots. It must be said, an army of this scale, composed of Butcher-class robots, should not be underestimated. Even ground forces like Qian Hu's were cautious. Yet, after enduring relentless bombardments and facing concentrated attacks from all directions, the Qianjiangxing robots found themselves caught off guard, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Qian Hu finally understood that the half-humans were not merely fighting for their lives. Witnessing the Qianjiangxing forces gradually crumble, it was evident that the half-humans were not engaging in a hasty battle. They had come well prepared. Recalling the bumbling stout half-human, Qian Hu found himself hoping for their victory in this conflict. Just then, the voice of the old driver broke in. He pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Look, the Viper-class robots." Qian Hu caught sight of the swiftly approaching aerial robots and gasped in dismay. The situation was dire. While the half-humans' firepower was formidable, they could not swiftly eliminate the ground robots. Qian Hu stated, "Once the Viper-class robots arrive, the half-humans will be caught in a pincer." The young communications soldier looked around anxiously and asked, "What should we do? Should we retreat?" Qian Hu lit a cigarette and replied, "We're not leaving. We will stay and assist the half-humans. Bring me the new rocket launcher. Let us teach these half-humans what true rocket artillery is." The young communications soldier muttered, "Isn't it dangerous? This is an order." The old driver produced the new rocket launcher, and the young communications soldier carried the rockets. The three of them climbed to the rooftop. The Viper-class robot formations entered the skies above Heavy Iron City. Just as Qian Hu was about to fire, someone beat them to in the distance. A water ghost robot suddenly appeared atop a warehouse, launching a surprise attack on the aerial robots. With a thunderous roar, a missile struck the Viper-class robot, exploding in mid-air. The Viper-class robots quickly identified the water ghost and raised their particle beam cannons. However, the water ghost had no intention of engaging. Sensing danger, it leaped from the warehouse. Sizzle! The particle beam pierced through the warehouse, creating a massive hole, but the water ghost robot vanished from sight. Yet in that fleeting moment, Butcher-class robots emerged from the surrounding dilapidated towers. They set up matrix artillery and unleashed a fierce barrage on the Viper-class robots. An uncountable number of missiles intertwined in the sky, causing the Viper-class formations to explode spectacularly. Of course, Qianhu also aimed his new rocket launcher and fired at the Viper-class robots. Although the new rocket launcher was powerful, it was not particularly conspicuous, and one noticed that among the missiles were 3 or 4 new rocket projectiles. Both the ground robot forces of Qianjiangsing and the aerial Viper-class formations were subjected to an overwhelming assault. They could never have anticipated such a ferocious ambush in this ruined city. The battle raged for half an hour. The Qianjiangsing robots suffered significant losses, paying a heavy price. Meanwhile, the armed forces of Heavy Iron City grew bolder. The surviving Qianjiangsing robots began to falter, retreating in disarray. Seeing this scene, Qianhu and the other 2 soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been trapped, but thanks to this peculiar armed force from Heavy Iron City, they had been saved. At that moment, this armed force showed no intention of allowing the Qianjiangsing robots to escape alive. Under the leadership of the Water Ghost robot, the forces of Heavy Iron City relentlessly pursued the enemy. The young communications soldier, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Chief, these guys from Heavy Iron City have no intention of letting them go." A smile crept across Qianhu's lips as he nodded slightly. If the Qianjiangsing base discovers this armed force, Heavy Iron City will face a devastating blow. They are clever enough not to let these retreating robots escape. The old driver inquired, "What should we do?" "We'll follow them." "Can the tank still run?" The old driver shook his head. "Then we will walk." Qianhu personally slung the new rocket launcher over his shoulder and followed the half-humans. Suddenly, a honking sound echoed behind them as a heavy tank came to a stop. There was that stout half-human again, emerging from the tank's hatch and waving at Qianhu and the others. He inviting us aboard. The young communications soldier wondered, perplexed. Qianhu murmured, "It seems so." "Let's get on." The 3 of them climbed into the heavy tank, where 4 or 5 half-humans awaited. The half-humans had clearly defined roles. The stout half-human directed operations, 1 drove, and 2 fired the weapons. Their eyes sparkled with fervor and excitement as they diligently operated the tank's controls. Qianhu could only watch in astonishment. It turned out the tanks were indeed being manned by the half-humans. Rumors had depicted the half-humans as mere foolish laborers for the Qianjiangsing. Now, witnessing their competence, Qianhu's perception had been completely overturned. The stout half-human babbled a few incomprehensible words in half-human language, to which Qianhu could only respond with vague sounds, entirely unsure of what he was saying. The stout half-human scratched its head in confusion, assuming they were hungry. It then produced several potatoes from its wrappings. Distributing 2 to each of them, Qianhu accepted the potatoes, equally bewildered. Just half an hour ago, the Qianjiangsing robots had been pressing ferociously, pursuing the retreating humans in their tanks. At this moment, the remnants of the Qingyang Star's forces had already lowered their banners and ceased their resistance. Forced to flee amidst the ruins and debris, it was apparent that they were on the verge of retreating to the Gobi Desert north of Heavy Iron City. Qianhu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of concern. He understood that once the robots reached the Gobi, it would be exceedingly difficult to encircle and annihilate them. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The half-human soldiers inside the tank remained unfazed. Yet Qianhu and his companions were taken aback. Winged beasts. Qianhu opened the hatch of the tank and leaned out. Countless colossal silhouettes of beasts soared above, densely packed as they flew toward the retreating robots. These ferocious winged beasts moved with incredible speed, their wings slicing through the air as they dove down, leading the charge into the aerial formations of Qingyang Star. The dominant winged beasts were the first to engage, their massive bodies ensnaring the Viper-class robots and sending them crashing to the ground. The pursuing robots from Heavy Iron City unsheathed their blades, closing in on the fallen Viper-class machines. Meanwhile, the ground forces of Qingyang Star were also besieged, ultimately unable to escape their grim fate. Victory belonged to Heavy Iron City. Qianhu watched in awe as this peculiar army, composed of half-humans, robots, and winged beasts, utterly decimated the robotic forces of Qingyang Star. Chapter 57. The emerging crisis. The Battle of Heavy Iron City had drawn to a close. The vast Gobi Desert had returned to tranquility, littered with the remains of shattered robots while winged beasts circled overhead. A heavy truck approached slowly, followed by a convoy of transport vehicles. Numerous half-humans sprang from the transport trucks, aided by the robots of Heavy Iron City, as they began to load the remains of the Qingyang Star robots onto the vehicles. Upon seeing these spoils of war, Yuz was exhilarated, akin to a human from the solar era stumbling upon a gold mine. He directed the surrounding half-humans to meticulously transport the debris, ensuring not a single fragment was overlooked. The half-human soldiers from the heavy tanks also joined in the effort, yet Chun-Hu and his companions remained inside the tank. Chun-Hu quietly observed the bustling half-humans outside, perplexed. Were they truly collecting the remains of the robots? At that moment, the heavy truck halted in front of the tank and honked its horn. Upon closer inspection, Chun-Hu was astonished to discover that the heavy truck was not driven by a half-human, but rather, there was a human, clad in protective gear. He appeared somewhat familiar. When the figure descended from the vehicle, Chun-Hu was rendered speechless, muttering, "Lin Fan?" He rubbed his eyes. He had not misjudged. This was indeed Lin Fan, the scavenger who had returned from Heavy Iron City with rare earth minerals, abducted the young lady of the Wang family, and rescued his own sister. Lin Fan approached, though his expression darkened. He said, "Colonel Chun-Hu, are you intentionally leading these robots to Heavy Iron City?" "That's not the case." Chun-Hu sighed. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he inquired, "Lin Fan, how did you end up here?" "I've been here for some time," Lin Fan replied. Chun-Hu pressed further. "What is your connection with those diminutive half-humans?" "We are friends." "Friends?" Chun-Hu pondered, reflecting on the strange occurrences since entering Heavy Iron City, which now seemed to have an explanation. The half-humans not only aided them but also treated them with considerable courtesy, likely due to Lin Fan's influence. Chun-Hu was astonished that Lin Fan could blend in among the half-humans so seamlessly. Observing the respectful demeanor of the half-humans towards Lin Fan, it was evident that despite their stark differences, there was no semblance of estrangement. He scrutinized the circling winged beasts in the sky and hastily beckoned Lin Fan to join him inside the tank. Chun-Hu continued, "I thought you were dead. You left the Scavenger Bureau 2 or 3 months ago and have not returned to Shirkwai City." Lin Fan paused for a moment, then asked, "Why are you so concerned about my whereabouts?" "Don't misunderstand. I'm not concerned about you," Chun-Hu thought to himself, realizing it was merely his foolish sister who had persistently asked him to inquire about Lin Fan's whereabouts in the midst of chaos. He had assumed Lin Fan would not return, yet here they were in Heavy Iron City. Lin Fan, noticing the bloodstains on Chun-Hu and his troubled expression, asked, "What has happened to you?" Chun-Hu took a deep breath, his expression growing more somber. "Our 5th Regiment has been tasked with guarding the western border. While pursuing several Qingyang Star robots, we uncovered a secret." "What secret?" "The forces of Qingyang Star are amassing, and they are poised to assault Shirkwai City." Chun-Hu's tone was grave. "Is it the very robot forces pursuing you?" Chun-Hu shook his head, saying, "The ones pursuing us are merely a small contingent. The true army is still on the way to allow the main forces of the 5th Regiment to retreat back to Shirkwai City and relay the news. We had no choice but to lure these robots here." "How many are there?" "The main force is still gathering at the border. It's impossible to ascertain their numbers. It is estimated that within a week, they will launch a full-scale attack on Shirkwai City." "A full-scale assault on Shirkwai City?" Lin Fan's brow furrowed tightly. "That shouldn't be the case. Shirkwai City's defenses are formidable, and Base 245 would not act recklessly. This is a dire situation. Shirkwai City's defenses are currently quite thin. We are only stationed with the 178th Division," Chun-Hu stated. "Moreover, all the outposts along the route have been obliterated, leaving the authorities at Shirkwai City completely unaware that the true army of Qingyang Star has already arrived." "How could this happen?" Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically. The outbreak of the Northern War had escalated into a full-blown conflict, and the situation was urgent. The majority of the main forces in the western and capital regions had been redeployed. This was an unavoidable choice. Chun-Hu's voice was dry, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger mingled with despair as he said, "For the sake of the doomsday strategy, the higher-ups had no choice but to abandon the West. Shirkwai City is now facing imminent disaster. In just a few months, such a dramatic shift had occurred outside." Lin Fan's brow knitted tightly, his heart torn asunder. He had never anticipated that after several years of peace, the North would erupt into a widespread war. It was no wonder that even the main forces of the Western theater had been transferred away. The strategic importance of the North far surpassed that of the West. In light of the threat to the North, they would indeed forsake the resource-depleted and industrially weak cities of the western frontier. However, this meant that if Base 245 launched an attack, Shirkwai City would be in grave peril. Originally, Lin Fan had reveled in the victory of the first battle at Heavy Iron City, yet upon hearing this ominous news, his spirits plummeted. Lin Fan turned to Chun-Hu, pausing for a moment before asking, "Is there any news about Wang Kiki? Has she returned to the capital region? I have heard rumors. After you left Shirkwai City, she seemed to have been waiting for you." Chun-Hu added, "Heard the Wang family sent someone to bring her back. But she refused to go, and now, I don't know." Lin Fan inhaled deeply, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. Why is she being so foolish? Qian, who recalled his own sister and shook his head helplessly. I have no idea what is so special about this scavenger. After a moment, Lin Fan slowly said, Old Qian, can you still fight? Qian, who was taken aback, of course, I have no problem with that. Then let us defend Shirkwai City together, Lin Fan declared. As long as I am alive, I will fight. Qian, who replied, however, this battle will be exceedingly difficult. Shirkwai City will face the full might of the Qinyang Star Forces. I am well aware of the challenges ahead, but I will not be fighting alone. There are also these brave warriors from Heavy Iron City. Qian, who felt somewhat dazed at that very moment, Lin Fan crawled out of the tank. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Pang Dun. Initially, Pang Dun was still basking in the joy of winning the battle, but upon seeing the look of anxiety on Lin Fan's face, he realized something grave had occurred and immediately gathered the half-human soldiers. In no time, thousands of half-human warriors converged, their expressions now serious, the joy of victory having faded. The half-humans stood tall, forming numerous formations across the Gobi. The gazes of the half-human soldiers directed at Lin Fan were resolute and reverent. After a brief exchange with Lin Fan, despite his small stature, Pang Dun was now seething with rage, as if about to explode. Standing atop the tank, he stomped his foot in frustration. Bang! He fired a shot into the sky with his electromagnetic rifle. Then, he turned to the half-humans below, shouting with fervor. Upon hearing this, the half-humans realized that a great battle was imminent, and the Qinyang Star Forces were planning to attack the home of the URU people on Earth. This revelation ignited their fury, each one gritting their teeth in shock. In truth, Lin Fan wished to convey to Pang Dun and the other half-humans the principle of mutual dependence. Although this war was waged against his homeland, a human city named Shirkwai City, it also bore significant implications for the safety of Heavy Iron City. Should Shirkwai City fall, the Qinyang Star Forces would establish a foothold in the western region, inevitably plunging the half-humans of Heavy Iron City into peril. Thus, Lin Fan felt compelled to lead the half-humans in support of Shirkwai City. However, Pang Dun could not grasp the principle of mutual dependence. Upon hearing that the Qinyang Star Forces intended to assault the URU homeland, his mind was in turmoil. The URU people would not allow the Qinyang Star to desecrate their sacred land. The home of their divine beings must not be trampled by robots. Pang Dun's words served as a torch, igniting the flames of fury within the hearts of the thousands of half-human warriors. Together, they raised their voices in unison, shouting, Urus Canada. Their voices were laced with unparalleled rage. At that moment, Qian, who emerged from the tank's hatch, witnessing this scene and hearing the roars of the half-humans, utterly astonished. The fervor exhibited by the half-humans towards Lin Fan was utterly unmasked. Every gesture and movement of Lin Fan seemed to resonate profoundly within their hearts. These individuals were not merely his friends. They were unmistakably a fervent army of half-humans, obediently following Lin Fan's command. Meanwhile, the dominant winged beast, Howl Wind, perceived the turmoil amongst the half-humans below and sensed something amiss. It raised its head and let out a fearsome roar. Soaring swiftly toward the direction of the tank, the rotund figure, Pang Dun, glanced up at the colossal silhouette and promptly instructed the surrounding half-human warriors to disperse. A thunderous sound resonated as Howl Wind landed before the tank. A cloud of dust billowing skyward, the winged beast had descended. Its massive form gradually approached. Qian, who, taken aback, swiftly retrieved the new type of rocket launcher. Howl Wind, noticing Qian, whose actions, glimmered with a cold light in its eyes. At that moment, Lin Fan signaled Qian, who to refrain from any rash moves and proceeded to walk toward Howl Wind. The beast lowered its enormous head, gently brushing its cheek against Lin Fan's shoulder, its previously ferocious gaze softening. The old driver also peered out, witnessing the scene outside. He turned to Qian, who and asked, Commander, why does it feel like these winged beasts are also responding to him? I find it peculiar as well, Qian, who replied, pressing the old driver's head down. He lit a cigarette and continued. It seems that this half-human army, along with the robots and winged beasts, is under his command. So, he must be the one who saved us. I believe that is indeed the case. At that moment, Lin Fan had already conveyed his consciousness to Howl Wind, igniting a fervent blaze of wrath and battle spirit within the eyes of the dominant winged beast. It spread its wings and took to the skies with a roar, and the circling winged beasts in the heavens responded to their leader's authoritative summons, filling the Gobi Desert with their resounding cries. A true and brutal battle was on the horizon, rendering the conflict at Heavy Iron City trivial in comparison. Both the winged beasts and the half-humans would partake in this war, unaware of what the city entailed. Driven by promises and hatred, The Winged Beast Legion would march forth without hesitation in their unwavering faith in you. The half-human warriors had completely lost their reason. Chapter 58. I am prepared to ambush them with the assistance of the half-human transport team. Qianhu's large tank number 099 was delivered to the Heavy Iron City tank repair facility. Inside the factory, colossal mechanical arms were in motion, the sounds of cutting incessantly echoing and welding sparks flying. Vahana worked tirelessly through the night, directing the half-human workers to repair the advanced tank. Fortunately, the damage was limited to the tracks, and it was swiftly restored. Observing the industrious half-humans, Qianhu and his companions were left utterly astonished. They finally comprehended that Lin Fan had not only assembled an army amidst the ruins, but had also established a miniature military production line. The half-human factory worked diligently, uncomplainingly, no matter how arduous the labor. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they bowed respectfully, their eyes reflecting unwavering devotion. What was once a lifeless city of ruins now radiated with vibrant energy. Qianhu was secretly amazed and inquired, Lin Fan, what sort of spell have you cast upon the half-humans that they so willingly heed your command? Lin Fan merely smiled and replied, Old Chun, everything you see today must remain a secret. Not a problem. Qianhu did not press further, turning to the old driver and the young communication soldier. His tone turning serious. Do you both understand? Understood. Qianhu added, no one must speak of this, not even to your family or friends, nor to others in our 178th Division. The old driver assured, Commander, rest assured. Lin Fan is our savior. I would rather die than disclose what transpires here, including to my son. The communication soldier nodded resolutely in agreement. Qianhu continued, currently, the only hope for Shirkuei City lies in relying on the outer defense positions. Are the defense positions still intact? They should be fine. I will set out for Shirkuei City first thing tomorrow morning. Reinforcing the defensive positions is of utmost priority. Very well, I shall arrange for the winged beasts to escort you. Lin Fan stated. Qianhu, recalling the fierce and brutal winged beasts, felt a twinge of doubt. He remarked, these creatures won't suddenly turn on me, will they? Rest assured, they will not act recklessly. Qianhu patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Sharing a profound gaze, he remarked, I heard that during Yang Xiaoqin's wedding, the dignitaries and merchants of Shirkuei City looked down upon you. Now you are fighting for them, even risking your life. Are you truly content with this? Those individuals have no bearing on me, and my aim is to protect my homeland and the countless souls who have devoted themselves to Shirkuei City, such as your venerable father. Goodness, if I survive. Perhaps my sister will as well. How about I make a decision for you? Nonsense. Lin Fan shot him a glare, exasperated. Qianhu managed a rare smile and then addressed his two subordinates. I alone will return to Shirkuei City. You two remain here to assist Lin Fan, obeying his every command. The young communication soldier hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The old driver pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, Commander, you go with peace of mind. His son still remained in Shirkuei City, and his greatest wish was to safeguard it, even at the cost of his life. When Lin Fan spoke of defending Shirkuei City, he felt a surge of emotion. The cold wind howled, and the ruins were enveloped in desolation. The half-humans of Heavy Iron City entered a state of readiness, with thousands of them laboring diligently. War was imminent, and the mechanized infantry corps required ample supplies of weapons and ammunition. Transport vehicles made their way to the base, delivering loads of scrap metal. Roundball worked industriously, repairing the recently captured discarded robots. IT was highly motivated. For Lin Fan had promised that if 5 robots were repaired, they could enjoy a meal out. With such motivation, work could not be delayed. Ever since Roundball had acquired the ability to summon repair insects, fixing robots like the Butcher and Viper had become a simple task. By the banks of the Zygon River, the half-humans toiled through the night, harvesting potatoes. Zemu had led thousands of half-humans in diligent labor for over 3 months. Here, a rudimentary food production base was taking shape. Genetically modified potatoes thrived in harsh conditions, with short cycles and abundant yields. Coupled with the fertile soil of this valley region, the harvest was quite satisfactory. Truckloads of potatoes were transported to the base, serving as rations for the mechanized infantry corps and supply transport teams. Before dawn, Qianhu drove the large tank number 099 toward Shirkuei City, accompanied by 4 winged beasts flanking him for protection. On the second day following Qianhu's departure, Lin Fan set forth with his army. This time, Heavy Iron City was mobilizing its entire force. A vast multitude of half-humans and robotic troops advanced, with a colossal figure among them. The route taken by Heavy Iron City's forces was cautious, following the downstream of the Zygon River, traveling eastward for several hundred kilometers before veering north for another 200 kilometers. 2 days later, they finally reached the canyon south of Mingliang Mountain, a mere 80 kilometers from Shirkuwei City's southern perimeter. The limited garrison forces of Shirkuwei City had all retreated into the city, and all reconnaissance units were stationed to the west, their movements remaining undetected. Time passed, and as evening fell, a fierce wind stirred up a cloud of dust, sweeping eastward, as the last vestiges of light faded. The expansive Gobi Desert was shrouded in darkness. Shadows surged over the mountains, heading eastward. Within the municipal hall of Shirkuwei City, the images transmitted by drones gradually revealed a clearer picture. Thousands of butcher robots were seen moving about, alongside 4 towering robots even larger than the butcher models. Additionally, a swarm of viper robots densely populated the area. The dignitaries of Shirkuwei City were gripped by fear, their anxiety palpable. The atmosphere was intensely tense. Unexpectedly, the forces from Base 245 of the Qinyang Star had traversed a distance of 200 kilometers in just a few days and were rapidly assembling. A young official gritted his teeth and shouted, "What on earth is the military waiting for? They should activate the defensive positions while they are still gathering." The others echoed his sentiments. Finally, a white flash appeared in the footage. It was a ground-based hypervelocity missile that, with a deafening explosion, instantly ignited a sea of flames, destroying dozens of butcher robots. However, the surrounding robots showed no sign of retreating, emerging from the flames and pressing onward. In an instant, a barrage of missiles detonated along the robots' path, annihilating several hundred more. The officials exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, the defensive positions of Shirkuwei City were not constructed in vain. They had finally proven their worth in this moment of crisis. As more and more missiles rained down like a torrential storm, suddenly, a curved energy shield ascended above the robots, expanding to cover an area of a full kilometer, enveloping the assembled robotic army within its embrace. In the darkness, the shield emitted a faint purple glow. Although it appeared to be a thin layer, it caused the very air to stagnate. Each missile detonated upon contact with the shield, the explosions creating ripples of fire that illuminated the entire sky, yet failing to harm the robots within by even a fraction. This was an energy shield. Within the municipal hall, the officials fell silent, their voices stifled by fear. From the darkness, the colossal form began to reveal itself. What could it be? The officials were filled with dread, straining to see clearly. They beheld it hovering several dozen meters above, raising a metallic weapon resembling an ancient scepter. In a fleeting moment, the footage abruptly cut off. The signal was lost, and all drones plummeted to the ground. The city hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, a palpable sense of oppression making it difficult for the prominent figures of Stonehelm City to breathe. Despair seeped into the hearts of all present, consuming any vestige of hope. Drones dispatched from Stonehelm City were unable to return with sufficient intelligence. Moments later, the politicians succumbed to panic, offering excuses to depart the city hall. In their eyes, even the upper echelons of the military had abandoned Stonehelm City. Why should they linger here to await their doom? Before dawn, the forces of the Capricorn Star were expected to arrive. Faced with such a formidable army, Stonehelm City was precariously balanced on the brink of disaster. After all, survival was paramount, and many were already unaccounted for. Within the vast city hall, only a handful remained. Among them Mayor Qian, who rose with the aid of a cane, his eyes reflecting boundless despair. The immense figure from the darkness reappeared in his mind, brow furrowed, his emaciated fingers trembling uncontrollably, as calamity loomed over Stonehelm City. He felt utterly isolated, his strength waning. With a heavy sigh, he murmured to himself, "What am I to do now?" Suddenly, the alarm of Stonehelm City blared. The lights in the dome flickered to life, though it was night. The entire Iron City illuminated as if it were midday. The final images captured by the drone's frenzy circulated among the residents' wristbands. Regardless of what emerged, it heralded an endless wave of dread. They had learned that, at the very moment the Capricorn Star's army was advancing, the main forces of Stonehelm City had been entirely redeployed to the northern front. Chaos ensued. The populace erupted, the city descending into utter turmoil. Many had already fled, yet hundreds of thousands remained trapped within Stonehelm City. In this critical hour of need, the majority of the city's officials had vacated, and the city was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At the defensive position, Qian, who clenched his fists, pounding the table fiercely as he slowly inquired, "Lin Fan, do you know what that abominable thing is?" Lin took a deep breath and replied, "That is, the Harbinger of Doom robot, the Harbinger of Doom." Before that energy shield, the defensive position was utterly meaningless. Qian, who shouted hoarsely, "Indeed. What are we to do? Lin Fan pondered briefly, gritting his teeth as he said, Do you trust me? Do you have a plan? This is our only chance. You must persuade the officials of Stonehelm City to evacuate all civilians to the north. Not a soul can remain in the south. And then what? You will draw the forces of Capricorn Star to the southern military stronghold of Stonehelm City. What do you intend to do? I plan to ambush them, Lin Fan declared. You? Yes, Lin Fan affirmed. Have you lost your senses? Chun Hu nearly yelled. That is an army of tens of thousands of robots, including colossal machines. Your forces performed admirably in the Battle of Iron City, but they will be no match against them. I see it clearly, Lin Fan responded. After a brief silence, he added, Before launching the ambush, your men must also retreat from the south, as far away as possible. If the ambush fails, do not sacrifice yourselves in vain. The 178th Division will escort the civilians to safety. Chapter 59. The eve of battle for Stonehelm City. Stonehelm City stood at the precipice of destruction. Outside the city hall, a throng of citizens gathered. Though suffocating just half a year prior, it had remained eerily quiet. However, the arrival of the forces from Base 245 had shattered that tranquility. Many of the older generation had witnessed the annihilation of human cities firsthand, a memory that haunted them as an unforgettable nightmare. Scenes of unspeakable slaughter, blood-soaked ruins, and the cries of children lost amid the debris filled their minds. The current spectacle was a harbinger of impending ruin. What instilled the greatest terror was, paradoxically, the fear itself. After enduring years of conflict, the people's confidence was fragile, easily shattered. The crowd roared in front of the city hall, a dark mass protesting. Why? Why did the entire garrison of Stonehelm City withdraw overnight? Why have the bureaucrats fled the city hall, and the elites abandoned us to await our demise? You in power owe us an explanation. To hell with Stonehelm City governance. To hell with the united government. Are our lives worth so little? Creak. The doors of the city hall slowly opened. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, was assisted by a young aide as he emerged. The old man's left leg had been lost. Replaced by a metallic prosthetic, his body trembling with each step, he waved his hand, signaling for the young man to cease helping him, and with the aid of a cane, he approached the protesting crowd. He was none other than Chen Dingtang, the venerable mayor of Stonehelm City. Mayor Chen spoke slowly, Citizens of Stonehelm City, I am still here. Upon seeing the mayor, the tumultuous crowd gradually quieted. Mayor Chen? You must provide us with an explanation, someone shouted. Mayor Chen replied, Indeed, we misjudged the situation. We never anticipated that the forces of Capricorn Star would launch a full-scale assault so swiftly. The crowd began to stir, pessimism taking root. If even the mayor spoke thus, the fall of Stonehelm City seemed an inevitable reality. Old mayor, why did you not stop them? Someone cried out, I share your profound anger over the withdrawal of the main forces from Stonehelm City. But there was little we could do. Tears glistened in the corners of Mayor Chen's eyes as he struck his cane heavily against the ground. The Northern Front has erupted into war. Where humanity's future rests, that is why the main forces of Stonehelm City have been redeployed. It is my ineptitude. I apologize to you all. Had I made the decision to abandon Stonehelm City sooner and organized an evacuation, more lives could have been saved. Many have already departed Stonehelm City. However, I, Chun, and my family will remain here and seek ways to salvage our situation. If death is to come, I will face it alongside you all. The citizens of Stonehelm City erupted once more. The scoundrels of the united government, who promise a bright future, show no concern for our lives in this hour of crisis. You, old man, are no better. You are merely a lapdog of the united government, utterly shameless. Various objects were hurled at Mayor Chen, and the protesting crowd seemed poised to overwhelm the city's defenses. I am sorry. I am so very sorry. Mayor Chen lamented, mirroring the despair felt by the people. His body trembled uncontrollably, bending as if he might kneel. Father, no. Just then, Chun Hu rushed forward, grabbing Mayor Chen and guiding him away. Chun Hu turned to the crowd, shouting, Silence. I am Chen Hu of the 178th Division's 5th Regiment. Yet, his voice was drowned out by the din of the crowd. Witnessing the uncontrollable throng, Chun Hu reluctantly fired a shot into the air. Bang! Many were startled into silence, and the raucous crowd gradually quieted. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you of a harsh reality. At this point, the united government is unlikely to send us any support. But hope is not yet lost, I declare to you now. Stonehelm City has not yet fallen. The 178th Division remains in Stonehelm City. My subordinates, perhaps some of whom are your fathers or sons? still hold the defensive line. Even in the face of death, they will not waver. Why is this so? Chunhu nearly shouted, because you, who remain in Stonehelm City, are the ones they care for. They fight to defend you, to protect Stonehelm City with their blood and lives. Even in the face of hopelessness, they will never retreat. But their strength alone is insufficient. To save Stonehelm City, we need the support of all present. Your parents, your children, your loved ones are living in Stonehelm City. You are their hope that if chaos ensues among you, what hope remains for Stonehelm City? In the face of great peril, we must not lose faith. For the sake of our families, for the future generations, every citizen of Stonehelm City must unite. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Chunhu lit a cigarette and declared, if you wish to survive, begin your retreat to the northern mountains immediately. Is it still possible to escape now? Someone questioned, if we do not flee now, it will truly be too late. Chunhu asserted. As panic gripped the city hall, Chunhu's presence revitalized its operations once more. By then, it was already midnight. The city hall of Stonehelm and the military simultaneously issued an urgent announcement. All residents of Stonehelm City in the east, south, and west were to evacuate to the northern mountains. Every resident's wristband displayed a holographic projection of Mayor Chen. His face, lined with exhaustion, slowly conveyed, citizens of Stonehelm, the forces of Capricorn Star have begun their advance. Stonehelm City stands on the brink, and the flames of war are about to ignite. On behalf of the Stonehelm City government and the 178th Division stationed here, I announce an emergency declaration. All individuals must don radiation protective gear and disregard everything else. Evacuate to the northern mountains immediately. Hurry, the main forces of the 178th Division will organize an escape from the north. Buzz. Soon after, the alarm bells of Shirkuei City rang out once more. Upon hearing the urgent cry of Mayor Chun from the holographic projection, the residents donned their protective gear and surged northward. However, with a population of several million in Shirkuei City, the underground trains heading north were utterly overcrowded within the span of an hour, making it impossible to accommodate such a multitude. Numerous stampedes erupted in various locations, while the city's guards tirelessly rushed about to maintain order. Lin Fan arrived at his doorstep, gently pushing the door open. Creak! A figure appeared before him. She stared blankly out the window, her long hair tousled by the wind, clad in thin garments, and looking considerably more emaciated than 3 months prior. Only upon hearing the door open did she slowly turn her head. It was Wang Kiki, Lin Fan, she stammered, her delicate lips whispering, her once vibrant face now showing signs of weariness. Witnessing her condition, Lin Fan felt a pang of anguish within him. Why must it be this way? He had thought that after such a prolonged absence, Wang Kiki would have calmed down and moved on. However, to his surprise, she had waited here for 3 long months. Instead of awaiting Lin Fan's return, she found herself confronted with the looming crisis threatening Shirkuei City. Many of the city's elites had evacuated, yet she had chosen to remain, desperately clinging to hope. She believed Lin Fan would surely return. Indeed, with tears glistening in her eyes, Wang Kiki rushed forward and embraced Lin Fan tightly. Where on earth have you been? Lin Fan sighed softly, draping his coat over her shoulders. Why did you not leave? Wang Kiki replied, I knew you would come back in these times. Who could guarantee they would survive until tomorrow? Lin Fan gently wiped the corner of her eye, saying, if I were to die out there, would you simply wait here for your demise? Fool, you won't die I knew you'd return. Wang Kiki nestled against Lin Fan, unexpectedly breaking into a smile. You, my dear, are always blessed with fortune. During the spaceport incident, you escaped that disaster aboard the Revival. Even at Maslow Fortress, you returned unscathed. I truly fear for you. Wang Kiki gazed intently at Lin Fan. Do you remember the year before the Fourth War of Qinyang Star? A research vessel was en route to Mars when it encountered a solar storm, and you saved someone, I remember, he replied. That someone was me, you fool, Wang Kiki said. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, realizing, so you are that girl. You were willing to sacrifice your life, even giving me your oxygen module. You needn't concern yourself with that. It was my duty to save the Revival. You bore the blame. Wang Kiki clung tightly to Lin Fan, resting her head against his chest. Even if the entire space fleet branded you a coward, you will forever be my hero, Lin Fan said. I thought everyone deemed me a coward. I never imagined someone would still see me as a hero. Let us leave Shirkuei City. Shaking his head, Lin Fan declared, Shirkuei City is in grave peril. I shall fight until the end, should I perish. Promise me you will care for the sphere and help it escape from Shirkuei City. Wang Kiki furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon Lin Fan. You must not die.at that moment. The sphere in Lin Fan's backpack peeked out, its eyes blinking anxiously, frantically gesturing at it. Like Wang Kiki, refused to allow Lin Fan to perish. I do not wish to either. But this war is arduous, and no one can predict the outcome, Lin Fan said. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Miss, open the door. The sphere quickly withdrew its head. Wang Kiki released Lin Fan and opened the door, revealing a dozen fully armed Army Special Forces soldiers. A colonel appeared with a grave expression, stating, Miss, it's dire. The Qinyang Star Forces will soon arrive at Shirkuei City. The main thoroughfares are congested, and we cannot exit now. Wang Kiki remained composed. I had no intention of leaving. We shall stay and escort the civilians alongside the guards. There was no other choice. If we cannot protect you, we cannot return and report. The colonel took a deep breath, addressing his men. Brothers, we are staying. We will guard Shirkuei City alongside the Miss. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Chapter 60. The fallen Western Front. 4 hours later, countless residents were barricaded in the central area of Shirkuei City, while the guards worked diligently to manage the crowd. Meanwhile, the southern residential buildings had emptied, leaving the roads devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence. The southern defense position. Chan, who ordered the entire 5th Regiment of the 178th Division to hold their ground. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from within the mountains. Boom, boom. The sound was faint, gradually receding. The young soldier remained tense, not daring to overlook even the slightest disturbance. At that moment, he felt a subtle tremor and found it peculiar. He nudged the veteran beside him, asking, What lies beneath our feet? Could it be that the Qinyang Star Forces have already infiltrated? The veteran listened intently, gently patting the young soldier on the back of his head. Coward, that's just the sound of a heavy truck convoy retreating. No need to overreact. I beg to differ. When the Qinyang Star robots arrive, don't wet yourself. Meanwhile, on the southeastern side of the mountain, a massive hole had been smashed open, directly linking Shirkuei City to the outer space. Yet, with the southern residents having already withdrawn, and no forces guarding the southwest, no one noticed this bizarre occurrence. That night, Shirkuei City was engulfed in darkness. Time seemed to stand still, dragging on. Each soldier at the defensive position felt their heart pounding. They did not know how long had passed. Bang! Shirkuei City fired several flares towards the west. In that instant, illuminated by the flares, the colossal robot army finally came into view. Though dawn had yet to break, the Qinyang Star Forces were indeed upon them, just as Lin Fan had predicted. The Qinyang Star Robot Army intended to launch an assault from the western front of Shirkuei City. Ground robots clustered together, resembling a flood surging forward, while aerial robots filled the sky, appearing like locusts devouring the city. A dark purple energy field enveloped all the robots, and the defensive position remained eerily silent, refraining from firing. Deep within the robotic horde, a gigantic metallic head slowly emerged from the darkness. Its eyes glowed a sinister red, exuding an aura of menace. Soon after, the entire body appeared in the flare's light, hovering several dozen meters above the ground, wielding a metal weapon resembling a staff, stretching over 20 meters in length. The weapon's tip expelled a massive stream of dark purple energy, striking towards the heavens. Under magnetic confinement, the fluid bent into an arc, forming an impenetrable energy shield. In the command room of the 178th Division. That's the Doomsday Messenger, murmured Commander Eugene Zong. As the holographic projection drew nearer, Commander Yu took a deep breath, asking, How far is the Doomsday Messenger from the outer perimeter of the western defense? Less than 3 kilometers. Are the defensive position's weapons within the energy shield's range? Commander Yu inquired. Almost, but not yet. The defensive position must not fire. We must not expose ourselves. Commander Yu felt his heart race. Addressing his wristband, everyone, wait until the base weapons of the defensive position are within the energy shield. All weapons must target the Doomsday Messenger, and then fire with all your might. After speaking, Commander Yu looked up at the ceiling. Taking a deep breath, counting the seconds, the tension was palpable. Suddenly, a staff officer, watching the holographic projection, exclaimed, Commander Yu. Not good. Look, Commander Yu was taken aback, turning to look at the holographic projection again. He saw the cold eyes of the Doomsday Messenger seemingly gazing in their direction. Its advance halted. Commander Yu furrowed his brow. Commander, look. The Doomsday Messenger and its army, but a portion of the Butcher robots are still advancing. The officer reported. At that moment, in the dim light, a towering Fishman robot charged forward, leading a group of Butcher robots toward the defensive position. What do they intend to do? Commander Yu clenched his fists, slowly stating, They are heading for the air defense artillery positions. How do they know the locations of the air defense artillery? The officer exclaimed in alarm. Commander, you felt a chill run down his spine. Perhaps 3 months ago, when the robots invaded Shirkuei City, it was to gather intelligence on the defensive positions deployment. What now? Should we attack? As the dark mass of ground robots approached, the Fishman robot was poised to lead the Butcher robots in an assault on the air defense artillery positions. If they did not act soon, the air defense artillery would be swiftly overrun by these robots. Commander Yu's face drained of color. He gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath. He understood that his final plan had failed. The West housed Shirkuei City's most formidable defensive position, and the 178th Division had meticulously arranged their defenses here. Even as the Qingyang aliens approached Shikuiqing, the Western defensive positions remained silent, deliberately avoiding revealing their location. Commander Yu was acutely aware that the weaponry of Shikuiqing could not breach the energy shield of the Doomsday Messenger. Entering within the shield was the sole opportunity for retaliation. This was a rare chance, a desperate strike where failure meant mutual destruction. Commander Yu had been patiently awaiting this moment. When the Doomsday Messenger breached the defensive line, every weapon at their disposal would unleash a lethal counterattack. However, the Doomsday Messenger came to an unexpected halt in that moment. It felt as though Commander Yu's heart had ceased to beat. His lips trembled, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally called out, "Fire the surface-to-air cannons, halt the enemy's vanguard." On the defensive line, a series of surface-to-air cannons emerged from underground silos with a hiss. Thousands of laser cannons targeted the advancing ground robots and opened fire. Naturally, these cannons also revealed their positions in an instant. Tens of thousands of robots from the Qingyang army launched a coordinated assault. The western front of Shikuiqing was illuminated. Despite the night, the blinding beams of particles and lasers transformed the area into a scene resembling broad daylight. Numerous robots were obliterated, yet the surface-to-air cannons of the western front were swiftly engulfed in flames. Each exposed cannon faced relentless assaults, transforming metal structures into ruins, scattered amidst the smoky sky. Witnessing this, Commander Yu's face turned ashen, and he slowly uttered, "The Western Front is lost. The plan has failed." The enemy's onslaught intensified. On the mountains surrounding Shikuiqing's west, countless missiles streaked across the sky, and particle beams relentlessly bombarded the area. The fish-like robots advanced steadily through the flames, dismantling the defensive positions of Shikuiqing. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery explosions shot towards the heavens. Missile silos, surface-to-air cannons, and air defense platforms were obliterated. This was the reality of the war against the Qingyang aliens. The robot army from Qingyang rampaged through the defensive lines without restraint. At that moment, Chen Hu pushed open the door to the command center and stepped inside. Commander Yu appeared haggard, sighed, and glanced at him, asking, "Have the residents evacuated?" "Most have retreated to the north, but some are currently trapped in the center." Chen Hu replied, "I have news. Our plan has fallen through." Commander Yu said, "Quickly, get the residents to the north. We, the 178th Division, must organize a final breakout." Chen Hu hesitated and said, "Commander, the plan has not yet failed." Commander Yu replied, "Thousands of cannons on the defensive line are gone. What opportunity remains? Please authorize the 5th Regiment to launch an assault on the southern flank to draw the Qingyang forces southward." Chen Hu urged that I will ambush them there. "Ambush?" Commander Yu laughed, though the smile was bleak. "Who will execute this ambush? You?" "Chen Hu, you have seen the situation. This is a robot army, and there's even a Doomsday Messenger among them. Our entire 178th Division wouldn't be sufficient to serve as mere fodder for them. Sending the 5th Regiment would be tantamount to suicide. This is the only chance. Commander, you must trust me," Chen Hu insisted. His teeth clenched as he spoke through difficulty. "Do you truly believe we can break through? By the time the Qingyang army appears 200 kilometers away, it will already be too late." Commander Yu fell silent. Chen Hu continued, "There are 1 million people in Shikuiqing. If the Qingyang robot army attacks the central or northern parts, not only will our breakout fail, but countless residents will perish immediately." Commander Yu replied, "If you choose to make a desperate struggle, so be it. Take the brothers of the 5th Regiment to lure them in the south. Every second you buy is a blessing. I will lead the rest northward. The 178th Division vows to protect the civilians during the breakout." Chen Hu choked up, then smiled as he said, "Commander, to be honest, the 5th Regiment is already stationed in the south. Today, whether you order it or not, I will personally execute this decision." Even though Chen Hu acted on his own accord, Yu Jinsong did not protest further. He closed his eyes, feeling weary. "Commander, I will go ahead. Get out." After Chen Hu finished speaking, he stood tall and saluted Commander Yu with a formal military gesture. Lighting a cigarette, he exited the command center. Half an hour later, in the central area of Shikuiching, many residents were still fleeing north on foot. The mountains echoed with tremendous sounds, seemingly the robots attacking the terrain. The residents appeared anxious and fearful. Mayor Chen, in his efforts to direct the evacuation, had not managed to escape in time. Supported by Qin Ruoyu, he slowly trailed at the back of the crowd. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, shaking the entire mountainside. High-powered spotlights on the dome shattered, sending shards and dust cascading down. The retreating residents, frightened, sought refuge in the buildings. Mayor Chen looked up, anxiety etched on his face. Breathing heavily, he whispered, "Ruoyu, you must go, I can no longer move." Chun Ruoyu shook her head, saying, "At this moment, how can I abandon you to flee alone?" Boom! Another resounding blast echoed. The spotlights above extinguished, plunging the mountains into darkness once more. A massive clump of earth fell, crushing several trucks beneath it and injuring several residents. Their lives extinguished, blood flowing freely. Many residents screamed in terror. One individual stepped forward, shouting, "Silence! Do not make a sound. Are you seeking death?" The surrounding crowd remained in chaos. The figure gazed at the people, brandishing an electromagnetic rifle, and sternly declared, "The robots are coming. Whoever dares to shout will be shot on the spot." The residents were instantly terrified, hiding in dark corners, clamping their mouths shut. Mayor Chen looked at the figure in the shadows. Muttering, "Director Zhao from the Scavenging Bureau?" Soon, the mountainside was breached, revealing an opening. Amidst the fiery glow outside, people saw 4 or 5 Hornet-class robots appear around the breach. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Hornet-class robots emitted a cacophony of noise. They were the engineers and scouts of the Qingyang robot army, tasked with demolishing the mountains. Though the Hornet-class robots were not adept at combat, they could easily eliminate unarmed civilians. All the residents dared not move. If they attracted the attention of the Hornet-class robots, the fleeing civilians would become their targets. Fortunately, the Hornet-class robots showed no interest in the interior and flew forward to continue the demolition of the mountains. The residents slowly exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Director Zhao's expression was grave. He understood that the Hornet-class robots were merely vanguard scouts. Their appearance signified the impending arrival of the main Qingyang army. The western defensive line had likely fallen completely. Chapter 61. The army protecting the people. As the Hornet-class robots departed in droves, many were so frightened that their legs trembled, still hiding without daring to emerge. Director Zhao shouted again, urging, "Why are you still hesitating to flee?" He then urged the paralyzed crowd to move. At the back of the line, a young woman supported an elderly man who limped. Zhao's brow furrowed, and he snapped, "You old fool should have evacuated long ago. Why are you still dawdling here?" Indeed, Mayor Chen gasped. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao was momentarily taken aback, surprised. "Mayor Chen, is that you?" "Yes, it's me. I'm delayed." Zhao's brow knitted tightly as he said, "This is bad. The Hornet-class robots have just arrived. The main Qingyang forces are on their way. How will you escape?" As he spoke, he grasped Mayor Chen's trembling hand, bending down to offer to carry him on his back. However, Mayor Chen pushed him away, saying, "Director Zhao, take Ruoyu and go. The army is about to arrive. If you carry me, you won't escape either." The old mayor understood clearly that the Qingyang forces had already breached the western front of Shikuiching and would soon reach their location. Once the army arrived, the trapped civilians in the center would face slaughter. They might even surge northward, turning Shikuiching into a river of blood. Just then, boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar echoed from the western mountains. Suddenly, numerous ground-based missile silos emerged from the southern mountains of Shikuiching. They were pushed out of the ravines, launching short-range missiles. These missiles were aimed directly at the western mountains of Shikuiching. One after another, the mountains crumbled, and many robots were buried beneath the debris. Moments later, every resident of Shikuiching saw projections of missile launches from the southern defensive line on their wristbands. Then, the heavy voice of Commander Eugene Song resonated. "Residents who have not evacuated to the north must hurry." He paused before continuing. "At this very moment, the 5th Regiment, led by Commander Chun, who is steadfastly defending the southern position, launching a final attack against the Qingyang army." "Commander, he hasn't retreated," Chan Ruoyu murmured. At that moment, the voice of Commander Yu echoed again in the holographic projection. He spoke slowly. "The 5th Regiment of the 178th Division will divert the forces of the Qiyang Star with artillery fire, while steadfastly defending the southern outpost with their flesh and blood, buying precious time for the retreat from Shikuei City." Upon hearing this, Mayor Chen's eyes glistened with tears. The roar of missiles rent the heavy air, continuing to bombard the western mountains. At last, The vast army of robots altered their course, advancing southward under the protection of energy shields. Them, the southern outpost represented the last vestige of human resistance. Nevertheless, 2,000 Butcher-class robots were dispatched from the ranks. 1,000 of these machines circled the perimeter of Shirkuei City, heading towards the northern pass. The other 1,000 proceeded directly to the western thoroughfare. These 2,000 robots would seal off the exits of Shirkuei City, trapping its inhabitants until every last human was annihilated. Although the forces of Qi-Yang Star had yet to reach the center, a considerable number of Butcher-class robots were advancing in that direction. To the north of the central area of Shirkuei City, nearly 100,000 people were in retreat, their hearts gripped by dread as they heard the thundering footsteps echoing from the mountains. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the opening in the ceiling. Bathed in the dim light of the outside flames, the people beheld a colossal metallic head, plunging them once again into terror. They dared not move or make a sound. It was a Butcher-class robot, yet the Butcher-class robot had already detected their presence. Unlike the Bullfrog models, it swiftly raised its array cannon. Whoosh! A missile hurtled toward the crowd, followed by a deafening explosion, obliterating the bodies of 7 or 8 civilians. Blood spattered everywhere, and flesh was torn asunder. The robots had breached their defenses. Finally, someone could no longer contain their panic and shouted. However, the voice was abruptly stifled, leaving only a pool of blood. The residents, in a state of utter disarray, began to surge frantically toward the north. In that moment, people jostled against one another, crowding the pathways in a scene of utter chaos. Yet, more and more Butcher-class robots emerged from the mountainous opening, commencing their relentless hunt for human traces, slaughtering indiscriminately. Within the mountains, the air was rife with anguished wails of the people, the cries of children, and the desperate pleas for mercy. Witnessing this horrific scene, Mayor Chen trembled, his face a mask of torment. Director Zhao took a deep breath, a flicker of despair crossing his features. A faint, grim smile crept onto his face as he said, "Mayor Chen, you are a good mayor. I will cover your retreat." Mayor Chen sighed, replying, "No, Director Zhao, you must go. Do not concern yourself with this old man." Suddenly, with a loud crash, another Butcher-class robot burst through the opening in the ceiling, descending from the mountainside and landing before them. In that moment, Director Zhao glared at the cold, merciless steel monstrosity, his eyes filled with fury, and shouted, "Run!" He grasped his electromagnetic rifle, aiming it at the Butcher-class robot. However, before he could pull the trigger, the robot's arm swept aside, sending him flying several meters. At that critical juncture, Mayor Chen did not flee. He took a deep breath and appeared surprisingly composed. Summoning all his strength, he pushed aside Chen Ruoyu, relinquishing his cane, and with the support of his metallic prosthesis, he shakily advanced toward the robot. Mayor Chen scrutinized the towering machine before him, his eyes ablaze with anger as he shouted hoarsely, "Come on! I am not afraid of you." For a fleeting moment, the Butcher-class robot hesitated, having never encountered a human so unarmed yet so willing to forsake escape. Nevertheless, it unsheathed its cold butcher's knife, the sharp blade cutting through the air with a menacing whistle. As if the very atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, Chen Ruoyu attempted to rush forward but found herself restrained by Lin Fan. Just as the Butcher-class robot's blade descended, a flash of light ignited in the darkness to the south. Boom! An electromagnetic cannon flew towards the robot at astonishing speed, seemingly piercing through the endless dark, and appeared before the Butcher-class robot's chest. With a thunderous roar, the massive machine was sent reeling backward. Mayor Chen was momentarily stunned, then slowly turned to see a tank dimly illuminated in the shadows. Could it be that the 178th Division had arrived? He felt a pang of confusion. The Butcher-class robot, though knocked down, was not destroyed and began to rise. It aimed its array cannon at the tank approaching from the south. In that instant, a chilling gleam appeared above its head. A shadow leaped down from a nearby building, and with a swift motion, the robot's head rolled to the ground. When the shadow revealed its form, Mayor Chen was astounded. It was yet another robot. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was mistaken, but confirmed he was not. What was happening? He had no time to ponder as the tank's horn blared, urging him to clear the way. Mayor Chen limped aside, watching as the tank drove northward. Soon after, more mechanized war vehicles, tanks, and armored cars surged from the south. The emergence of heavy tanks ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the fleeing residents. The crowd began to cheer. "Look, it's our tanks. The 178th Division has come. We are saved." Director Zhao, disheveled and bloodied, managed to rise. Thankfully, His protective gear had spared him from death. He gazed at the number on the tank passing by, feeling a twinge of confusion. He murmured, This is a tank from the 233 RD division. Did they not perish in the complete destruction of Heavy Iron City? Quickly, the tanks caught up with the citizens of Shirkuei City, safeguarding their retreat while launching attacks against the invading robots. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the drivers of the tanks were not humans, but a group of half-humans. At that moment, Lin Fan appeared beside Director Zhao, patting him on the shoulder. Director Zhao turned, exclaiming, Lin Fan, you're alive. What are you doing here? Get on the tank and take Mayor Chen and Chen Ruoyu with you. A heavy tank rolled up, and the old driver leaned out from the hatch. Calling, Mayor Chen, hurry up. Mayor Chen shook his head and pointed north, declaring, No, you must go save the others. Lin Fan sighed, embracing Mayor Chen and forcefully helping him onto the tank, then pushing Chen Ruoyu up as well. Director Zhao, you should go too, Lin Fan urged. Director Zhao hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed. The heavy tank began its journey northward. Director Zhao, startled, shouted, Wait, there's still one person left, driver, step on it, but Lin Fan, amidst the encroaching shadows, called out, Director Zhao, it's unnecessary. You all go. Protect Mayor Chen. As the tank drove away, a line of Butcher-class robots emerged behind Lin Fan. They followed the tank, hastening northward, soon joining the tide of fleeing citizens. To the bewilderment of the people of Shirkuei City, these robots did not attack the humans, but instead launched a furious assault against the invading robots outside the mountain. They fought alongside the tanks, protecting the retreating crowd. The fleeing residents were utterly astonished by this scene. Chapter 62. The last bastion to the north of Mingliang Mountain, dawn was approaching, yet the mountains stood shrouded in darkness and haze. Apart from the 5th Regiment, the entirety of the 178th Division had retreated here, safeguarding the ever-growing throng of civilians streaming in from the south. Within the confined space of the northern mountains, over 1 million people were packed together, alongside nearly all the military and civilian transport vehicles from Shirkuei City. Commander Yu issued orders for the soldiers to begin organizing the evacuation of the civilians from Shirkuei City. The crowd surged against one another, their heads bobbing in a sea of desperation as they clamored to escape this hellish place, rushing frantically towards the transport vehicles, in the temporary command center. Commander Yu did not rush to leave. Instead, he remained still, fixated on the holographic projection. He understood that the chances of a successful breakout were exceedingly slim. Organizing the evacuation of over 1 million people was an immensely daunting task. Moreover, such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the robots. Even if they managed to escape Shirkuei City, they would still be relentlessly pursued by the machines. Qianhu was right. They had long since lost the opportunity to flee. At last, military transport vehicles laden with civilians began to roll out, escorted by several tanks as they headed northward. However, they had barely traveled a kilometer when, suddenly, flames erupted from the darkness, accompanied by the distant sound of explosions. Commander Yu furrowed his brow. He could see dark figures appearing on the northern desert. This is bad. It's the robots. Boom! The heavy tank exploded under a surprise attack from the robots, and the transport vehicles came under a fierce missile barrage, instantly engulfed in flames. Distant explosions echoed from the north, and the once tumultuous crowd in the mountains fell silent, no longer scrambling to board the vehicles. Old Yu, they are coming, the advisor said softly. Gazing at the burning transport vehicles on the desert, Commander Yu sighed heavily, saying, breaking through is not so simple in the dim light. The northern desert was teeming with Butcher-class robots, still assembling. Commander Yu realized that their intent was not merely to thwart the civilians' escape, but to prepare for an offensive against the northern mountains. Although these were not the main forces of the robot horde, they were still a formidable threat. After a moment of hesitation, Commander Yu activated his wrist communicator and commanded, all personnel of the 178th Division, take your positions at the northern front, intercept the Butcher-class robots, protect the civilians and wait for the right moment to break through. The formidable legion of over 1,000 Butcher-class robots advanced ominously. The 178th Division, fortified by their entrenched positions, commenced their counteroffensive against the encroaching robotic adversaries. Tanks and ground artillery unleashed a relentless barrage, their firepower exceptionally concentrated, and soon the robots were forced to retreat. However, the might of the robots should not be underestimated. The 178th Division alone could not secure a decisive victory. The robots took refuge 2 kilometers away at the vital thoroughfare of Shirkuei City, effectively sealing off the escape route to the north. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, with the personnel of the 178th Division growing increasingly restless. They dared not launch a reckless assault. For any misstep would result in a catastrophic bloodbath for the millions of civilians nestled within the mountains. The weary strategist, his face etched with fatigue, spoke slowly. Commander Yu, it appears that even the final route of escape has been severed. Commander Yu offered a bitter smile and replied, the 178th Division has done its utmost. Alas, the enemy is simply too formidable. Is the southern position still holding? The holographic projection shifted to reveal the situation at the southern front. Commander Yu cast a glance at the battlefield unfolding in the south. The first rays of dawn illuminated the mountains south of Shirkuei City, yet the first to discern this were the vast ranks of the Qinyang Star's robotic forces. Almost all missiles at the southern position had been expended, the barrels of the ground artillery glowing red-hot, and the sky was shrouded in thick smoke. Meanwhile, the robotic horde remained unscathed, now less than 3 kilometers from the southern front. They were the main force of Qinyang Star, while only a single regiment of the 178th Division defended the position. They fought valiantly, but their situation was perilous. The strategist, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, Chun Hu and his men are in grave danger. Chun Hu had gone into battle with the resolve to face death. Commander Yu declared, they are worthy of this nation. This was a war devoid of suspense. Slowly rising, Commander Yu donned his helmet and tightened his belt. At this critical juncture between life and death, he prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Taking advantage of Chun Hu's diversion against the Qinyang Star forces, he intended to lead the 178th Division in a desperate breakout. The southern position lay in utter disarray. Plumes of thick smoke, under the light of dawn, appeared murky and dim, amidst the deafening sounds of cannon fire. A fishman robot stood resolutely amidst the tide of machines, commanding over 1,000 robots to launch a fierce charge towards the southern position. Boom. One by one, missile silos and air defense emplacements were obliterated, and the soldiers stationed at the front were shattered in the explosive onslaught. Chun Hu clenched his fists as the soldiers fell back. He felt powerless to assist. In mere minutes, the 5th Regiment suffered catastrophic losses, with the remaining personnel forced to retreat to the last bastion of military defense. This stronghold, nestled against a towering mountain, melded seamlessly with it was the final fortress amidst the billowing smoke. Standing alone in a sea of devastation, both grand and mournful, the fires of war raged all around, the air thick with the cries of the fallen, punctuated by the explosions of missiles. Chun Hu's helmet lay shattered, his ears ringing from the blasts, bloodied and disheveled. A rookie soldier, cowering in the trench, gritted his teeth and cried out despairingly, Commander, is there still any hope for reinforcements? It seems unlikely. Chun Hu gazed at the ravaged Shirkuei City, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Whether reinforcements would arrive was irrelevant. Even if they did, against the overwhelming tide of thousands of robots, it would likely be futile. The disparity was insurmountable. The soldiers of the 5th Regiment continued to resist stubbornly. Having never intended to leave this position alive, in the northern sector of Shirkuei City, supported by Chen Ruoyu, Mayor Chun reached the ventilation shaft in the northern mountains. From a distance, the present state of Shirkuei City appeared desolate and crumbling. Mayor Chen glanced at the smoke and flames rising from the south, his heart wrenching in agony. He softly murmured, Your brother is the pride of our Chen family. Unable to contain her sobs, Chen Ruoyu implored, Will my brother? Will he return? That is the main force of Qinyang Star. Mayor Chen grasped Chen Ruoyu's hand tightly and reassured her, Do not fear, my child. Your father is here. Father, is Shirkuei City truly lost? Yes, Shirkuei City shall soon meet its doom. The elderly man's white hair fluttered in the wind, his heart torn asunder by anguish. This city was the culmination of his years of labor, akin to a cherished child. To witness its gradual destruction amidst the chaos of war was an unbearable sorrow. Meanwhile, within the military bastion, as the robotic horde closed in, Chun Hu furrowed his brow, his gaze resolutely steely, akin to the brilliance emitted by flames as they extinguished. He addressed his comrades through his wrist communicator. Brothers, we are all warriors. We have held the robotic legion at bay, buying precious time for the million citizens of Shirkuei City to escape. Since there is no retreat left, let us fight until the very end. Calmly lighting a cigarette, Chun Hu rose atop the bastion. Gazing at the rapidly advancing robots, he shouted, We vow to defend Shirkuei City with our lives. To the death, defend Shirkuei City. The crowd roared in unison. However, their voices were soon drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. The sturdy bastion endured countless missile strikes, now riddled with wounds, as the Butcher-class robots approached within 100 meters of the military stronghold. Qianhu shouted at the top of his lungs. Fire! Boom! The ground artillery within the bastion unleashed a ferocious assault upon the incoming robots. Many Butcher-class machines were destroyed. Yet, the Fishman robot had already closed in. Opening its gaping maw, a red light flashing forth, a colossal energy beam struck the military bastion. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The cigar in Qianhu's hand fell. His body hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His ears rang with a deafening buzz, and only the last flicker of survival instinct urged him to struggle to his feet. However, as he slowly raised his head, he discovered that both of his legs were gone. As his hearing gradually returned, he was enveloped by the wails of the dying and the thunder of explosions. As his eyes flicked around, he beheld the remnants of the bastion, half collapsed, with dismembered limbs strewn about, blood trickling down the shattered walls. Qianhu gasped for breath, yet with his final strength, he crawled to a pillar, leaning against the crumbling stone wall. His once dark visage now appeared pallid, blood continuing to flow, yet he felt no pain. He had done all he could, and so had the 5th Regiment of the 178th Division. Before long, his lifeless body would merge with the ruins. The escape of his family was his last and only hope. As he watched the Qinyang Star Robotic Legion approach, and the Fishman robot loomed nearby, a faint smile crept across his lips. From his parched throat, a raspy voice emerged. I, Qianhu, die without regret. At that moment, boom! The ground behind the crumbling bastion trembled violently. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed. In an instant, the mountain itself shattered. Qianhu barely had time to be astonished when he saw a colossal figure forcefully shatter the mountain and stride towards him. As its metallic feet crushed the debris underfoot, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. 2 Viper-class robots prepared to fire upon it. The gigantic robot swung its arm, sending both Viper-class machines crashing into the mountainside. What is that thing? Qianhu pondered. The massive robot had already crossed over the crumbling bastion, lifting its leg to stomp on the Fishman robot. Crack! The Fishman robot had no time to fire. Its body disintegrating to the temporary command center of the 178th Division in the north. Commander Yu was about to step outside when a strategist shouted loudly, Old Yu, look quickly. What is that? Commander Yu turned back, his face a mask of astonishment. What is happening? At the southern front, there was indeed a colossal robot. Look, it is attacking the Qinyang Star robots. The strategist exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Just then, a series of shrieks echoed above the southern position. From several kilometers in the sky, a gray figure descended, appearing over the southern front. This massive winged beast, adorned with horns upon its forehead and eyes filled with malice, swooped low, snatching up a soldier on the brink of death. With powerful wing beats, it soared back into the sky, heading northward. Dozens of winged beasts followed suit, diving down to rescue the struggling soldiers from the blood-soaked ground. Amidst the ruins of the bastion, ashes of flames danced in the air, and the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. The gigantic robot raised its head, its eyes glowing with a violet hue. Coldly surveying the vast horde of Qinyang Star's robotic forces, it was the Titan robot. In stark contrast to the surging robotic army before it, it stood alone. Clang! A remarkably robust metallic arm slowly lifted a massive shield from its back. Subsequently, it advanced towards the formidable robotic legion. Chapter 63. The Titan charging alone. The biting wind surged forth as the Titan robot moved forward, closing the distance to the Qinyang Star Robotic Legion to less than 2 kilometers. Yet before it lay an uncountable number of robots. Its metallic feet lifted, crushing the Butcher-class robots that obstructed its path. It swung its right arm, sending the surrounding Viper-class robots crashing down. Countless missiles detonated upon its shield with a resounding blast. The colossal shield, impervious to damage, left not even a trace in its wake. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, the immense shield crashed onto the ground, hurtling towards the nearby Butcher-class robots, reducing many to mere scrap metal. It forged a bloody path through the dense throng of robots. The remaining Butcher-class robots retreated, fearful of confronting the Titan-class machine. Yet, missiles continued to rain down, exploding against its armored exterior. The Titan remained unfazed, advancing resolutely toward the robot horde, undeterred by the relentless assault. Its true target was not the peripheral robots attempting to intercept it, but the entire enemy battalion. Radiating a brilliance from its eyes, it faced the inferno of battle with unwavering courage. Braving the firepower of the outer robots, it steadily approached the energy shield of the Doomsday-class robot. The human army. The peripheral robots posed a significant threat. However, to the Titan, they were inconsequential. Nothing seemed capable of impeding its advance. On the vast battlefield, that massive silhouette stood alone, akin to a solitary and fearless wanderer upon the earth. In the temporary command center of the Northern 178th Division. Commander Yu stared in astonishment at the holographic projection of the gigantic robot. "Old Yu, what does it intend to do?" murmured a staff officer. Commander Yu, equally astonished, replied, It intends to wage war against the entire robot battalion single-handedly. This is beyond belief. Is this behemoth on our side? But we have no such robots. It is indeed aiding us." "Correct," Commander Yu pondered, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "However, no matter how formidable it may be, it cannot possibly overcome so many robots, especially with a Doomsday-class machine on the opposing side. This is an entire robot army." The Titan, immense and powerful, lacked any form of cover or fire support. In stark contrast to the outer robots, those within the shield were overwhelmingly numerous. Once it breached the inner sanctum, it would be met with a barrage of firepower exponentially greater. The outer robots had mostly crumbled, and the Titan now approached the energy shield. At this moment, the Doomsday-class robot's eyes glowed red, coldly gazing at the Titan. There was a hint of anger and disdain in its demeanor. Despite the Titan's colossal stature, it audaciously sought to penetrate the energy shield and confront an entire robot army alone. How arrogant and how foolish! Though both were products of the Qinyang race, the Doomsday-class robot exhibited no mercy or hesitation. Its eyes were suffused with an insatiable thirst for destruction, with a resounding pulse emanating from the Doomsday-class robot. An ominous wave reverberated throughout the robot battalion. In an instant, artillery, particle beam cannons, and laser guns were primed for action. Thousands of robots stood ready, having formed a deadly pocket formation, anticipating the Titan's incursion, poised to unleash a merciless onslaught. The Titan sensed the peril lurking within the energy shield. Yet, it showed no fear. Raising its colossal shield and ultimately crashing through the thin membrane of light, boom! Its metallic form slowly entered the interior of the energy shield. In that fleeting moment, a resounding clang echoed. The Doomsday-class robot's voice resonated once more. Nearly 10,000 robots opened fire simultaneously. The dark mass of Butcher-class robots surged forward, launching a ferocious assault. Missiles detonated, billowing clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, thousands of Viper-class robots took to the skies, encircling the Titan from a distance. Zing, zing, zing. In the blink of an eye, a blinding white light intertwined, shining even brighter than the sun. The Titan raised its colossal shield to block the onslaught, yet countless particle beams continued to bombard its frame. Numerous metallic shards cascaded from the Titan's body as it pressed forward, attacking while advancing. Its form, composed of an exceptionally sturdy alloy, withstood the relentless barrage, refusing to falter. Just then, a Triton-class robot approached, emerging from the tide of Butcher-class robots. Launching a surprise attack from its flank, a crimson beam struck the Titan's right leg, causing its massive form to tremble slightly. Nevertheless, it did not topple. Suddenly, the Titan's right arm transformed. With a swift motion, a long metallic chain unfurled from its arm, revealing a massive metal rotor. As the Titan advanced, it swung its enormous arm. The tri-blade metal rotor whirled into action, carving arcs through the air. With a sudden, forceful throw, it swept low, creating a radius of 200 meters. The metal rotor was extraordinarily sharp, harboring terrifying energy. Many Butcher-class robots were sent flying by the chain, culminating in the rotor striking the Triton robot. The Triton was propelled several meters into the air before being shattered. This was a clash between the Titan and the vast robot army, with over 10,000 machines relentlessly attacking. Although the majority of the assaults were blocked by the immense shield, the Titan's body still endured countless impacts, its surface marred with an increasing number of dents. Amidst the overwhelming barrage, the Titan began to struggle, yet it continued to withstand all attacks, showing no signs of retreat. Suddenly, its left leg was struck by another Triton robot's beam, causing it to stagger and lean precariously. Clang! It forcefully planted its shield into the ground, bracing its massive form. The components of its left leg emitted a sizzling sound. But it slowly rose again, unwavering in its resolve to advance towards the central Doomsday-class robot. At that moment, dozens of winged beasts arrived at breakneck speed in the north, plunging into the mountains through a ventilation shaft. Winged beasts! Numerous residents nearby, upon witnessing the incursion, turned pale with fear and fled in panic. Chan Ruayu, seeing the winged beasts, was equally startled. However, Her gaze fell upon a crimson creature. Was this not one of the winged beasts protecting Lin Fan? As soldiers of the 178th Division raised their weapons, Chun Ruoyu hastily intervened. Do not fire. No. Shooting will only provoke them. The soldiers, though wary, observed that the winged beasts did not retaliate, but rather retreated slowly, safeguarding the evacuation of the residents. The winged beasts emitted a series of low growls. Chun Ruoyu then noticed that they seemed to be holding something in their mouths, cautiously approaching them. That moment. A winged beast gently placed a bloodied object on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Chun Ruoyu gasped in shock. She cried out, "It's a soldier! An injured soldier!" One of them was indeed Qian Hu. "Brother!" Chun Ruoyu dashed forward, embracing Qian Hu, unable to contain her tears. Qian Hu's lower limbs were gone, and he was drenched in blood, barely clinging to life, unconscious. The scene was utterly horrific. The soldiers also recognized that these were members of the 178th Division's 5th Regiment. Could it be that these winged beasts had brought back the injured soldiers from the south? Were they rescuing people? Without further hesitation, they hurriedly carried their wounded comrades away. Among the Southern Robot Battalion, robotic forces unleashed a barrage of firepower. Yet the Titan robot pressed on, dragging its heavy footsteps, solitary in its advance. The battle was exceptionally fierce. With every step it took, it faced an onslaught of countless attacks. Having traversed from the military fortress to this point, it had endured for nearly 30 minutes. Despite its incredibly robust shell, it was now riddled with injuries from the concentrated and prolonged assault. Particularly, its legs trembled incessantly, emitting a sizzling sound. It appeared increasingly unable to support its immense weight. However, it was an unflinching machine, driven by a singular command: to persist without faltering, advancing step by step. At last, it was less than 300 meters from the Doomsday-class robot, which stood proudly within its shield, a regal figure impervious to intrusion. Suddenly, its eyes glimmered with blinding light. Boom! A massive red beam erupted forth. This was the energy beam attack of the Doomsday-class robot. The Titan had no strength to evade, as the energy beam completely pierced through its knee. With a thunderous crash, its left foot collapsed. Barely supported by the colossal shield, struggling to rise, it found itself unable to do so. Though it had come so close to the Doomsday-class robot, it could advance no further. The enormous and solitary figure appeared particularly tragic against the chilling winds. In the temporary command center of the Northern 178th Division, Commander Yu remained transfixed, observing the holographic projection relayed from the southern front. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was unfathomable that this gigantic robot had braved the onslaught of thousands of robots, drawing near to the Doomsday-class machine. He sighed heavily, exclaiming, "Alas, there are simply too many robots on the opposing side." The Titan robot ventures forth alone, now on the verge of closing in, yet it cannot advance another step. Even its formidable defenses cannot withstand such a multitude of robot assaults, a staff officer interjected. "Wait!" Suddenly, Commander Yu paused. "Old Zhang, do you see what lies beneath its shield?" The officer discerned something dimly. Instantly, he was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping as he articulated, "That is a nuclear bomb." Heavens! It intends to detonate the nuclear bomb? The Commander Yu, in a fit of fervor, shouted towards the wristband. "All personnel of the 178th Division, within 30 seconds, organize all civilians to take refuge within the mountains. Do not emerge without my command." Quickly, quickly, quickly! In the southern stronghold, the Doomsday Messenger hovered ominously in midair, casting a cold gaze upon the Titan robot beneath it. Despite the Titan's utmost efforts, it could not inch closer, without a hint of hesitation. The Doomsday Messenger once again raised its energy beam weapon, this time aiming directly at the Titan's head. It sought to terminate this robotic companion that had betrayed the civilization of Qingxi Star. Similarly, the Titan robot showed no sign of fear or retreat. It removed 3 silver metal tubes from beneath its shield in an instant. With its last ounce of strength, it swung its right arm, hurling the 3 silver tubes towards the airborne Doomsday Messenger. Those were nuclear warheads. Immediately, the Titan robot concealed itself behind its colossal shield. As the red energy beam was unleashed, a blinding point of light appeared. It was the detonation of the 3 nuclear warheads. The entire space felt as if it were being torn apart. The white light rapidly expanded. A mushroom cloud, towering 1 to 2 kilometers high, erupted. The nuclear explosion occurred within the energy shield. Had it detonated outside the energy shield, it might have contained the explosion. However, Since the detonation took place within the shield, it shattered with a thunderous crash after merely half a second. The mushroom cloud surged upward once more, stretching towards the heavens. An immense shockwave radiated outward in all directions. In an instant, the southern mountains of Shirkuei City were laid to waste. Despite being 100 kilometers apart, the residents hidden within the northern mountains still felt the ground tremble violently. The nuclear explosion, occurring within the energy shield of the Qingxi star's harbinger of doom, had significantly diminished in power as it spread. Furthermore, the east-west orientation of Mingliang Mountain, along with countless mountain ranges, obstructed most of the shockwave. Nevertheless, the nuclear detonation still flattened half of Shirkuei City. Chapter 64. The final battle for breakout much later. The mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. In the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, a massive crater emerged. The vast land descended into a prolonged silence following the detonation. It was a scene of utter desolation, with embers swirling in the air. Within a 1 or 2 kilometer radius, nearly all robots had been melted by the intense heat. 5 kilometers from the epicenter, a severely damaged giant robot, the Doomsday Messenger, lay sprawled upon the ground. In a rather pitiful state. It was one of the high-end robots crafted by the civilization of Qingxi Star. Its metallic exterior, unlike that of ordinary combat robots, was forged from an extraordinarily resilient heat-resistant alloy. Yet, at this moment, its shell bore dents, and its chest emitted intermittent sizzling sounds. Despite activating its defenses at the moment of the nuclear explosion, it had not escaped this calamity and was utterly destroyed. At the other end of the deep pit, the Titan robot lay similarly defeated. Its entire form turned black. The sudden change in atmospheric pressure following the nuclear blast created a fierce wind around the crater. Akin to a mournful elegy, this robot, which had charged alone into enemy lines, had single-handedly obliterated the entire robotic battalion of Qingxi Star. It lay on the scorched earth like a valiant warrior who fought for Shirkuei City. Now silent forever, until the moment of its demise, it had clutched that broken gigantic shield tightly, its eyes now devoid of luster, observing the return to silence of the land and the ruin of the Titan. Commander Yu was taken aback. He slowly murmured. It truly succeeded. Indeed, it had plunged into the enemy ranks, detonating the nuclear bomb and annihilating the entire robotic battalion. However, a flicker of gravity crossed Yu's eyes. As he remarked, but it has perished. Old Yu, it is merely a lifeless robot. Why mourn? The advisor interjected. You truly believe it was just a robot? Alone, it stood against the robotic legion, granting hope to millions in Shirkuei City? Commander Yu murmured. Though devoid of life, it was a solitary warrior charging into battle, and it is our benefactor. With that, Commander Yu stood tall, slowly raising his right arm towards the southern stronghold at a bearing of 11.3 south-west. It was a solemn and weighty gesture, both a tribute to the fallen warriors in the southern stronghold and a mark of respect for the valiant robot that had saved countless lives. The drones took flight. Not long after, a dark head cautiously peeked out from the crevice of the Titaness EYIT, surveyed the desolation with a look of incredulity. This little creature was the sphere. Despite the lethal threat posed to high-end robots by the intense heat and shockwave of the nuclear explosion, it remained unscathed. Upon realizing that there were no survivors in sight, it cautiously crawled out, investigating the colossal robot that had collapsed with a gentle poke. Ding, ding, ding. Seeing that the Titan remained motionless, it sniffed around, its eyes blinking, and scratched its little head. The Titan robot had suffered catastrophic internal damage. Its entire structure was made of alloy, exhibiting unimaginable resilience. Yet, it had been at the epicenter of 3 nuclear explosions. Even though the gigantic shield had mitigated some of the energy impact, countless components had been obliterated. The sphere climbed onto the Titan's immense body. Achoo! It sneezed, releasing repair bugs that landed on the metallic shell. This was a mass of liquid metal that spread outwards, under the sphere's commands. The repair bugs began to work tirelessly, albeit at a sluggish pace. Time passed swiftly. The sphere, anxious from the Titan's prolonged stillness, flitted about in despair. It recalled the distant sounds of war still raging in the north and became restless. It flitted to the opposite side of the Titan and unleashed several more blobs of metallic liquid. More repair bugs emerged. However, these parasitic insects required immense energy from within before commencing their work. This time, the sphere summoned nearly all of the repair bugs, nearly exhausting itself in the process. It collapsed against the Titan robot, falling into a deep slumber. As the metallic bugs toiled to mend the Titan, they continued to divide and replicate. Uncertain how much time elapsed, at last, Sounds of sizzling emanated from within the Titan robot. In the northern mountains, the populace was bewildered and terrified, confined within their sealed space. Entirely unaware of the calamity that had befallen the south, they felt as though the very earth were crumbling beneath them. Was the Qingxi star unleashing its ultimate weapon to obliterate Shikuei City? Only after the tremors subsided and silence returned did they realize they were still alive. At this moment, the heavy tank regiment of the 178th Division slowly emerged, heading towards the northern desert. These tanks were not the half-man-operated ones from Iron City. Their massive metal shells were even sturdier, with treads spinning at high velocity and the square electromagnetic railguns whirring into action. They had no choice. The nuclear explosion in the south had devastated half of Shikuei City. The mountains had collapsed, and the roads were impassable. The only route for breakthrough lay to the north, in the northern desert. Remnants of robots had occupied the area, numbering over 1,000. The plan of Base 245 to assault Shikuei City had been thwarted, as the vast robotic legion was annihilated by the Titan-S nuclear detonation. Yet, these robots remained resolute in executing their final orders, to prevent the escape of the citizens of Shikuei City and to slay every human in sight. Compared to the robotic battalion, their numbers were trivial. However, for the 178th Division, this posed an exceedingly troublesome challenge. On the desert sands, human tanks clashed with robots. The electromagnetic railguns opened fire in unison, launching a fierce assault. Meanwhile, the butcher robots twisted their matrix cannons, retaliating against the humans. Heavy tanks erupted in flames, while one by one, butcher robots fell. The battle was fiercely contested. By 4 in the afternoon, the scattered robots throughout Shikuei City had converged in the north, their numbers swelling to nearly 1,800. The heavy tank division struggled to withstand the onslaught, enduring relentless fire. Observing the grim situation on the front lines, Commander Yu wore a furrowed brow. "Old Yu?" The advisor remarked, "There are over 1 million people concealed in the northern mountains. Without sufficient water and food, we must break out quickly." At that moment, a voice crackled through the wristband from the front lines. "Commander, the robots are multiplying, and they are poised to strike. After dark, they may launch a final assault. If our troops become exhausted, the consequences will be dire." Commander Yu remained silent, his face a mask of concern. The advisor continued, "What shall we do in this situation?" After a moment of contemplation, Commander Yu understood that although the robotic battalion to the south had been vanquished, the surviving robots still posed a considerable threat. The 178th Division had suffered heavy losses during the defense of Shikuei City, and recovering to win the final breakout battle would not be easy. The decisive battle with the robots was unavoidable. Rather than waiting for their fate, they would take the initiative, making the desert the site of their final confrontation. After all, countless civilians remained trapped within the mountains. Engaging in battle there could easily lead to innocent casualties. Clenching his teeth, Commander Yu declared slowly, "Before nightfall, I will lead everyone in one last charge." At once, the final plan of the 178th Division was proclaimed to the citizens of Shikuiching. Addressing his wristband, he declared, "Fellow compatriots of Shikuiching, I bring you both good news and bad news. The robotic legion has suffered an ambush at the southern front, resulting in total annihilation. We have finally gained a glimmer of hope." At this juncture, Commander Yu did not exhibit any excitement. His voice remained somber. After a brief pause, he continued, "However, the surviving robots in the north still pose a significant threat. They will launch their final assault on Shikuiching by tonight at the latest. I have resolved to lead all our warriors in a final charge before the robots attack. The 178th Division will spare no effort to ensure your escape. Our success or failure hinges upon this decisive moment." Ashen clouds engulfed the sky as the wind stirred. Commander Yu personally drove an armored vehicle towards the north, leading the charge. A formidable array of heavy tanks followed suit, advancing in a grand procession. This was their last stand, a desperate gambit. Behind the 178th Division were millions of citizens, crammed within the northern hills, lacking sufficient food and water. As time wore on, the soldiers grew famished and weary, unable to withstand the onslaught of the butcher-class robots. Finally, the climactic battle for escape commenced. The 178th Division launched its final assault, while convoys of transport trucks, laden with residents, stood poised for action. Even if the 178th Division were to falter, the soldiers would fight valiantly to obstruct the robots' advance, allowing the transport trucks to break free amidst the chaos. Boom, boom. The flames of war ignited once more upon the northern wasteland. Thick plumes of smoke billowed and rolled. The heavy tank battalions braved the robotic artillery, advancing steadily. Tank after tank was obliterated by missiles. Yet the 178th Division pressed on. With a resolve of certain death, Commander Yu operated the particle beam cannon atop the armored vehicle, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the distant robots. Together with his soldiers, he bore the weight of the lives of Shikuiching's populace. Personal survival became inconsequential. The critical task was to facilitate the escape of the citizens behind them. Listening to the agonizing cries of his comrades, he hesitated not for a moment, resolutely leading from the front. The battle raged fiercely. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. The winged beasts, concealed within the northern hills, soared into the heavens. Countless colossal forms followed the heavy tanks, diving towards the robotic adversaries. Both the citizens of Shikuiching and the soldiers of the 178th Division were left astounded. These winged creatures launched a frenzied assault on the opposing robots, diving from the skies and relentlessly striking. Among them were Lord-class winged beasts, far mightier than their lesser kin. Facing the ominous mass of the Qianjiangsing robots, they exhibited no fear. Many of the robots targeting the tanks were sent tumbling to the ground. Observing this, Commander Yu felt a mix of confusion and determination. Without hesitation, he issued a command through his wristband. Everyone, aim carefully before firing. Do not hit the winged beasts. The arrival of the winged beasts merely leveled the playing field. The opposing robots still numbered nearly 2,000. The winged beasts could only swoop in for hit-and-run tactics, daring not to land and engage in direct combat. The dense throng of transport trucks striving to break free remained in dire straits. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. A collapse occurred among the northern hills, producing a tremendous noise. Both soldiers and civilians heard the sound. When they turned to look, they were left in stunned amazement. A colossal robot, wielding a battered metallic shield, was slowly advancing towards the northern front. Chapter 65. The Troubled Mayor Boom. The Titan strode forward, deftly avoiding the heavy tanks beneath its feet. The soldiers felt the ground tremble slightly, sand and gravel scattering. Boom! It trampled over several more tanks. The soldiers inside were too afraid to breathe. After all, its massive form dwarfed even the heavy tanks. A single footfall could render a tank utterly destroyed. It continued its slow march, finally arriving at the forefront of all the tanks. Inside the armored vehicle, Commander Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, his fingers trembling. This was the very being he had seen in the holographic projection, and now it stood before him. He finally shouted with fervor into his wristband, "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. This is our robot. It is one of us. All tanks and armored vehicles, follow it into battle." It turned out this giant was indeed one of their own. The hearts of the soldiers finally eased. The final battle commenced. Night fell once more. Shikuiching was now completely shrouded in embers. Amidst the windswept wasteland, the Titan, undaunted, advanced steadily, bearing the weight of countless artillery fire. Dozens of Butcher-class robots surged forward, unleashing a barrage of fire in an attempt to halt its progress. The Titan remained unfazed, continuing its slow advance. Yet with each step, the sound of shattering robotic shells echoed. It drew closer to the robot's position, slowly raising its battered shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield struck the ground, sending dust and sparks flying. The ground was left littered with the shattered remains of the robots. Meanwhile, the heavy tanks launched their assault in a staggered formation, attacking the enemy robots in wave after wave. Within mere minutes, the tide of battle shifted. Faced with the unstoppable Titan, the enemy robots had no means to retaliate. The relentless onslaught from the heavy tanks pushed them to the brink of despair. The last remnants of the robotic forces at Base 245 began to retreat. Yet the Titan showed no intention of letting them escape, driving them into the valley until every last one was eradicated. Transport trucks filled with residents followed the heavy tank battalions, breaking free from the countless robotic wrecks and racing towards the north. The citizens erupted in jubilant cheers. They had been saved. It was a celebration for millions of lives. However, in the isolation chamber to the north of Shikuiching, Lin Fan stood outside, waiting silently. Inside the chamber lay Qian Hu, his legs severed, his body stained with blood, unconscious. Several military medics were desperately trying to save him. Lin Fan's expression was grave, his silence profound. At that moment, a woman's voice broke through. "You bastard, I've finally found you." Wang Kiki rushed over, scanning Lin Fan from head to toe, then patting him down before letting out a heavy sigh of relief. "Mr. Wang, what do you want?" Lin Fan asked. "Thank goodness, you're unscathed." Her enchanting eyes cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fan, her delicate lips pouting in a mixture of joy and annoyance. "Where have you been?" "I've been searching for you." Lin Fan, observing Wang Keek's demeanor, finally allowed a hint of a smile to break through his serious countenance. With so many people around, it's quite normal you couldn't find me. True, Wang Kiki replied. Shikuiching has been saved. Did you know? I do, Lin Fan replied softly, gazing at her. I hope you didn't encounter any danger. Not at all. That's good. Noticing Lin Fan's worried expression, Wang Kiki pointed towards the isolation room, murmuring, who's in there? A friend Dotto? So you have friends now? Wang Kiki chuckled lightly, peeking inside. Her smile vanished in an instant, her heart sinking. Although she did not recognize Chun Hu, she immediately recognized Chen Ruoyu. Lin Fan. Wang Kiki felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, turning away as she murmured to herself, unsure of what to say. What's wrong? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. I've been searching for you so hard. And you're here, waiting for that doctor. Lin Fan frowned. You've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Yes, the one injured inside is my friend. He was wounded in the war. I came to see him. Is that so? Wang Kiki turned back. Observing Lin Fan's anxious expression, she feigned a huff, suppressing a smile. Actually, I don't care about you. You can wait for whoever you wish. I need to go back. Wang Kiki contemplated for a moment. The Northern War Zone has fully ignited. The situation has changed, and the Northern Aerospace Bureau needs personnel. Would you like to come with me? I'm sorry, I cannot go. Shikuiching still needs me. Very well. Wang Kiki gently pressed a black stone into Lin Fan's hand, saying, you once said this would protect me. Here it is back to you. Take care of yourself. You must also be cautious, Lin Fan replied. Today's farewell leaves us uncertain of when we might meet again. Didn't you say that one day we would see each other again? Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she turned to depart. A military aircraft slowly appeared, landing at the northern front of Shikuiching. Wang Kiki waved goodbye to Lin Fan from a distance. Accompanied by special forces, she boarded the aircraft, gradually disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Fan procured a heavy truck from somewhere, joining Shikuiching's transport convoy, laden with passengers as they headed north. Ea! The winged beast lord let out a piercing cry, diving from the sky to alight upon a high hilltop. The other winged beasts descended beside it, silently observing the human transport trucks pass by, emitting low growls. A group of half-humans appeared amidst the shattered hills of Shikuiching, watching Lin Fan's truck recede into the distance, ultimately restraining the impulse to follow. The Titan robot stood resolute amidst the swirling dust, having ceased its advance, as its battered shield was gently lowered to the ground. Unnoticed by all, a small pig rested atop the Titan's head. It stood on tiptoe, waving its tiny hand in farewell to the departing figures. At that moment, Commander Yu halted the armored vehicle. Descending from the vehicle, he shook off the ash-covered protective suit and gazed up at the colossal robot. He pondered why this giant machine fought alone, desperately striving to save Stone Helmet City. Yet, he recognized that without this behemoth, Stone Helmet City would likely have succumbed entirely, transforming into a sea of blood, while the entire 178th Division would be eternally buried beneath the ruins, resting in eternal slumber. Though devoid of life, it had saved countless lives in Stone Helmet City. As the time to leave approached, not only Commander Yu but also all the soldiers within the tank disembarked, forming a perfectly aligned formation to salute. The night was dim and the cold wind howled. The embers of war still danced in the air. Everyone stood in solemn attention, rendering military honors. Stone Helmet City had seen its populace evacuate, yet the city lay in utter ruin. With the influence of the air currents, radiation would further spread, rendering it uninhabitable for humans. The survivors from Stone Helmet City felt a mix of exhilaration and sorrow, for how many generations had poured their heart and soul into the city they now had to abandon. Migrating towards the distant city of Little Rock. 2 days later, the refugees from Stone Helmet City flooded into Little Rock. The residents of Little Rock were astonished by the sheer number of refugees from Stone Helmet City and could hardly believe they had managed to break through. However, they felt neither overwhelming relief for their survival nor a warm welcome for their arrival. Instead, anxiety took hold. Little Rock, located 400 kilometers northeast of Stone Helmet City, was far smaller in scale. It was not built within a mountain, but was rather a small underground city. They were already struggling to make ends meet and had little capacity to assist others in this era. The fall of a city was not an uncommon event, and these refugees from Stone Helmet City had become a heavy burden. Little Rock simply could not accommodate so many people at once. There were not enough job opportunities, nor sufficient food reserves. Although many had already set out for new cities, 1 million souls remained behind. The refugees from Stone Helmet City settled in the dilapidated and narrow old town. The Western Province issued a decree calling for the expansion of Little Rock. A new underground city, New Stone Helmet City, was to be constructed based on the old town. Chen Dingtang was once again appointed by the Western Provincial Committee as the mayor of New Stone Helmet City. Initially exhausted and resolute in his refusal, he was eventually persuaded by the populace of Stone Helmet City. In these trying times, everyone understood that no one was more suited for the task than Mayor Chen. Despite his frail health, he personally joined the citizens in the construction of the city. Bang, bang, bang. The excavation machines operated tirelessly day and night, rekindling hope among the people. The construction of New Stone Helmet City progressed relatively smoothly. However, Mayor Chen wore a perpetual frown. His worries were not solely due to his son, Chen Hu, lying in a coma, but rather for the future of New Stone Helmet City. In the makeshift city hall, a cramped room, stood the elderly Mayor Chen, opposite a young man, Director Zhang of the Food Bureau of Little Rock. Mayor Chen's brow was furrowed, and he remained silent. Director Zhang spoke slowly. The food production in Little Rock is quite limited. With the influx of so many refugees from Stone Helmet City, we are overwhelmed. That I understand, Mayor Chen replied. Thank you for your understanding, Mayor Chen. It is not that we are unwilling to assist. It is simply that our production capacity is constrained. Mayor Chen inquired, how long can you provide food for us? Director Zhang replied, we wholeheartedly support the reconstruction of New Stone Helmet City, but in terms of food, we can only manage to provide some assistance for 3 months. After that, you will have to find a solution on your own. 3 months? Mayor Chen sighed. With such a large population in Stone Helmet City, we cannot produce enough food in that time. Director, could you think of any other ways to help us? Director Zhang slowly shook his head, saying, it is not that we do not want to help. It is simply that we are at our limits. Everyone should share both joys and hardships, but Little Rock is simply too small. If this continues, Little Rock will also be dragged down. But producing food takes time, and we are currently destitute. Perhaps you could reach out to the Central Province for assistance? After Director Zhang departed, Mayor Chen wore a troubled expression. After much contemplation, he finally decided to contact the governor of the Western Province. The holographic projection revealed the figure of the governor. What is it, Mayor Chen? The governor inquired. Mayor Chen responded, Governor, I have an important matter to report. Little Rock can only sustain food supplies for 3 months. With a population of 1 million in Stone Helmet City, we will face a food crisis in a few months. I had anticipated this situation, the governor replied. Can other cities in the West lend us food? Well, let me think, the governor mused. The most we can spare is 1 month. The rest you will have to manage on your own. 1 month? That is not nearly enough. Mayor Chen exclaimed, if in a few months, the people of Stone Helmet City cannot find food, how can I still be mayor? It's not that I am unwilling, but everyone is struggling to get by. No one has the capacity to assist you. We cannot allow the fall of one city to drag down the entire West, the governor said. Mayor Chen, think of another way. What can an old man like me do? Mayor Chen felt utterly powerless. The governor's stance was clear. There was no intention of reallocating food from various cities. In the eyes of these officials, once Stone Helmet City was destroyed, its people lost their value and became merely a burden. Mayor Chen's hands trembled, and his cane struck the ground with a resounding thud as he glared at the governor. You beasts! I doubt you considered that we would still be alive when you abandoned Stone Helmet City. Now that we have survived, you do not care about our fate. Old Chen, what kind of talk is that? In this dire situation, we have already done our utmost to assist you, the governor retorted. Mayor Chen's eyes burned with anger as he replied, in your eyes, only your own power matters. The lives of the common people hold no value. With that, Mayor Chen terminated the holographic call. He took a deep breath, his heart still heavy with sorrow. Little Rock was indeed struggling, and the Central Province was unreliable. To solve the food crisis, they could only rely on themselves. But now, with nothing to their name, Mayor Chen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If Stone Helmet City truly fell, the situation would certainly worsen. The robotic legion from the Qingtian Star would continue to assault the major cities of the West, and it would not be just Stone Helmet City that faced destruction. Meanwhile, the people of Stone Helmet City had narrowly escaped death, yet they still had to endure the pangs of hunger and the bitter cold. Chapter 66. Qian Hu's refusal of the title. Mayor Chen sat alone in the cramped room. Closing his eyes, his hair had turned gray, and he appeared frail, uncertain of how much time he had left. Yet, thoughts of the citizens of Stone Helmet City weighed heavily upon his heart. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps drew near. Mayor Chen slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fan. A faint smile broke across the wrinkles of Mayor Chen's face as he said, young man, come, sit. He held a favorable impression of Lin Fan, not only because he had saved his daughter, but also due to Lin Fan's suggestion to establish an outdoor agricultural base, which deeply resonated with the elderly man. Despite its impracticality, Mayor Chun felt that Lin Fan genuinely cared for Stone Helmet City. During the Great Battle, Lin Fan had stepped forward to escort the fleeing citizens. Though merely a scavenger, he was far more genuine than many self-serving politicians. Lin Fan took a seat, studying Mayor Chen. "Old Mayor Chun, you seem troubled," he remarked. Mayor Chun sighed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. Lin Fan, what brings you to visit this old man? In Stone Helmet City, you are the person I respect the most," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "You could have left before the Great Battle or retreated at such a difficult time, but you did not. Enough of that, at my age, there's no need to flatter this old fool." Mayor Chen gazed intently at Lin Fan, asking, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Given the large population in Stone Helmet City, "A food crisis is likely imminent," Lin Fan stated. Mayor Chun was taken aback and continued, "You're quite astute, young MA, and do you have any good ideas? I came here precisely for this matter." "Oh?" Lin Fan replied. "You needn't worry too much about this." "How can I not worry? The Food Bureau Director of Little Rock has already given me an ultimatum. In 3 months, they will no longer assist us." Mayor Chen paused before adding, "And the Western Province simply does not care about our survival. Little Rock has done its utmost, but the Western Province is indeed unreliable," Lin Fan said. "However, I will think of a way to provide some food for New Stone Helmet City." Mayor Chen was initially taken aback, then broke into a smile. "You little rascal, are you trying to amuse this old man?" He chuckled. "With over 1 million people in Stone Helmet City, even the Western Province cannot solve our problems. You are but a solitary figure. Where will you procure food? Do you recall the agricultural machinery and seed crops you provided me at Shikuiching that day?" "Of course, I remember. Those agricultural machines have languished in the warehouse, utterly useless, and as for those seeds, they hold little value." Mayor Chen offered a faint smile and remarked, "To be honest, I never truly expected you to succeed. Yet, it appears you have made some progress." "What?" Mayor Chen expressed a hint of surprise. "Have your outdoor crops thrived?" "Indeed, in 2 months' time. I intend to lend the surplus grain to New Shikuiching, hoping to alleviate the urgent needs of its populace." Mayor Chen pointed at Lin Fan and burst into hearty laughter, saying, "You, my dear lad, nearly fell for your own ruse." "What, do you not trust me, sir?" "Of course I do. This old man is not senile yet. Even if your outdoor cultivation proves successful, how could you manage it all alone?" Lin Fan replied earnestly, "I assure you, I am not jesting. I fully comprehend the gravity of the food crisis in New Shikuiching. If left unresolved, it could lead to dire consequences." Mayor Chen pondered for a moment, gazing at Lin Fan, and stated, "If you truly can lend grain to New Shikuiching, you would become my benefactor, Chen Dingtang. We shall raise funds to purchase it from you." "That is unnecessary," Lin Fan responded. "The grain is a loan to New Shikuiching. Once they emerge from their predicament, it must be repaid, as I require some supplies." "If what you say is true, it would indeed be a momentous occasion, addressing my immediate concerns," Mayor Chen replied, though still somewhat skeptical. "However, the provenance of the grain must be legitimate and secure. You need not worry about that," Lin Fan assured him. Mayor Chen scrutinized Lin Fan and, with a chuckle, suddenly inquired, "Lin Fan, I have heard whispers that you have grown quite close to a lady from the Jingji Wang family. Is there any truth to this? Where did you hear such rumors?" Lin Fan regarded Mayor Chen with a discerning eye. Mayor Chen waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Do not take offense. I merely asked out of curiosity. By the way, how is Chen Hu faring?" Mayor Chen took a deep breath, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He has awakened. He is the pride of the Chun family. Alas, he has lost his legs." Lin Fan remained silent. Ultimately, Chun Hu sacrificed his legs for his own ambitions. Thankfully, he had regained his life. After bidding farewell to Mayor Chun, Lin Fan departed. A few days later, in the southern part of Shaoyan City, within the Grand Hall of the newly established command center of the 178th Division, all officers of company level and above were present. The hall was eerily silent, with all officers seated, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. The holographic projection of Zhao Tianwu, the chief of staff of the Western Theater, materialized at the front of the hall, his expression growing increasingly stern. They had been waiting for a full half-hour. The officers exchanged discreet glances, astonished by the gravity of the situation. The personal presence of the chief of staff signified the high command's concern regarding the defense of Shikuiching. However, Chun Hu had yet to make an appearance. Zhao Tianwu had already displayed considerable patience. Had it been anyone else, he would have unleashed his frustration long ago. After surveying the hall of the 178th Division one last time, He could no longer contain himself and called out, Eugene Song, yes, Commander Yu rose to his feet. Where is Chan Hu? Commander Yu appeared somewhat flustered. He could not come. His legs are incapacitated. But he was recovering rapidly, was he not? Zhao Tianwu pressed. Commander Yu fell silent. Time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the door of the hall creaked open. Chan Hu entered in a wheelchair, his body still wrapped in bandages. An old soldier gently pushed the wheelchair to the front of the holographic projection of the chief of staff. Chan Hu's expression was solemn, devoid of any trace of a smile. At last, Zhao Tianwu had laid eyes on Chan Hu and relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Chan Hu, you have finally arrived. Chan Hu remained silent. You led the 5th Regiment of the 178th Division in ambushing the enemy, making you the greatest hero of the Shikuiching defense, on behalf of the Western Theater. I bestow upon you the rank of colonel. You have endured much suffering. Chan Hu, expressionless, lifted his head and slowly replied, I apologize, but I, Chan Hu, must decline the promotion. What? Decline the promotion? The officers of the 178th Division exchanged bewildered glances. Commander Yu sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianwu's brows furrowed deeply. What is the meaning of this? There is nothing else to explain. I do not consider myself a so-called hero of this war, nor the savior of Shikuiching, Chan Hu stated plainly. The victory in this battle has little to do with me, or even the entire 178th Division. Zhao Tianwu's expression darkened. The decision to promote you was made after careful consideration by the Western Theater. Declining the promotion is also a decision I have pondered thoroughly, Chan Hu replied. Zhao Tianwu shot a cold glance at Commander Yu. Eugene Song. What is the meaning of Chan Hu's refusal? Commander Yu gestured discreetly at Chan Hu. Chan Hu, it is a rare honor for the Chief of Staff to personally promote you. Why are you resisting? Chan Hu smiled and responded, the North is in peril. All main forces of the Western Theater have withdrawn, leaving millions of citizens in Shikuiching vulnerable. Have you considered the lives of those millions? Commander Yu interjected. Chan Hu, what are you saying? The withdrawal of main forces is an order from the Joint Forces. The Western Theater is merely complying with orders, though the Joint Forces, what is a mere Shikuiching? What does it matter if millions of lives are sacrificed? Chan Hu countered. But I cannot accept this. This is my homeland. Zhao Tianwu was momentarily speechless. Now that I am physically incapacitated, I can no longer serve the Joint Forces. From this day forth, I apply for retirement and request approval from higher authorities. Zhao Tianwu slammed his hand on the table, causing the holographic projection to vanish. Commander Yu appeared anxious. Chan Hu, you are truly refusing to heed advice. Tears glistened in the corners of Chan Hu's eyes. Commander, I apologize. He saluted Commander Yu from his wheelchair and then turned to the other officers present, declaring, I am sorry. I can no longer fight alongside you. Commander Yu, choking back emotion, urged, Chan Hu, even if you are unable to walk, you could still find a respectable position within the military? No, I have other plans. Chan Hu replied, and the old soldier turned the wheelchair to leave the hall. Watching the departing figure, Commander Yu fought back tears and commanded, all rise, salute. Honor the 5th Regiment's commander, Chan Hu. Instantly, all officers of the 178th Division stood solemnly, rendering military salutes. Chan Hu, he is the hero of the Shikuiching defense. In the face of danger, he stepped forward, stabilizing the morale of the people and urging the masses to retreat. He fought valiantly at the southern front, holding back the enemy's robotic forces and diverting their main troops. He is undeniably a meritorious figure of the 178th Division. Even in retirement today, he shall forever be remembered. Chapter 67. The arrival of new recruits at the Scavenging Bureau. The Scavenging Bureau of New Shikuiching has been reorganized. Director Zhao remains at the helm, and Lin Fan continues as the captain of Scavenging Team 1523. Director Zhao appears somewhat haggard. Presently, the populace of Shikuiching has flooded into Shaoyan City, leading to a dire shortage of resources and basic necessities. The reconstruction of New Shikuiching looms large. To secure resources and energy for New Shikuiching, the pressure on the Scavenging Bureau is immense. Thousands of scavengers are crammed into a dilapidated cavern, the territory of the Scavenging Bureau. Interactions among scavenging teams are sparse, making this gathering a rare occurrence. Voices fill the air, creating a cacophony. Director Zhao strides to the front of the scavenger assembly, pausing momentarily. You lot? He bellowed. Quiet down. The crowd gradually quieted. Director Zhao continued. The construction of the new city is in full swing, and the Scavenging Bureau is under tremendous pressure. You all need to work harder. A chorus of discontent arose among the scavengers. Most of them were former street toughs, many of whom had served time in prison. and they were far from compliant. Director Zhao smirked coldly and added, "If any of you are found slacking or disobeying orders, Shikuiching cannot support you any longer. You'll be sent straight to the northern front." Upon hearing this, the scavengers fell silent, fully aware that Director Zhao was not someone to be trifled with. Troubling him could lead to severe consequences. Director Zhao scanned the crowd and noticed Lin Fan standing alone. During the Shikuiching defense, Lin Fan had protected the evacuation of civilians, which had earned him some goodwill from Director Zhao now, having survived the ordeal. He felt a desire to look after Lin Fan. Thus, he continued, "There is one more matter. Team 1523 is shorthanded. Is there anyone willing to transfer there?" Lin Fan paused at the mention of Team 1523, surprised that Director Zhao was actively seeking to bolster his team. However, the hall fell into silence. Several scavengers began whispering among themselves, "Don't go. Why not? If you do, there's no profit to be had." "I see. Plus, you might be out there for months, and it's dangerous." "Indeed, the last time I was out for months, I thought I'd never return." Director Zhao, noticing the commotion, snapped, "What are you all babbling about?" Despite his reprimands, none of the thousands of scavengers expressed a willingness to join Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed with relief. These scavengers were driven by self-preservation and greed. Joining him would only add to the burden. "Director Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill," Lin Fan stated. "It's all right. Having just me in the scavenging team is sufficient." Director Zhao cast a fierce glance at Lin Fan and said, "You young man, refrain from speaking." His anger was palpable. This was no longer merely a matter of personnel for the 1523 scavenging team. It was about his prestige within the Scavenging Bureau and, indeed, his own dignity. After all, he was the director of the Scavenging Bureau. Yet there was not a single person willing to respond to him. Enraged, he unleashed a torrent of curses, denouncing the scavengers as cowardly and worthless. Having worked in the Scavenging Bureau for so many years, he could not fathom being unable to manage a few scavengers. Whether they were proactive or not, he had already begun to name names. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Director Zhao, are you busy?" Someone had entered the dilapidated underground chamber. Sitting in a wheelchair and puffing on a cigar, he turned to find that the visitor was none other than Chen Hu. Zhao's initially shocked expression quickly transformed into a broad smile. Chen Hu was now a celebrated hero throughout Shikuiching. Ignoring the chastised scavengers, he hurried over to Chen Hu, one hand eagerly assisting with the wheelchair, and awkwardly saluted. "Welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Hu, to the Scavenging Bureau for guidance." The scavengers erupted into a clamor once more. "Chen Hu? Is it really him? The commander of the 5th Regiment who saved everyone during the defense of Shikuiching?" They sneered, "Look at the director. He's certainly a sycophant. Such a figure. How could he possibly visit our meager establishment?" Despite their rudeness, the scavengers held a certain respect for the 178th Division, especially for Chen Hu. Someone shouted, "Welcome, hero of the 178th Division. Welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Hu." The crowd enthusiastically echoed, "Welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Hu. Welcome, hero of the 178th Division." Silence. "Can't you see that Lieutenant Colonel Chen Hu is still recovering from his injuries?" Zhao shot a glare at the scavengers. Signaling them to hush, he chuckled to himself. Would the likes of these scavengers be the ones to flatter him? The scavengers quieted down somewhat. Zhao then addressed Chen Hu, "Aren't you supposed to be at a rank ceremony? Don't mention it. What's there to celebrate?" Chen Hu replied dismissively. His gaze fell upon the solitary Lin Fan, and he offered a brief greeting, his brow furrowing slightly as a hint of a smile emerged. He observed Lin Fan, who seemed to be struggling in the Scavenging Bureau, a team leader with not a single person willing to follow him. Lin Fan caught Chen Hu's gaze and shot him a disgruntled look. Zhao was puzzled. He knew Chen, who was the son of Mayor Chen and had earned immense fame during the defense of Shikuiching. This was a time of great glory. Shouldn't he be at the rank ceremony? If he was indeed injured, he ought to be recuperating. Zhao inquired, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen Hu, what brings you to the Scavenging Bureau?" Taking a drag from his cigar, Chen Hu replied, "Director Zhao, I've come to seek your support." "Seek my support?" Zhao chuckled, thinking Chen Hu was jesting. "Very well, then I shall promptly ask Mayor Chen to demote me to deputy director, and you may take the helm. That I fear the Scavenging Bureau is too small to accommodate a hero of your stature." No, to be precise, I wish to join the 1523 scavenging team." "What?" Zhao was taken aback. Chen, who had performed remarkably during the defense of Shikuiching and was on the cusp of a rank promotion. Even with his legs incapacitated, his future was still boundless. Yet, he was claiming he wanted to join a scavenging team. Was this a jest? Zhao exclaimed, "Brother, I'm aware of your situation. Please don't tease me." "This is no jest." Chen Hu inhaled deeply, his demeanor earnest. Director Zhao, please refrain from calling me Lieutenant Colonel. I have formally applied for retirement. I now seek to join the 1523 scavenging team under the new Shikuiching Scavenging Bureau. And my application has been duly sent. Zhao opened his wristband and, to his astonishment, discovered Chen Hu's application. Observing Chen Hu's serious expression, he realized this was no joke. He was utterly dumbfounded. Setting aside Chen Hu's family background, his contributions during the defense of Shikuiching alone warranted public admiration. Why, at such a pivotal moment, would he choose to become a mere scavenger? This was utterly incomprehensible. It could even be deemed a foolish and unfathomable decision. Only Chen Hu understood that this choice was made after profound contemplation. He was not the hero of the defense of Shikuiching. The true hero resided within the Scavenging Bureau. It was he who had single-handedly orchestrated the defense and vanquished the Qinyang Star's robotic army. Saving millions of lives in Shikuiching now, he lived in obscurity, eschewing fame and fortune, merely blending in among the scavengers, unknown to the world. To the other scavengers, he had always seemed aloof, without a single follower. Now, with his legs gone, it was Lin Fan who had saved his life during the war. Disillusioned with the joint forces, he saw a glimmer of hope in Lin Fan. Zhao, feeling the gravity of the situation, hastily disbanded the scavengers and exited the underground chamber. He quickly contacted the 178th Division. Their response confirmed Chen Hu's claim. He had indeed retired. Zhao was bewildered and reached out to Mayor Chen. The mayor sighed but offered no further comment. While Zhao was absent, Chen Hu maneuvered his wheelchair to Lin Fan's side. Yet Lin Fan remained silent. Chen Hu gently nudged Lin Fan and smiled. "Brother, you wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Lin Fan sighed softly. "A scavenger's life is fraught with uncertainty. It's better to remain in New Shikuiching. I have made my decision." Lin Fan scrutinized Chen Hu. He felt a deep sense of guilt. His plans had cost Chen Hu his legs, and he could not bear to watch him tread a path of no return. "On the southern front of Shikuiching, I risked my life. What do two legs matter?" With a serious expression, Lin Fan said, "You are now a hero of Shikuiching, with a bright future ahead. Why would you choose to become an obscure scavenger unless you've lost your mind? In any case, I will not agree to this." Chen Hu extinguished his cigar and looked at Lin Fan, declaring, "If you do not consent, I will reveal the secret of your salvation of Shikuiching to the public." "You?" Chen Hu's expression turned grave. "The true hero is you. You are the one who saved the people of Shikuiching. The entire city remains oblivious, with only I, Chen Hu, aware of the truth. I do not care for fame. In these years of apocalyptic warfare, it is worthless if Earth falls. Not only you and I, but all of humanity's millennia of civilization will turn to dust." "I know what you intend," Chen Hu continued. "And you need someone to assist you, Dai. Chen Hu, am the most suitable person. Have you truly considered this?" Lin Fan asked. "To become a scavenger means relinquishing your rank, losing all glory, and embracing solitude and mockery. You need not say more. My mind is made up." Chen Hu lit his cigar once more and added, "By the way, Laonyo will also join, along with his son." "Who?" Lin Fan asked. "The tank driver? You mean you don't even know his name?" "He will come as well. Indeed, he is of age and should be retiring soon." Chen Hu remarked. "He is hardworking and skilled at operating tanks. Perhaps he can be of assistance to you." Chen Hu joined the scavenging team. Many citizens of Shikuiching were left perplexed by this development. Rumors began to circulate that following the defense of Shikuiching, he had lost his legs and undergone a profound change in temperament. Many lamented the fate of a once revered hero who had now descended to scavenging amidst the ruins, feeling it was a tragic waste and expressing their sorrow. Chapter 68. The Spoils of War from Heavy Iron City Shikuiching. Just half a month ago, this was a city bustling with millions. Now, it lay in ruins. The ashes from the nuclear explosion still hung in the air, rendering the skies nearly invisible. However, in the northern reaches of Shikuiching, figures of half-men were busily at work. They were seen driving transport vehicles into the area. Among them were not only half-men soldiers, but also half-men workers. Even Akuin and Yuzei had arrived, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the abandoned robots on the battlefield. Nearly 100 robots from Heavy Iron City were diligently working under the command of the half-men, loading the remnants of the robots onto transport trucks in the southern front of Shikuiching. The intense heat of the nuclear explosion had obliterated most of the war robots. However, nearly 2,000 robots had survived the blast, destroyed by the Titans and the 178th Division. Most were Butcher-class robots, with a few Viper-class among them. Additionally, several heavy tanks and armored vehicles had also been salvaged by the half-men. This was a source of great joy for the half-men of Heavy Iron City. The scrap robots and tanks were precious spoils of war, One transport truck after another was filled to the brim. Due to overloading, the trucks swayed precariously as they slowly made their way back to Heavy Iron City. Despite the Half-Men's concerted efforts, they could not transport all the robot remnants in one go. The Half-Men dared not let their guard down, fearing someone might attempt to seize their haul. After numerous trips over the course of nearly half a month, they finally managed to transport the robots and tanks back on the vast land. The Titan-class robots moved steadily along the route back to Heavy Iron City. It bore an imposing demeanor, traversing the Gobi Desert, with none daring to provoke it. The chains binding a 30-meter behemoth of a robot wrapped tightly around its right arm, dragging along the ground and stirring up considerable dust. This colossal robot was in a state of disrepair. Though its shell remained intact, the alloy exterior was riddled with damage, and the internal components had suffered severe jolts. It was none other than the Doomsday Messenger, obliterated by a nuclear explosion. Such a titan from the Qinyang star wielded immense power, plunging the entire Shirkuei city into despair, nearly leading to the massacre of 1 million souls. Yet now, it had been seized, reduced to a mere trophy of the Iron City. 2 months later, the radiation from the nuclear blast had diminished significantly. The scavenging and transport teams from Shirkuei City returned to this site, tasked with retrieving crucial equipment and supplies from the northern part of the city. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shirkuei City, they were astonished to find the battlefield meticulously cleared. The remains of the robots had vanished entirely, and even the tanks were nowhere to be seen. It seemed like a ghostly phenomenon. Moreover, the soldiers and civilians who perished during the defense of Shirkuei City had been buried, with a neat circle of small stones surrounding their graves. Initially, the scavenging team felt a pang of fear. However, upon entering Shirkuei City, they discovered no anomalies. All equipment and supplies remained untouched, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Team 1523 was no longer comprised solely of Lin Fan. It had expanded beyond a single vehicle. They were unperturbed by this bizarre scene. Inside the heavy truck driven by Lin Fan, a no-smoking sign was prominently displayed. Yet, Qian, who still puffed away on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. His legs, fitted with 2 metal prosthetics, still rendered him unable to walk. Besides him was another individual, Chan Ruoyu. She claimed her presence was to care for Chan Hu, but Lin Fan sensed something amiss. Chan Hu shared this sentiment, noting that his sister seemed more concerned about Lin Fan and the city they were headed to than about his injuries. As Lin Fan maneuvered the heavy truck, he discreetly glanced at Chan Hu and whispered, "What is going on? Why did Dr. Chen come along?" Chan Hu let out a soft sigh and replied quietly, "Could it be she already suspected your ability to control the winged beasts?" Lin Fan pondered this, affirming, "Indeed. But you cannot blame me." Leaning closer, Chan Hu whispered, "After the winged beasts appeared during the defense of Shirkuei City, she began to harbor doubts. When I requested to join the scavenging team, she became almost certain and pressed me for details about the battle." "You told her everything?" Lin Fan inquired. Chan Hu scratched his head sheepishly, grinning, "Pretty much." The two exchanged furtive glances, conversing in hushed tones, only to be caught by Chan Ruyu's sharp gaze. She shot a disapproving look at Chan Hu and remarked, "Brother, I once thought you were a man of integrity, but it seems despicable." Chan Hu felt a pang in his heart. He turned to Lin Fan and said, "You see, my sister still believes I intentionally stole your glory." Chan Ruoyu, still indignant, retorted, "If it wasn't intentional, then why didn't you share the truth with everyone? You didn't even mention Lin Fan's name. The citizens of Shirkuei City are completely unaware of everything that transpired." Chan Hu sighed, lamenting, "Alas, I, your brother, am less esteemed than you, an outsider." He then signaled to Lin Fan, "Dr. Chen, it was my decision to keep old Chen silent. Besides, without Colonel Chan Hu, the defense of Shirkuei City would have been impossible." "Undoubtedly, he is the hero of Shirkuei City," Lin Fan remarked. "Thinking of someone like you having to scavenge makes my heart ache." Chan Ruoyu continued her tirade, "Brother, do you realize that if everyone knew what Lin Fan accomplished during the defense of Shirkuei City, he could redeem himself and wouldn't he have to scavenge anymore? Yet, you squandered his hard work." Chan Hu muttered, "This fellow harbors too many secrets. Speaking about them could invite suspicion from those fools." He added, "What is wrong with scavenging anyway? Didn't you stubbornly follow me here under the pretense of caring for your brother? Your intentions may not be as innocent as they seem." "You?" Chan Ruoyu's face flushed with anger. Suddenly, she rose, snatched Chan Hu's cigar, and extinguished it, exclaiming, "No polluting the air here." Chan Hu gazed mournfully at the crushed cigar on the ground, yet he dared not voice his feelings. Observing Chan Ruoyu, usually patient and gentle, now seemingly ignited by some unseen fury, Trailing behind Lin Fan's truck was another vehicle, carrying Niu Furho and his son Niu Shengli. Niu Furho, an experienced driver, hummed a cheerful tune. Delighted to have joined Team 1523. In contrast, Niu Shengli wore an expression of confusion and disbelief. Seriously? Is joining a scavenging team worth this level of excitement? As a mechanical engineer from Shirkaway City, his credentials were commendable, and his previous job was satisfactory. Being compelled by his father to join the scavenging team left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. While other fathers hoped for their sons to achieve success, his father insisted he scavenge. Niu Furho, perceiving his son's reluctance, said, "Victory, you must not disappoint your father's earnest intentions. Captain Lin does not accept just anyone. It was Uncle Chun who advocated for you." Niu Shengli sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Niu Furho, noticing his son's discontent, continued, "When you meet Captain Lin, you must address him as uncle, understand? He isn't much older than me." Niu Shengli replied, "Listen, we Niu family members must express gratitude. Without Captain Lin, we would all be dead." He rolled his eyes. Ever since his father returned from his last trip, he had been acting strangely. Surely he wasn't losing his mind. Team 1523 did not linger in Shirkaway City but continued southwest towards Iron City. Their mission differed from other scavenging teams. Under Mayor Chin's arrangement, they were to search for food. Days later, the scavenging team finally arrived at Iron City. This once dilapidated city now presented an extraordinary sight. Winged beasts soared through the sky, and as the heavy trucks entered Iron City, they emitted low rumblings. At critical intersections and hidden corners of Iron City, numerous half-human soldiers and butcher-class robots lay in wait. However, upon spotting the heavy truck, the half-humans excitedly emerged, waving in greeting. The other members of the scavenging team remained composed, but Niu Shengli felt trepidation. "Dad, there are butcher-class robots and half-humans armed with guns. We must have intruded on their territory," he exclaimed. "Don't worry, you silly boy," Niu Furho reassured him. "Dad, won't they attack us? They're all under Uncle Lin Fan's command." Niu Furho assessed his son, surprised. "Aren't you his subordinates? Is that true?" Niu Shengli murmured. Finally, they reached the base of Iron City. In the expansive square, the remnants of a giant robot lay prominently displayed. "Dad, could this be the Doomsday Messenger?" Niu Shengli gasped. Even as scrap metal, the sight of the colossal robot sent chills down his spine. He murmured, "My goodness, how could it have been reduced to this state?" Niu Furho's expression turned grave as he slowly remarked, "Had it not been for Captain Lin Fan's intervention, it would have annihilated all of Shirkaway City, and rivers of blood would have flowed. Captain Lin defeated it?" Niu Shengli's words barely escaped when a fierce wind swept through, shaking the ground beneath them. As he stood bewildered, a figure larger than the Doomsday Messenger emerged before them. The Titan-class robot advanced toward the heavy truck step by step. "What is this?" Niu Shengli gaped in astonishment, trembling as the Titan-class robot halted, kneeling on one knee, its enormous metallic head bowing toward the ground. A spherical object leaped from the Titan's shoulder, bursting with joy as it dashed toward the heavy truck, leaping into Lin Fan's embrace. Chapter 69. Fields of Hope. The sphere gestured animatedly, conveying to Lin Fan that during his absence, it and the half-humans had been diligently working in the robot factory. They had been busy repairing robots, while the half-humans in the tank factory tirelessly mended heavy tanks. Lin Fan observed the sphere. Noticing it seemed to have grown a little buddy, "You've been eating well, haven't you?" he inquired. The sphere nodded eagerly. Lin Fan playfully pinched its nose, saying, "Not bad at all." The sphere beamed, displaying a goofy grin. However, upon hearing footsteps, it cautiously peeked at the individuals descending from the heavy truck, appearing somewhat frightened and quickly hiding behind Lin Fan. Clearly, the little one still harbored some fear of humans. Lin Fan took a gentle breath, reassuring, "Don't worry, sphere. They will be our friends from now on." "Oh, friends." The sphere's apprehension dissipated, and it trotted gleefully towards the group, first approaching Qian Hu in his wheelchair, poking at his metal prosthetics with curious fingers, producing a series of metallic clinks. Qian Hu felt no sense of unease and remarked, "Lin Fan, this little pig you are raising is quite clever." However, Lin Fan was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, "Yuan Xiu, you can't eat that. That's Colonel Qian Hu's leg. Well then." Only then did Yuan Xiu reluctantly depart, sniffing around each person nearby, showing no interest before returning to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan approached the Doomsday Messenger robot. "Ding, the Interstellar Scavenging system has been activated," and a line of small text appeared in Lin Fan's vision. "Doomsday Messenger robot, one of the colossal robots of the Qiangyang star." Lin Fan inquired of the system. "Can it be repaired?" Certainly, the system replied. However, Yuan Xiao has expended a considerable amount of scarce metal elements in the two repairs of the Titan and currently lacks sufficient resources to repair the Doomsday Messenger. Understood. Lin Fan glanced thoughtfully at Yuan Xiao and smiled gently. Were it not for the critical juncture when Yuan Xiao repaired the Titan robot, Stone Helmet City might have truly fallen. When discussing the savior of Stone Helmet City, this inconspicuous little creature would undoubtedly be the one. Ironically, the upper echelons of Stone Helmet City had once clamored for its burial. Yuan Xiao, observing Lin Fan's peculiar expression, assumed Lin Fan was about to urge it into another perilous endeavor, and thus displayed a pitiful demeanor. Rest assured, you won't have to deal with robots again, Lin Fan assured. In a little while, I'll take you to enjoy a real feast. Upon hearing the word feast, Yuan Xiao was elated, bouncing around Lin Fan in joyful circles. It then leaped to the Titan robot's side, gesturing animatedly. Unfortunately, the Titan robot remained oblivious to its intentions. Niu Furong was not visiting Heavy Iron City for the first time. At this moment, he had brought Niu Xingli and Chen Ruoyu to the half-human tank factory. Inside the factory, the air was filled with the sounds of machinery and half-human calls. Mechanical arms moved rhythmically, and the sound of cutting was incessant. Many old-fashioned tanks had already been repaired and lined up in rows. Under the guidance of an elderly half-human, they were diligently working together to repair large tanks. Niu Xingli observed in astonishment. As an engineer, he understood that repairing these new large tanks was no easy task. Nevertheless, the half-humans had managed to grasp some techniques. He murmured, "Dad, have these half-humans become adept? Are you still resentful about being called here?" Niu Xingli chuckled and asked, "What is Captain Lin Fan planning to do?" "Establish a half-human tank division," Niu Furong whispered. "A half-human tank division? Wait a moment." Niu Xingli pondered and then exclaimed, "Are the tanks that entered Stone Helmet City driven by half-humans?" "Precisely. Is that so?" With that, Niu Xingli approached the half-human workers, observing their tasks closely. Before long, he squeezed into their midst and began to assist them. For these electromagnetic dual-ballistic large tanks, the structure and even the tiniest parts were vastly different from old-fashioned tanks. Ever since Vahana established the half-human tank factory, they had been independently conducting tank repairs, reducing their reliance on Yuan Xiao significantly. However, they still encountered some technical challenges, especially with such large tanks. Although Niu Xingli could not speak half-human language, he made diligent gestures to convey his ideas. Vahana and the other half-humans quickly discerned that Niu Xingli possessed an intimate knowledge of large tanks, earning their admiration. While Niu Xingli might not be the most elite engineer among humans, he was indeed a technical backbone in tank technology. His arrival made these technical challenges surmountable. Niu Furong gazed at his son blending into the half-humans, a smile gracing his face, as if affirming that his decision was indeed wise. Outside the base, little Fatty Chun Hu greeted Fat Dun. Interestingly, during his first visit to Heavy Iron City, Fat Dun was the first half-human he encountered. Fat Dun paused, scrutinizing Chun Hu once more, before finally recognizing him. Pointing at his leg, he babbled a few words, realizing it must have been blown off. Feeling pity, Fat Dun produced a few potatoes and handed them to Chun Hu. With no other option, Chun Hu accepted the potatoes, bemused, as this little fatty had an inexplicable penchant for giving him potatoes. Though he couldn't understand Fat Dun's words, he felt a peculiar affinity. Consequently, Chun Hu produced a cigar, offering it to the chubby half-human and lighting it for him. Fat Dun chuckled foolishly, imitating Chun Hu and taking a few puffs, only to have smoke billow from his ears. The surrounding half-humans were horrified, mistakenly believing Fat Dun was on fire. Before long, Lin Fan called Chun Hu to the vehicle. The heavy truck headed westward, exiting Heavy Iron City. "Where are we going?" Chun Hu inquired. "I'll take you to a place." "What place?" So mysteriously. "You'll find out shortly." When the heavy truck arrived at the Shigan River Valley, it was already dusk. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the Shigan River, creating shimmering reflections. In the vast open valley, patches of square farmland appeared, already lush and green, with high ground along both banks shielding it from the winds of the desert. Scattered everywhere were the diminutive figures of half-humans. The half-humans had been toiling all day without any intention of resting. Agricultural machinery was busy cultivating the land, while thousands of half-humans worked diligently to harvest potatoes. Most of them were elderly, weak, women, and children, yet their agricultural skills were no less impressive than those of robust half-humans. The potato harvest, planted before winter, had been exceptionally fruitful, far exceeding the demands of the half-humans. Compared to half a year ago, the Shigan River Valley had undergone a remarkable transformation. It had now become a veritable granary for Heavy Iron City. In the fields, The half-humans could labor for over 10 hours each day, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Trucks arrived one after another, transporting potatoes back to Heavy Iron City. Chun, who was astounded by the sheer scale of outdoor farmland. The sight of the vast valley fields left him as awestruck as his first encounter with the half-human factory. Realizing that these potatoes had indeed been cultivated by the half-humans themselves, he exclaimed, "So, these potatoes were grown by them." He understood that this scavenging team's mission was different. It aimed to address part of the food issue for the new Stone Helmet City. Nowadays, acquiring food in the western regions was quite a challenge. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would cultivate such a substantial expanse of valley farmland within Heavy Iron City. Moreover, there were so many diligent half-humans tending to it. After a moment, Chun Hu remarked, "Lin Fan, what significant undertakings have you been involved in at Heavy Iron City?" Lin Fan replied, "It's largely thanks to your father. If Mayor Chun hadn't he provided me with dozens of agricultural machines, I wouldn't he have managed these fields. What do those machines amount to? In the warehouse of Stone Helmet City, they would merely be a pile of scrap metal." Chun Hu chuckled and said, "If I were my father, I would give you even more." The old man is still somewhat reluctant. "You're just bragging," Lin Fan replied. "No one would believe that outdoor cultivation bases could be established in the West. Not even Mayor Chin. Yet, despite that, he still entrusted these resources to me. Mayor Chun is someone I sincerely admire. Even now, my dad is somewhat skeptical about you." After speaking, Chun Hu furrowed his brow and asked, "These crops were painstakingly grown by the half-humans. Will they agree to provide food to Stone Helmet City? I've made arrangements with Mayor Chun. The food isn't free. It's a debt, and I believe Mayor Chun won't go back on his word." Lin Fan assured. Chun Hu nodded slightly and asked, "I've always wanted to ask you one question. Go ahead. Why do these half-humans follow you so devotedly?" "We share a bond," Lin Fan sighed, saying, "They are truly a pitiful existence. Forcibly uprooted from their planets, reduced to tools of colonization for Changyang Star, ultimately wandering on Earth. I hope to return the half-humans to their ancestral homeland in my lifetime." "Return them to their homeland? What a joke. Baiken Star is light years away." Chun Hu retorted, "Indeed, we shall discuss future matters later. For now, let us focus on the food issue." Lin Fan continued, "The entire valley area comprises a staggering 300,000 acres of wasteland, with the cultivated farmland reaching nearly 7 to 8,000 acres. Chun Hu contemplated and murmured, 7 to 8,000 acres? That might still be insufficient to resolve the food issues for the new Stone Helmet City. Lin Fan's expression turned grave, stating, "It's not merely insufficient. It falls far short. I believe we must promptly expand the valley farmland." Chun Hu took a puff of his cigarette, expressing urgency. "The number of agricultural machines is too few. And there isn't enough fertilizer. We need to find a way to procure more immediately." Lin Fan looked at Chun Hu and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Chun Hu realized that this fellow had long since plotted this out. "You planned for me to handle this from the very beginning, didn't you?" A sly smile crept across Chun Hu's face as he replied, "However, you truly came to the right person. I will take care of this. What you need to manage goes beyond just agricultural machines. The entire valley will be entrusted to you." Lin Fan paused and said, "The matter of food is of utmost importance and particularly challenging. Can you handle it?" Chun Hu considered for a moment, extinguished his cigar, and pushed his wheelchair a short distance forward, facing the vast valley land. "The farmland here is sown with seeds, yet what it harbors is hope. Captain, rest assured, I will take care of this." Chun Hu then shouted loudly, "From now on, this valley farmland will be my battlefield. I will not rest until it is conquered." He was acutely aware of the extraordinary significance of these farmlands, as they pertained directly to the food supply of the citizens of New Stone Helmet City. Lin Fan's decision to entrust this responsibility to him was a testament to his profound trust. He vowed to exert every effort to excel in this endeavor. At long last, a smile graced Lin Fan's face. He knew well what kind of person Chun Hu was. With him managing these farmlands, Lin Fan could save himself a great deal of trouble. Moreover, given Chun Hu's stature, acquiring advanced agricultural machinery and improved seeds would be far easier for him than for Lin Fan. Chapter 70. The resurrected Dawn Messenger. The atmosphere in Heavy Iron City grew increasingly lively. More and more half-human armed tanks appeared, and robots were ubiquitous. Gradually, the half-human settlement began to divide into two distinct sectors. Point 1 was the industrial district located in the northern part of Heavy Iron City, predominantly inhabited by half-human workers, with a portion being half-human engineers and technicians. Niu Shengli mingled daily among the half-humans, diligently repairing tanks alongside them. The other sector was the agricultural base in the western part of Heavy Iron City. Situated by the banks of the West Jin River, primarily composed of half-human farmers. After Chun Hu took charge of the agricultural base, he, along with Niu Furao, transported a truckload of potatoes to New Stone Helmet City. In the underground warehouse of New Stone Helmet City, Mayor Chin, leaning on his cane, gazed at the truckload of potatoes in bewilderment. His expression was not one of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "Chun Hu, what is the meaning of this?" Chun Hu wheeled himself closer to Mayor Chun and handed him several potatoes. He replied slowly, "Father, these are potatoes. Do you not recognize them? Where did you procure these from? It has only been a few days. You didn't steal them, did you? They were grown? Mayor Chun scrutinized the potatoes and continued, "How could it be possible for just a handful of you to cultivate such a quantity?" "It is not that much," Chun Hu replied. "To be honest, I am currently working with Lin Fan on this very endeavor. Do not attempt to deceive this old man. I am not lying to you." To Chin Hu's astonishment, Lin Fan had indeed managed to produce this food. Mayor Chin, with a look of incredulity, asked, "Where exactly were these grown? You need not fret over that. You have always been one to prattle on." Chun Hu retorted, "You have underestimated Lin Fan. However, it has been agreed that these are merely a loan to New Stone Helmet City, and they will need to be returned. Not a single one will be missing from your account. This is merely a token of our acquaintance. The bulk is yet to come. However, we lack advanced agricultural production equipment and seeds," Chun Hu stated. "You are able to assist with that, correct?" Mayor Chin weighed the potatoes in his hand and finally allowed a faint smile to emerge. "Very well. I shall contact the governor of the Western Province immediately to request a transfer in the name of New Stone Helmet City. Provide me with a list of what you require." Meanwhile, Lin Fan, accompanied by a contingent of half-human tanks and a transport team, journeyed southward. They scoured the ruins in the southern region for heavy artillery and tanks, discovering numerous half-human settlements along the way. In this current state of affairs, Akai had assumed the role of an apostle, promoting the worship of the Uru deity among these tribes. The sight of the half-human forces from Heavy Iron City filled the southern half-humans with an indescribable awe. The semi-human inhabitants of the southern mountainous regions had long endured harassment and slaughter at the hands of mutated fish monsters and various aberrations, leading to a grim existence. Many tribes had even relocated to Heavy Iron City. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On the day of Lin Fan's return, he brought along the spherical object to the base. The damaged Doomsday Messenger lay motionless in a corner, appearing quite disheveled, with many of its internal components shattered. At that moment, the sphere had devoured a considerable amount of rare metals in the southern ruins, finally regaining its vitality. It was time to repair the Doomsday Messenger. After a brief period of preparation, energy surged within it, causing numerous fiery red spots to appear on its surface. These were the repair nanobots absorbing energy. Suddenly, the little creature sneezed, spraying silvery metallic liquid onto the metal body of the Doomsday Messenger. The nanobots, numbering in the trillions, became immediately active. Though minuscule, they were compelled by the edict of the scavenger pig. They began to crawl slowly over the lifeless body of the Doomsday Messenger. Some of the repair bots grasped electronic components, while others struggled to lift a single metallic atom. Although they appeared significantly smaller than the metal atoms, the energy they contained was immensely potent. The repair bots infiltrated every crevice, traversing and leaping between atoms, embarking on a remarkable journey alongside the metallic atoms. Their task was straightforward, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. They simply repositioned the misaligned atoms back to their original places. Wherever they ventured, the metallic sheen of the robot gradually returned. Its sunken body began to restore, and the gaps were slowly filled. The internal structure of the Doomsday Messenger was exceedingly intricate, rendering it impossible for humans to restore such a robot. However, on an extremely microscopic level, to the repair bots, this robot was merely a collection of metal atoms ripe for manipulation. It must be said that, in the presence of primitive civilization robots, the nanobots were nearly flawless. Yet, this life form was exceptionally unique, having developed within the scavenger pig and responding solely to its commands. Perhaps only such an ancient high civilization being could provide them with sufficient energy. After approximately 10 hours, once the physical repairs to the Doomsday Messenger were completed, a portion of the repair bots burrowed into the operational program module. They behaved like valiant warriors, bravely pressing forward, using their bodies to break through the Doomsday Messenger's internal defenses. Countless repair bots exhausted their final reserves of energy, becoming immobile and perished within the robot's base. They could be said to have sacrificed themselves silently, and so, the Doomsday Messenger was destined to be recaptured. At this moment, the once battered Doomsday Messenger regained its luster. However, The repairs were not yet complete. Some of the repair bots, having journeyed long distances, arrived at the fusion reactor. They collided with one another, self-detonating to reactivate the nuclear reactor. Ultimately, only a small fraction of the repair bots would return to the spherical object. Buzzing, the fusion reactor within the Doomsday Messenger finally restored itself, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful energy. The dim pupils glowed red once more, and in a short while, its body floated into the air, and the metallic staff it held was raised again. In an instant, an overwhelming aura filled the base. It seemed as if, with a mere gesture, it could level the place to the ground. It was an emotionless killing machine. However, upon gazing at the spherical object, it slowly lowered its staff, extending its arm, its colossal palm unfurled. Yet, the sphere stood upright, tilted its head, and crossed its arms. Disregarding the gesture, it appeared that the little creature was somewhat irked. The Doomsday Messenger system continued to process. Yet it was still unable to decipher the sphere's intentions. The sphere gestured with its hands, clearly expressing dissatisfaction. As its frustration mounted, it even mimicked the half-human mannerisms, picking up a small stone with a swift motion. The stone arched through the air, striking the Doomsday Messenger robot. While others were perplexed, Lin Fan comprehended the situation. The little creature still harbored grievances regarding the defense of Stone Helmet City, even expressing fear. At that moment, it feared that Lin Fan might perish in battle. The sphere was capable of repairing robots, but could not resurrect a carbon-based life form. Hence, it held no affection for the robot before it. Its true affection lay with Titan. Observing the sphere's demeanor, Lin Fan felt a pang of emotion. This little creature had always regarded him as its only kin. It was precisely for this reason that, after the Titan was annihilated in a nuclear explosion, it expended all its energy to restore it, its sole purpose being to save him. The Doomsday Messenger could not grasp the sphere's meaning. After being struck by the stone, it obediently extended its arm once more. Being an unfeeling robot, its current task was to ascertain who its true master was. The sphere waved its tiny hand and pointed to Lin Fan. Consequently, the Doomsday Messenger robot turned its gaze toward Lin Fan, bowing its head. I do not favor the name Doomsday Messenger. The dawn is upon us now, and from henceforth, you shall be called Dawn Messenger. Lin Fan proclaimed. Your duty from now on is to safeguard Heavy Iron City and protect the humans and half-humans residing here. The robot hovering in midair nodded. Thus, the Doomsday Messenger ceased to be its designation, and the Dawn Messenger was born. Its 4 turbine wings whirred to life, casting an ethereal blue glow. Floating in the air, it emitted a rhythmic sound. Present alongside Lin Fan was also Chan Hu, who, seated in his wheelchair,